Welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. I welcome you on in here on a fine Sunday afternoon. Beautiful Sunday afternoon out here on the eastern side of the state. Got a little bit of sunshine today, and hopefully we got a little sunshine in our hearts as our Seahawks can maybe pull off another win this week after they came off a big win last week in Los Angeles, though a Los Angeles team that we saw was battered and beaten. They certainly came back and were able to win this past week on Thursday night. So at any given Sunday, you got to appreciate every single win. Good to see our Seahawks get back in the W column. Let's see if they can continue it forth here today against the Carolina Panthers and set the stage for a Thursday night battle that will indeed be the biggest game of the year and could go on to decide the division itself this Thursday night against the San Francisco 49ers. So, big game here, though. Let's not look too far ahead. The Carolina Panthers are, while only a 4-win team, I think you would maybe say not your typical 4-win team coming into this game at this point in the season. They can run the ball very well. They're pretty gritty defensively. They don't tend to make a lot of mistakes or shoot themselves in the foot. You got to beat them kind of the old school hard way, so to speak. They certainly have elements in the way that they want to play football that can go after certain things that we struggle in, specifically in how they stay committed to running the football and how that's been a little bit treacherous for our defense over the course of this year. It will be the matchup, I think, to really watch today. But you get to have this game at home, as you have many games finishing up here at home to get this end of the year finished off, and that's always a nice thing to have, isn't it? Especially when you're in the playoff hunt. Let me give you guys a quick update, and I'll bounce over to the chat on the early games. We almost had Houston go out and shock the Cowboys, which would have gotten them to 2 wins and gotten us a step potentially closer to maybe getting even into contention for that first overall pick in the draft. But alas, the Cowboys were able to mount a final drive, take that game 27-23. The Eagles absolutely took the Giants out to the woodshed and kept them there for a 3-hour contest, winning 48-22. Bengals stayed on top of the Browns throughout the day, pretty much. Watson, not enough. Well, Browns fans are getting a little nervous. Getting a little bit nervous now. Getting a wee bit nervous. But they do fall 23-10. The Bills and the Jets had a tightly fought game going as far as a very close one. Good job by the Jets on the road. They're not going that far up there to northern New York, but nonetheless, they hung in there. It was a kind of snowy day in there, but the Bills able to pull that one off 20-12. Jaguars shocked the Titans at home 36-22. Trevor Lawrence, my QB1 in the draft, having a day, 30 of 42, 368 yards. How about that? And another shocker on the board, the Detroit Lions. It's going to be good to see our guy Lions Mania come in here, and he's going to be feeling good. Lions Mania, as the Lions go out and hand the Minnesota Vikings, they lost 34-23. So, or less, there's 17 seconds, I guess. There's a fraction of a chance this Viking team can bring this one back. But nonetheless, props to the Lions pulling this win out at home. Big win for them as they try themselves to remain in this playoff hunt, which is indeed going to again be the case here today with this Panther team, and that this is not a 4-win team that just says, okay, well, we're looking towards next year. Yes, there was the Christian McCaffrey trade that did occur, but that's not indicative of the fact that they're necessarily in the tank or they're not playing hard. The film shows that they do play hard. This is going to be a tough, got to put all hands on deck kind of game to get this one through. It's not going to be one we can just kind of, lay on our back and do a little back swim through the pool kind of thing. It's going to be front strokes and, Olympic-like form. So let's hope we got it. If you are liking what you listen to today, do me this favor, please, and get subbed up to the channel first and foremost. Come on, get subbed. But other than that as well, please hit that like button if you haven't already. I really do appreciate it. Megan Gock Roger, good to see you in the house. My lady from down under. How you doing? Herbicide, what's up? Check. Hello. Y2K, JDM, Omar, yo. Ravens got the win, Megan. All right. Back then, they're a weird team this year. I think they're the most strangest team to get a read on this season of any team in the NFL. Thought they would be so much better, I think, than they quite are. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish, what the heck was that speed option the Texans ran on 4th down a few minutes ago? I didn't have a chance to see it. I'm sorry. I was keeping a casual eye, but the game wasn't on my they had a couple New York games early on, which, I mean, I guess I get the Bills, Jets, because that's whatever, but it was not the most exciting 10 a.m. games so far this year. Eris, how you doing? Paul Susia. What's up, Paul? Empower Code, let's go. Thomas Cox, this game will be very interesting. Geno gets to show if he's legit. No K9, DK somewhat injured, but should be a win. Geno will be good. Yes, that is the interesting part. I think that people would most want to be aware of as we come into this game. Kenneth Walker is indeed going to be out of this one. So they're going to rest him much, which is probably good if you give him the rest. And yeah, DK has been having a hip injury that he's been dealing with through practice as well. So you've got a couple of things that aren't going to make this game necessarily easy on the surface of it. And again, with the Panthers running a kind of style of football that could give us difficulty, especially if we don't have that running game hemmed up. Shelby Harris is also out in this game as an inactive. And though he's not been, a game changer there at the defensive tackle position, he has been a pretty good player for us. And so losing him out of there is a useful guy. That's more Quentin Jefferson snaps probably. There's some slight little worries here on this just coming in this game that we gotta be aware of. Hopefully they can hem it up here. And this Panther team is one that's not super talented. You can get after him, but I'm a little worried. GoOxo5 says Travis Homer masterclass incoming. I hope so. I'm kind of jacked up to see what Travis can do with 15, 20 carries. He has been impressing this year. St. Vital, what's up, man? Go Hawks. Matt, what's up? Rodney Press Show, I live here in Kansas City, and I can tell you the talk about the Chiefs has not been good. The Chiefs are not happy about the last week's play. That's coming from the players. Well, I think that they've developed a standard that I'd like us to continue to kind of keep here, which is a championship standard. Their low point is a good point for other teams. And, they're looking at it not through the lens, how many wins do we get through the regular season, but how do we set ourselves right towards the playoffs? And that's really where they're probably locked in on above all else, which that's how they get far in the playoffs. Prime, blame Brendan for me being here. Go Hawks. What's up, Prime? I will do indeed. William Sabako. It's a Go Hawks, man. Free Truth. Hello. Marink. Texans lose. Yeah, man, they look like they might be able to pull that one off. I was kind of surprised when I saw the score, but then when I saw it close, I was like, the Cowboys will figure this one out. They'll find a way here. Flagstaff, but that is a good win for the Lions, man. Feel good for that organization. Those fans deserve to have a winning team there. Luke 99, yo, from Spokane, Northwest Arkansas. Go Seahawks. Go Seahawks. What's up, Luke? Jason Wolf, let's go Seahawks. Let's go. Let's get the Chiefs. Come on, Chiefs. Make it happen. Big Country, it would have been nice if they won. It would have gotten real interesting with the number one overall pick discussion if the Texans had pulled that one off today. Would have gotten very, very, very interesting. Jason Wolf says, I predict a big day from our tight ends. I could see it. I mean, if you got no DK, there is no Eskridge with that hand issue he's got. I mean, heck, Marquise Goodwin was dealing with something earlier on last week with his hand too. So I don't know how much they're going to be. We might be a little light on the receiver core a little bit coming in this game, which might lead us to run the ball a little bit more, or as you say, feature the tight ends a bit. Consumer, I agree. DK would have to be near deaf not to play. He is a dog. Boop Dog, what's up, man? Mr. Isaac, what's up? How you doing, man? This is Go Hawks. Chance to win another win today. Let's go, man. Let's set the stage for Thursday night. Take care of business. Set that wonderful, wonderful stage. Is that Williams? Did the kid come off IR and catch a touchdown for the Lions right out the gate? Can't see the back of his uniform, but I don't recognize the number. That'd be cool. King Chris, do you know what we should work on before playing the Niners? Well, I think getting some consistency in the running game would go a long way against the Niners. You didn't have any in the first matchup against them. They stopped things pretty good. It's been a problem. It's really been the story on both sides of the ball. You don't have quite a consistent running game this year, and you don't have quite a consistent ability to stop the run on the defensive side of the ball. There have been points and stretches of games where you have been able to fix that up, but it just hasn't been a consistent part of the team this year. And frankly, both of those sides of the ball could become or end up becoming things that overturn this year a little bit because of it, if they don't. But certainly if you're going to beat the Niners, you're going to have a hard time beating them as just a one-dimensional attack, trying to have Geno throw for 350 yards, especially with their pass rush. And then, stopping them defensively is really going to come down to stopping their run, because I don't think Brock Purdy is going to beat you with his arm alone. I know he had a pretty good week last week coming off the bench, but we'll see how he is on a sustainable side of that with that level of play. And I'll take my chances. I'll roll those Purdy dice and let it fall where they may. Mark Abercorn, hi, all Rams have been knocked out of the playoffs. Nice. It's always a good day when the Rams get knocked out of the playoffs, isn't it, Mark? That does bring a smile to my face. Check, I want to see Young get some actual receiver snaps. Drake Young? Yeah. At least for the sake of it not being predictable for defenses that it's a run play when he's on the football field. Volcano Joe, hello. George Samuel, my man out in Egypt. How you doing, George? Says hashtag go Hawks and Bucks country. Let's swim. That's right. Let's swim, Bucks country. Come on. Get the old Jolly Roger out up on the top of the deck. Get the thing up there, flailing in the wind. Come on now. Thomas Cox, man, I've been picking either Jalen Carter or Will Anderson with a distant third, CJ Stroud. It will be more difficult on who Seattle picks with the first round pick. Agreed. I think a little bit of it too, Thomas, is that it's the rarity of when you're making mock drafts or you're thinking about who you're going to pick in that first selection, is that you tend to sort of have consternation over whether or not this is the right guy for this there. I mean, when you land with Will Anderson or Jalen Carter or even Stroud, there's so much in the department of making sense with that and building a logical argument why that's the right pick, that you can't go wrong with any of those picks, to your point, as opposed to later on in the draft, even into that later part of that first round, where it gets a little bit, dodgier to kind of lock in on selection, especially when that last first round pick is going to be 32, I mean, we get back-to-back picks, so I think we get 32 and then 1 at that point or something like that. But, I mean, that's, I guess, first world problems, And aloha to you too, Volcano. Aloha to you too, bruh. Peter, let's go, man. Let's go. John Robinson, let's freaking go, chat. Let's go, John. I know you're hyped up. Let's get it. Cheese Taco with a $5 dono. Thank you, Cheese Taco. Says, fake cheese is here. Let's have a good game today, baby. Fake cheese, baby. Get that Velveeta going. A lot of Velveeta as a child. Not as much as an adult. Thank you for the $5 donation, though, man. Appreciate you getting that cheese going. Spectre 7 has been a member for 14 long months as a Hawks Nest member. Thank you for that, Spectre 7. Says, yo, let's go. Hope we don't get run over. That's as I was mentioning, my concern coming into this game is really beyond. I think the offense will do enough to score the points we need, but can the defense stop the run? This is I hate using the word low key, but it's a low key good running game. You have two different type of running backs that work well off of each other, that have different skill sets that they bring to the Carolina Panthers. They've got a line that can run block pretty well. And this has been a bit of the weakness of our defense this year so far. So I think it's a valid worry. And if the defense can hem this up, it's certainly going to bode very well, hopefully a little bit more towards the next week. And then maybe starting to find some solutions in how to get this running game a little bit more on point. Megan Gagaraja with the $2 dono. Thank you, Megan. I appreciate it as well from you. And hope you're doing well down there in Australia. Happy 12/12, though all 12s wherever you may be. Happy 12/12 to you as well. That's right, 12/12 tomorrow. We got to win on 12/12. On the precipice of 12/12 day, we've got to win. Come on. We've got to win. Panthers coming out of the tunnel. Looking whatever. Flag says, was Randall here? I bet he's super pumped about the Gallman signing. He was. I hit him up. He was hyped. He's like, let's go. Oh boy. Big Country Lions getting hot. More worried about them than the Giants. Yeah, it's possible. I think when I was talking to Lions Mania, I think he said that he has to have us, like, we've got to lose out or something like that for the Lions to get in. So there's also some, unless I guess we win the division, then there's not the tiebreaker there. But I haven't looked that deeply into how hard the Lions got to go through their trek to get to the spot of being a team that can get in the playoffs, because they are, I think, they're at 7 losses, I think. Megan says, Caleb Williams wins the Heisman. Very happy Trojan here, B. Very well earned on his part. It's not hard to see with that guy on the football field what he's done. He's had more wild throws this year and stuff that he's done at the quarterback position than any other quarterback, and there's been some pretty exciting quarterbacks. It would have been interesting if Hendon Hooker had stayed upright the whole season through, how that would have fit at the end of things. But congratulations to Caleb. It's going to be a hell of an NFL player too. Nicholas says, let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks, Nicholas. Flag says, I hope we end up with number 2. Me too, man. Me as well. St. Vinyl coming in from Germany. Hope you're doing well out there in Germany, St. Vinyl. Thank you for checking it out. Thomas says, how was Caleb better than Penix? Caleb didn't have the Huskies, and that major fail by the Pac-12. They get rid of the division, but let's let all the other teams play each other. Yeah. I mean, Penix probably, you could make an argument, had as good a year. It's the wow factor probably with Caleb as much as anything else. So he makes so many NFL throws in game. Ben Penix does too. I don't want to knock Penix, but I don't know. It's a good question, I guess. Check says, hear me out. If we trade down and pick up 20, 30 third-round picks, we're bound to hit on big on a few of them. I guess it's possible. And we got a kick off here to start things off on a short kick here to begin things, which Turner will bring this out to the 28. So I'll be a little bit in and out of the chat, of course, if you guys are following on the live stream. I'm going to be doing the play-by-play. We do a long post-game session after the game where I really do get into more of the minutia of the questions and kind of bounce back and forth a little bit. It could be a problem, though, trading, getting those 23rd round picks. Check. I know where you're coming from, but remember in 2017, we tried that very thing. I think we had like 4 third round picks and 1 4th round pick at the top of the 4th round. All of those guys you ended up selecting were basically at the best. The best of those guys was Shaquille Griffin, which was, and a lot of them were bad. So I don't know if it's not always the best track. It might seem like it is, but it hasn't worked in the past doing that necessarily. 1st and 10, Sam Darnold out here under center. I formation here for the Carolina Panthers to begin things. It looks like we got a false start. 12th man already having a little effect here. A little effect by the 12th man. They didn't know it was going to be that loud. They didn't know it was going to be that loud. Austin Corbett looking around like, man, they're this hyped up for a late season matchup like this. Oh man, this is going to be a tough one. Yes, it is, Austin. Yes, it is. 1st and 15. But Jack, I know where you're coming from, man. From a theoretical standpoint, and certainly that's what the analytic people tell you to do, is trade in like that, collect more picks. 1st and 15, again from an I formation. The give is up the middle here to Foreman, who will gain about 2 or 3 yards. Nice stop. But I don't know. I think I'll stick more with that top pick. I might be more willing to trade that other one that's in the 20s back and around a little bit, check, and do it that way, but not that big one at the top. That's too precious. It's my precious. Okay, kitty, no. Stop. All right, so we got 2nd and 13 here. 14:20 to go here in the first quarter. Man goes in motion. Another give up the middle here to Foreman. Another gain of about 2 or 3 yards. Good job by the Seahawks defense of staying up in their gaps in the middle there, holding their line. Those are just some power runs right up the middle there. So just don't get pushed back. Hold your spot. Wait for the linebacking cavalry to arrive. 3rd down and long. They come out with a weird 2 running back backfield where the backs are stacked behind each other to the right of Darnold. Odd look. It's going to be another give here on 3rd down and 10, and they're going to get it. Oh, my God. Oh, my gosh. What a play by the Panthers. 3rd and 10, and they catch Seattle on 3 straight runs just with a wide zone out there with Chuba Hubbard. He's got great speed. That's that counterbalance runner to what you get in Foreman, who's the thunder. Hubbard's the lightning. And what you saw right there was just Seahawks completely bid in on that being a pass all the way, and Panthers caught him off guard. Crazy. Crazy. Don't see that very often. 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line. Panthers back into a heavy formation, play action pass. Sam O'Donnell's looking deep, comes back underneath. Great job by Jordan Brooks in coverage there, staying tight there, right on top of the man as soon as he caught it to drag him down for about a half-yard gain. And very good job by Diggs, I believe, there, of keeping that clean over the top. That's where your center field duties. Yep, Darnold's looking right to the center field. They're showing the all-22. He wants to first attack over the top. They've done 3 straight runs. Let me hit my chunk play. Diggs kept that deep. Didn't buy up on the run with his first few steps, keeping that clean. 2nd and 9. Again, this unusual backfield from the Panthers with 2 running backs to the right of Darnold. Haven't seen this necessarily on tape from them. Maybe they've run it in some of the other games and I just missed it, but you've got Darnold in shotgun and then 2 running backs to his right, and there's one is stacked behind the other. And then they're bringing the running play back across the formation to the other side. 3rd down and 5. 11:49 to go in the first quarter here. Got to be aware of the run here. Seattle is in that weird 4-man front, though. No pressure, and completed pass over the middle. Darnold had some time to throw. 1st and 10. Laviska Shenault with the catch over the middle. Jackson in coverage. I don't know why Laviska didn't think he was down there. Panthers driving on this opening drive, 1st and 10. Pitch play outside here. Foreman able to run strong. Had a defensive tackle riding him on his back, and he just carried him for a good couple extra yards there. Nice gain on 1st down. 2nd and 6. Dante Foreman, his last 6 games, has got 114 carries for 526 yards and 4 touchdowns. Started out the year very slow, obviously backing up Christian McCaffrey, but since he's ascended to the starter role, he's done a very good job with it this season, taking advantage. 2nd and 6. Play, nice little fly sweep there. Good misdirection on that play. I didn't know which way that was going for a second to DJ Moore. Get this for a good couple yard gain. Take this down to 3rd and 1. Good job by Bruce Irvin on the pursuit. Third down and 1. 12th man on their feet, beckoning forth their defense. Heavy front here by the Panthers. Play action pass. Got his man out, open into the flat for the catch and a 1st down. Seahawks were all bent on into that was being a run play there, and Panthers were able to just run an easy bootleg out to the right. Hubbard basically falls down right at the sticks on the catch. Not a great throw by Darnold there. Drives consumed 6 minutes of this first quarter here. 32-yard line. Ball start again here by the Panthers. 12th man doing their job so far. Can't put this on them out the gate. It's 2 false start penalties here on this first drive by the Panthers. 2 different guys. I think Uchenna kind of caused that a little bit because he started to crash inside pre-play. Like he was getting into a gap where he was reading it, and that caused the tight end to jump a little bit too, I think a little bit. Nonetheless, we'll take it. First and 15. 8:35 to go. Panthers back in shotgun. Empty formation. Dropping back here. Letting it rip. Oh, Tariq Woolen almost got himself another one there. He bats the ball away, but his hands were out there to almost grab that one. Just couldn't quite get out to it. Let's see on the replay if he had an opportunity of this one. Oh, he's just off of his own route, by the way, folks. That's not even his man. He just left his man reading the quarterback's eyes on that play. And he knows he should have tried to make a catch on it. I think boy, the instincts on this kid, though. Holy oh my goodness. He's on an outside receiver. He comes back inside on that to make a play on that ball. 2nd and 15. Bubble screen to the outside here. To Chenault. He'll get it for a gain of about 3 or 4 maybe. So bring up a 3rd and long. A lot of time eating off the clock here in this first quarter. Almost half the first quarter gone here. That was a ridiculous play by, that was shades of Sherman. Sherman would do that same sort of stuff where he would start out on the outside, read the route recognition, and then cut back inside. I don't think Richard did it in his first rookie year, though. Trips to the outside, 3rd down. We got to give up the middle. They're going to try to go back to that 3rd and draw play. The Seahawks are on it this time. Nice job there by Geno Nwosu and Cody Barton to get things wrapped up. So a good drive by the Panthers, but nonetheless, they get them off the field. No touchdowns, just field goals. Seahawks will handle and deal with that. Good pursuit there by, that was all Cody Barton. I got to give that, I was giving Uchenna some credit there. That was all Cody Barton. Gets into the hole, wraps up the tackle. Nice work there by Cody Barton. "47-yard attempt here for the Panthers. The kick is up. And the kick is through. So 3-0. Good opening drive by the Panthers. Consumed over half that first quarter when it was all said and done. Mostly just running the football there. It was our worry a little bit with this game is we got to hem up that rushing attack. And it was really that 3rd down that got you there on that draw. And it caught me off guard too. I didn't know that they have these 2 running backs to one side and that you're not thinking the running play is then going to go back to the other side or that they're going to try to run on a 3rd and 10. But I guess indeed some of this has got to be indicative of their lack of trust in Sam Darnold's arm and not wanting to get him into 3rd and long situations, whereas we just saw with the Tariq Woolen near pick, maybe they know that if we got to have them starting to really try to push the ball up the football field, there's going to be some interceptions in this game. Fantastic job, though, there by Tariq on that play. Rockets, Spidey senses is right with Woolen there. I mean, he was all over that play. He completely just left his man, knew exactly where it was going to go. You don't see guys do it. You never see a guy like Shaquille Griffin do that kind of thing when he's here. You know, you never have that kind of comfort. The fact this guy's got this kind of comfort rookie year to do that. Thomas Caleb did good. Like Brandon said, he made a lot of highlight. And honestly, I think Caleb will be the number 1 pick in the 2024 draft if he doesn't regress. Yeah, I think he's got a little bit more power to his arm than Penix. I think Penix is a good prospect who's a guy who could vault himself into 1st round discussion next year. But like you say, Thomas, Caleb's going to be the number 1 guy. And not only the number 1 guy, he's going to be the best number 1 quarterback prospect since Lawrence. And, before that, geez, I don't know, maybe Luck, we have to kind of go through it. That's maybe a debate for another day. But he's a good he's an outstanding prospect. Randy Reed, how you doing, man? From Wendell, Idaho. Appreciate you jumping in the stream. And folks, do please hit that like button if you could for me. Does help it out. That boy says, why are quarterbacks throwing a Tariq? So they weren't throwing him out on that one. Yeah, that was just, he came off his man. He just read that sucker. Jose, anyone having problems with the audio? Is there, if you're having issues with the audio, I did do an update on the driver and I did test it out before I went live. Jose Luis, though, just do it. I've been told in the past, if you just do it like a refresh on the stream, that can sometimes get it to sync back up. Herbicide says we'll never get Williams. We can forget about that now. Yeah, we're not dreaming about that. That's not a dream I'm going to advocate for on the channel. I love dreaming. I love dreaming big. Don't get me wrong. But Caleb Williams, I think a lot would have to go wrong for us to land Caleb Williams. All right, this kick's going to sail over the head of, looks like they've got the practice squad running back there taking the kickoff returns. Understandable. You want to save your normal running backs for the carries. So Seahawks will take over here at the 25-yard line. Geno coming out. Geno Smith. First and 10. Geno already in shotgun out the gate. And that ball's intercepted. Whew. This is still being returned. He's going to fall down at the 12-yard line. Wow. Seahawks rolled it over to Geno's left. He threw it. There was like 3 Panther players that could have intercepted the ball there. Oh my gosh, somebody just Tariq Woolened him. So he saw that number 8 went in on, I think is that Horn maybe. Number 8 went up on DK Metcalf up in the flat, and then he dropped back watching Geno's eyes back into the depth there. Tough opening start here by the Seahawks there. And boy, I don't like getting Geno in a place where you're making him throw 15 yards on the first throw without getting him into a single bit of rhythm on Waldron's part. I'm not maybe there's something they saw they could take a shot with there, but that was strange. First and 10. Darnold back on the field under center. Play action pass. Rolling back out to the side. He's got a man. Touchdown. Panthers. Easy does it. So operating out of the slot on Kobe Bryant there. Kind of a strange play there. Quandre Diggs picks him up initially as he's running across Smith. Shy Smith. Smith's running across basically a drag route. Diggs looks like he's picking him up. Kobe Bryant's trailing as the slot defender against Shy. But Kobe doesn't really fully seem like he's buying in on the coverage, like he's expecting Diggs to remain there. Diggs peels off and goes back into the end zone, leaving Shy Smith wide open on the play. No, that's on Geno, Jonathan Salzar. That's an awful throw on Geno. So I'm not trying to dress that up. Please don't misunderstand me. That was a horrible throw. And just one throw. See how the rest of the game goes. Tom Brady, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, Tom Brady. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Travis, hello, man. How you doing? We'll get this back. Jacob Kessinger, why does Barton have coverage on a wide receiver on a crossing route? Makes no sense. I don't know if that was Barton there. I think there was a bit of, I think the way it looked was Kobe Bryant thought Diggs was going to carry the receiver all the way through on that route because Kobe never really was going at it, or I don't know. That just appeared to it. And then Diggs peeled off. John says, I told you they're going to start sitting on those comeback routes. Yeah. I mean, that wasn't really a sitting. That was another player peeling off his coverage responsibility because he's reading the play. Just an outstanding job by Horn. Just like Tariq's play was an outstanding play by him. But, I mean, it's kind of, he's reading it to your point. I'm behind my scoreboard. Well, one, I can't do much about that. I've tried to set a delay on the scoreboard, but it either comes down to not having a scoreboard up or have it be a little ahead of me. It's kind of the only way I can do it. So I err on the other side of it because my delay thing doesn't work as good. Travis, before last week, I was worried about the Chiefs game, but after last week's game, I'm more concerned for Denver. This game could get ugly quick. Good. It's 10 points, folks. I mean, let's relax. we're barely even halfway through a first quarter here. Let's chill. Let's all tap our brakes. Let's relax, chat. Let's relax. It's just the beginning here. Let's not lose our mind. It's a bad opening start, but we've been a pretty good football team this year. We haven't been blown out a lot of times, so it'll be okay. I'm aware of it. I've tried to do some steps to fix. I appreciate you bringing it to my attention. It's just that's where the toy goes with it. So it's either with all of the troubleshooting steps I do, all the times you put into it, it comes down to the bottom line of have the scoreboard and have it be a little ahead, or have no scoreboard, and then there's nothing for people to know of what the time is or where things are at. So it's kind of the balance you got to do with this stuff sometimes. All right, Geno and company back out on the football field at the 25-yard line. 1st and 10. Marquise Goodwin goes in motion. He's going to get a fly sweep here that's easily snuffed out for a negative 2-yard gain. Wow. Tough start here for the Hawks. Second and 12. Hopefully my Geno video this week didn't jinx Geno. 6-17. Geno back in shotgun. Hits DK on a slant route there for about a gain of 6 or 7 yards. 3rd down and 5. Man, Deebo Samuel with a touchdown run against the Buccaneers. $5:44 to go here in the first quarter. Geno in shotgun. Trips to the far side of the field. Panthers jump off sides, free play. Geno's going to take advantage of this, try to go to Fant down the football field. Fant looking for a penalty, doesn't get it on PI. Looked like a pretty good play down the field. But the Seahawks do get the offsides. I like how Geno there does take advantage of that, taking the shot down the field. Sometimes those quarterbacks don't take the shot. Take the shot, even if it's not open there. You could get the PI like that, could make a great catch. Boy, the guy never did look back for the ball, and he's making contact. It's very close, but that's definitely a PI call. I've seen that called as PI. That should be a PI. He never looks back for the ball and then just face guards him, and he's making contact with him as he's doing that. All right, up against the officials too. Got it. All right, here's the give to Homer up the middle here for a 2 or 3 yard gain. Seattle KO Jones Jr. still playing. They just want to they're going to go with Homer first. He's back to being healthy. He's going to be up higher on the depth chart. Second and 8. Play action pass. Geno going deep. And DK had coverage. They had coverage over the top with the safety there. Seahawks are taking a lot of deep shots here. Yeah, Geno's got to put that ball out in front on DK there. He puts it up over the top where the corner's over the top rather than leading it. It's more lead it to the right rather than put it straight up over the top like he did a little bit there. 3rd and 8. Geno back in shotgun, a little bit of pressure. Looking. Coming back through. Incomplete pass. Like he was going back to his tight end underneath and just couldn't find him there. Boy, yeah, Geno's definitely off today so far. Just he does not feel, for all these games, he's looked comfortable and locked in. Today, he does not look comfy back there. All right, so punt here by Michael Dixon. And a good job by the kick coverage unit. Tanner Muse does a great job there. Initially get down to stop him up. Yeah, Geno's off so far today. It's precipitous little part there. I think he's got DK open there with no safety help over the top. And what you do is you just throw that like it'd be a post route to the corner, even if it's kind of as a 9. But you can see DK's already kind of naturally with the route coming to the middle of the field. So you just you throw him open, so to speak. I don't know if maybe there wasn't a guy out there to that side. Maybe there was a corner there, maybe playing cover 3 on that offside. Sanchez with a $2 donation says, when did we trade back for Russ? Yeah, it was a little more Russ-like drive, wasn't it? I would like to see a Waldron too. As I mentioned this, I don't mind taking deep shots, but when you have a quarterback that's not yet in rhythm or got their timing in place, you usually want to kind of get them into a little bit more of that mode rather than every throw's got to then go be a whole shot on every throw. And right out the gate here, it was nice to see the slant into DK, which was completed, but a couple of these things are just like you're trying to kind of get this pushed up the football field a little bit. Lucas Wayna, yeah, I think Russ probably would have hit that deep shot. That's kind of his bread and butter stuff there. Thank you, Sanchez, though, for the dono. Turnover would be nice here. Turnover would be very good. Geno, just wake up here. Come on, buddy. Get going. Combreeze, Geno's working the alcohol out of his system. He'll be good now. Sanchez, a $2 donation says, I've seen enough. Put in lock. It's David says, Brandon, who's our third string running back? Honestly, never heard of him in my life. I think it's the Thompson kid. So he ran pretty well for us, I believe, in the preseason. I think that was who they had on kick returning. He's a little bit of a slider guy, but he's all right. Scooby Zag says, guys, relax. About Geno, he will figure it out. They'll be fine by the end of the game. Just chill. Exactly. We chilling. We'll be all right. Long way in this football game to go. Plenty of time. All right, the Panthers are going to give them back here offensively. 4:27 to go in the first quarter, up 10-0 on the Seattle Seahawks from their 26-yard line. Sam Darnold under center. Give is going to be into Foreman. We'll get about a gain of 3 yards. Nicely done by the Hawks. That boy Mafe on the tackle. Foreman, 4 carries, 12 yards to start things off. So Seattle's doing pretty good with holding him down. 2nd and 7. Darnold in shotgun. 3 wide. Play action pass. Bubble screen out to Laviska Shenault. Shenault with a nice little run up the football field. 41, 42 yards. He runs strong for a receiver. Be a first down. See, there's this manufacturing a little bit more with the Panthers and Darnold and some of that. Like, this is a little bit like you always see with Geno bit. Like, just some easy completions are out the gate. Get the guy into rhythm before you start asking him to take whole shots down the field. First and 10 back in, oh boy, it looks like they got 2 tight end, 1 fullback set here for the Panthers. Heavy looking formation. Go out to Foreman. Seahawks do a nice job of just stringing it along there. Good job by the defense here to begin things, at least in stopping up the run for the most part, especially on Foreman. Guys are keeping their gap integrity. That was a play that was going to be an outside zone kind of pitch play. Not outside, but pitch play. Linebackers got out there fast. Linemen kept carrying down. Good job. Everybody kind of did their part there, including Ryan Neal, who had to take on an offensive lineman head up there. 2nd down and 8. Darnold dropping back to pass. Hits Chuba Hubbard in the flat. Up the football field. 1st down. No, Blackshear. Sorry, not Hubbard. Darnold now 6 of 7 for 57 yards and a touchdown to begin things out. Seahawks don't have much right now for that screen game to the outsider pitch right now. Their guys aren't able to get out there laterally to help out. Panthers are attacking it. Omar Gooley, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. 1st and 10. Play action pass. Darnold looking, coming back underneath again to the running back on a little dump route. Hubbard takes this for 15 easy yards. Seahawks defense right now opening all of the doors to the house, telling the thieves to come on in and take what they want. A lot of, you can see it as you watch on the overshot of that Chuba Hubbard. They're showing some kind of 20, not all 22, but you're seeing what the secondary's doing. A lot of dropping to depth right now in the secondary. And then that just leaves those easy just dump offs all over the place there for Darnold. And he's not going to try to push anything up the field if you don't force him to. Here's a give on 1st and 10 out of shotgun. Run, carry for a couple of yards. Good stop on Hubbard. Maybe a gain of 2 there. Miles Adams on the stop. 2nd and 8. 1st quarter is quickly winding down. High formation look here by the Panthers. Play action pass. Again, open in the flat. Again, a lot of yards to be had there. 1st down. Flat route off the bootleg on Darnold's is open every time the Panthers want to run it. And again, you see there with Brian Neal, the instincts on this defense is consistently to try to get to the depth in the secondary against this Panthers team and worry about the coverage in the depth. They're worrying about the stuff in the end zone where Darnold's not going to throw the ball. I don't know why they went into this game worried about Darnold hitting them over the top on throws deep. But you literally see the play right there where Ryan Neal's man is that tight end that's leaking into the flat. But Ryan Neal makes a determination that he's got to get up on his horse, and not only does he have to turn his back to the tight end, he's got to run full speed into the end zone for some reason to take away a throw that's not being attempted by Sam Darnold on the day. This is where I get driven absolutely insane by the soft zone coverages of the Seattle Seahawks. They will fall back into these soft zones, and they will give offenses free yards. And they just think, well, the offenses will eventually take their shot. Well, the offenses will eventually get impatient and they'll try to make a play. And offenses won't in the modern age. Offenses are built to just continually take that over and over from you. If you're going to give it to them, they'll just keep on taking it. And it's up to you to try to press it down and stop it. But it goes against Coach Carroll's nature. It goes against the way he wants to run his defense, which is always at the forefront of his mind. And it would seem even this year more than even stopping the run, which I used to think was even more important. It's protect against the deep ball, protect against the deep ball, protect against the deep ball. And I can get it to certain degrees, but the way that we run it to like this in this game where you're just watching such an easy time of that offense to go up the field, it's not like they're running the ball up on us. He's just throwing dump routes. He's just throwing out to the flat every single time. It's a flat to the running back, flat to the tight end, or a bubble screen to the wide receiver. And that's all they're doing. It isn't all that complicated, you know? Boy, is it maddening, though, at times. You just want to see Ryan just stay with them there in the flat. How about we take the flat route away? Get him to maybe the second read here. How about we just take away the first read? Well, maybe we don't cover everybody. We just get their first read one, you know? Yeah, JG, I'm not sure why we're not pressing the flats. And we've done it this year at times. We did it in both of the Cardinal games. We did it in the Giants game. Especially a Giants game that's kind of similar to this Panther team that wants to run and they'll try to play defense, you know, that at least at the time we were playing them, that's how they were. So I don't know why today they came into this game thinking Sam Darnold with his big fat golden arm was somehow going to cut you up 25, 30 yards down the football field. I mean, the one throw that he made down trying to push down the football field here, you had Tariq Woolen almost pick it off. Yeah, people are going to get frustrated in the chat. Just let it air it out, folks. They'll be frustrated, folks. There'll be folks saying be patient. Let everybody just kind of dig in what they can. I'm gonna recommend patience for folks too, but people will vent. Don't make too much of it. And it is still early in this game. I'm frustrated by the defense, but I'm not saying that this is somehow done. Kansas City's up 13-0 on Denver. Second down and 3 here for the Panthers. Current play has gone 8 plays, 66 yards. Consumed 5 minutes of the clock. Darnold, 8 of 9, 78 yards. He's under center here. The give is going to be into Dante Foreman's. Got a little bit of room to work. Able to bang through past the first down marker. Gain a couple more. Down to about the 2 or 3 yard line. Della is the fittest with the $2 donation. Thank you, Della. Says Pete not adjusting is why he's not a good coach. Well, it's definitely something I had hoped I was going to see a little more from him this year that's been a little bit slow in coming, which is an adjustment in this long-held defensive belief that once had its day. First and goal. 13:42 to go here. Give out of read option here to Foreman. Gains about 2 or 3 yards down to the 1. But that's what I thought we were going to get with this cover 2 Vic Fangio scheme that they were adopting was a little bit more of the pressure-based stuff, a little bit more of let's make offenses uncomfortable. Second and goal, Darnold back in shotgun, another give here. Great job by Brian Monet there. He shot that gap and was able to take him out at the feet, knock him off his feet there in the backfield to bring up third and goal. Fantastic job there by Brian Monet. Was that Brian Monet? Yeah, that was Monet. Oh, I don't know how he made that play. he just got to dive down there and got his arms up as he went to the ground. Third and goal. It was a lovely play nonetheless. And it's a little bit of a loss here. So a couple yards here for the Panthers to get this in. Darnold back in shotgun. 2 wide to the far side of the field. Another give inside here to Foreman. Foreman is going to get a touchdown. Fighting hard, pushing forward. Chuba Hubbard's going to get a touchdown, sorry. Touchdown, Panthers. Boy, it does look like a forward momentum stop when he's bringing that ball over the other side. Sure be nice if that whistle got quick on that one, huh? Like that quick knee whistle from a couple weeks ago. Sure be nice to have a bit of that whistle there. Should we lose the remaining picks for better picks? No, we shouldn't, Akshay. Nope. So extra point is through. The Panthers go up here quickly, 17-0 on our Seahawks. Brutal opening for our Hawks here. Tough start. A lot of football left to be played, though. Cameron with a $5 donation. I appreciate it, Cameron. Thank you so much for the dono. I would like to take back all the negative things I said about Ken Norton Jr. Well, I think that all of these defensive coordinators that have come along, be it Chris Richard or Ken Norton, or in this case right now, Clint Hurt, that have failed at getting a defense that's functional on the football field consistently over the courses of these last few years, really, has all brought their own little bit of their secret sauce to the equation. And in Norton's case, it was linebacker heavy. He wanted to go to base defense. I think that was his big addition. In Clint Hurt's case, I'm not sure I have a real understanding of what it is that he's bringing new here outside of sliding to a 3-4 defense. But I don't know what it is he's bringing tangentially new as far as from a scheme or from the way he's having the players play the coverage. I hear from some that they're saying on the All-22, well, there's more cover 4 than there was. It was all cover 3 in the past. Now it's cover 4, and that's so different. And no, it isn't. It's still the same old soft coverage zone defense that, look, teams know how to attack. There's a book on Carroll's defense. There's a book on how to attack Carroll's defense. And it's up to him to adjust to that. And it's up to him, whether it's going to happen this year or into the next year, he's going to have to be the guy to kind of figure out how to, what it is he's going to need to do here to bring his defense back. Because last year there was the firing of Norton for giving up a franchise record amount of yardage in the history of the Seahawks. And now you've got your new defensive coordinator on pace to give up more yards than the one you fired out. And the one you brought in was the other guy you brought in after you had fired out the previous guy. So what do we keep doing? We just keep firing out, patsies, or do we kind of get to the core root issue of it? And again, this is not just to speak about this game. This is speaking about the kind of the future defensively of what we want to be. Astro, thank you for subscribing, man. I really, really do appreciate it. I really do. But Cameron, I think you had a right to say what you did on Norton too. I think all these hires are, a little bit of hires from within, and you're getting guys that are kind of yes men. And so there is a little bit of that, like, I've got to take what Carroll tells me to do and then operate within the confines of that. But that makes it hard. That makes it hard to a defensive coordinator. You got to kind of let them run, as we saw a little bit with Waldron this year when he's allowed to run unbridled. That's when you're seeing the best part of the offense. Russell Mark Q with $2 donation says, I'm at a loss for words right now. It's disappointing. This is a tough opening stop. We haven't had an opening to this year in any of the football games. It's been just, everybody seems not quite into it. I don't know. Definitely a lack of intensity being missed in this game right now at the gate a little bit, especially on the defensive side of the ball. But I don't even know I don't even want to go with the intensity. I don't want to go there. I like, it just looks, you're just getting picked on. Your scheme's getting picked apart. And God, Geno's they're showing that throw to DK again where it's like, man, just put it to the middle of the field. He can run under it all day through the middle of the field. He can go make a play on it if you put it to the middle of the field. It didn't look like there was anybody else there. Oof, brutal. Thank you for the dono, though, man. Dell is the fittest with a $10 donation. Thank you, Dell. It says, Pete's stubbornness is why the past 4 years we've had the worst defense. He refuses to change and adjust, and head coach teams how teams will take advantage of it. Shaking my head. Suck it up. Suck it up. Suck up. I'll have to reread that in a second, man. It got a little bit broken up there. 1st and 10 here. Geno and shotgun. Give us up the middle here to Travis Homer, who will give himself a gain of 4. We'll take advantage of it. Suck it up. Fire. #fire Pete. So it was a little bit I appreciate the dono. I couldn't quite read through the words, and I think a couple words got left out. Sometimes it's hard to kind of figure out what's somebody exactly saying when it's like that, Dell. But look, I'm not on the place necessarily where let's fire Pete. He's been a big part of why we've been where we've been and why we've had the success this year. But he's got to start wrapping his head around the fact that you got to take on the changes on this defensive scheme and embrace them fully and not keep trying to hold on to that old thing that no longer is working, that has diminishing returns. Jesus, pressure off the play action pass there by the linebacker, Luvu, right there in Geno's face. Couldn't do anything about it but throw it at the turf. Panthers coaches are absolutely ahead of the Seattle Seahawks coaches right now. Both, everybody's got to get their share of blame on this one. Waldron is just having a miserable start to the call of this game here too. Holy mackerel. Oh, my Lord. Come on, Seahawks. 3rd down and 5. Panthers showing a pressure-based look here. Geno trying to adjust. Geno looking. Going deep with the ball. He's got Marquise Goodwin deep down the football field at the 24-yard line. Boy, he took a deep shot there on that play. Geno had a long time to assess the situation there. Marquise getting deep down the field there, showing off that speed. Nice job by Geno, staying calm there in the pocket. 1st down and 10. Geno back in shotgun, empty formation. Pass rush. A little bit of time. Looking back to Lockett. Lockett with the catch. 1st down, 14, 15 yards down the sideline. Tiptoeing is Lockett. Another nice throw by Geno Smith. Another one where he's got to put a lot of oomph on this ball and put it right at the right spot there. Geno back in shotgun, 1st and goal. Inside carry to Homer. Homer, not a lot of room to go with there. Trying to fight forward. Might have got himself about a yard or two. $10:24 to go here in the 2nd quarter. Seahawks on about the 7-yard line. 2nd and goal. Geno under center. Looks like he's changing the play. Panthers in look like little run up the middle there for about a gain or 2 or 3 yards. I think that was the smart call there by Geno. I think he changed into a run play there. Panthers were only showing a 4-man box, and they had everybody kind of drop back like they were looking they were going to sink into coverage there on that play. Came back to a run. It was only a couple yard gain, but I do think that was the right audible to make there for Geno in that moment. Third down and goal. Geno in shotgun. He's got time. Throws it up over the top. Oh, what a throw over the top to Tyler Lockett for a touchdown. Geno feathered that ball in over the top. Seemed to just hang in the air forever. Tyler had a little bit of extra time to run into it. Enough time for Tyler to set his feet up and then toe tap Tyler. Drags that toe across the line and gets the touchdown there. Just a marvelous route run by Tyler. Sifts through the traffic of the Carolina Panthers pass defense, making sure he doesn't have any contact there so he can get to his spot. And then just a beautiful drag, toe tag swag. Tyler Lockett pulls it through the other side there. Magnificent catch there by Tyler. And a wonderful throw there by Geno to feather that ball up there rather than putting too much on it. If he throws that too hard, Tyler doesn't have enough time to get underneath that ball and make that catch. But the fact that he layers that throw in just right there allows Tyler to sink in there and grab that. So let's go Seahawks. Way to answer back on that drive with 3 big-time throws by Geno Smith. And they answer back here to bring this game to a 17-17 game as Jason Myers pounds through the extra point. Woo, okay, we're back in this. We're back in this a little bit. Maybe the defense can get a little bit of momentum going here now. Just a little bit. And Dell, I think here's where it's going to go with the Pete thing. And I want to make sure I address because you were kind enough to give me the $10 donation. So sorry I got caught a little bit there on the play-by-play. But I'm not a guy at the point of saying, the defense fails, so now Pete's got to go. It drives me crazy with it that Pete is a defensive-minded head coach who for about the last 5-6 seasons can't seem to get his defense right. That drives me absolutely insane. And I think people have every bit the right to criticize him for that and say that, look, you have a couple seasons that go down. I get it. I got to rebuild the Legion of Boom thing. I get it. You go through a couple of different iterations of rebuilding this thing defensively. You go through 3 different defensive coordinators in 6 years, and you still find yourself here. Well, then we need to do more than just the small half measure approach. And where I come back to and why I have a little more faith on this, Dell, is because we saw the same thing on the offensive side of the ball for years, where there was a lack of willingness to modernize that offense and update it. Even last year, where we were still seeing a lot of the old being run with the sprinkling of the new, right up until the end of the year, where they started to run a little bit more of Waldron stuff unfettered. And we've seen Geno throughout this year being able to run more of the Waldron McVay offense unfettered. And we've seen the benefits of that. So if Carroll can come around on one side of the football to eventually landing on the right space, I do have faith that he can eventually come around to that other side of the ball on the defensive side of the ball. But we do have to see it at this point, and you are right in the respect of if he doesn't do this, it doesn't matter how great you'll make this offense in the future or how much elite talent you add. If you're schematically getting your butt beat every week because offenses know what you're doing, they can predict what you're doing to the T, well, that's going to neutralize you as far as you can take the team. That's not, I think, outlandish. Absolutely well within reason. Dell says, with another $5 donation, thank you, Dell. Says, yeah, it was a typo. What I meant was good teams would take advantage of it, and I'm sick and tired of it. And you're right to be sick and tired of it. Thank you for the double dono, man. You're sick and tired of it. I'm tired of it too. It's why I lauded and I was so applauding the change to the Vic Fangio scheme this offseason, because it was a lot like what you had done with the McVay change, where you're taking a late 1980s style of defense or offense, and you're moving into a completely modernized offense. And you could do the same thing with the defense. You could take that tired, stale, dusty 4-3 defense, and you could update it to the 3-4 Vic Fangio cover 2 shell. But that's not what they've been doing with this. And so they've taken it a little bit of the way like last year. Maybe they can take it all the way into this next offseason with better personnel. Certainly that will probably go a long way to helping things out, is getting guys that actually fit a 3-4 scheme. But you're right to be frustrated. You're right to be sick and tired of it. You've watched it for years, and it seems like such a straightforward thing that here's your adjustment. It's right here. This thing right here. You need to do this adjustment here. And they keep dancing around the peripheral of all of the things, but pushing that one button that needs to be pushed. And that can get damn frustrating. Thank you, though, Dell. I appreciate all the donos, man. You're awesome. Daniel with a $5 dono. Pete wants to be bled out 7 yards at a time, but values controlling the clock. Make them earn every yard and then they beat us deep. Still control the clock. I agree. Kind of runs counterintuitive, doesn't it, Daniel? One versus the other. I want to control the clock, but I'll let teams bleed me to death. 1st and 10, heavy formation here for the Panthers. Run up the middle from the 25-yard line to Foreman, a gain of about 2 or 3. They knocked the ball back into the end zone on that last one. Seahawks are doing a pretty good job of keeping Foreman hemmed up in this game. He's not been able to really get loose very much here. He's sitting at 9 carries for 23 yards, only a 2.6 yard carry. The problem's been Chuba Hubbard, the lightning angle of this, who has 6 carries for 29 yards. So he's been a little bit of the troubling cause here. 2nd and 7. Come on, defense. Let's get a quick 3 and out here. Get our offense back on the football field. Darnold back under center. Play action pass. He's looking down the field. He's scrambling. He's going to throw it at the feet of the run back. 3rd down and 7. Darrell Taylor definitely playing a little bit of the line there of almost pulling him down there long after he'd thrown the ball. Taylor might have gotten away with one there a little bit. That ball is well out of his hand. Just maybe couldn't see it. I'm glad they're not protected quarterbacks on it where they can just kind of do that and then they expect to be protected like that. It's like he just threw it like bang, bang. I'm glad we didn't get the call there, but I've seen officials probably give that call in the past. It was Brady. He probably gets that call. 3rd and 7. Darnold back to pass. Taylor in pursuit. Taylor's got him. And Taylor with a beautiful pass rush coming off the edge. Lightning off the line of scrimmage there. And he just completely pressed that tackle to the edge as he rounded the arc. Got there so fast. Tackle could not catch up. Great dip and bend there by Taylor. Got so low he had to put a hand on the turf to get himself back up. But he kept his feet moving the whole time and then just bends Darnold sideways. Great job by DT. We'll love to see that from the kid. This will bring up a punt. Tyler Lockett is underneath it. Seahawks will take over on a fair catch at the 41-yard line. So defense momentum shifts and change. It's good to see. Good to see. 17-7 Panthers, but the Seahawks maybe getting a little bit of this momentum coming back in their direction. 1 second, we get a little more coffee. But Daniel, I want to just thank you again for that $5 donation, and you're on the point with it, man. It doesn't make sense, the philosophy, when it allows everything to be bled. And again, I think the philosophy was originally born out of why Carroll had so much success on this back in the 80s, 90s, early 2000s, and even the 2010s, as teams were so much more willing or had so much more of their offense built around having to take those deep shots throughout the course of the game, that they couldn't just remain patient over the course of all that time. Look to the 80s and the 90s, how much more interceptions they were throwing at that time, because those quarterbacks were trying to take their shots. There he goes. If we're going to throw, we might as well try to get something with it, get some yards with it. But now the modern game has become much more a game about being lateral than it is about being vertical. It's much more about getting guys in space and letting them work. And that is really built off of short routes, short passes, especially when you have a guy like Sam Darnold, who is himself, so set up to take. He's not a guy that wants to push the ball up the football field, right? So I'm with you, man. It's a frustrating philosophy when it doesn't always kind of conjoin into one direction that logically makes a lot of sense with it. Thank you for the $5 dono. Dell is the fittest with another $5 dono. Thank you, Dell. Says, let's go, Pete. Now you and Justin. Thank you. I guess better late than never, right, Dell? Thank you for the donation, brother. I appreciate you, man. All right, Geno back out on the field here under center. That 3 tight end Cerebus look by the Seattle Seahawks coming out now. And it looks like Noah Fant might have jumped off sides there. Come on, guys. Noah. Looks like he was just trying to kind of listen to what Geno was saying as far as the check goes there. Del Zafanos with a $5 dono. Another $5 dono, man. Thank you so much. Says, how do you like your coffee? And if you use creamer, what is your favorite creamer? I'm a creamer only guy. I'll look and check. It's the one that's just the normal creamer that's got like the 3 ingredients, like cream, milk, water, whatever it is. It's like not with the 50,000 different particles. Homer with the pitch play here to the outside, and the Panthers are all over it. This is going to be a loss of 1. Panthers defense is just faster than the Seahawks offense to the edges right now. Seahawks are trying to use Travis Homer in that way on a couple of these runs to get him out there. But you can just see that those linemen can't get out there in space, especially when you try to get those pullers out there with it. Panthers have been on that. I'll let you know which brand it is. I'll check on my fridge on the next one, though. But it's the one that's just, I don't do no almond milky. It's cream. But it's the one with just a couple of ingredients and vanilla. I like the vanilla creamer. All right, 2nd and 17 here. 7:15 to go here in the second quarter. Geno back in shotgun, dropping back to pass. He's looking, hits Will Disley over the middle there. Nice little game by Disley. This will still bring up a 3rd and very, very long. Dell, though, thank you for all the donations, brother. You are awesome, man. I appreciate you. I'll let you know on that creamer. Third down and 9. Geno back in shotgun. 6:39 to go in the second quarter. DK Metcalf goes in motion. Panthers showing a blitz. Looks like Geno's got it recognized. Line getting their assignments blocked up. Panthers are bringing a blitz. Geno dropping out of it, and then it's an interception. Boy, oh boy, Geno Smith today is having a tough day. I think Geno thought that the defense had jumped off sides there, and he thought he had another free play. I don't think anybody jumped off sides, though. And yeah, the throw off the back foot thing ain't going to work there. That's both the throws that he's made today from a mechanical standpoint have been really sloppy throws where, he's been so good this year about stepping in and when he makes a throw and just staying strong in the pocket. Here he's pulling off. He's got the blitz coming, so he's feeling that to a degree. He's got a free rusher coming at his, bearing down on him. But I don't know what he thought he was supposed to see, though. .38 was way offsides? Okay. First and 10, 6:18 to go. Tough mistake. Panthers already now on the Seahawks side of the football field. Hawks bringing a bit of a blitz here. Diggs has got a free shot at him and completely whiffs. This will be a horse collar tackle on Sam Darnold here as he breaks free from the pocket. Quandre Diggs brought off a blitz there. Looked like he had a nice free play there at Donald, and just Donald swung right out of it. I mean, just Diggs sometimes gets the ball carrier and he just kind of forgets he's got arms. Like, grab the guy around and wrap him up, man. So the horse collar tackle will put the Panthers pretty far up here in. Did look like maybe the tackle was on the side of the jersey there rather than the back. If you get it here on the side, it's supposed to be legitimate. It looked like it's on the side. It's bang, bang play. Officials with the quarterback, I guess, are going to call that the way they're going to see it with it. I got to tell you guys, I don't expect us to get calls in games, so for the most part. Here's a give to Foreman for serving on the tackle, but not after a 6 or 7 yard gain. $5:28 to go here. Good stop by Al Woods there on that play. It looked like that was going to go for another 5 or 6 yards, and he kind of came flashing out of the defensive lineman to get on Blackshear and pull him down. Great job by Al. Stack and shed right there. Third down and 1 yard to go. Panthers coming out with that heavy formation. Darnold changing the play at the line of scrimmage, killing something. It's a fly sweep out to DJ Moore. It's a great call by the Panthers, first down. So I think what I would guess there is that you've got an A-gap pressure blitz coming there on that play. And the play is to be a run play inside. Panthers then have a secondary play call there to go to a fly sweep. If the defense presses it on the inside, they can go to the outside on it. First and goal. Seahawks need somebody on this defense to make a play right now. Nice job by Ryan Neal to come up and make a tackle. Jacob Kessinger with the $2 donation. Thank you, Jacob. Says this game is just getting ugly. It's getting there, man. We showed some signs of life there for a moment, but that last drive was just bad. And right now, outside of hitting some big shots in the throwing game, it doesn't seem like I don't know. We'll see. We got a lot of games still left to go here, but it isn't a good look right now to begin things. It is only a 10-point game here. I know they're down at our side of the field, but we'll see. See how this goes. First and 15. There was a 5-yard penalty there on the Panthers there for a false start. Shannon Nwosu pursuing Darnold. And he's able to cause him to throw the ball a little bit late there. Cody Barton in coverage. Incomplete. Shannon Nwosu getting some nice pressure there. Second down and 15. 3:39 to go in the second quarter, first half. Donald and shotgun. Bruce Irvin comes around the top and gets him. Irvin counters back inside as the tackle got too overset, too far wide there, trying to take care of Irvin on the edge, and Irvin bounced back inside. I think that's on Ikemo Akwanwu, the rookie, taking the rookie to school there a little bit on that play. Gets Okwano going one direction and then comes back the other underneath by Bruce Irvin. Great sack by Bruce. Fantastic job there by Bruce. That's a veteran pass rush move right there. Third down and 20. Sam Darnold in shotgun. Dropping back to throw. He's looking like he's going to scramble. He's got a man, little catch. Nowhere else to go. That'll bring up fourth down. So Seahawks defense put into a tough position there by that Geno interception, but does manage to at least relatively hold up here and keep this game within earshot. I will also say this will take us down near the 2-minute warning here, it'll probably take us to the 2-minute warning. It does give you a 2 minutes, 3 timeouts for the Seahawks to get up the field. They do get the ball back at halftime. If you can come back, get a possession here, steal another one back at halftime, you can get yourself back into this football game. Thank you for the $2 dono, though, Jacob. Hopefully the game starts getting a little more prettier. Yeah, Geno does have to stop giving the ball away. The interceptions these are bad interceptions. These are 2 of his worst throws on the season, these 2 picks. Because there's a lot bad in them. It's not just a bad decision making or a bad throw or bad mechanics. You can't play this way with it. He also has a touchdown drive orchestrated in this game though too. And it's got to get cleaned up. I'm definitely not on the back of the first 2 interceptions Geno throws. Now he has to get sat, and that undoes all the good that he's done this year. I'm seeing some in the chat mentioning that. I'm like, we're going to have a quick hook on him having 2 interceptions, especially on a day here where in the first half, again, no running game, right? Once again, we have another game where Geno's got his running back has 5 carries for 8 yards, and then he has Marquise Goodwin with 1 carry for -2. So for we got a 4 straight week of absolutely entirely zero happening in the running game, and it's all on his arm now once again because of that. I'm not excusing the interceptions, but again, we're not losing this game just because Geno throws 2 interceptions here. This game's lost as much as anything at the forefront of how your defense has been playing. Dell is the fittest with another $5 dono. Thank you, Dell. I believe we can come back. We're playing the run and pass. Better props to Pete and Clint. We got a good return here. Thompson up the football field all the way down to the 45-yard line for the Seahawks on that kick return. Nice job by the kid coming off the practice squad. He took it and burned it. Hit that thing going full speed. Well blocked up by the Seahawks. They gave him one hell of a lane there on that kick return, and he hit it. So Seahawks on the other side of the football field here to begin things off at the 45-yard line. And I agree with you, Del. I think this is still a comeback in that you can get back into. I'm not putting this game to bed yet. Geno back in shotgun. 4 wide. He's reading something off the defense in Carolina and what they're showing him. Drops back to throw. He's looking. He's going to run it, it looks like, a little bit here and try to get himself 4 or 5 yards. Get out of bounds. Nice play on his part. But I'm with you, Del. I don't know if we'll get this one back, but I definitely we can get this back. This game ain't to bed yet. Marcus B28 with a $2 dono. Thank you, Marcus. Says this feels like the Carolina 35. This feels like Carolina 35, Seahawks 7 right now. I think it kind of feels that way, but it's obviously it's not that bad. But I do think that you're right. It does kind of, I think, especially in reading the chat, it definitely is feeling that way a little bit with the chat too as well. So you're probably on point with that one. Thank you for the dono though, Marcus. Appreciate you. Do appreciate you. And yeah, the Niners are up 21-0 on Tampa Bay. And the Kansas City Chiefs are up 27-7 on the Denver Broncos. Give you guys an update on the active action. The active action. Jacob Kessinger with another $5 dono. Thank you, Jacob. Says Geno at this point where he can either make himself some money with this game or lose some money with this game. Well said. I mean, a little bit, I think. I think making money as much as anything. If he has a bad game today or he has a middling game today, then he goes on and has good games throughout the rest of the course of this year. Does this one game then cost him that money of having the one bad game this year at that? Maybe. I don't know. I think teams will probably lean back and Seattle will probably lean back into looking at like, what have they consistently been? What has he been throughout? If you got 16 games of really good to great performance and then you have one game of bad, I don't know if the one bad is going to necessarily equate to that. But I do agree with you. If he comes back, it's just another notch, another pelt on the wall. If he can bring this one back and have a comeback victory, something that people say that he can't do a lot of, that's been kind of a common narrative out there in recent weeks on him, that he got to dispel a little bit last week with the comeback win, but certainly maybe could reinforce that further here with going even further. We need your luck, kitty. I need your kitty luck. Can you get on this? You got it? Okay. Paul Sissy, 11 run yards for Hawks. Yeah. They just can't. There's not been any holes. And Travis Homer, they haven't obviously had a lot of opportunity here to really get consistent into the running game a bit. But, when you're getting -2 yards on running plays, you're not going to be able to stay with it very consistently. 2nd and 5 after the Geno scramble here. 1:53 to go in the second quarter. Geno back in shotgun. Panthers showing a lot of men around the line of scrimmage here. Geno's got to get rid of this ball, and he does. Good job there by him. Nice recognition out there to Travis Homer. Only a couple yard gain, but that's just, you got to beat the blitz there. It's coming hot. Geno working people through here on a hurry-up formation. 1:44 to go in the second quarter. Clock rolling. Geno back in shotgun, empty formation. Panthers showing a 4-man look. Geno taking his time as well he should. They have 3 timeouts. Plenty of time for the Hawks here to figure things out. Looks like we got a timeout here. I don't know why we've got a stoppage of the clock. The officials are huddling up and discussing what's going on. Don't know what the officials are discussing here. Okay. 3rd down and 3. Geno Smith back in shotgun. Panthers again showing a blitz look. Hopefully Geno's got you need 3 yards here. Oh, his hot route fell down. 1st down. All right, into DK. That'll work. Nice throw by Geno. He had to gun that thing in there. First and 10. Geno hurries back up the line of scrimmage. 1:15 to go on the clock. Stepping up, looking. Okay, timeout. Just timeout there. He takes a sack there by Luvu. You got to look to me. Oh, maybe they're going to let the clock run here a little bit. They do still have all their timeouts. Geno had a lot of time there. Look. Stepped up in the pocket, just didn't see it there with his guys. Panthers defense has played a solid first half. Props to them. Indeed, Seattle will call a timeout on that. Yeah, Geno's outlet fell down on the other one. And yeah, you got to throw that one away, I think, there, Mark. I agree. Once you clear that pocket and you're outside the box there, just clear outside the box, throw it away, live to run another day. Don't take a 2-3 yard loss there. Then you got to burn the timeout. Russell Markey says, I knew this game would be hell for some reason. It's been hell, man. It has been hell. Roddy says, I don't understand why some plays he's smart and throws away and other times he acts stupid. I think he's just been kind of a little off today. You know, I mean, if this was I love to make baseball metaphors. You know, if this is a starting pitcher, sometimes as a starting pitcher, you can be a good starting pitcher and don't have your ace stuff. And maybe just, and it goes total. It's like, it's not just the arm, it's just neck up stuff. Just you're just not quite on it as tightly as you've been over the course of a year. Rowan Balif says Debo just wrecked his knee. Oh, yikes. That's not good. Debo knee. Ooh. Yeah. It's a war of attrition, this game of football. Shade Epic says LeBron James already knew the Seahawks would have a terrible first half. That's a great joke. Oh, Lordy. Oh, man. I think, Sean, it'd be good to have 7 here. I think if you can come out with this with even 3 points, come back at the half, get back at 7 points at that point, you bring this thing within 3. You know, we just need to get scores going here to get back in this and bring this a little closer and tighter. I look at that as the main thing you got to come away with here is some kind of points. Touchdown would be great. That would be very helpful on a comeback trail, but at the very least, just come out of this with something to keep yourself in this game into the second half, especially as you get the ball to begin things at the start of the second half. 2nd and 14 after the sack there for Geno. Panthers again showing that heavy pressure look here. This is how they've attacked through a lot of this first half on Geno, is bringing a lot of pressure up into his face there. Manages to find Tyler Lockett. Lockett, not a lot of room to work with here. We'll bring this down to a little bit more of a 3rd and manageable. Still 3rd and long. 3rd and 7. 45 seconds to go here in this second quarter. Geno's going to have a little bit of time run here. Not worried as much about that. Don't want to leave the Panthers any time on the clock to get up the football field and try to kick a field goal for them own self. He'll drop back to throw. Again, the pressure look. Again, there's pressure in his face. He hits Marquise Goodwin, who gets out of bounds. First down, Seahawks. Geno's standing tall in the pocket amongst the pressure. Standing. That's more of what we've seen this year, isn't it? Less of that falling away, more of the step into the throw, let it rip, stand into the pressure. Great job by Geno Smith on that play. 1st and 10. Geno back in shotgun here. He's going to let this one rip up over the top and just throws it out of bounds there. fade route to DK Metcalf, but not really in a place where anybody could make a play on the ball there with that one. Kind of an odd play there. That fade to DK just doesn't work, does it? Like we've tried to run it a bunch. It just don't quite work there. 2nd down and 10. 25 seconds to go here in the second quarter. Geno in shotgun. Homer goes in motion. Dropping back. Got a lot of time to throw here. A lot of time to throw. Just puts it through the back of the end zone. Panthers had good coverage there on the play. Colby Parkinson was the intended target. Excuse me. Coffee went down the wrong pipe. 3rd down and 10. 20 seconds to go here. Geno in shotgun. Empty form. Oh, he's got Homer next to him. 3 wide receivers stacked to one side of the field, the far side. Geno dropped back to throw. Geno looking, laser beam over the top. It's DK Metcalf in the back of the end zone for a touchdown. Seattle Seahawks. Geno hits the post route in the back of the end zone with one of his laser beams. Geno throws a nice little laser beam to DK, operating kind of as de facto out of the slot there. And Geno, a great play. Looked like the safety undercut the route, and Geno threw it over the top of him. Wow. DK right there. Geno pumps his fist. That's it, Geno. Way to rebound a little bit in this first half. Way to rebound a little bit in this first half, Geno. Nice job. What a great throw that was. Seahawks got the 3 wide receivers to one side of the field. Lockett's the inside slot. DK's kind of like that second slot. Then you got the outside receiver, good one on the outside of him. Lockett runs the in-cutting route there, hopefully pulling some of the linebackers up, and then DK comes over the top with the post route. You certainly don't expect that safety to buy in. It just like the safety was really thinking that was going to come in like a slant route or something to DK there, and he left it open then over the top in the back of the end zone. Great throw, though. Great anticipation by Geno there, too. Red Ace with a $2 donation. Thank you, Red Ace. Says, every game has been incredibly entertaining. I've said that about this season, and it still remains true to your point on this 100%, in that this season of watching the Seahawks football, in the good, in the bad, I can't deny that every game has at the very least been an entertaining contest. Every game has been one that you've been a little bit on the edge of your seat, or a little, even when we're getting down this game, you're still going, this is rough, but there's signs of life here, right? There's signs of life of what they're showing you. It's not just completely all ratchety and bad. It's got something to it here. And now the Seahawks will find themselves, if they can keep the Panthers from getting up the field here in 16 seconds, to get themselves back into getting on top after the half, because they do get that ball. So what a great drop by the offense there at the 2-minute mark. Get up the football field there, and Geno Smith. I'm just saying. Panthers they've run out of magic now. They used all theirs up. They used it all up in the first half. Boy, he was putting some mustard on that ball. Good job by DK to catch that ball out away from his body, too. You try to catch that ball in your body, that's going to bounce off with as much mustard as Geno put on that throw. Of course. All right, Darnold's back in shotgun. Looks like the Panthers are going to try to get this ball. Oh, no, they're going to hand off. I wonder what they were doing there a little bit. Like, you don't trust him to throw up the football field all game. You're going to suddenly start letting him with 16 seconds try something, and no, indeed, they're not. The Panthers are going to walk to the locker room. All right, well, this could have been a lot worse to begin this half off. So we got to, it wasn't a beautiful first half. It wasn't awesome. It definitely was rough to start things off there. Geno Smith had a couple of really bad throws in that first half. But I got to say, you got to feel like he also did rebound with it. And as Red Ace said, or as Pretentious Cameron says with his $5 donation, Geno's unfazed by adversity. The one thing this guy's shown is that he does have some resiliency in him. And he's shown that not just in having the year he's having here right now, but we've seen it over the course of the year in games where he's had some struggles at times, where things haven't always been perfect and easy and right. The Cardinal game stands out where he throws an interception in that game and then comes back with 3 straight touchdown drives. So we've seen him lock in that way at times when things go wrong or things go bad. And I think even the Rams game had a couple of those moments last week too that sort of tested that. But he's bouncing back in this half. He is helping to keep you in it. You, from a defensive standpoint, you only gave up 84 yards passing to Darnold in the first half, but you did have 78 yards on the ground that you gave up to the Carolina Panthers, which again, the defense is pretty good right now against Foreman. 10 carries, 30 yards, but it's Hubbard with 7 carries and 30 yards. So it's the 60 yards in combination between the two that's kind of been tough for you. But the defense is not far away in this game. You're not far away. You're not allowing whole shot throws all over the place. They are just kind of picking you apart a little bit. So does the defense try to find a little bit of maybe of an adjustment here to squeeze some of these routes that, especially the flat routes that Darnold's wanting to throw here a little bit, and maybe try to lock that in, just lock that in a little bit more tighter on. But fun first half. I enjoyed that. It's frustrating, but that's football. That's the NFL. Cameron, thank you for the $5 dono, though, man. I really do appreciate it. And Red Ace, thank you for the $2 dono, too. Dell, Marcus, Jacob, you guys are awesome. Megan, appreciate you. Russell Markey. Whew. Going to be a fun second half. Looks like Denver's mounted a little bit of a comeback at halftime. Denver's got 14 points and a half against Kansas City. 27-14. Iconic Savage. You are a savage for subscribing to the Hawks Nest. Thank you, man. Welcome aboard. Appreciate you. Please do, folks, if you could. Megan says thunderstorms here. I might drop out. All right. Scary stuff. I know thunderstorms in Australia don't mess around. Iconic, thank you for jumping aboard the Hawks Nest, though. If you guys haven't already, please do me a favor. We got over 500 people in this stream right now. Hit that like button for me if you could, if you haven't already. Helps me out a tremendous amount. Travis says, yeah, Mahomes threw 2 interceptions. Both resulted in touchdowns. Okay, that explains it. Brendan M says, D-Boy out. No way. I think I'm going to see a replay of it here right now where they're showing the highlights from that first half game there. How about Brock Purdy? How about Purdy making it happen? McCaffrey. And Debo getting, oh yeah, Debo Samuel is in tears on the cart. It's a horrible sign. Debo Samuel is out for the year. If you were to look at that right there, he is done. That's tough. Patrick Mahomes doing Patrick Mahomes things. Oh my gosh. He just throws it like, oh my gosh. No look pass. He's ridiculous. We get a Russ highlight. No, we don't. Interception to Willie Gay for a pick 6. Oh, Russ is, oh, you feel for the guy. Long year. Long time. X Miles, thank you for subscribing, man. Appreciate you as well. Got a little subscriber train going. Love it, guys. So thank you for joining up at the Hawks Nest, man. You're awesome for doing so. Kirk Cameron, you jumped aboard as well, brother. I appreciate you. I salute all of you guys out there for hopping on the Hawks Nest here, man. We're on our road to the 11,000 now. 11,000 subscribers is the next mark to go hit. So you guys are helping me get a little bit closer to that. Appreciate you for that. Thank you so much. Seahawks, Dubs, Brandon Purdy's not good. Trust me. No, I do. I think he's, definitely being put in a really great situation there. So it's more the rest of the Niner team that scares me. And I mean, you watch the way we're having struggles against this Panther team, and you see the way that San Francisco is handling Tampa Bay, especially defensively. I mean, Tom doesn't got a single point in that first half for them. That's the part that you kind of look at and you go, Is San Francisco kind of playing at their best right now when we're hanging in there a little bit, we're giving as good as we got a little bit. I don't know. Paul, love the show. Big fun. Oh, thanks, Paul. I'm having a good time with this. Rocket says the Broncos defense is going to score more points than Russ all season. Yes, exactly. And it is horrible, Christian, to see the Debo injury. I never, as I like to say, I never try to celebrate injuries of other. I'll talk about it because it's a factor of a game when it happens, but not celebrate it. And But a guy like Deebo Samuel, who's so fun to watch, is such a dynamic talent, so unique to himself. There's not a guy like him in the league. To have that kind of injury right now, and especially the Niners, who are playing such good football, and then they lose Garoppolo, they lose him, Deebo, you do wonder with them a little bit on that, like, can you guys sustain this? Can you pull through this? Luckily, you got McCaffrey there, so that's a little bit of insurance that they bought themselves bringing him in there, because he can do a lot of the stuff McCaffrey can do. But you do wonder with them a little bit if that's a little weakening then of them. It certainly is a little weakening. So sucks to see though, man. You definitely don't root for that type of stuff. That's for sure. Mohammed Al-Safari says Geno's second interception was an offsides and Geno thought he had a free play. That's did appear what it was to me too there, Mohammed. So it was something looked weird at the line. They didn't do a lot of replays, so I couldn't really confirm it, but that makes sense. That makes sense. A little more excusable at that point, isn't it? The Stale with a $5 donation. Thank you, Stale. I appreciate you, brother. Says, I stand by my Brock Purdy is good take. Oh, got pushed down. Sorry, one second. I stand by my Brock Purdy is good take. Check out his college tape and story. Seahawks whiffed. Very well could have. I mean, look, 21 points up and a half on Tampa Bay. I mean, even with all he's got to kind of work with on that side of the ball, you're not doing that by luck. I'd like to see what he's at. Let's see what he's doing first half from a statistical standpoint. So he's at 12 of 16, 146 yards, 9 yards an attempt, 123 passer rating, 1 touchdown, no interceptions. Can't ask for more than that, can you? It's a pretty good game. That's pretty good. We might well have whiffed on that one, man. It's just hard to see the Mr. Irrelevant in this day and age, being a guy that you could, that's the part that I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around, It's like, really? This guy's Mr. Irrelevant's able to go out there and make it done? All the more reason I say, it doesn't have to be the best quarterbacks anymore. You can get a lot of good value in a lot of different places. Thank you, though, Snail, for the $5 donation. Your Brock Purdy take's looking mighty good right now, man. Adam with a $2 donation says, love this channel, bro. Man, Adam, love right back at you, man. I love doing this, and I love doing it because I love doing it, but I love it too because of the interactions I get in the chat with you guys and how much fun it is, especially game days like this, being able to enjoy this, experience this all with you guys. It's like that first half, that frustrating first half when I'm watching this game alone, like I'd be punching things and cursing and just angry. But the fact that I get to have, you guys are all getting to share in that frustration and anger and torment somehow makes it just a little bit easier for me, knowing I'm not the only one. But I appreciate you, Adam. Thank you so much for the donation, man. And I love what I do on this, man. I love this. Randall McDaniel with a $20 donation. Thank you, Randall. Coming in hot and heavy. I hope you're doing well, my brother. Says, don't bury the body before we're dead. Bad first half, but we're down 1 touchdown. 1 touchdown. Go Hawks. I know you aren't losing the faith, brother, and I hope my faithful out there ain't losing the faith either. It looks a little dodgy at times. You might have had your faith shaken just a little bit in that first half, but I want you to keep that faith for the second half. Because this Hawks team is starting to kind of turn it around a little bit. One, as Randall says, you're 1 touchdown out. Oh, you just happen to have the ball to start that first half off. So the defense hasn't been awful or atrocious in stopping the run today. It's not been where there's just gaping hole after gaping hole and the running backs are running for 15, 16, 17, 20 yards. No, it's 3 yards in a cloud of dust on a lot of the runs today. And Darnold's not doing a lot of extravagant things to dice you up down the football field. He's a dinking and he's a dunking. So tighten up a little bit of that defensively, take out some of these interceptions by Geno Smith, take away the turnovers a little bit here into this first half. Maybe we've been ourselves generate a turnover, and we can turn this game around in a New York minute. So well said, Randall. Thank you as always for the donation, the big fat $20 dono. I appreciate you, brother. Hope you're doing well out there tonight. You're you're getting close down to your due date, aren't you, wifey? Child number two coming down the track. Mr. McDaniel, for another McDaniel youngling. Hawk Optic with a $5 dono. Thank you, Hawk Optic. If I can say your name right, I'm sorry. Says, thank you for the play-by-play and content. Great bounce back by Geno. Another box to be checked off in this game. Well said, man. My pleasure. I love doing this play-by-play stuff. I'm going to try to commit as we get into the future years here to keep getting better at it. So hopefully I can keep on improving because I really do love to do it. It makes it just fun to experience the game and do it this way with you guys in that respective thing. So my pleasure, man. I love doing what I'm doing with it. So it's I'm glad you guys are digging it as well on your side of it. But I agree. Geno's showing you that resiliency, which, there's people that are very quick out there, I think, to want to jump off the Geno Smith train and say, see, this is what he is. See, that's what he is. And honestly, I've been hearing it kind of since the off season of that's what he is. See there we're trying to tell you this, and it's a little bit of that tone that's kind of applied with Geno over and over again. And I think people have kind of, as I said, put him a little bit in that box that he can never get out of no matter what he shows you. And I get it. For some, he's just not their flavor. For some, he's just not the guy that they want there. They want to go fresh. They want to go a different direction. But from my standpoint, he's shown me enough. I put that video out this week because of that, because I feel like that this is beyond just him doing a sample size of games where he's playing well for you. You're week 13, 14 here. You're deep into the season, and he's put a lot of very good to great performances up. And if he comes back in this football game and he throws for 3-4 touchdowns and ends up with 2 interceptions, that will be once again another good, maybe not great, but another very good performance on the season that he's provided you from the quarterback position, even with those 2 bad interceptions. And so, I've been convinced. I'm at a point where I'm perfectly happy giving this guy a contract extension. Today's been frustrating to watch out the gate, especially those throws where he really can control these interception throws. Somebody else said about one of them, it was one where he thought the guy was offsides and he had a free play, as had happened earlier on in the game with him. And so he was just thinking they're going to call it again here, and they just didn't call it. But I'm with you, man. I'm with you, Hawk Optic. He's checked off all the boxes for me. I had a lot of questions about his game coming into this. I didn't start this year out thinking Geno was going to be the future, or that there was any chance that Geno could be the future. He was going to have to play excellent football to convince me. He was going to have to be consistent throughout just about every single game to convince me. But that's just what he's done. It's just what he's done. Calum Monroe, thank you for subscribing, Calum. Callum, I might be mispronouncing your name, so I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, but thank you for subscribing nonetheless. I appreciate you joining up on the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you. Randall McDaniel with another $2 don't know. Thank you, Randall. Says, we got 10 to 12 weeks. 3/18/23. Oh, okay. Nice. Ooh, you're going to have an Aries on your hand, Randall? Oh, well, she's going to be a Spitfire, I'll tell you that. Okay? You're going to have yourself a little bit of a Spitfire in your hands with that one. Thank you for the donation, though, brother. Appreciate you, man. And congratulations. That's 3 months away, not right around the corner. Ran in the cut with a $5 don't know. Thank you, Ran. So it's time to come out the half, drive down, and take control. That's right, Ran. It's time for us to take this ball back, remind Carolina who they are, remind them who we are, and let's go take this thing now. Sound good? Sound good. Another good return here by Thompson, still keeping his feet all the way up to the 40-yard line here on the initial kickoff, and that'll do the trick here to begin things off. Sorry, it's Igawukabuki, not Thompson. I keep calling him Thompson, but it's Igawukabuki. So great little return. That kid's got a little, he's got a little juice to him. I like what this kid's got. A little bit of juice to him back there. He's a little bit quicker than what you got from DJ Dallas there as a returner. He gets up that field quick. And again, the Seahawks went right down through the same pathway they had created prior as far as going to that left side on that return. Up past the 40-yard line here to begin things. 1st and 10 for Geno, back under center. 3 wide, 1 tight end to begin things off here in the second half. The give is to Travis Homer. Nowhere to run to for Travis Homer, and that will be a gain of about a foot. Well, not a literal human foot. Literally. Well, let's get it, Ran the cut. Let's get it on this drive, man. Let's take this game back. 2nd and 10. 2nd and 9 2/3 of a yard. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide. Panthers showing just a 4-man front. Oh, late blitz, sneaking up there, sneaking up. Oh, what a grab there by Marquise Goodwin. Geno had to throw it at kind of an odd angle there with the blitz coming. And he put it up a little too high, and Goodwin did a great job of just doing his little Jordan impression where it's not the height of the jump, but just sort of staying hanging in air. Like his little wings were back there flapping, holding him up there a little bit. Able to make the catch for a big first down grab by Marquise Goodwin. Fantastic catch. That is as hard as it gets to make that grab right there. 1st and 10, now on the Panther side of the field. The 45-yard line. Geno looking. Throws it just over the head of Will Disley. He had him open. It was going to be a little bit of a tight window throw. He had a safety closing over the top. But it did look like he might have had him open there. Just barely missed it. Yeah, he's got it's understandable miss. He's got the guys underneath, and he's trying to attack in between the safety and the linebackers, and it was squeezed really tight on that throw. Geno nods his head. 2nd down and 10. Geno back in shotgun here. Again, 3 wide receivers. Geno's going to scramble this. He's got some room to work, and he's up the football field, 11, 12 yards. 1st down. Great decision making there by Geno Smith. Play looked a little bit weird just off the snap. And there's some real quick pressure there. Could have been a holding call. I bet you moan about the refs not giving us a call. I got to give us a break there. It looked like Phil Haynes or Gabe Jackson there. It looks like Gabe was your right guard there. Could have gotten a holding call there as that's what caused Geno to get flushed from the pocket. 1st down and 10. The give is into Travis Homer here. He jumps through the line, still keeping his feet, still on his feet. 11, 12, 13, 14 yards up the football field. A good, strong, young run there by Travis Homer. Came leaping through the line of scrimmage as he was clearing the traffic. And keeps his feet. Nice job. Bouncing off Jeremy Chinn's tackle there. Best run of the day for Travis Homer. 1st and 10. Seahawks at the 16-yard line of the Panthers. The Cerebus 3 tight end look is into play. Geno changing the line at the line of scrimmage. Panthers showing a stack front. Probably going into a pass play here. Nope, into a run. Travis puts his head down. Not a lot of territory to get through there. Panthers had a lot of bodies up on the line of scrimmage. Be a gain of just a couple yards. 1 yard. $11:42 to go here in the 3rd quarter. 2nd and 9. Geno in a pistol formation look here. Play action pass to Homer. He's got a little bit of time. Just got to get rid of it. Tries to give himself maybe a yard there on the scramble. And that will bring up 3rd down. 3rd and long. Little read option look there. Kind of trying to get that to Fant out in the flat, but that got covered up really well by Luvu, who's having a great game for the Panthers. He was all over that route. 3rd down and 8. We'll go 3rd and 7. Geno in shotgun. 3 wide to the far side of the field. Homer to his left. Dropping back to throw. He's looking, has a lot of time to throw it. Gets it around to Marquise Goodwin, who makes the catch, dances around a little bit, and is able to get 4 or 5 yards, but that will bring them just short of the 1st down, which will bring out the field goal unit. Did come back to Marquise to give himself a chance there. Good job of rallying to the ball by the Carolina Panthers. It's tough to get those 3rd and longs consistently. Jason Myers steps out now for the extra point. Extra point for the field goal attempt. This will be a 27-yarder. The kick is up, and he buries it right between the middle of the uprights. Seahawks inch a little bit closer in this game. 20-17 after they've now put up 10 unanswered points on the Carolina Panthers. So nice job at the end of the half. And then to begin this half, to get yourself back up into this football game. Very, very good drive by them. Like what I'm seeing from the team so far on that. It's good to see. Randall McDaniel with another $2 dono. Thank you, Randall. Says Mahomes 2 picks in the first half too. It happens sometimes. It does. Some quarterbacks this goes on with. And quite frankly, Randall, it's the folks hard on Geno. I see no at times, quarter being given for the fact that the running game has been absolutely atrocious over the last 4 weeks and a lot of the season at times. You've had your games where Kenneth Walker has blown up and done really well, but you've not been able to consistently lean on the running game as a balanced aspect of what you do offensively. Instead, it goes again and again to being on Geno's arm time and time again. You have 20 attempts already in this game for Geno Smith to just 12 attempts as far as running the football. And 3 of those are Geno Smith just running with the football on pass plays where he's just he's got 20 yards rushing in this game. He's got more yards rushing than your running back does. And I don't think people are giving any sort of credence to that of like he's accomplishing what he's accomplishing right now. He's got 17 points this early in the third quarter for this offense on the back of having 0 running game. And a lot of quarterbacks in this league you give 0 running game to, they're going to accomplish nothing for you as far as a quarterback goes. They need some kind of running game there to to make the defense have to play it more legitimate, more straight up. So great point on your part, Randall. I agree with you. Gotta have patience with this kind of stuff. This stuff does happen even to the best of the best, which Mahomes certainly is. Snail with a $5 dono. I appreciate you. Thank you so much, Snail. He was featured on a quarterback school channel 3 to 4 times over the last couple of years as a prospect. Quarterback school. Brock Purdy. Yeah. Looks like O'Sullivan really likes him. JT O'Sullivan's really a big fan of him, it looks like. So I'm certainly not. If we can get through this win, I'm not taking it for granted that we're going to be able to beat the Niners just because Purdy's a quarterback. I do think it gives you a better chance. I was watching some of the Niner content a little bit over there on their side of just kind of starting to prep up a little bit for next week's game about where that team's at. And it does sound like there's some fans out there going, well, Purdy's just as good as Garoppolo. I mean, he's just as good. And that's where there's a little bit of a debate in their fan base about, okay, let's not overstate it a bit, But maybe it is. Not like Garoppolo set exactly the high water mark for play at the position in San Francisco either. So it'll be interesting to watch how he does. And they're up 28-0 right now at halftime on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So he proofs in the pudding, man. He ain't putting up 28 points by just handing the ball off all day long. Yeah. Thank you for the dono, though, man. Appreciate you. Jay Hallen with a $10 donation. Dude, best Hawk fan ever. Well, thank you, Jay. I appreciate you, man. I don't know if I can claim that title myself. There's quite many great ones out there. So, but I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the $10 donation, man. I love my team. I love this sport. It's the best sport in the world by far. Most exciting, the most twists and turns. You feel the momentum shifts. It's amazing. Nothing like it. All right, the Panthers are going to take back over here from their 25-yard line after the kick sailed through the end zone. They're going to come out here in a little bit of a 2 tight end set here. Pitch play out to Foreman. Seahawks string it along pretty good. Nice patience by Foreman. He does such a good job of finishing runs. You get him stuffed up on a 1 or 2 yard carry, and he still finds a way to get you 1 or 2 extra yards there. Grinds it out somehow, some way. He's not a fancy back. Not fancy. But he's a guy he'll get the job done for you between the tackles there. Or in that case, on a little bit of a pitch play. Thank you, though, Jay Hallen. You're awesome, man. You are awesome, bro. 2nd down and 6 here for Donald. Back in shotgun, 3 wide. Seahawks bringing a blitz. Blitz is coming. That looked like holding. Didn't get called. Nice job by Cody Barton out there in coverage with the tackle right after the catch. That's only going to go for a couple yards, and Cody lets him know. Let him know, Cody. Get in his ear. Get in his ear, Cody. I want edgy Cody Barton, man. I want chippy Cody Barton. Great job there bringing a blitz, though, by the Seahawks. We've called for a little bit more of the pressure packages, and it worked there. It's worked a couple times today where Darnold's not expected it at all. He's locked into thinking we're not going to blitz him. He's obviously been told to that some degree because he's really caught off guard anytime that they try to bring a blitz up there. 3rd down now. Panthers 5 of 8 on the day here. 3rd and 3. Seahawks again showing a little bit of a blitz look here. Pull out of it. Pressure. Again, looked like there was holding. Oh, great play by Kobe Bryant out there, knocking the ball away. Looked like that was one of those long crossing routes that's given Kobe some problems at times this year. He stuck with it. Good job on his part. Wow, good ball skills there too. That's a pure knockaway. You can see how he doesn't just go to knock a ball away. With Kobe Bryant, he's going to go in with both hands to try to pick it. That's something that bodes very well for his future. Those ball skills are legitimate with him. And so we're going to get a punt here by the Panthers. This ball will get knocked all the way back into the end zone, and our Seahawks are going to take over 2017 Panthers here at the 20-yard line. Very nice. Very nice. I like. I'll be back in just a sec, folks. One moment. Alrighty. All right. Ooh. Jay Hallen, you're awesome, man. Snail, you're awesome too. Randall, appreciate you guys. All the donations in the chat. You guys are amazing. We do have well over 500 folks in this chat. If you haven't already, please do hit that like button for me. It does help me out considerably. All third Tom Brady's crying in the locker room. Maybe so, man. Maybe so. 28-0. That's a tough defense. That Niner defense we saw it week 2, man. They're legit. They are legitimately one that they could make the claim to having the best D in the entire NFL this year. And I don't know if they'd be wrong. I appreciate you, Jay. You're awesome, bro. So the Broncos are coming back on Kansas City, and it's getting a little bit worrisome. Kansas City's up 27-21 now on the Broncos. I think the win. Brady's out of the game. Ooh. I hope Joshua, they don't beat him. Come on, Broncos. Don't start turning on now. You have one job. One job. First and 10. Geno and shotgun here now. Start things off. Play action pass. Flips it back underneath there. They had a lot of guys running routes there out of the backfield of that play action, but nobody was still really open. Panthers have done a really good job of sniffing out the short stuff today. They've really pressed Seattle to have to attack them with the deeper throws and hit some of those shots up the football field. Anything short, they're all over it. Nice job by Smith there on the tackle. Second and 10, no gain. Geno back in a pistol formation. Two wide receiver, one tight end to one side of the field. Drops back to throw. We've got a little bit of a screen play. Gets tipped up at the line of scrimmage by Luvu, and he almost had himself an interception on that tip. Boy, Luvu's played a whale of a game for the Panthers. He's having a good year for them, and he has really shown you why. Just very active and quick, instinctive. Very, very, very impressive play there. And if he doesn't knock that down, that screenplay might end up going for some yards there. There was a lot of potential on that play. Looked like Seattle had it kind of blocked up right. 3rd down and 10. A lot of 3rd and longs today for your Seahawks and Geno Smith. Panthers showing a double A gap blitz. Homer standing right next to the center there to take it on. Geno back to throw. Lets it fire out. And that ball will be knocked away by Jeremy Chin. It's tough to complete those passes. Really tough to complete those kind of throws when you got to get that far up the football field. This is where having a little bit more of a consistent running game on early downs to be able to lean back on, but they don't have any faith they can run on this Panther team right now. It's part of why you're throwing the ball as much as you are here. Is you're acknowledging the fact that when we try to run, it's not happening. 4th and 10. Michael Dixon will come back on the field here for hip punt. Not a lot of these from him today. And this kick will draw back the returner far. And good roll here from Dixon will take it down to about the 25-yard line of the Panthers. So good punt by Dixon. Panthers will come back out onto the football field. Flag Sabbath with the $10 don't know. Thank you, Flag. I appreciate you, man. Very kind of you. Says, appreciate you, B. Well, I appreciate you. Says, go Hawks, F the Broncos. F the Broncos is right. Go Hawks and F the Broncos is basically just how we should say it now, at least for the rest of the year, until we don't have rooting interest. Carlos Mies, how long is Walker out? I think it's a week. It's a week-to-week injury. So I think he was probably, there was some consideration they'd have him go this week, but I think that the doctors probably said giving him some time to heal and giving him an extra week would be very beneficial. So maybe a week or two. I think he comes back at some point this year, but it's hard to say exactly when because it is a little bit about how it's feeling and how it's responding to treatment and all that type of stuff. Flag says the Broncos just had a negative 20-yard drive. Well, there's the Broncos I've come to know and love. Come on now. That's right. Russell Marquis, this guy Luvu is Lawrence Taylor. He is, man. He is. He's having an impressive game. He might be the best defensive player in this game so far for the Panthers. He's just been all over the football field. Coverage, pressures, tip balls there on stuff, showing off a pretty full skill set. D-Bag says, what in the world is going on? Why hasn't Fant touched the ball? They're on Fant. They've taken away those short routes that a lot of teams have given us those openings on this year, on those short, especially the bootlegs towards the sideline, right? Those have been routes that have been open all year long. But to my eyes, when Geno's running that, he's either under a lot of pressure with an unblocked defender right there in his face, or they've got it covered up on that side of it. One of the two. David says, hard to believe we didn't call up any free agent running backs. Well, we did do Wayne Gallman, but I just don't think he was able to pick up the playbook quite fast enough to get him up to speed in a week. It's kind of hard to do with these kind of, this kind of playbook, I think, as well. Lonnie Williams says, keep pounding. Keep pounding's right. And Brock Purdy with a rushing touchdown, 35-0 Tampa Bay now. Ooh. Flag says San Francisco may take our lunch money. Well, it's possible. Ooh. Like it's a Thursday night matchup. Maybe that'll be a bit of an equalizer on it. Yeah, Seattle KO. Unfortunately, Chris Carson's done. And with that hardware he's got in his neck, you can't play with that. There's not a single NFL player playing with that in the league. Too dangerous. One crush and he could be paralyzed for life. 1st and 10. Oh, I'm sorry. It's, I guess, the 31-yard line. Wow, they give him a nice spot there. Good job there by the defense. They continue to hold up in the running game. Ryan Neal coming up and filling the gap well there. Stops him right at the line of scrimmage. Hawks have done a good job defensively in this game, knowing you needed to step up the run. Panthers have remained committed to it. 24 carries. 83 yards on those 24 carries, though. It's only about 3.5 yards per gain. You'll usually, from a defensive standpoint, take those kind of numbers in the run game. 2nd down and 9. 6:41 to go in the third quarter. Darnold trying to direct traffic at the line of scrimmage. Come on, 12s, get loud. Diggs coming up, showing a blitz look. Diggs is coming. Pressure right in the face. What happened there? He caught the ball. Wow, what a catch. Darnold threaded the needle there. He put it right between about 3 defenders there that were all right around the receiver. Oh, it's right on Tariq Woolen there. Does he make that catch? Or is that on the... Oh, he made that catch with his legs. That's a catch. Yeah, it looks like a catch to me. Pete's probably going to challenge it, though. But that looked good to me. That's not a good challenge. That's a catch. The ball never touched. Amazing catch. Yeah, fantastic catch. You can see Cody Barton was right there near. Tariq's right there near. And Marshall just keeps the ball between his legs there and keeps it off the turf the whole time. And he's able to keep it off the ground the whole time. Props to him. That was a great pass by Darnold, man. He had to put that in there. And tight coverage by Seattle. It wasn't like they're wide open. Eric99 with a $2 dono. Thank you, Eric99. Says, hey, Brandon, Seattle high knees. Let's go Hawks. Let's go Hawks. Come on, high knees, guys. Let's go. It's high knees time. Come on. High knees, high knees, high knees, high knees, high knees, high knees. Okay, we got it. That's all we needed. That was the high knee luck. The high knee luck has just been applied, okay? Just been applied. It's been engaged. I've been holding off on it. Got to engage it at the right time. Gano says, am I blind? It touched the ground. Sorry, man. Jesus. Somebody a little touchy today, are we, Ganos? Lordy. I saw 2 replays, saw what I saw. Chill. Daniel, $2 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Said, I thought you said Panthers were out of magic, B. They did the shake move and then they put some water in it. You know, like when you got the soap and you're all out of hand soap and then you got to turn a little water on to create a little extra soap action in there and then you dump it on. That's what they just did. But now it's absolutely completely out. Pretty sure. Oh, okay, Ganos. No worries, man. Sometimes I just don't get a lot of good looks at it. You know, like if I'm at home recording, I can kind of turn back and keep doing the rewind and forward. But I get 2 replays sometimes, and I got to make my assessment on that. So it did look like it was moving around a lot. I'll tell you that. So it's David. It was real close, too close to challenge confidently. Best to save the timeout in such a close game if not overturned. I agree. I would have probably just let it stand. It looked funky, but if you go through and you look at it on that second angle, it's close enough at that point where is this going to be conclusive enough, especially knowing how much do we get overturns? Like, we don't get overturns. I mean, we just, it's not, unless it's something that's like blatantly clear, they're not going to turn the ball over or give us an overturn. We've seen that this year multiple times. New York's going to be like, no. I don't know, Ganos. Where does it touch? I guess it could be like skimming the grass there, grass skimming there a little bit on the. It's close. It's a close one. Not conclusive. Damn, I might be wrong. I don't know, guys. I could see mid. I think if you had like a microscopic deal, it might have slid with some of the brown of the ball across that deal. But is it conclusive? Is it enough to overturn? Conclusive enough? I'd probably say no. And that's the way they should use those. That's the way we haven't seen it applied this way this year for us, obviously. But that's the way it should be applied, is in the replay booth. It should have to be absolutely conclusive. First down for the Panthers, up around midfield here. Heavy formation look, 1 wide receiver. A lot of guys on that offensive line here to begin things. We got a play action pass. Darnold looking deep. He's going to scramble around here. Now he's going to go back over. He's going to throw this away. Good job by the Seahawks defense to remain tight in coverage there on that play and not buy it in. The Panthers have had a couple of times here where they've tried to go off of a first down, come off a look at a heavy formation and do a play action pass. And you can see Darnold's eyes looking deep down the field where he wants to go attack there. Seattle is keeping that covered up really well. Daniel Bailey with the $2 donation says, I thought you said Panther. Oh, sorry. I read that. My bad. A little slow on this. 2nd and 10 here. Come on, 12s, get loud. Darnold dropping back to throw. He's looking around. He's going to try to scramble with this, and he's got some room to work. Still moving in the open field. Nobody even near him. 20 yards, 25 yards rushing on the play. Darnold just broke free of the pocket. There was nobody there. Yeah, someone was tugging Wolin's jersey there. First and 10 from the Seahawks 25-yard line. 5:15 to go in the third quarter. The give is going to be into Foreman here. Dancing around, moving himself upfield for a nice little gain there, 6-7 yards. Second and 4. Kitty, we need your magic. Can you give us some magic, please? Does not help. We're not getting any kitty magic. I think you need to be on mic more. You need to be on camera more. 2nd down and 4. 4:37 to go. Panthers driving here. Everybody's on the line of scrimmage on this play. Literally everyone. Seahawks still give up 4-yard run. Everyone and their dog in the house on that one knew you were going to run the ball. They did. Looks like the spot's going to be maybe a little short. Uchenna just got pushed a little out of the gap there on that play. He had him in the backfield and just kind of a little out of control there. Rerouted the running back, but wasn't able to make the play. 3rd down and 1. I guess they're going to measure this to make sure. And he's got a first down, so Spot got it for him. Seahawks have done a good job of caging up, for the most part, Foreman today. It's been that you just can't stop much in the third down game of things for the Panthers. When they get in that third down, you're sitting at right now 5 of 9 to the Panthers on third down. And it's been a big part of where they're getting done what they're getting done today is they can always kind of get that third down completion and keep the chains moving with it. Come on, D. Keep this a field goal. Keep your defense having a chance here. Clock is just getting eaten up in this third quarter on this drive. In a heavy formation look by the Panthers here. Play action pass. Darnold looking across, has his man underneath there, hits him for a gain of about 2 or 3 yards at the 11 or 12-yard line. It's David Darnold's been the poster child of interceptions. How do we not get him to throw even a single one? We haven't put him in positions of having to push the ball up the football field. You know, unlike those third down conversions, one of those conversions you had a 3rd and 10 and you let a guy run the ball in 10 yards rather than that being Darnold having to force. You know, he's been able to dink and dunk and not have to, you know, put himself in a lot of positions of having to squeeze balls in or throw some risky throws. And that's been to his benefit. Bubble screen here on the outside. That ball hit the ground. Why are they still calling that a thing? It hit the ground. Was that a backwards pass? I thought it hit the ground when he caught it. It's a forward pass. Oh, he caught it. God, the Panthers are having some insane catches in this game. My gosh, they brought the stick'em today. Check him for stick'em. 3rd down and 2. Another 3rd down here. And boy, that clock is just getting eaten up in this quarter here right now. The give is up the middle. Ryan Neal with a sensational tackle to pull him down before he got to the first down marker for fourth down. Fantastic job by Ryan Neal, who's playing another great game today. He's down there as that extra man defender in the box. He's your extra guy. He's the guy to help out. Gets in that gap, beats the blocker down in there, bounces off the blocker's block, and then makes the tackle. That's your defensive play of the game so far there from Ryan Neal. Let's see if they can make it stand up here. 4th and 1, the Panthers are going to go for it. Come on, 12th man. Beckon them forward. Beckon them on. Lift this team up. 4th and 1, Donald under center. The give is up the middle. First down. Foreman's hard to stop on when he needs 1 yard. He's a guy that'll give you maybe only 3 yards, but he can always at least get you that one. Seattle got some push initially there at the line of scrimmage, but just ended up kind of running themselves out of that hole. The defensive lineman did. They anticipated the right hole. They just pushed themselves too far out of it. 10 plays, 66-yard drives consumed well over 6 minutes of the clock here in the third quarter. From the 3-yard line here now, the Panthers are going to work. Darnold under center. I formation look. Play action pass. Darnold's going to throw this one out of bounds. 2nd and goal. You have to wonder if this might be 4-down territory for the Panthers, if they were going to go for it there before in the last one, if they might not try to do it again here and get this to a 2-score game over the field goal. Second and goal. 48 seconds to go here in the third quarter. Darnold in shotgun. The give's going, nope, no give. Going to throw this out wide, and that will be incomplete. 3rd and goal. Barry Sotoro. Thank you, Barry, for the $5 don't know, my brother. Appreciate you. Says, how much of a difference does Shelby Harris make today? I don't know if Shelby Harris makes a whole lot of a difference today in today's game. I don't. I mean, he's a better defensive player than Quentin Jefferson is. So, you know, you're probably going to get better snaps out of him than what Jefferson gives you today with the amount of snaps he's going to carry. But I don't know if that's the difference in this game of us being up or down right now. 3rd and goal. Darnold drops back to throw. He's looking. He's going to scramble. This one, no, he's not. And that ball is incomplete. 4th down and goal. Good coverage again by Ryan Neal. It was right on the line there with the potential of him maybe with the arm being draped there of getting the PI. Didn't get the call, though. Pretty cleanly played on his part. Might have got away with a little bit of contact before that ball arrived. 4th down and goal. Looks like the Panthers are going for it. Sam Darnold in shotgun. 3 wide. Darnold dropping back to pass. He's looking. There's Nosu. Incomplete. No good. Okay, incomplete. We'll make sure there's no flags. Great job by the Hawks there. Quandre Diggs coming in to close there. Looks like the pressure came from, it was Uchenna. Uchenna had him in his hands. Darnold tried to just throw this one forward. Dangerous play there. And Quandre Diggs did a great job on late reaction there of coming through and tipping that ball away. So a fantastic defensive stand by the defense, keeping this a 3-point game. Well done. Woo! Nice job by the D. Yeah, Donald tried the basketball passes right. He tried a little forward shove pass there. That's the one that you go, ooh, but it's a 4th down play too. So if he gets picked there, the guy get interceptions, intercept the goal line from an offensive standpoint, you're on 4th down. You kind of like your quarterback kind of try to make a play. Try to do something outside of throwing like a pick 6 that's going to go back the other way. You probably do coach the gap to do something there. Try to do something if you can on a 4th down rather than just dying easy, a little bit. I kind of get what he was doing there, But Barry, back to your question, I think Shelby would maybe help out a little bit today, but the Seahawks have done a pretty good job of hemming up the run. Devontae Foreman, 15 carries, 47 yards. That's a 3.18 yard average. Chuba Hubbard, 8 carries, 31 yards. That's a 3.9 yard per carry average. So Darnold's gotten loose a couple times on some broken plays, but I don't think that he would have done much with the run game. And then I don't know that Darnold's done enough really in dropping back to throw and really like having to wait in the pocket and let the plays develop down the football field long, that you have an opportunity to get much of a pass rush from the inside out of Harris either. Darnold's got 22 throws today, 114 yards passing. He's averaging only 5 yards an attempt though right now, Barry. Only 5 yards an attempt. And so it's just dink, dunk, dink. If he's getting the ball out of his hands before the pass rush can get there a lot of the time, which I don't know how much that would have made a difference with Shelby on it. So it would have helped, but probably a marginal helping. Roxanne Rule. How you doing, Roxanne? Good to see you in the chat. Thank you for the $10 dono. Says a massive goal line stand. Hell yes. Go Hawks. Go Hawks is right. That's a goal line stand right there. Got a little bit of everything in this game today, don't we? A little bit of everything in this game. I like that. That's right. Bobby's somewhere watching with pride, Ganos. That's right, he is. That's right, he is. Every blade of grass. Every blade of grass. You can take it 80 yards. You can take it 99 yards, but you got to take 100 to get that 7. This does put the Seahawks on a long field here. What does Waldron call up now? Running game has been pretty stilted throughout. Homer, 8 carries, 26 yards. Goodwin, 1 carry for -2 yards. You do like to try to run yourself out and give yourself a little bit of space here. They're going to go empty from the jump here as Seattle with Geno. Interesting call. Panthers showing a little bit of off coverage. And they're bringing a late blitz now with Luvu. It's DK Metcalf who drops the ball. Geno put it right on him, and DK just dropped it. Gosh, got to make that catch, DK. Geno put it on you, buddy. Great throw by Geno. It hits DK right in his arms. You got to grab that ball, dude. That's on you. Geno back and empty again. Dangerous throw there. Tipped away by the cornerback. So Seattle not even trying to run the ball at this point. They've just basically given up on even having an attempt to try to run. We're just going to throw every pass, I guess. This is going to be hard to beat the Panthers without even sprinkling a little running game in. Last couple of drives, it's felt like it's really just pass here. 3rd down and 10. Quite a lot of these today here for this team. Dangerous. Geno is in his own end zone here on 3rd down. This might be just a draw, just to get some space for Dixon to try to punt this out of his end zone. And indeed, it's... Don't tell me we called a timeout on that and just burned a timeout, did we? Oh, we burned a timeout. Geno was pissed about it too because he thought he had a read option look there where he could have gotten the first. I don't know why Pete Carroll just called the timeout. Boy, between the challenge and the timeout now, this is going to be a close game. You're going to need your timeouts, and you just burned it if you're Pete there for no reason. And Pete totally has the look on his face after he burned it of like, I shouldn't have just done that. That timeout makes no sense. You're in 3rd and 10, not likely to get this anyway. Why do you call the timeout there? Lordy. Yeah, throw your gum away. You don't deserve gum after that timeout. You wait for your Bubblicious. Geno and shotgun here, 3rd and 10. 26 seconds to go in the 3rd quarter. He's looking. Tyler Lockett with a 1st down, cutting inside on the route there, right at the sticks. Another great throw by Geno. When he needs a play, he can come right back to Tyler. Tyler, just a great route. really sells getting upfield there and then steps down right before. That's just some of that great route running that he brings to the table. Picture perfect throw by Geno Smith there for a big first down. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Whew. All right, one sec, folks. Ooh, another exciting game today, folks. No doubt about that. Russell's being evaluated for a concussion. Chiefs are currently up on the Broncos, 34-21. Tampa Bay still has yet to score on San Francisco, 35-0. Russ only got sacked 6 times. Yeesh. It's been a rough year for him. Rough year. So as we get in the fourth quarter here, the Panthers have got a real strong hold on the time of possession. They're running nearly 2-1. I think this is a very important factor here for this offense and this team right now, because you've got to wonder with this defense, and they've done a great job today. 53 total plays by the Panthers, though. Does this defense at one point or another here start to wear down maybe a little bit if this offense can't get this going here into the fourth quarter? We've seen at times them, like that Raiders game, start to kind of finally break. They've done a good job on it so far here, but this is going to be a big drive here, even though there's a lot of this game to go in this fourth quarter, with where that time of possession is kind of standing right now, which is not ideal at 2-1. Geno Smith and company back out on the football field here to start things off in the fourth. Geno under center, 3 wide look. Panthers again starting to show, they're showing some of those creeping blitzes there pre-snap, a lot of that today. And again, you're going to see it here on this play. Nice job by Homer to pick up the block on first 10. Come back under to Uncle Will for a first down. Nice job. That play is set up by Travis Homer picking up the blitzing Jeremy Chin off the edge and taking him on head up. Nice job by Disley to get free of Shaq Thompson off the play. Thompson kind of got his arms wrapped around Disley at the stem of the route. Disley able to disengage and get a little bit of separation there for Geno Smith, who was not going to have a ton of time to make that throw. First down. 14:27 to go. First and 10, Geno back under center here. Play action pass. Geno looking. Coming back over the top to DK Metcalf. Nice catch by DK on J.C. Horn for 15 yards on a comeback route. First down. Horn definitely getting very grabby. These Carolina Panther defenders here. There was a lot of grabbing onto DK there before as he was just getting out of his route. First down and 10. The give is going to be into Travis Homer. Homer not getting anywhere. Another gain, negative half-yard gain on it, where you can't even get 1 yard on those plays with the run game. And again, Luvu for the Panthers just all over that play, just right from the jump. No holes to be had here in the running game for your Seahawks. It's a lot of tough sledding. Second down and 10. Tyler Lockett goes in motion. Geno, play action pass. I don't know if that was supposed to be a screenplay that Fant just didn't get off the screen on or what. Sloppy looking play there from the jump on that one. Again, yeah, the defender's pulling and holding his arm, pulling him back on Fant, keeping him from getting into his route. Officials aren't seeing it. They're allowing a lot of handsiness here by this Carolina secondary. I've watched 3 straight plays from Disley to DK to now we've got our linemen trying to get out on that, and they're pulling and grabbing and twisting there. So something worth monitoring here. They're not calling anything. And we're going to have we had a false start there, but we didn't. What a weird play. Boy, a whole weird sequence there. Jeez. Sack on DK or on Geno Smith there. Pressure-based looks. And the Seahawks offensive line thought they had false started, so like Damian Lewis just stopped even moving. He thought there was going to be a call. Seahawks have just been kind of out of sorts in certain spots today. I don't know what's going on, but just kind of some out of sorts stuff going on. This kick will get dropped down about the 26-yard line there. Carolina will take over. Poop dog, not one screen pass has worked today. No, it hasn't. It's not worked at all. And it should be, this is the way you beat a blitz, is if you have a team going as blitz heavy as the Panthers are, and I mean, they're blitzing us as much as any team's blitzed us all year long. They're blitzing, and you've got to be able to go to a screenplay sometimes to counter that. And you know, your guy can't get out into his route. It's just not getting blocked up right. Doesn't just kind of sloppiness. We've always been kind of a bad screen running team. We just don't run it well. And I've long thought some of it's because we don't have the mobile offensive lineman to get it done, but it's always just kind of some detail falls apart on those kind of plays a little bit with it. Yeah, not a lot of answers for the blitz, and not a lot of some of this comes down to, though, again, you're into 3rd and long, right? It's sort of getting to like, what's the core issue or what's the systematic problem? Well, the core issue is you can't run the ball. The core issue is that I've got to throw the ball on every play to hope to be successful. And that's where the issue lies here, is because then you're into situations where you're going to find yourself in 3rd and longs. Incomplete pass here, tipped here, a no hold call that happens here. Now you're in 3rd and long, rather than getting into more in 3rd and 4 and 3rd and 5 short situations. And so really it comes down to we just can't run the football anymore this year, the last 4 games. And I know it is, yes, because you are to Travis Homer, you're down to your backs and all of that. You have no DJ Dallas, no Rashad Penny, no this, no that, but you're not creating holes in the running game. It's not a matter of Travis Homer just getting tackled easily or not being fast enough to get to the holes. There are no holes. There's early penetration. You're losing at the line of scrimmage on the offensive side of the ball in the run game. And when you lead your offense back around to constantly having to be one-dimensional, you're going to get these kind of games where it's not going to be as prolific from a scoring standpoint as we've seen recently, and your offense is going to be clunky at times. '17 Panthers here. Going to take over from the 26-yard line in their own territory. Give is up the middle here. Room to work. First down run by Chuba Hubbard. 11 yards. LJ Collier getting blown out of his gap there. And you got to worry with this a little bit. It comes down to, like, your defense can be fiery in spirit and try and do all they can, but the body eventually does wear down. And it's been body blow after body blow throughout the course of this game with this Panther offense, and how committed they stay to the running game and how many plays they've been able to reel off here. You do wonder when Seattle with goal line stands and all that starts to wear down, is another Chuba Hubbard run here where you're seeing broken tackles, which is indicative of people starting to wear down a little bit. This will bring it up to second and short. Second and 3. Darnold back in shotgun. Read option look. Good job by Geno Nuoso to just get enough of Sam Darnold there to pull him down to the ground. Darnold keeping that read option, looked like he might have a little bit of room to work with there. Nuoso able to just get his hands on his hips as he slid past him to pull him down to the ground. Boy, just a glancing tackle there on Darnold. Third down and 2. Big play in this game right here. The Panthers 5 of 11 today on third down. Seahawks showing that 4-man front here. The give is in on that, and it's wide open for a first down. That 4-man front can't stop running plays. I don't know why they went to it there. First down, that was easy. You can see this 4-man front, folks. You see it right here. They got 6 men down around the line of scrimmage, and they're already stretching those holes out. I hate that front. God, I hate that front. It drives me absolutely insane. First and 10, 9:53 to go here in the fourth quarter. Panthers driving. Into Seahawks side of the field now. Flea flicker. Geno Nuoso was there, but just runs right past Darnold. Darnold all day to throw, ends up throwing in the dirt. Second down and 10. Geno got there, but he kind of got there too quick almost. Panthers have looked for the deep shots in this game. Seahawks defense has done a very good job of keeping those taken away from them. That was another play on that flea flicker where Donald's looking to attack deep down the field. Second down and 10. Give us up the middle here. Chuba Hubbard with a ton of space to work with, or that's Blackshear, 20 yards up the field for him. Seattle's defense is starting to bend. These guys are getting a little tired. Quentin Jefferson just completely did nothing on that play, but just stand up and watch the play run past him. Absolutely abysmal effort on his part. Here's where Sherville Harris makes a difference there. First and 10, Darnold back in shotgun. Another give inside here to Blackshear, another 5-yard gain. Second and 4, Darnold back in shotgun. The give is back inside to Blackshear. And another first down. Right now, the Seahawks defense is tapped out. You can just see these guys are tired. And the Panthers are just dominating the line of scrimmage here at this point. These last couple drives, you can just see it. They're holding on. They fought a fairly strong game here to keep this to 20 points. But it's just so many carries over the course of the game the Panthers have run. 36 carries in this football game, 182 yards. We've seen how this has gone in recent years. If you can stick with this as a team against this particular Seahawks defense, this Seahawks team, and as they have today, the Panthers have, you can wear them down and eventually they will break. And we're getting very close to that position here right now. It's a little bubble screen on the outside, goes for another 9-yard gain that'll take him inside the 5 there. Right now, the Seahawks, Seahawks defense looks like it's just about done here. Can't get off blocks, can't make tackles. Second down and 5. Guess they'll pull the ball back a little bit there. And more broken tackles, easy touchdown run here for Blackshear. You could just kind of see that coming almost from the start of that drive. The offense could not afford to go with another quick in and out kind of drive like they've been in this half. The defense has had too much worn down on them in this game. They just don't have enough juice. And it's just a rough game on this one, folks. All the way around. This ain't going to be fun to try to do a breakdown on at the end of this one and try to unpack this game. Not a lot of good comes out of this one. Yeah, the D's not great, guys. D's not great. I think they stronger as the game went on. That's for sure. You get up 300 total yards. Definitely have been able to keep Darnold under control as far as his passing goes. But it's not been great. And Geno did give up the 2 interceptions early, which was tough. He's not played the most perfect game, but again, no running game at all. When I go to the offensive struggles in this game, to go to Geno Smith first thing, I think is a little bit of it's not that it's completely wrong not to point out what some of the issues Geno had in this game, but it's also a matter of the first issues on offense come from the fact that you can't run the football at all. There is no running of the football for the last 4 weeks at all. And in the NFL, offensively speaking, if you can't run the football and you become one-dimensional, it doesn't almost matter how prolific your offense is as a passing offense. Defenses are going to eventually sort of be able to cage you up and force you into a corner. And that's a little bit of, I feel like, where we found ourselves offensively today. It's been sloppy. It wasn't a well-called game here by Waldron, but is what is with that. Dell is the fittest with another $5 donation. Thank you for all the donos, Dell. Says, I take everything back I said about Pete and Clint. They ran the same play 8 times and not once did you adjust to it. Shaking my head. The 4-man box thing to me is insane on that one play that Hubbard got on the 3rd down conversion. The team has been consistently wanting to remain in these 4-man fronts that I don't understand. They're not 4-man fronts. I'm going to start calling them what Brendan calls them. They're 2-man fronts. And what you do is you bring 2 defensive tackles in like this, really tight, and then you take outside linebackers and put them in wide 9 technique, which means they're on the outside shoulder of the tackles. So you have a defensive tackle that's damn near the center, and then the next best help that he has is on an outside linebacker in wide 9 technique. And then where does the team offensively run the play then? Where do they magically go after an attack? That big natural hole and cushion that you create by aligning those defenders out so wide. And we have seen it attack time and time again this year. At times they've gone away from it and just stayed more with the purified 3-4 approach. But today, especially on that one key run there where you need to get that stop and that 3rd down carry, you force them to punt, give your offense the ball back, you win into that soft 4-man front. They went at it. Didn't, as you say, there weren't any adjustments really made there. I don't see a lot of defensive adjustments made throughout the course of this game. There was a little bit of pressure brought, but for the most part, all they did was run the ball. Sam Darnold's going to average like 4 yards an attempt in this game, and all they did was run, and then they eventually broke you. And, there's nothing you can do about it. Now, again, the offense being a little more consistent in this game, getting some more consistent drives going. But again, this is where I come back to again. You can blame this on Geno if you want, but you get consistent drives on the back of running the football to some degree. You don't have to run it all the time 50-50, but if I got to ask my quarterback to throw the ball 75% of the time, I'm not likely, does not matter who the quarterback is. I mean, you can bring up your Mahomes or Josh Allen if you want. If we're making that comparison of Geno at this point, that he's on that level, then let's have that discussion, I guess. But if you're going to ask your quarterback to do that, you're not going to have a high level of success there. All right, Geno comes back out under center here with 6:57 to go. Play action pass. He's going to look to the outside, a little wide on that throw. Thank you, Dell. Appreciate you, though. Jonathan Salazar with a $5 dono. Thank you, Jonathan. Appreciate you, too. Says, was going to go off, but what's the point? I knew our D sucks and our O isn't made to come back from adversity. And please don't reply with the comeback versus the Rams. Thank you for the $5 donation. Yeah, I mean, I'd say we're not maybe an offense to build. Yeah, you're not going to be an offense built to come back if you have no running game and you guys just throw the ball all the time. I agree with you there. And the offense is not the most uber talented in the league. I wouldn't argue that at all. So I don't know. Yeah. You did have the comeback last week. I think that what you're saying though, you're talking about being down by a lot of points. So I mean, I guess. Again, I don't know if it's for me, from my standpoint, Jonathan, it's less about the O-line being able to not. It's less about the O-line not being able to. And the J.C. Horn just picked off Geno Smith on an out route, so this will probably wrap this game up. Whew. What a miserable game. What a miserable game. Golly. I shouldn't have made that Geno video. I jinxed him. I totally jinxed him. But I get what you're saying, Jonathan. Again, though, to me, it's a little bit less of coming from behind. It's like these are things that are to me more of the symptoms. Like, how did you get behind? Well, you got behind because you couldn't consistently kind of run your offense. Why can't you consistently run your offense? Well, you can't run the ball at all. Like you're not only can you not get like the 3 yards in a cloud of dust, you're good for a negative yard gain. How many negative yard runs did we have today just trying to do that? I guess they're going to call this incomplete instead. So, okay. But, look, yeah, we're probably not built offensively right now to come from behind. If that's how we've got to come from behind, is have no running game and just have to throw 24/7 all the time. It's not probably our bread and butter on this. But I wouldn't put this game on one side of the ball or the other. I think both sides get their share of the blame. Appreciate the donation, though, man. Thank you. Looks like we're going to punt here. Big country worst game since week 2? Yeah. Agreed. It's going to hurt, too, because you can set the stage here for this one with that Niners matchup. And this year, there's been so much in the Seahawks' control to take advantage of this season and take advantage of them being a better team than we thought at the start. Here's the return up the football field. You have a fumble, but it looks like maybe the Panthers got it back. Yeah, this one hurts, folks. No doubt about it. This one's tough. This one is tough. Tough, too, because it's been beat the same way this year over and over again. It's one thing when you get beat and you don't. That ball was down anyway, by the way. When you're getting beat by the same fashion, and it sort of speaks to like, well, we just don't have an adjustment we can make to that. Like in this game, Darnold, you never really forced him to have to beat you. You want to come in this game, you go, okay, we know the Panthers want to run the ball. Let's take the running game away from them. And then force Sam Darnold to beat you with his arm. It's kind of like that one first opening drive where you had that 3rd and 10 stands out to me, where you have a 3rd and 10 and they're able to run for 10 yards and get the first. And it's kind of an indicative of this day a little bit, in that like they could just kind of stay with it and do enough with it to where you just couldn't hold it back and then eventually break your back with it, like the Raiders did to us, like the Tampa Bay Buccaneers did to us. Guys just blowing wide out their gap. Just another first down run. Just everybody leaving their gap, running free of things. I don't know why we aren't blitzing at this point. Why not bring a stacked front? What are you worried about? Well, they might hit us with a deep ball over the top. So what? You're down 27-17. Take some risks, Pete. The game's gone here. Like, what? let's run this. Let's run our 4-man box. This is 4-man. They'll get it. They'll get it figured out. Here we go. Finally, a stacked box on this play. Watch it. We've lost the ability to tackle. Our guys have got little rubbery arms here all of a sudden. Oh, lordy, lordy. Oh, lordy, lordy. 2nd down and 3. Dell is the fittest with a $5 dono. Says, I'm actually crying in anger right now. The F, shaking my head. This team sucks. Football is an old school sport at the heart of things at the end of the day. And if you can't win at the line of scrimmage on either side of the football, you're not going very far. Doesn't matter what you have anywhere else. And, like right there, just can't get us, like, their guys want it more than our guys. And, it's tough to watch the last few weeks. This has kind of come out, you got things turned around a little bit last week, but that you have a team that's got so much in front of them to take advantage of and can't find the answers there, can't find the twist there. You're playing at home from the 12s. You got everything set up this year for them. How many teams you've been able to play that have been undermanned? But it is what it is, and you are what you are at this point in time of the year. And this kind of loss, I think, is indicative of where this team kind of is. And we hope they were going to get better as the year went along and get stronger as the year went along. But instead, you're starting to kind of run a little bit out of juice, it feels like, at the end of this season, just a tiny bit over these last few weeks. Can't believe they didn't come in from a coaching standpoint in this game of let's stop the run and just force Darnold and force him to beat us deep, force him to hit those big plays deep down the field, force him to show he's got the accuracy on the 20-yard out or the 15-yard post route. Let's create openings to show he can hit those against this defense. You didn't do it. You let him run just enough early on and then let him dink and dunk around the running game, making it really easy for him. The Uncanny Studio says it right, I think. Panthers came to play and the Seahawks were outcoached. Well said, man. They wanted this game more than we did. It's a 4-win team we're looking at here today, playing on the road late in the year. Who's playing with more fire today? Who's playing with more grit? Who's playing with more determination? And Matthew James, I agree. The defense was bad, but the offense has got to take its share of lumps on this as well. It's not a game where you go, well, the offense did its whole part. You can't ask the offense to do more than they did. No. And certainly the defense started to tighten things up into that third quarter there, where they were going to put the offense to a chance. You can take control of this game. You can take advantage of this momentum now as it's been pushing in this direction. And instead, the offense came up completely empty at that moment. This is outside of the 2 interceptions. This is the stagnation that occurred there in that third quarter. And that's why the offense has got to share, I think, an equal brunt, I think, of this load a little bit. It just is disappointing on the defensive angle is you're being beaten the same way. You're getting beat in the same exact fashion. And that there isn't some adjustment from a coaching standpoint. Maybe you just don't have the good enough guys up front to get the job done. And maybe that's the brass tacks bottom line is that you just don't have the dogs up front to handle teams in the running game. And that is very much probably the reality of what we're seeing here at this point. Dell the fittest, though. Thank you for all the donations, brother. Appreciate you, man. Rodney Prescio with a $2 donation says, this team that started all its second string. This is a team that started all its second string. Carolina? Yeah, kind of. I mean, you got no McCaffrey. You got no Baker Mayfield they started this year out with the starting position, I think. Well, I mean, I guess Darnold's kind of their de facto somewhat starter, I suppose. But they got most of their guys in there. Their offensive line's healthy. Their defensive defense is at full strength. 1st and 15, 3:12 to go here in this game. The give is going to be up the middle or gain of 2 or 3 yards. Roxanne, thank you for the $5 dono. Says, time is against us now. Were the Hawks looking towards Thursday possibly? D is gassed. I don't know if we'd overlook this game. I don't think we've been good enough as a team this year, consistently enough as a team, as though we've dominated teams to be able to slack and think that we're just going to get this by moonwalking Roxanne. I would have thought if that was a little bit of the mentality at play on this team, it would have been shaken out of them on that Raiders loss at home a couple of weeks ago. And they would have been, well, we can't just do that. I think the way that Coach Carroll really does lean into saying that we've got to take things week by week, championship opportunity, I think he gets those guys there in that position. I think this given week, they just wanted a little bit more than we did. And we also, as was said above, I think we did get out-coached. I think you've got a team in the Panthers that were a step ahead of us, both defensively and offensively. Defensively, we had no real answers for how they went at us in the blitz game. They certainly were awesome in stopping our run game. I mean, we're doing good in stopping the run game, giving up like 3 yards, right? They're doing good in stopping the run game by like -1 yard, -2 yards. And then they're not only stopping, they're getting penetration. And this will bring us down to a 3rd down here for the Panthers, 3rd and long. So, yeah, these gassed. Maybe they're looking on forward to that, Roxanne, but I have to feel like they knew what they had to do today in this game and this week, and they just didn't get it done. And it sucks, but it is. I think that's what it is to me. They've got to go into this offseason with this defense and figure out what the hell they want to be defensively speaking. Because right now, this year, for another 3rd, 4th straight year, you've got real no identity defensively speaking. You can't stop the run. You're not that great against the pass. I mean, a game like this, they just decided to run the ball. It wasn't what you stopped their passing game. They just went, okay, we'll just run 24/7. You'll eventually break. That's what they did today. So the defense is going to have to go back. Carroll's going to have to go back to the workshop. I don't know what he's going to do or what they're going to decide to do, if they're just going to keep trying the same stuff and thinking maybe new personnel will make it better. I don't think new personnel will just make it better. Sure be nice if we could stop being out-coached sometimes week in and week out on the defensive side of the ball, especially when we do have a defensive supposed mastermind, a guy like Carroll, where that's supposed to be his creme de la creme. I don't know. Is it a creme de la creme for a guy anymore when you're 4 or 5 years deep into every single season being one of the worst defenses in the league? You know, when you're giving up back-to-back years, franchise record amount of yardage? I don't know. I just don't know. Thank you, though, Roxanne, for the donos. Jacob with a $10 dono. Thank you, Jacob. I appreciate you as well. Says this was supposed to be a gimme game. We're going 9-8 at best, but could see the season going 7-10 with the way this game went. If we get to the postseason, it'll be sneaking in the back door in a weak NFC. Thank you for the $10 donation, Jacob. I think you put it pretty smartly and correctly in your assessment of the situation. You certainly think maybe you could somehow find a way to still to slide in on this, but you do feel like even if you got into the playoffs at this point, this team is not playing its best football right now. It's got a lot of disjointed parts going in different directions. You're just not getting the consistency you'd like to see in certain aspects of things by this point in time of year, which is hard to draw a lot of confidence from that to believe then that you have a team that is able to go out there in the playoffs and compete if they can get in the playoffs. But as you say, it's probably a long measure of hope right now to even get in the playoffs, as the team is showing signs of playing kind of some of its worst football all the way around on both sides of the ball, kind of. That's not great timing. You know, week 13, week 14 to be undergoing that kind of battle right now. So it sucks to see. There's no way to kind of dress it up, is what it is with that. It is what it is. Thank you, though, Jacob, for the $10 donation. I'm in complete agreement with you, though. It's backdoor city, and I'm certainly not thinking we're doing a whole lot in the playoffs if we get there. You don't get very far in the playoffs if you can't stop the run. That tends to be, doesn't matter whether it's 1955 or 2022, it's going to be very much a timeless truth, as they say, a timeless truth. Dell, the fittest, with another $5 donation. Damn, man. Thank you for all the donations, brother. I salute you, sir. You are amazing. Appreciate you. It says, with $5, he says, pass defense, A-, run defense, F. Indeed. You know, and I don't know if I'd give A- even to the pass defense. I mean, Darnold completed 14 throws for 120 yards, 5 yards an attempt. That's good. Still threw for a touchdown. You still allowed a lot of the dinking and dunking to go on and occur in this game, which you made it, the game easy for them. I don't know if you really even challenged them in the passing side of things. You kind of just made it so easy that was never a truly, felt like to me, tested part, Dell. Just kind of felt like they just didn't have to go to it or even try to do it. They could do this other thing they wanted to do, so they just stuck with that. I said, no, I'll just stay here. We'll just keep doing this thing here. But I'd give it probably maybe I'd be more BF probably, BB plus F. You should have been taking away the dink and the dunk in this game. You should have been forcing Darnold to push a ball up the football field and get you that way. RJ with a $5 don't know. And Dell, thank you for all your donations today, man. Appreciate you. RJ with the $5 don't know says 49ers 45, Seattle 10. I'm calling it now. This defensive line is a disgrace. And the 49ers are going to have 225 yards rushing against us, probably more. Thank you for the $5 donation, RJ. I really do appreciate it on that side of things. And much as Jacob put below you on that, I can't disagree or argue with anything you're saying right now. I mean, the way the team is playing, why wouldn't we think that the 49ers are going to boat race us? The fact that we play at home, we're in the same division, maybe some of that will be a bit of an equalizer. But the 49ers bread and butter is to run the football, and you right now can't stop runs. You can't stop the run versus anybody, even against meager rushing attacks. I mean, Tampa Bay Buccaneers came into you a couple weeks ago as the worst team in the league at rushing the ball, and you made Leonard Fournette look like Jim Brown. You don't have an ability to stop anybody as far as running the ball goes. And all they have to do, it seems, and this was again borne out again today, is stay committed to it. If you stay committed to it, you'll eventually break free on this defense. That's been the formula for breaking this defense this year. All right, Geno back in shotgun here with 1:56 to go. Down a couple touchdowns here. Geno's going to go deep down the football field and hit Tyler Lockett for a catch. Do have a flag. Looks like maybe they were offsides a bit there. Thank you, though, RJ, for the $5 dono. Paul Third with a $2 donation. Just a trap game. On to Thursday night football. On to Thursday night, man. I don't know if it's a trap game, man. I don't know if we walked into this thinking, well, we just got this. We can just close our eyes and moonwalk through and we got this taken care of. I mean, I don't know on that. I feel a little bit like they probably were trying. They just couldn't bring it this game. Oh, Geno. Oh, Geno. Thank you, Paul, though, for the $2 dono, man. Yeah, Geno needs at times today. Just getting rid of the ball would have been good. Killing a play. No one would live to play another day. There's a couple of those moments in this game where you just go, just live to play another day. Second and 23. To Colby Parkinson, who will get about 11, 12 yards there. Jason Wolf, what does Travis Homerun bring to this team? I think he's a good third down back. I don't think he's a guy that should be a guy getting a lot of carries, but you're obviously drawing down by so many guys. It's hard to get four deep at the running back position with real talented guys four deep. Hard to do. Justin Carpenter just found the stream. Panther fan here. Geno was exposed today. No, he wasn't. No. As I try to press with a lot of different people on this, Justin, when you have a quarterback who has no running game, your quarterback got the exact opposite on the other side of it, and our quarterback still outplayed you, I would say. So I don't agree. We need to have a running game. Right now, we've got no running game. That's... and we got a touchdown by Marquise Goodwin there, though there is a flag here. So we'll see. There's 16 seconds only on the clock remaining, and we got to get a onside field goal if this is a touchdown. So still some long yards here, but good to see Seattle get up the field. No, I disagree on that. This has been an ongoing process for us in recent weeks where we're just not running the ball. And if teams can't run the ball, teams know you can't run the ball. Eventually, some of those wider open passing windows early on in the year start to get closer and closer to getting closed. So, you want to have a good offense in this NFL. You can't just have it be all on a passing offense to accomplish that. And unfortunately, that's been too often the case with this team. Now, Geno didn't play great today. I'm not blaming it on all aspects outside of Geno, but he played a bad game and you're one-dimensional. That's not Geno being exposed. Geno played his first bad game of the year. All right. We're at our first bad game of the year, 13 weeks in. And it's funny because on his bad game of the year, again, on a game where you go, oh, wow, he didn't play great at all. It's still 264 yards, still 3 touchdown passing. Again, we'll say it's a bad game. I'm not saying it's dressed up any better. There's some garbage time yards and points scored there right now, obviously, because the Panthers are in soft. It's not the same type of thing, but it's not exposed. That's not a proper assessment of this game if you're looking at it in this way with Geno. And again, if you're going to take this one game of Geno and say now all of the past 12 weeks don't matter, all of the past 12 weeks of top level play don't matter, you and I are going to be in real stringent disagreement on that one. I don't make my assessments of an NFL season based off one game and throw out 95% of the rest of the season. And it happens to feel like, to me, if there are those folks in the chat that are going to go down that trek with it, you're free to, and I'll listen to what you got to say on it. But at the end of the day, I really feel like if you're landing on that coming out of this game with the first thing on your lips is Geno Smith, and that's where your place is landing at, then I do land in saying you already had a pre-hate built in for Geno coming in this year, and there's nothing he can do to dissuade you. And folks, if that's the first thing out of your mouth is Geno here, you're just kind of showing your colors on that's how you think and believe. And if that's how you think and believe, that's fine, but recognize it in yourself as well. Recognize that you're a person that I don't like Geno. I just don't like him. And that there's nothing he can do to disprove that for you. And the second he does something wrong, you're going to jump on it and you're going to pounce, right? You're going to be there just to jump with your confirmation bias. Cause see, I told you, see. But again, think of it more through the lens of looking at what he's doing in the total of the experience this season, not just looking for your one sample size spot to pick on. And again, acknowledging Geno's not playing great football in this game. This was his worst played game of the season. But the problem with this football game is not just Geno got exposed. He's the problem here. He's the reason you lost. No. 45 carries, 224 yards on the ground. That's why at the forefront you're losing this game. Offenses, the 2 interceptions, huge part of it too. Monster part of it too. But any NFL game, if you end up in the NFL game giving up over 250, what did I just say was that? 224 yards, you're probably not winning that football game. Here's the onside kick here by Jason Myers. Kick bouncing around, and the Panthers will recover it, which will put a close up to this game. Wu-Tang Financial with a $5 donation. Thank you, Wu-Tang. I appreciate it. It says, just too many holes in this D. No credible rushing attack. Geno and Waldron had bad days. Easy to defend the pass when you know they can't run. Rough. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. You guys are putting some great comments here into the donations on the chat, as well as the thank you for the donations, but I can't add anything to some of what you guys are putting in the chat as far as your thoughts on this, because I think it's on point with this. This is a bit of a loss you unpack and come from a couple different directions at it, but you do, I think, first start out with the D's got too many holes, great way of putting it, no rushing attack, and then yes, Geno and Waldron both had bad days on top of it. But it was all of that in conjunction. It wasn't mutually inexclusive. It wasn't one or the other in this football game. It was all of those factors coming into you losing this football game. You gave the Panthers their very first win on the road this year, coming into this game at 0-5. Frankly, this team was not ready to play. The coaching staff did not have this team ready to play. The coaching staff got out-coached in this football game. That's the reasons you lose it. And I know we sometimes look for the simple, easy thing to say that'll be the reason you lost a game or won a game. But sometimes it's a variety of things that all lead to you kind of losing a football game at the end of the day. R. Sanchez with the $5 donation says, I don't like Geno. Start luck. Well, like I said, I know are those folks out there. I appreciate the donation, man. You're not alone. I have been pushing back for 13, 14 straight weeks. Hell, I've been pushing back since training camp to say, maybe consider the fact that Geno's actually a pretty good player in this league, that he can be a pretty good quarterback. He's put up a lot of really good performances, and when you put that many good performances up together, it's not really a matter of it being a sample size or somebody's going to solve what you're doing in some fashion or another. It's because you are playing that well of football. But I had test. I've seen it enough from a variety of different folks that land on that spot of it that they just don't like Geno, and they can't be sold on him. They can't be bought into him. And I will say this: if you have Drew Lock operating behind the same offense, you have Drew Lock operating with the similar lack of running game at all, Drew Lock's not going to go out there and carry this day any more further along than Geno is. The lack of running game will affect him and hold him back and hinder him every bit as much as it is hindering Geno Smith. So that won't be an end-all solve. The issues come back to getting your butt whooped at the line of scrimmage first and foremost. Thank you, though, Sanchez, for the donation, man. I appreciate you. Daniel Bailey with a $5 donation. Thank you, Daniel. Appreciate you. Says, I still like Geno, but I disagree. Football is situational. His picks were more pivotal than a porous defense once they're gassed. Run D broke later. Football is situational. His picks were more pivotal than a porous defense. Oh, we agree to disagree on it, man. I appreciate the donation. Offensively, they were able to move the ball pretty well on you through that first half. I don't discount the picks. I'm not trying to oversell like the picks don't matter. So this is where it gets hard, I think, Daniel, to say, well, it's all on one thing or all in another. I think everything's got to have a little bit of an equal bear to a degree on this. I put a little bit more towards the defensive side of the ball. You let a guy in Sam Darnold, you let an offensive attack in the Panthers, which is not that good of an offensive attack, and you let them have their way with you at the line of scrimmage. Again, with Geno as well on this too, Daniel, you're not running the ball. In those situational picks, the picks are going to happen. I would argue with you, Daniel, if you end out in a place where you're asking your quarterback to throw some 75% of the time because of the fact that you can't, and let's see here. So let's see. So we've got 14 plus 36 plays. You ran 50 plays offensively speaking in this football game. And you passed the ball nearly 72% of the time. So I would kind of argue with you on this. My pushback with you, Daniel, is this. If I don't have a running game that's going to require me to throw the ball 75% of the time, and I look across the NFL and I got passing attacks that have to throw the ball 75% of the time, whether that happens in the first quarter, whether that happens in the third quarter, whether that happens in the fourth quarter, there's probably going to be a couple of interceptions then on the back of that. There's got to be a better ability to run more of a balanced attack to some degree. I'm not saying it's got to be 50-50, but 72% of the time you had to throw the football in this game. And that wasn't just indicative of you needing to throw at the end because you were behind in points. That was throughout this game. It was obvious that you were just going to have to throw because there was no yards to be had on the ground. You've got to be able to do something in the running game. You can't ask a quarterback to completely have to carry the whole day. And if that's what we're asking Geno to be, if that's now where we're coming to a little bit, Daniel, and that where we expect Geno to play perfectly without a running game, and irregardless of what the defense is doing, I will disagree with you on that a bit. I will push back with you on that because I think we're getting into a little bit of an unrealistic state, an unrealistic place of our expectation level, not only from Geno Smith, but from what we should really be expecting out of the quarterback position itself. There are times where my defense needs to hold the line while my offense is kind of struggling to find itself a little bit, not completely fall back in a part of itself if the offense starts to struggle, which is a little bit what happened there. They didn't hold those things up on the interceptions. They kind of just opened things up and went, oh, okay, walk on in. Again, I don't want to sound like Geno doesn't have some blame on this loss. He does. I just don't arrive with that being the first place that I start from here in my assessment on this game. Thank you for the donation, though. William Leonard with a $5 donation. Thank you, William. Appreciate you. Says, we've lost our mojo ever since the game in Germany. Well said, man. Well said. And I think you're right on it with that, William. I don't think that this is the same energy, the same spirit in this team has been prevalent since we went out to Germany. It's been very much a team that looks just kind of out of sorts of itself. Nothing it can kind of hang its hat on. Very much pass heavy. Defensively speaking, not a lot that they're able to stop. They come back to kind of just lean on maybe find a turnover at the right point in time in the game. But I think you're right. Since that Germany point, it's been tough sledding all the way through, man. Tough sledding. Thank you for the donation. Red Ace with a $2 donation. Appreciate you, Red Ace. Says the interceptions were bad. The D-line was bad. Yeah. I mean, it's the part that gets hard to, I think, because there is a draw in all of us, myself included, to want to try to paint something into one broad brush angle of it's on this person. Here's our bad guy, here's enemy number one of the people. And I think this is one where the enemy number one of the people is a couple of different factors of this game and folks within this game. Geno has some blame on that, but I do continue to go back to two. Let's just go back to two bottom line factors on this. If my defense gives up 223 yards rushing, and then offensively speaking, I cannot run the ball at all. If I cannot run the ball at all, my starting running back has 9 carries for 26 yards in this game. If those two are the two factors leading at that point, I would love to see the team over the last 10 years of NFL football that those two things have been the case, who then have gone on to win a football game, be it regular season or the playoffs. And I think most of you guys in the chat would agree with me if we took those bottom line two stats, we'd find pretty much probably 95, 99% of the time those turned into losses for those teams. That's why it does get harder for me to come back to saying, well, these 2 interceptions by Geno, though. The 2 interceptions by Geno, though. I can show you a lot of games with 2 interceptions from a quarterback. You go back and you win. I don't know if I can show a lot where I've given up 225 yards rushing and I can't run the ball on the other side of things. Thank you, Red Ace. Appreciate you, though, man. Pretentious Cameron with a $5 donation. Says, can we go back to October? Thank you for the donation. I know those were better times, weren't they, man? Better times. We were starting to roll. We were starting to look better, starting to come together as a team. Number 1 DVOA defense for 4 straight weeks. An offense that looked top 5 in the sport. It has definitely come crashing down here very quickly. Very, very, very quickly. Thomas says, Brandon, you say Geno's playing elite. Every game Geno has been lucky not throwing multiple interceptions. Geno is at best Alex Smith. I'm sorry, I want Mahomes or Allen. I know it's greedy. Oh, I can get it, man. I think it's just my contention with that is it's hard to find those guys. They don't come flopping off the back of the truck every other draft. They tend to be more like generational talents. And if I'm trying to angle to go find the next generational quarterback talent, that can lead me into a lot of spinning out in a lot of different directions as I go and I look for that guy. I don't know if I need a generational talent to make this team great in the way that they're trying to set up the blueprint. Lucky, I don't know how much I fall into that, Thomas. I see quarterbacks all over the sport when I watch a lot of these NFL games have balls that could be picked and aren't picked. You are what you are at this point in time of the year. I think that you get this far into the season where you're now 12 games in, 13 games in, whatever, you are what you are. As a quarterback, if you're top 5 at this point, then you're top 5. And you mentioned Alex Smith, but I don't think Alex Smith was ever at a point in time of his season where he was top 5 down the line and putting the type of season together that Geno Smith has been putting together. Even though, Thomas, he got to have an Andy Reid as a head coach. I watched those games with Alex Smith and Andy Reid in Kansas City. And Andy had to coach around Alex's skill set, not coach with it, not utilize it, not take advantage of it. It was a lot of dink and dunk and use your legs, which has not been how Geno's gone out there and win football games this year. Yeah, the stats do bear out. He's played elite this year, Thomas. I presented the last video I did this week. I think I made a pretty concrete argument. If you're going to say Geno's not playing elite, I feel like you got to bring up more than just saying, well, it's luck that he didn't have more interceptions. That's not really basing on anything, is it? I can't tangibly grab that in my hands. You're kind of pulling that out. And if it's going to say, well, he should have had 6 or 7 other balls that are picked off this year that defenders dropped, well, then you've got to then show me the stats of other quarterbacks throughout the league that are elite that then don't have those drop stats, right? So that we know that we're not just looking at it through a lens of only our quarterback without the factor of taking into account how it is in the rest of the NFL sport. Are the rest of the quarterbacks having that same situation going on or not? I'll also argue this with you too, Thomas. I don't think Alex Smith was ever at a point in time of his career where he's being asked to throw 75% of the time in a football game. I don't think coaches were asking that of him. I think every time he's out there, he's run a pretty balanced offense overall for the most part. But again, I do understand, Thomas. I acknowledge on this. My belief isn't in this place on it. So let me say this for the record. I don't stand on the place of understanding where the Geno stuff comes from on, well, it's been luck. Well, now he's been exposed. Well, now the true colors of what Geno Smith is. I disagree with it. I do acknowledge that there's a lot of folks out there that have that feeling. I do feel like I see some of those names, Thomas, that have that feeling of Geno Smith, because I can remember names. I can remember what people say in the chat. I can remember names going back to this offseason that are those same names that pop into my chat now that are jumping on Geno. They got real quiet when Geno was great throughout the course of the year. But now the second that he goes bad, they jump right to the forefront. And they've got their, as I've said it throughout the year, they've got their fingers itching on the trigger of Geno. And that makes me a little bit pessimistic that they're operating from a purely intellectual standpoint and looking at the situation. That tends to make me feel like maybe sometimes people are looking at this a little bit more emotionally on it, because again, I go to him and I say, okay, he's top 5 in every statistical category that could matter in the NFL at the quarterback position, but he's just lucky. I can bring up all these statistics. I can show you how good he's been overall in the fourth quarter of games, because Seahawks have been one of the better teams in the NFL in fourth quarters overall throughout the course of this year. I can show you all that stuff. But it all seems to not matter because somebody can just tell me, I just don't like him. I think he was just lucky this year. I don't know how much I can draw any more further debate from that point at that point. If you're just giving me, I just don't like the guy. Well, he just, then there's not really anything for us to go back and forth on tangibly to kind of debate this a bit. It's just sort of like, okay, your gut feeling is you don't like the guy, kind of. Okay. I can get that, but I am going to disagree with that. And hopefully those folks that do have that feeling can understand why I disagree with it. If I can bring all this backing to show how well he's playing this position, if I can show how well he's playing this position despite not having any running game, which for the people that are anti-Geno, I've yet to see a person with anti-Geno who wants to get Drew Lock in here, who also doesn't then acknowledge the fact that he's doing what he's done this year without basically any kind of consistent running game going. You've had your boom moments with Kenneth Walker where he's had his 75-yard runs and his 60-yard runs, but play in and play out, the running game has not been a consistent aspect of this team. It's very hard to play the quarterback position when you have no running game, and then you're being asked to throw 60, 65, 70, 72% of the time as he was asked to today. I don't think you're putting your quarterback in a position to be successful. I almost don't care how talented they are. Certain guys can overcome that. But again, I don't know, for me, the model is with the Mahomes-Allen makes a lot of sense to me, because I just don't think you're going to find those kind of guys. They're hard to locate. They're hard to track down. Those are the top 2 guys in the whole sport. Kind of by far a little bit, I would say. Empower Code says, Pete Carroll's defensive genius is a load of bull. This defense is quite literally the definition of incompetency. I am sick and tired of watching this S show on a weekly basis. I'm with you on that, man. I am with you on that. Addison Shelby with a $2 donation. Are our playoff hopes over? I can't believe this, B. I don't think our playoffs are over from the standpoint of we don't have a pathway to getting into the playoffs, but it does feel like this team is right now playing at its worst brand of football in the year is right now. The last few weeks have been very, very clunky. You seem like your defense is kind of wearing down. It seems like your offense is really got only the passing game it can lean on, and that's it. And that's not really a team that you feel really good about having an opportunity to be able to take you into the playoffs. So my confidence right now is definitely shaken, and looking at this team thinking they can find their way this year on this one. It looks more like you're kind of not fully falling apart, but you've had one of your pillars has gotten kind of is breaking and crumbling a little bit. And you got another one over here that's starting to kind of shake. So it's getting dicey, man. I don't feel good about it. Thank you though, Addison. Adrian XA with a $2 donation says, love you, brother. Love you right back at you too, bro. Appreciate you. My 12s, but this is a rebuild year. This is a rebuild year at the end of the day. That is for sure. I mean, some of us like myself have gotten a little greedy and wondering if maybe we could find a little bit extra in this year, and then maybe we could get in that playoffs. And then once you get in the playoffs, anything can happen at that point. But indeed, you are playing this year with $44 million of dead money. You moved off from a lot of guys. You've made a change to a defensive scheme this year that certainly is one that it's having some bumps in the road as they try to implement it. Let's just say that, to put it kindly, I guess. But it is that indeed. Jay Keano, thank you for subscribing, Jay. Appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Thank you for hopping aboard. I do appreciate you. Adrian X with a $2 donation. This year will be about compete and rebuild and build for the 2023 season. I hope that they're angling this to get to a point of competing for 2023. I hope where they're not sitting here thinking, let's just slow rebuild this into 2023 now. I hope there is a sense of urgency this offseason with this team and understanding there's a lot here that needs to be addressed, especially down in the trenches. You've got to get better at center. You've got to get better at guard. You've got to get better at defensive line. The pass rush could get a little bit better and more consistent, though I think at this point, to me, defensive line may be something that needs so much attention. You may have to overlook a little bit of more of the edges and just go that route with it. So I agreed with you there, man. Hopefully they get back to the competing status by 23. That would be good. Bear with me 1 second, folks. I will be right back. John Stillwell with the $10 donation. Thank you, John. Appreciate you. Thanks so much, man. Says, single high safety, they threw. Too deep, they ran. Why in the world are we playing pass defense against a team that can't pass? It's a great question, John. Very well spotted on your part in that respect of things. Same thing that I saw myself in the game, in that, especially early on, you're running a lot of these deep zone coverages. There was one play that jumped in particular. We had Ryan Neal running backwards rather than taking the tight end on a linking route into the out route. And it comes down to this, what I, from my standpoint, John, have it all break down to is this for me. They had the cover 2 shell Vic Fangio stuff they were going to put in place this year. You're going to get more blitz heavy looks, more pressure based packages, but then Jamal Adams goes down. I think Carroll just goes, okay, I don't have a guy like Jamal Adams, so now we're not going to run any of that blitz stuff. We're just going to fall back into the same old stuff we've always ran. And that's going to be cover 3, cover 2. And it's predictable. Teams know it's coming. Teams know how we're going to run it. Teams know not only do we run a cover 3, but we're going to run bail technique at the corner position into cover 3 technique. So that means you're going to have guys in off coverage who then drop back off the line of scrimmage at the snap, which then makes it tremendously easy for the quarterback to read and then pick apart if they are willing to remain patient. And indeed, we are seeing many different quarterbacks playing the Seattle Seahawks defense that are willing to be patient, that are willing to dink, willing to dunk, willing to take what the defense gives. And this defense definitely does give in that element of things. It's the place that does drive me crazy, John, because it goes beyond the talent of the football field. It comes down to X's and O's. It comes down to the chess match of coaches. And you're getting out chess matched in a very simplistic fashion. I like to drop my soft zone coverage with great depth. My name is Coach Carroll. And I want my guys to drop with great depth because I do not want to give up a long pass down the football field. To give up a chunk play is like me having to give up my religion, he says. Well, they're then just going to bleed you to death. Death by 1,000 pinpricks, so to speak. And that's what teams do. That's what today was. Death by 10,000 pinpricks. It wasn't big slashes of the sword. It's just dink, 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 dink. And eventually you bleed out. And it drives you crazy. Because it's a slow death and you're letting it happen and you don't seem to be taking it to the offense. You seem to let the offense take it to you. And it's a tough brand of defense to watch. It can work, I think, but the problem comes into play is it can't work if you don't have the front 4 guys to get it done. Can't have I kind of think the defense is seen as dead at the end of the day. I think this is why they acknowledged they needed to run to the cover 2 stuff itself this offseason. And that they understood that the time had come, but he's just not willing to commit to it. The same reticence that we saw in Carroll to commit to the new Waldron offense last year is the very same thing you're seeing on the defensive side of the ball this year with the cover 2 Fangio stuff. The only implementation has been the 3-4 defense, which even that they won't consistently run. They will still slide back into these 4-man fronts out of that, and strange 4-man fronts. Chad Hart with the $5 donation says, "Go Hawks! Get that orange cat some treats." We'll get him some stuff here. I'll give him some treats for you, man. They'll make her at least a little bit happy, I bet. Oh, hold on, let me see if I can sneak it. You guys want to watch how Pavlovian this is? Watch when I make the sound of the opening of watch how quickly she turns around because she's sleeping right now, right? So she can't hear the bag opening. And the second the bag gets open, watch what she does. Like, watch. Yeah. Yeah, she knows the salmon treats are here. Here, you got to show them eating it. They want to see you eating the salmon treats. So there we go. So those salmon treats are on you, Chad. Thank you for the $5 donation. She appreciates it. She tries to eat these. Paul Third with a $10 dono. Thank you, Paul. Says, I like Geno, but he's not exactly slaying elite defenses in his top 5 stats run. This is similar to Russell Wilson era, have a winning record, then lose as soon as they meet a playoff defense. Same story as 2015. Thank you for the $10 donation, Paul. I appreciate it. I guess it's a fair point for the most part that he's not necessarily had to play the top defenses. I'll give you that. I mean, he can only kind of play who he can play. Let's also remember again, it's yes, there's some of that there, but Paul, where's the benefit of the doubt with that he's got 2 rookie tackles starting on the outside? Where's the benefit of the doubt with that he's got no running game to utilize, no interior of his offensive line that can do much to draw any kind of holes? He is getting this top 5 run done while that stuff is also remaining the truth at the same time, and it's been maybe a little bit benefited from having that scheduled to a degree. He's also had to play the Broncos defense. He's also had to play the 49er defense. I'll give you that he didn't exactly blow those defenses off, but that's the nature of the NFL. You play some tough defenses, you play some bad defenses, you play some middle of the road defenses. I don't think he's gotten some exclusive opportunity this year where it's just been bad offenses everywhere down the line. And maybe it is. Maybe we'll do that breakdown at the end of the year where we come to find that he's just been playing against, I guess, bad defenses. It doesn't seem exactly that way to me. I'll give you that he's maybe not had to play the best, but I don't think that. I think he's played great football this year, man. I think he's played great football. And again, when I come to the problems of this team, Paul, it's not to say that I wouldn't come to a problem of this team of going, okay, well, there's some things in Geno's game that can be better. Okay, I'm willing to go there. I don't know how we land there first, though, Paul. I don't know why we take this team and we look at this team for the good and the bad, and we specifically start targeting the bad. And we come away with that. And it's not you saying this, Paul, and I appreciate the donation. I really do, my man. But it is frustrating for me when I look at the team and see there's all these other problems that are at play with this team that are such more bigger issues than the quarterback play this year. Such larger, bigger issues that we should really be talking about. But then we got to come back to Geno Smith. And it's not that I'm saying Geno's perfect. I'm not the biggest backer of Geno. He's an amazing guy, the best ever quarterback or any of that. But it's to say that I think he gives enough to the position where if we can tighten down some of these other aspects of the team that have sucked this year, he can take us to the promised land. But you've got to tighten up the other stuff, and that they haven't done that. And that's the part that doesn't get recognized as much, I feel like, at times when we start taking the spotlight and drifting it over onto Geno and saying, see, look at this part of him and look at that part of him. Like he is where he is, man. It's 12 games in. And again, I think I got to eventually, I know I like debate on this channel a lot and stuff, but when it comes to this Geno one, I'm kind of exhausted by it. I've kind of gotten to the point where I'm like, I'm just kind of wore out in having the thing of it. I don't think I'm going to ever convince those folks that I don't think there's anything that he can do for certain folks in certain segment to ever prove that he's good enough. I truly do believe this. I've been doing this for now 4 months of fighting this battle. It's been a long war. It started with me pointing out posting the video back in August saying, Geno is what he is. Because let's remember where we started out with Geno here. Geno sucked. He was the 39th best quarterback in the league, according to Chris Sims in his pre-evaluation of these quarterbacks and where they stood. Like, let's remember that's where his expectation level was prior to this year. And versus where he's been now, I would have thought people with how well he's been versus where he was, that he would have brought way more people over it. I'm really shocked and surprised that so many people are so reticent to see such good level of play and to go look for every explanation possible without having to just kind of lock the feet and go, yep, playing good football. And I think that I'm not going to get anywhere with the debate on it. So I'm going to let you guys, I appreciate your perspectives. If that's where you land on it, I appreciate it. I'm not calling you silly or stupid or dumb for it. Have it. But at the same point in time, I'm not going to keep fighting this battle. I'm not going to keep going down, and if you don't see it, you don't see it. I can't keep kind of going down that track of it because it just doesn't seem like there's anything I can bring to the table to convince you guys. And I don't think I'm getting anything tangibly. I keep kind of a little bit, Paul, having to stay in this like vague place when it comes to why Geno's bad. From the why Geno bad folks, it's luck, or well, he had lesser opponents, or that he can't bring you from behind, and then he does. Well, that one doesn't count because that happened with the Rams. It's this week showed you he can't bring you from behind. I start just going in circles, I feel like. I'm spinning in circles on this debate rather than trying to get to a tangible point of truth a little bit. And that's the part I think that gets me a little bit frustrated with it. Wu-Tang Financial with the $5 don't know. Thank you, Wu-Tang. Man, do I miss Bobby and Adams right now. Yeah, Adams would definitely, both those guys would help in the running game, you would think. You'd be a lot better with both of them. I'm happier. In happier news, we are sitting at number 2 in the draft. Woo! That's pretty nice. I like seeing that. Jalen Carter would look real fly in those throwback unis next year. He'd look Tez-like, wouldn't he, Wu-Tang? A little Tez-like. Give him to rock maybe the old 90. I know he's an 88, maybe give him 99, right? I think we retired Tez at 96, so could still use the 99 one because he did that Jerome Brown one where he took his jersey on after his buddy passed. But I love Carter. He's my number 1 guy. I do think that he'd be the guy that I would take if I had my pick of the litter, with us selecting it, I guess, number 2 now. But the best case scenario is obviously for me to trade back a little Wu-Tang. That'd be the place I'd really like to go. Paul with another dono. Paul, thank you for all the donations on the channel, brother. I really do appreciate it. With a $5 dono. Says, I understand you only play who's in front of you, but how can we say he's definitely good because he's top 5 statistical and then not put it into context? Well, the context for me at this is, Paul, is that you get to a point in the season where you're beyond sample size. And, is it one season of play that we're going to have from Geno to make our determination about where he is in the future and who he is into the future and whether he's good enough to be that guy into the future? Yes, you're going to have to make that assessment off of one season. To my eyes, Paul, in every single game leading up to this game, every single game this season leading up to this game, Geno has played good to great football. To my eyes. That's not statistical. That's to what I've seen from my eyes. He's got control at the line of scrimmage. He's able to recognize the blitz. He's able to beat the blitz. He's able to hang strong in the pocket. He has upper level arm strength. He has upper level mobility. He brings so much to the game in that respect. And he's done it this year playing at that level, Paul. Again, no running game. No running game. No running game. Show me the amount of quarterbacks in this league, and you can bring up a Mahomes and Allen. You're bringing up the anomalies at that point. Show me a normal upper-level quarterback in this league. Show me a Kirk Cousins in this league that's going to throw it 75% of the time and still be good from a statistical standpoint. Still be top 5 from a statistical standpoint. He's got no running game, and he's still top 5 statistically speaking. Yeah, you play who's in front of you. It is what it is as far as the season goes. And again, 2 rookie tackles. Can we also acknowledge, folks, that there's not been a time in modern NFL history the last 50 years that there's been an NFL team that started both tackles that were rookies at the very same time? This is, again, the stuff that drives me crazy. There's no room for nuance here. It's this broad brush stroke of Geno's bad, good, Geno good. Geno amazing, Geno just all bad. Let's go to the Geno. Is he good enough? If I get an interior of the line that can somewhat run block on a consistent basis next year so that I don't have to throw 75% of the time, does Geno look better or look worse? If I have a defense that can now stop the run a little bit, does that get the ball back to Geno a little bit more often? Does that now allow for more of the time of possession game to swing back towards the Seahawks, along with the running game being more consistent? Does that get me an even better version of Geno at that point? Does the second year returns of my rookie offensive tackles this year coming into year 2 give me a better or worse Geno next year? I go down that line personally and I go, that'll be a better Geno, better Geno, better Geno, better Geno, and see what he's already given me this year with having no running game, with having a suspect interior offensive line. So top 5 statistical is top 5 statistical, Paul, and it's not me just cherry picking 1 or 2 stats. It's not me, Paul, going, we'll take his passer rating, and then you're going to take his average per attempt, and then you take his completion percentage. And I'm going to cherry pick those 3 statistics, and that's how he's a top 5 quarterback. Any statistical category you want to utilize. You want to use CPOE? I don't even know what CPOE means, Paul, right? I don't even know what CPOE means. He's in top 5 of that too. Every quarterback statistical category you want to use, old school quarterback rating, new school QBR, take any statistic you want. He's top 5. I don't think he got there by luck. I don't think that he got there by happenstance or because he just got to run through a poor run of bad opponents. I think he got there because he's playing damn good football. Appreciate the donation though, man. And again on this, I understand I'm going to probably just have some disagreement with folks on this. I understand where you're coming from. Paul, you're not alone. There's a big contingent of Hawk fans that land in the very same place. I just don't find myself in that same lane. Primo with a $2 donation. Not Geno's fault. Thank you, Primo. I appreciate your donation, man. And that's where I myself find myself on this. It's certainly he gets a share of blame, but if I go to the first full fault on this game, I'm not landing there. I will come around to it. It needs to be brought into discussion. Those were two horrible interceptions. First throw of the game like that. After the touchdown drive, you put yourself behind an 8-ball with that throw, and that was a bad throw all the way around. But it's also a bad call. Why am I asking my quarterback to throw a 15-yard outrun on the comeback route on the first throw of the game? Get some rollout bootlegs like you have Waldron early on. Get him some nice early throws to get him into a little bit of a rhythm. It was a little bit of let's go take these, as somebody was saying earlier, it was a little bit of like Russ-like offense from last year a little bit early on there. Thank you, though, Primo, Wu-Tang, Paul Third, Chad Hart, John Stillwell. Thank you for all the donations, you guys. You're very kind in the chat. I really do appreciate all the support. Standard champion, CPOE equals completed percentage over expectation. Geno is good. Thank you. Thank you. Christian Fowler, I don't like Shane Waldron. Well, he had a tough day today at the office, but I think he's been pretty good overall this year. Mike Myers, some of the stuff you guys say is sad, and you call yourself Seahawks fans. We're young, and Geno's doing good. Nobody expected us to do what we're doing so far, and I'm proud of this team. I'm proud of this team, too. And I'm very happy with this season. This has been an entertaining year. This is a disappointing loss, and it's going to be a tough pill for all to swallow, especially as you seem to have so much in your grasp this year with what was ahead of you here this season so far. And it's not an over year yet, but we're performing far beyond what we thought this team was going to be this year. And we've got to put some of this into a bit of a perspective on where this team is and how close they are to getting this thing, turned back to a stage of getting to be an elite status team. There's stuff that needs to be done. But that's why I try to maybe mark on what I want to have as the main problems at play here, because I don't want to be addressing the thing that isn't really where we need to come back from. We go change the quarterback position and we don't deal with this defensive line. We change the quarterback position and we don't adjust these weak-ass soft zone coverages that we're operating on the back end. We change out the quarterback and we still don't have a running game. That quarterback ain't going diddly squat. That quarterback ain't getting any farther than Geno. And that's why I get to those issues forced before I get down to Geno on that side of things. And I appreciate where people come from. There's enough folks contingent-wise. I don't think they're being silly to feel like they don't like Geno or they're not in on Geno. I don't think I can convince them, but I respect where they're coming from. I do really, really strongly disagree. And watching this tape, I've watched every game's tape. I've gone through all 22 on just about every single game and watched just all of Geno throws on those all 22 tapes and how his process has gone through the control at the line of scrimmage. And I don't walk away from it going anything except this guy's playing minimum top 10 level quarterback play this year, if not top 5. Dan Rules says our Achilles heel is a defensive line. Huge. Agree, man. Agree. They're getting ran over. They're getting ran over big time. Daniel, Geno's still good enough to take us there with a more complete team. Yeah, that's my point with it. And again, understanding the blueprint that you're trying to build here is to go back to the 2012-2013 blueprint, right? Which could be going and getting a quarterback in that second, third round range and getting a guy real cheap. That could be a pathway into it. But the base point of that pathway is not to get the quarterback who has to carry the day. The base point of that blueprint is you get the team in place first so that the quarterback just has to be a very proficient game manager, which is what Russell Wilson was through his first couple of years. Geno is being far beyond a proficient game manager this year. So get him the rest of the team in place around him. He's more than going to be suitable to carry that day for us at that point. And it will be a more talented team around him next year, especially when you're not sitting on $44 million of dead money. 20% of your cap is burned up to thin air this year. You get just all of that back next year, right? 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. Money to spend out on the open market for free agents. It's going to be a better team going next year than they are right now. I can't speak right now. Mike Myers, 230 yards on the ground. Stop talking about Geno, you fools. Sam the Great says, I've been saying the defense is trash at stopping the run and tackling. Both of those things were the parts here. You were allowing holes in the running game, then your guys rally up to tackle and they can't tackle. I don't even know how you really teach tackling in today's NFL, quite frankly, because you can't put the pads on. You know, you come off this kind of loss and the coaches come in the locker room and go, okay, boys, we're putting the pads on today. Can't do that no more. Can't do that. So you got to find a way to teach it through technique wise, but it's been bad all year long. Tom Eden, we can't stop the run. That's it, man. Jay Porter, I think some of us just got to stop hyper-focusing on the bad. It's human nature, but it's horrible for our mental health. I agree, Jay Porter. I agree. Look, it's an emotional sport. I'm no different. I get drawn into the emotions of it as well as anybody else. But perspective, where this team is at, what this team had kind of as far as an uphill climb to where we've gotten to, we should feel nothing but encouraged by this team and the future of this team. The draft that they just had this past offseason, winning the Russell Wilson trade as they've won it, the signs of life we've seen from this offense that's played at basically a top 10, top 5 level of performance this year, despite the inconsistency in running the ball. And the defense, which has shown signs of life at times, but it's been bad overall at the end of the day. Brian Smith, Geno Smith's not 34 years old. He just barely turned 32. And he's not getting $50 million. Correct. Julio, Geno has been great all season, but but to say today wasn't his fault is nuts. No, I'm saying he's got some blame on it, Julio, but I'm not putting all the blame on him. I'm not going to sit here and say that the defense just gets a free pass for 230 yards rushing. No. So I think this is a game that I know that the nature is here to try to put the blame into one stance or another to make this very simple and easy, make it a one-sentence reason as to why the Seahawks lost. It's just not that. This is a little bit more of a complicated breakdown. UE2K, what's up, UE? Long time no see, man. This game is just another example of Pete not coaching, not making adjustments, not having team-specific plan. He's the same as us, cheerleading and hoping it all works out. Pete's gotta go. Well, definitely if he can't make a defense work, you do wonder what are you doing here, man? You're a defensive-minded coach. You can motivate guys. You can establish a culture here, but you don't seem to have the bread and butter that is supposed to be part of what was originally why you were brought in here and hired, is that you could put a good defense, good to great defense together. Remains to be seen whether he is still able at this point to put a good to great defense together. Faithful, we are pretty good. Good job. Yeah, Faithful. Scary game for us, man. We'll see you on Thursday. Dan Rule says Geno's better than Kirk Cousins, who gets paid every year. Well said. Yes, he is. Mr. Allo says, besides the throws, Geno has checked into a lot of our big runs this season too. Fantastic point. Part of the control at the line of scrimmage is a big part of Geno's game and his ability to read what's going on. It was a bit dodgy today. I think he got caught off guard by some of the blitzes by the Panthers, but he's been overall great with it throughout the course of the season. And you're right. We can remember the Rashad Penny run against the Lions where he checked into that big run there. That was all about him reading it and checking into that and allowing that big play to get sprung as it did. Jans Peters, our defense. Oops, sorry, Jans. Let me see here. Let me get it back up. Jans Peters says, our defense was terrible. Geno played bad. Our O-line and running game doesn't exist. Bad coaching and play calls. Everyone is at fault. No one gets a pass on blame. Fantastically put. Fantastically put. And I think that's the way to go about it with it. So that's everyone gets their slice of the blame pie a little bit here today to a degree. Adrian XA with a $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Wishful thinking, but I have a feeling we go 2-0. Hey, it's possible. It's a division matchup. It's a Thursday night game on a short week. We do know those Thursday night games do tend to favor the home teams more often than not. But in this unpredictable, wild season, Adrian X, who knows, man? It's possible. It's possible. It's hard not to see that Niner team rushing it right down our throat, though, all game long at the moment. Adrian X, another $2 donation. Thank you, Adrian X. Says, still mad he lost me my parlay bet with the first INT, laughing out loud. That was a bad INT. Yeah, that first one was, what the hell? It was a great play by the corner, too. They came off their responsibility. You know, they showed Geno they were going to take the flat route away, and then they bailed back out on DK on the underneath route. So it was a very good play by the cornerback there to make that interception, but it was still just a horrible throw for first throw out the gate. You knew maybe we were going to be in for a long day with that being the first first throw, and with the defense giving up the touchdown on the other side of it, you went, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, and thank you, Daniel, for the $2 donation, man. I appreciate it. Adrian X with another $2 donation says, says this team is young and will play up to San Francisco and Kansas City. I hope you're right. I do hope you're right. Those are our toughest matchups that remain. Say nothing of still having to take on the New York Jets. I mean, this isn't an easy schedule going forward for the rest of this year. So if you could pull out a couple wins against those two teams, that would certainly get us feeling a lot better about this team than I think many of us are feeling right now. As many of us, I think, are starting to okay, we got a lot we got to add on this team this offseason. There's a lot to kind of clean up here just a little bit. Lot to clean up here just a little bit. Thank you for the donations, though, Adrian X. Appreciate you. I hope you're right. Thomas Cox with a $5 donation. Thank you, Thomas. Can you say that how good Geno? Can you say that how good Geno playing is the Waldron effect? It's not a reason, but what your opinion of Trenton Simpson and Georgia center? Is Waldron? So again, I think what you're asking is Waldron elevating Geno's play? Maybe. I mean, Waldron didn't elevate Russell Wilson's play, and I think Waldron's having a very good season as an offensive coordinator, and I think he's doing a great job. I think he had a tough day-to-day at the office. I think the defensive coordinator for the Panthers was a little ahead of him in this game. But I guess if I'm going to say that Waldron's elevating Geno, I've got to know how that's occurring. What is the tangible way that that's having an effect? Because when I look at Geno, he's making big time throws up and down the football field over the course of this year. He's being smart with his decision making. He's reading what's happening in front of him on the defensive line and then adjusting protections out of it. I'm sure Waldron's helping him and getting there with that stuff. But I do think some of this too is Geno taking the responsibility over these 10 years as he's waited for that second opportunity to get himself to be in a position to be able to be successful like this, to be prepared for this opportunity when he was given it. My opinion on Trenton Simpson is I think Trenton Simpson's the best linebacker probably in this draft. That's not an outside pass rushing linebacker. I mean, he can do that stuff too, but as a middle kind of guy, he's the best one. Very fast, very quick, very versatile, Thomas, in that you can use him all over the place. He's a lot like Micah Parsons light. You can line him up in the middle. You can put him as an outside linebacker in the 3-4 defense and let him rush, and he can do some of that stuff pretty darn good. So I like him a lot. If you're talking about that first round pick, maybe targeting a guy like Trenton Simpson there, I don't think that would be the worst of ways to go. He'd be a very good player to maybe target in that spot of things. As far as the Georgia center, I have not had a chance to take a look at him yet, Thomas. I was watching last night. I was going through and looking at Patterson from Notre Dame, their center. And then I looked at Simmons, I think is his name, from Minnesota, was the other guy that I was looking at last night. So the center from Notre Dame was okay. He's all right. I liked a little bit more the kid from Minnesota. I liked his mobility a little bit more. And just liked a little bit more of his game, I think. But I think the Notre Dame center guy is going to be pretty solid. He's got some good long arms. He can lock out and pass protection and whatnot. But I will get around to that Georgia center, I promise you too. Just kind of getting around down the names, so to speak, on that one. Jerome Patterson, thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. String G, you have also joined up to the Hawks Nest, and I appreciate you for that. Welcome aboard, my man. Thank you so much. UE2K says, not Geno's fault. This team is not that good. Well said, Huey. Well said. Wu-Tang, if we beat the Niners, I don't care if we lose the rest. Oh, nice. Duran G says, how to fix the defensive line? Draft, because they don't spend in free agency. I tend to think with defense, you want to go young first and foremost, Duran. This is the old, I go back to it. I think it's a lesson that Mike Holmgren had to learn back in the day. It's sort of one of those lessons that's remained a timeless lesson for me, where he said, if I've got to go back and rebuild a team, because when Holmgren came in here, he acknowledged he made some mistakes in how he team built and what he decided to, where he decided to go young and where he decided to go old. And the going theory on this is go young on the defense, because they're going to young fast. They're going to run with reckless abandon. And maybe you go a little bit older on the offense. That's the pedigree. That's the process. That's the approach. So when you talk about how to take care of defense, I think 3 of the first 4 picks, I don't know where they are. I don't know which ones they'll be, but 3 of the first 4 picks going to the defensive side of the ball is a very good spot to begin with. I'd look at a guy like Deron Payne from the Washington, who will be a free agent out there, who's going to cost a lot of money. That's a guy that I would look to target as a guy who could be a very useful player on this defensive line and add to it, especially if you add him in addition to adding Jalen Carter. You've done a lot at that point then to upgrade the defensive line in a big fashion at that point. Ballhawk in 12, we lost to every NFC South team. We need to improve our defensive front 7 big time. Yes, we do. Herbicide, got a pretty mouth. You sure got a pretty mouth. Tommy Eden, it's a double time of possession for Panthers. That's loss almost every time. Agreed. Agreed there. David G says, Geno's doing great. He deserves to get paid with a decent contract, and I hope he does that in Seattle. All that with no running game. If only we had healthy backs. If, David. That running back position has been snake bit. It's been, maybe there's a curse on our running back room. I've called it the Marshawn curse. I don't know what to make of it. Our running backs get just destroyed every single year. But I agree. I think he's doing great. I think he deserves a contract. I don't think the contract is going to be too expensive. I think it's going to make a lot of sense for both team and the player in that situation. Pretentious Camera with a $2 donation says, I hate the NFC South. I did too, man. I thought that we'd at least get a couple wins out of there this year. But they handed us our ass. And all of those games, to everyone, to the point above on that, all those games were games you just got beat on your lines. I mean, they just took it to you in old-fashioned, old-school kind of football. And you just didn't have any kind of answer against it. Sucks getting just beat physically in football. You know, not just being X's and O's, but you just get your butt whipped at the point of attack. You just can't tackle. Like, ugh. Thank you, though, Cameron. $2 dono. Jerome Patterson with a $5 donation. Appreciate you, Jerome, and welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, man. Says Seattle is going to get up. Seattle is going to get up for it on Thursday night. Lumen Field is going to be insane. I'm guessing we'll definitely have the fans turned up. You give them all afternoon to get themselves liquored up, and they're going to be on it. They're going to be on it. They're going to be ready to roll. You know they're going to bring their A game to it. Hopefully, our defense is able to bring their A game to it because they've got themselves a tough test, and now our back is up against the wall. I don't know that we have any room for error. We acknowledge that we're going to probably lose that Kansas City game. That very well means we probably have to win out at this point in order to hope to get ourselves into the playoffs outside of that Kansas City Chiefs game. So it's going to be big, but Jerome, I love your confidence. I hope the team's right there with it. Let's back our team coming to that stadium this Thursday night. Let's know the season's not quite over yet. We still, as I say, got a lot in our control here. As tough as this loss is, there still is a lot here in this control this year, though there needs to be a lot done this offseason. I acknowledge this team's definitely showing you its share of holes at this point. Big Patty Daddy with a $5 donation. And Jerome, thank you for that dono again. Appreciate you, man. Thank you as well, Big Patty Daddy. Hope you're doing well out there. It's super disappointed in our ability to adjust and stop the run. Don't know if the playoffs are in store this year. Love your content. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Big Patty Daddy. Appreciate the kind words as well. And yeah, this loss does kind of bring me into the same kind of place. I just don't know if even if you can get the wins, if you're really a good enough playoff team, you need to start to be playing your best football by this point in time of the year. And instead, this team's kind of lacking and falling back a little bit. Not completely falling apart, but starting to fall and waver and bend a lot like that defense bends. And it's kind of starting to, you wonder if maybe it's going to start to kind of break here a little bit, that they've taken this magic carpet ride as far as it'll go. And now it's just kind of just suddenly they're dropping out of the air on them or something, you know. Still can turn this around, still not an over year yet, and still way more to feel good about this year than to feel bad about, especially in the encouragement of looking forward on this rebuild road. But tough loss, man, and I think super disappointed is the way to put it, Big Patty Daddy. I'm disappointed. You got the game, you're at home here. You've got a Carolina team that moved Christian McCaffrey, their most important offensive guy. You've got a limited quarterback in Sam Darnold. You're coming into this game pretty healthy outside of your running back room. You got your receivers, you got your offensive line, you got your tight ends, you've got your defensive line absent Shelby Harris, you got your outside linebackers, you got your middle linebackers, you got your secondary intact here, and still you couldn't really mount enough up here as far as much of a strong fight here in this game, really, at the end of the day. And it is disappointing. It is disappointing. Dan Rule says, who do I keep on the defensive line? Well, I'll tell you, Dan Rule, not a whole hell of a lot. I'll tell you that. I would bring back Al Woods maybe on a 1-year deal for 25% of the snaps a game, because he's actually been pretty all right for us in that aspect of it. But Puna, Brian Monet, Quentin Jefferson, all those guys got to go. They're not fits for this scheme. And they're a big part of why we're not able to consistently stop the run this year. In Puna Ford's case, he's got to go back to a 4-3 defense in this league. He's not a fit as a 3-4 defensive end. He's not a fit as a 4-3 tech. He's a 4-3-1 tech. That's where he should be, and that's where he should remain. Christian Fowler, our future looks amazing. I just worry about the staff. We completely got out coached today. We did. And it's a worry that's a valid concern. Valid concern. Tommy says the best way to improve tackling on this team is to bench Cody Barton. He was all right today, Tommy. He's been bad this year. I thought he was somewhat okay today, though I probably could go back and watch a lot of this tape, and I'm guessing I'd maybe find a little bit of him in on this too, though. So I shouldn't speak about that quick. Thomas says, let's just wait till the end of the season before Seattle evaluates Geno, but the defense needs to get better. Fair enough, man. We don't have to make a decision right now. You have through the end of the season. Mythical Pigeon, fat hogs on the defensive line can't get off tackles and do S. Yeah. Not any ability. We don't have any penetrators on that line. Nobody that can get in the backfield. Nobody that can upset a play. They just kind of just hold on and try to hold their spot is about all they can do. Hawkeiner, this was Geno's worst game. He deserves as much blame as the defense. I wouldn't give him as much, but definitely deserves his share of blame. John Ruiz, we need more than a healthy running backs. We also need a center and a guard who can run block instead of get blown up every time we try to run. Well said, John. Agreed. John Robinson, that's the only way I see the defense gets fixed is a new defensive coordinator to copy the Niners, Cowboys, or Jets. Players ain't fixing this crap unless you get 2 Boses and Quentin Williams. Or John, just buy in completely to the cover 2 shell. You know, if you're going to do the Fangio shell, then run the Fangio shell. If you're not going to run the Fangio shell, then don't run the Fangio shell. It also comes kind of quickly down to that for me too. You know, if you're going to adjust and adopt a new scheme, then hey. If you're going to adjust a new scheme, then you need to bring it on, John. You know, they've not brought in the cover 2 shell this year. They've just basically slid back into all the old stuff they used to do. Paul says, easy brother, move along from Geno. Not our call. Is the present quarterback acknowledge and move along? More fun for us listeners. Yeah. Chicken Master, the Giants commander tie looks much worse for our playoff chances now. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Megan says, not sure how I feel here. Disappointed, maybe upset. Nah, I got to see the Hawks at home with B and beat my brother's Cards. But I hope for more, I guess. Yeah, Megan, I think this is still a fun year. I've enjoyed this year. It's been a good year. It'd be great if we get in the playoffs. If we don't, that sucks. But it's not shocking or surprising either that your team wasn't quite good enough to make it down the home stretch and get there. That part is tough. But I think disappointing is the right word here. You're disappointed. You had a lot in your hands here to take advantage of this year, and it's kind of slipping between your fingers just a little bit. And I think Megan, I know you're a big backer with Pete Carroll, but I think that there's a part of this with Carroll too on this defense where he's got to tighten this stuff up. He wants to lead with his defense. He wants a complete team. He wants the circle of toughness. He wants to be able to run the ball, control the clock. He wants to accomplish these things from a philosophy standpoint that they need the personnel to accomplish it on the football field too. And that part is definitely a missing factor here. String G, thank you for becoming a member of the channel. Welcome to the Hawks Nest as a member, and keep an eye on your community posts as I will be doing articles on that, as I'll be getting another one out here soon on that side of things. So thank you, String G, for becoming a member of the channel. Appreciate all the support. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $10 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy Stacks. Fat Daddy Stacks. I'm jumbling my words here today for some reason. I appreciate the $10 dono though, brother. Pete Carroll talks 1-2 punch many years, yet he waits too long, and one running back gets 2 ran down before it happens. Too many years in a row that we have the same issues. I hope he learns. I do as well. On this one, I think a little bit, and look, I'm as hard as anybody on this one, Fat Daddy with Pete, on not learning lessons. Specifically, I think for me, really, Fat Daddy, it comes down to defensively. That stands out right now is you're not learning your lessons. You want to run front four pressure-based looks. You don't want to blitz, or you want to be one of the least blitz-heavy teams in the entire NFL. Well, then you need the front four guys who can get the pressure. That's been 4 or 5 straight years of not finding the guys who can get the pressure up front to accomplish what you need the defense to accomplish, since you are so unwilling to blitz as much as they are. When it comes to the running back, though, Fat Daddy, you brought back Penny. You put a 4th-round pick on DJ Dallas a couple of years ago. You felt fairly like Travis Homer could be at least a decent 4 for you. And then you went and you put a 2nd-round pick on Kenneth Walker, how many people were poo-pooing that pick going, well, you got Penny here. When you already got Penny back and you have Homer and you have Dallas, why would you go make the 2nd-round pick for a Walker too? I think this year they did try to adjust and tried to go a little bit heavier in the running back room. It just can't stay healthy. I mean, I feel like we could add 8 running backs on this roster, and somehow or another by week 12, we would end up with like nobody and looking towards the free agents on the street. I don't know why our running backs can't sustain. It's not a matter of load balance. Nobody on this team right now has over 120 carries for the year. So it's not a matter of somebody being overworked, even in Walker's case. It's just, as I say, you're snake bit, cursed. I don't have an explanation for it. Because this many years of going on and having such a deep running back room as we did coming into the season, you were 4 deep. It's rough. I will say too, Homer is not an every down back. I don't want him getting 15, 20 carries a day. He showed you today some of his limitations in that he's not a guy that can drag guys forward, but there were no holes to be had in that line either. I mean, it was completely clogged up kind of from the jump. I think you saw a lot of why too, a guy like, Derek Brown might become a Pro Bowler this year, even though he only ends up with like 1 sack on the year, because he is such a good run stuffer down there in the interior for that Panthers team. Todd, Anakin Bauer, Geno needs the unrestricted tag. Trade him and get a pick minus the huge cap hit for a smoke and mirror quarterback. Fair enough, Todd. Scooby, and I believe I'm entitled to just Fat Daddy, thank you for all the donos, though, man. You're awesome. Paul says the Hawks are killing it this year with little or no talent. Yeah, they do it. They're outperforming expectations overall. Biden's Make-A-Wish, CMC might have a 200 yard and 200 yard game on Thursday. 200 catching, 200 running, 200 catching. Possible. Jay Porter, free agency, the draft next season should be fun. At least we got that look forward to. Most teams don't even have that. Yeah, certainly the Broncos aren't looking forward to that right now, right, Jay Porter? And there's a lot of teams that are in some dark places right now as far as their future goes. How do the Cardinals feel about their future as it currently stands, right? We're definitely not in that stance of things. Jan says, hopefully the Giants and Commanders continue to lose out. We need to steal some wins to get us back in the wild card. Indeed. Herbicide, Hawks Nest, Brandon, who are your favorite centers in the draft? Top 3. Well, I've only looked at technically top 3 out the gate here, Herbicide. So I'm a little bit slow and obviously getting my prospect looks at it. Simmons is the one that stands out to me as the first guy. I think he's a legitimate 2nd round prospect. I would put Patterson as my number 2. I think he's overall solid. There is some question with Patterson. He's had a foot injury this year, and so I don't know if he's where he's going to be at health-wise. I hope it's not that Liz Frank thing going on with him. He'd be my number 2, and then I would have the Luke kid out of Ohio State. What is his name? Luke Wilpler. Wilpler is his name, I believe. I would have him as my 3rd. Both Patterson and Wilper I have as 3rd-round prospects. That's where I've got them put right now. But Simmons in the 2nd round could be a possibility for us with that early 2nd-round pick. Kind of reminds me of a little bit of that center that the Patriots took in the 1st round last year, Cole Strange. But I'm just getting into my stuff on it. I'm just diving in. Yeah, you could be definitely upset with Pete Carroll, Paul Soucy, or folks can be upset with Pete, but he's not going to be fired and he's not going to quit. You know, he's coming off this year. This will be looked at as a success coming on the heels of moving Russell Wilson, even if you finished up with nothing but losses across the board at this point. It would still not be enough to get him canned or anything. Because let's remember, this team's going to be sold within a couple of years. Jody Allen's not looking to go bring in another head coach. Yeah. I would say. Kitty, no. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, think it's safe to say the top 2 is ours. Who are we taking? I think the top 2 pick is going to be ours at this point. That's where this is bearing out to and where it's going to go. This is really off the loss the Broncos had with the Panthers 2 weeks ago that kind of set the stage for this. I think the first likely scenario here, Adrian X, is to trade back, is to get back at 7 or 8, move back 6 picks, get a team that wants one of the top quarterbacks in this draft, and then roll from there. If you're talking about just who am I taking, if just I'm there and I've got to just take a guy, come on, I need you up here, okay? Just lay up here for tonight. Then I'm going to take Jalen Carter, Adrian XA. That's my number 1 guy if I'm just standing pat. That's who I have to just go select. But I think ideally for me, I'd love to move back, pick up an extra first-round pick, maybe even a couple of first-round picks for moving back at that point. It's a tasty, tasty spot to be in to be able to grab those kind of picks at that point because you're only moving down 5 or 6 spots. You're still able to take a pick from the tier 1 group of players, get a damn fine player in here at that point. I think that's the better route to go with it. Actually, will we re-sign Geno if he loses us the remaining games like today? Well, I disagree with you that Geno lost us the game today. So the premise of your question, I disagree with. If Geno lost every game for the remaining portion of this league year for the next 5 games we have, whatever it is, 4 games we have, if he completely went in the can and was bad, I guess not. But I don't think he's going to go in the can that bad either. Music and more. I still think Geno was going to win us the Niners and Chiefs game. I love the confidence, man. I hope you're right. String G, what position should we pursue with Denver's pick? String G, I think Jalen Carter's my guy number 1 at that point. I do say, though, with it being such a high selection where you're picking that high in the draft, you could usually get one team that's then going to get very desperate to want to go get that quarterback that's there where you're selecting at. And if you are to remain with Geno, quarterback becomes less of a need for you. So then really moving back at that point becomes the move to make. And the reason I like to do this, String G, is when you look at the recent history of those teams who are moving up to take that quarterback, who have become basically obsessed with that quarterback, the team moving back tends to be the one that benefits. The team moving back is the one that tends to come away with a huge haul of draft picks. I've related this, String G, to doing like you have the genie's lamp and you rub the lamp and the genie comes out and he says, what will be your first wish? And you say, I wish for 10 more wishes. Well, we're in a position to be able to do that very thing the genie says you can't do. So I would first go that stance of it, String G. If you're talking about just taking the players where we're picking, not moving back, then it would be either Jalen Carter for me or Will Anderson. Will Anderson's fine. But that is an edge guy. He doesn't do a lot to then help you address the interior of the line, but I would think would help your team out nonetheless, no matter what, because he's such a good talent. But Carter is the guy for me right now, String G, that I've gotten locked in on. Faith Quest says influenza has a very strong strain going around. Brother in the hospital. I have heard that it's going around. That sucks. I've gotten some crazy colds lately. Alexander Matthews, Geno has played better, but with no run support, it makes things harder. The Panthers knew we would be passing the ball all game long. We did. And when defenses know you can't run the ball, that's Problemville for the offense. That you can get away with it on a game here or there, right? But this is the 4th straight week of this happening now. Gets tough. Don't forget about the 0-2 start in 2018. Then, of course, we lost against the 49ers the week before against the Chiefs, them beating them. And that was the Niners and Nick Mullins. Yeah. It's a ways back for me, though. Todd, Geno can't win the big games. Love the comeback story, but we need this team to win now before the team is sold. Geno won't do it. We need this team to win now before they're sold. I don't know. No, actually, Pete's not getting fired. Carroll's not going anywhere. Folks wanting Carroll gone. He's not going anywhere. You can want it, but you're just going to set yourself up for a lot of frustration without a lot of return, because it's just not happening. Scooby, I see my parents wanted to find out what was going on with me very early in my life, so then took me to the doctor. Sorry. Yeah, it looks like Russ got a pretty bad concussion. Paul Sucia says, hey, y'all missing the point. No interior defensive line, no interior offensive line. Gets real simple easy, doesn't it, Paul, at one point or another? You can't run the ball. Kitty, what is going on? Stop. She's having a frustrating day. If you get your butts whooped on both the offensive line and the defensive line, I mean, at the end of the day, if you walk away out of a game doing that, it's like you're going to lose that game, irregardless of quarterback play, or I should say regardless, quarterback play. Jans Peter says, ever since we threw the ball at the one instead of giving it to beast mode, our running back health has been terrible. Maybe firing Pete will cure the curse. Yeah, there you go. It's not happening, though. The curse will then remain. Faithful Quest 49ers, I agree. The Niners are way better than the Rams. And we got a chance of still winning. Oh, yeah, Shelby Harris will remain. I'd keep him on the defensive line. He's a good part to have. He's a good guy in there for the rotation. You don't want to be your star of your defensive line, as he kind of has to be a sort of de facto right now of those interior guys. CeeLo the God says, Al's got to go too. Well, he is older. It's not going to make me shed a tear if we don't bring him back. Samurai Sloth, Panther fan here. Good game. I really wanted to win this win because I want to keep I want us to keep Wilkes. Oh, okay. Well, Wilkes seems like he's doing a good job for you guys, Samurai, since taking over. And very well played game by you guys. You did an awesome job in this game. You wanted it more. Tip of the hat. John says, if you can't scheme to beat the Carolina offense, you're terrible as a defensive coordinator. That's the problem. We don't scheme and we play everybody the same. Agreed, John. Agreed. That's a very big problem. Well said on your part. I mean, that might be the main problem with this defense right now, is it's a lot of we're just going to do what we're going to do. We don't care what you do. And that's such a simple frame of thinking for the defense. And it worked once back in 2012 and 13 when you had Hall of Fame level of talent across the board. You don't have that right now, and you're not going to have that anytime soon. And relying on that approach is just going to lead to a catastrophe. The Gavin KG says, draft, running back, defense, mostly on the offensive line. I'm with it. I like your plan. I like that way of going with it. Barry Satoro with a $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, for the love of God, trade down from 2. That's what I want to see happen. That is my 1A situation over who I would pick there. There's so much. Think of the returns folks that teams have gotten, the obscene returns that teams get for trading out of that pick in that spot, and understanding there's likely to be a quarterback there that some team picking 7, 8, 9 picks behind you is going to absolutely fall head over heels, first sight in love, and that they're going to give up everything in the world to go get that guy to you. And you want to be the beneficiary as that team. You want to be that team then that can move back a little bit and pick up so much more in return. That's where I'm at with it, Barry, and I'm pretty solidly on that footing of where I stand with it. Even if it's a matter of just moving back 3 to get an extra second round pick, even if it's just a marginal trade back, do just a little bit there. Turned into a little bit more. Thank you for the donation, though, man. Appreciate you. Fat Daddy Stacks with a $10 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy, for all the donations, man. Appreciate you. Says, don't get me wrong. Our team is on the up. And the draft is going to be huge. We still have a good thing going. We really need to get ahead of the running game on both sides. Agreed. And look, if they want to go draft a running back this year, to your point on that, Fat Daddy Stacks, if you want to come back in this draft and you let Penny go, you have an opening in the running back room. I don't know what they're going to do with Travis Homer. Dallas will be back. But you have some room here to go out there and necessarily, you could attack the running game a little bit with getting a couple guys in here. I don't know if you can stack to the point of having 5 guys on the active roster, to build that much depth in for it. And there's got to come a place of this where these guys to a certain realm can remain healthy to some degree. If everybody just kind of falls apart, and again, these guys have fallen apart this year and fallen apart recently. Think about it, Fat Daddy Sacks. You got guys like DJ Dallas and Travis Homer in their time here who've had multiple injuries, and those guys have barely really played in the context of they haven't been bell cow backs. They haven't had like 7 games of 20 or more carries. Just guys can't stay healthy. That running back room can't. But I'm with you as far as if you want to go back and look at a running back in the second round, you want to have your pick of the Robinson kid, the Ohio State kid, or Charbonnet with UCLA, and you're going to stack up a backfield with that and Walker. I'm good with it. I would like to see, I think, the interior of the line built up a little bit, though, too, with that Fat Daddy. And if I got to take the pick on that second round pick between a running back or taking the best center in the draft, I think I would sit with the center. To your point on the running game, you got to stop the run. Again, Carroll's got to decide what he wants the defense to be. The defense is supposed to go like this. We're first going to stop the running game. That's where this defense, I know it's going to surprise some of you to hear this, but Carroll's philosophy is, as he's written about in his book, Win Forever or whatever it is first I will stop the run. Then I will take away the deep pass. Then I will force you to patiently move the ball up the field. But the first part of that is stop the run to turn you into one-dimensional attack. That's the part they've not been able to pull off in recent years. And to get there, you've got to have the guys up front that can truly stop the run, which the Hawks don't right now. And they haven't in recent history here a little bit, at least this year. In recent years, they've done okay with that. They've been able to stay to that mandate of Carroll for the most part of limiting the runs. But this year, the dam has burst. The dam has burst. And some of it, I can't help but feel like it's 2 things. Number one, you want to run a 3-4 look, but you don't have really the 3-4 personnel on the inside to make it work. And then when that doesn't go, then you try that 2-man front thing with the outside linebackers aligned really wide out. That really, really doesn't work. But then it comes down to somewhat a little bit of a personnel problem too. It's a question. It's going to be a question for me, Fat Daddy, throughout this whole offseason with this defense. Because I'm still going to have some big-time questions on Carroll being able to get a defense back to an elite state or back to just being better than average. How about that? Not elite, better than average. Appreciate you, though, Fat Daddy. You're awesome, brother. Barry Satoro with a $5 don't know. Says trade down from 2-pick up a first. Trade down from 2-pick to pick up a first in 2024 and make the Russ trade the gift that keeps on giving. That's right, man. It just keeps paying itself forward, right? And yeah. I'm completely on board with that. You go back from 2 to 7, get yourself an extra first round pick, or 2 to 9, and get yourself a first and a second. The haul is usually so big for just that small move back at that point. I love where you're thinking on that, Barry, and I agree with you 100%. I love it. Thank you, man, for all the donos. R. Sanchez with a $5 donation. Says franchise tag Geno and trade him for more picks. Then re-sign Locke and bring in free agents. That certainly is an alternative path that they could go. You give Locke essentially the same contract that you gave Geno Smith this year, $3 million base with up to $7 million in incentives. That certainly would be a far cry off of having to pay Geno a multi-year extension, and you could use the theoretical savings on that to then bring in a lot of better free agents and build a better, stronger football team. So it's a pathway to go with. It's a pathway to go. It's a pathway that I'm sure the team will consider. I still land on the thought process that at the end of the day, they're going to find a way to get a contract extension done, not just because they want to bring Geno back, but because the price for Geno and bringing him back is not going to be as expensive and will be fairly cost effective especially when you're comparing it to the other quarterbacks in this league and what they're kind of making. Danny W says, I'll be honest, I kind of expected a loss today. Versus good run game, check. Versus good defense, check. Versus a backup check down quarterback, check. It was a recipe for disaster. I don't think we should pass up on C.J. Stroud. I'm not crying tears if we take C.J. Stroud. As I say in that second pick, the only place you could probably get me a little bit tormented and upset is if you take Bryce Young. But almost anybody that you go and you select with that second round pick, I will be completely happy with. I think C.J. will take a little bit of time to develop to get to where he's going. But he is a very talented kid. He makes some really big-time wild throws that stand out to you, and it's certainly a possibility that he would be a great addition to this team. Daniel says, with all that said, we had 0 run game, 0 run defense. That will help Geno out a lot. It will, won't it? It does tend to be a beneficial quarterback if he's got a little bit of a running game. Faithful Quest 49. I know the Niners are in I know Niners in a rebuild year never had a shot through 14 weeks for the playoffs. Hawks don't need to change much. Yeah. I think you might have left a word out there. I might have missed on that. Tom Eden, is it the talent on our front seven or is it the coaching staff? We probably have the worst front seven in the league, but it's hard to question and answer. It's the biggest question on this team. Unfortunately, I don't have a real clear answer for you on it either, Tommy. Because I think I share the same conundrum you do with it. Where do I parse between it being personnel and being the scheme? I think certainly you are talent deprived on that defensive line, no doubt about that. It certainly would seem to me that you have guys that are more well suited for a 4-3 defense than they are a 3-4 defense. That's part of it. But then there's also the part of it too, where schematically speaking, you are so simplistic, so vanilla, so easy to read for the opposition that you just don't challenge his offenses in the way that normal defenses are able to challenge them on a weekly basis, especially between the ears. And that means that you're giving offenses a bit of an advantage of you every game that you play because of that. King Bomber says, people saying new defensive coordinator is exactly what we've been doing for the last decade. Get someone else in here and then run the exact same S as Pete Carroll wanted. Yeah, new defensive coordinator is not the way here. It's really not. You've got the guys in the room right now. I think they can get it done on as far as defensive coordinator wise. Let Sean Desai and Hurt run the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell in a purified form. I heard it mentioned a couple weeks ago that we need to have Vic Fangio in here to run this scheme, that the scheme can't be run without Vic Fangio. I don't know. Brandon Staley seemed to run it okay when he was in the Rams. I don't think Vic Fangio is the only guy that can run this scheme. I think Sean Desai ran this scheme pretty well when he was the defensive coordinator for the Bears last year. So, you can run this scheme, but you got to run it. And they're not running it right now. It's Carroll trying to run his same old stuff, but he's trying to dress it up on the front side to make it look different when it's always just the same old thing. Daniel Bailey, I'm back. I went to a Broncos stream. Their suffering is therapy to me after the loss. Laughed my ass out. Number 2 pick. Go Hawks. Herbicide Cat's being a dildo. Yeah, she's a little needy right now. Jance Peter, I'm still traumatized by us drafting Eskridge over Creed. Me too. Just an awful, awful, awful pick. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish Cat thought she'd seen Cody Barton. She was ready to give him peace of her mind. I had to hold her back, man. I had to hold her back. Paul says, yeah, the rookie tackle issue here. We were that bad on the outline. We had to start those guys, so let's draft them some help. Agreed. Amari, draft CJ Stroud, fix the defensive line free agency, and use the second round picks on defensive line too. I'm good with that. Riverside, we need to bank on like 8 running backs going into the preseason from now on. You might not be wrong on that. You might not. And Sanchez, I didn't think I addressed your $5 donation with what you said too. If you want to franchise Geno and trade him for picks, if I get a good haul of picks back for him, if we're talking about 2 second-round picks, I don't know if I'm with that necessarily in back-to-back years or something. But if they want to go that track and they're committed to Sanchez, as I said in that video I dropped this last week on Geno Smith and re-signing him, I did acknowledge in those 4 questions I brought up that the final question is the strongest counter argument to signing Geno Smith. And that is that the Seahawks are trying to replicate the 2012 blueprint purified, which means getting the young quarterback on the rookie contract, which would mean not re-signing any quarterback to any big kind of money, which would mean not retaining Geno in that fashion. So I can certainly acknowledge that's probably the strongest counter argument to re-signing Geno, and that goes beyond his play on the field to me. But it makes sense if you want to go that route instead. Tony M says at the Hawks Nest, I personally think the Seahawks problem is Pete's ability to not adapt. I'd agree with you, Tony. I think it's, you use the word adapt. I think I use the word evolve, but I think it's kind of semantics because I think you and I believe the same thing on this in the way you kind of put that. I call it evolution because it's about Coach Carroll understanding he can't just do the same thing you've been doing for 30 years defensively. And what he would tell me is, I've been doing this for 30 years defensively and it's worked for 30 years, so why should I change from it? But then I counter back to Pete Carroll saying, yeah, it's worked for 30 years, but not the last 5. And that's the difference here, Pete. What worked in 2012 ain't working right now. And it's not to say you don't know how to coach a defense. It's that you need to adjust and change your defense with the times. The NFL is an ever-evolving sport, and what works today does not work tomorrow. You can have a read option attack in the early 2010s that sweeps the league, and it looks like it's unstoppable, and there's no counter to it. And then a year later, the league has it basically solved, and it's almost all fully tapped down within 2 years. That's the way the league works. It's not one that just stays stagnant and remains in the same place. And unfortunately, Coach Carroll has remained stagnant. And when it comes to defense, he thinks the old way will get it done. And it's not for a very long time. I would think for simply the fact he would be a prideful guy, would just acknowledge this at one point or another. I mean, it came out of his own mouth this offseason, folks. Carroll told you this offseason. And for folks, go back and listen to that combine interview that he gave. It was a very, very important combine interview. It was part of what had me give so much hope for this defense, was because he actually said in the combine interview, it came out of his mouth, from his lips, from the mouth of babes. It came out of his mouth. We've been a little arrogant in our approach. We've been a little arrogant. We've been arrogant. Arrogant. And I keep coming back to that combine interview because he seemed to have acknowledged, he seemed to have made the change to the Vic Fangio scheme. He seemed to tell us that you 12 men are seeing this right. You are seeing it clear. The defense sucks and I got to find some fixes for it. But instead, then he falls back into all the same designs. If you were losing defensively this year because you were running pressure-based packages and teams were smoking you on the back end with deep chunk shots, or you were losing in a different fashion than you'd lost in recent years, this slow bleed to death crap, then I could at least understand the failures of that and going, okay, there's growing pains involved there. You change to a new scheme. The players are trying to learn the new scheme. You're going to need some time for the adaptation to happen, but that's not occurring. You're not actually implementing the new scheme. You've put in a new front and you're running all of the same scheme on the back end behind it. And so what happened, Pete? Did you disagree with yourself? Were you arrogant back in May? And now you look back on it and go, no, but I wasn't really arrogant. I just told them that. And I kind of feel like he was just saying what people wanted to hear at that time, rather than really owning what he needed to own on this. And the reason I want him to own it is not so that I browbeat Coach Carroll and shove his nose in it, but so that then he fixes it. Because if he keeps thinking the old thing is going to work, he's never going to fix it. If he keeps thinking, well, it's just a matter of getting this guy in here, that guy, no, your scheme doesn't work anymore. You need to fix that. That needs to be corrected. R. Sanchez with sorry. Fat Daddy Stacks with another $5 dono. Thank you, Fat Daddy. It says, by the way, I am pissed because my chickens are acting as if they don't know the Seahawks lost. Those peaceful, cute little SOBs. Laughing out loud. They are cute little chickens, man. They don't know. They're just happy. They just want a little bit of feed, man. It's a simple life for them. My kitty's the same way. She's like, just give me some salmon treats. What are you talking about, Seahawks? Just listen to her. Salmon treats. That's all she's asking for, man. They live in a simpler world than us, Fat Daddy. A simpler, more innocent world. They don't have to be confounded by defenses. Thank you for the donation, though, brother. You're awesome. And I'm pissed too, man. I'm pissed too. You had every opportunity in this game to really take a hold of this thing. Robbie Red with a $2 donation says, not having any running backs healthy today really screwed us. Well, when your running back room does get to number 4, number 5, number 6 on the depth chart, you're definitely not getting it done with the running game on its own. And really when it comes right in connection with the fact that your interior line can't really, they were trying pitch plays to Homer. That wasn't working. The inside stuff wasn't working. They tried a couple of different things in the running game. They even tried a fly sweep that was a negative 2-yard gain. There just was no rushing lanes. And then you already have a little bit of, you're deprived at the running back position from a talent standpoint already. And you can't create any holes in the running game on top of it. Recipe for disaster. As told by Gonzo, coming in with a fat $10 dono. Thank you for coming in hot. Appreciate it, as told Gonzo. Hope you're doing well out there, man. I salute you. Appreciate that $10. Says, I am a die-hard Broncos fan. I am also from Seattle. Taking it to the knees all year long. Love the content. New subscriber. I I'll tell you, Gonzo, my sympathy for you guys had been hard pressed to come from me, right? Because there's, as you know, Gonzo, I'm an old school guy. I come from the AFC West days. I remember John Elway taking us to task on every time we seemed to play him, especially when we were in Denver through the late 80s and the early 90s, especially once Shanahan got there. It was brutal. It was brutal. You guys really did take it to us in that respect of things. But us getting back on the other side of it this year and with the Super Bowl wins felt good. But I got to be honest with you, it's looking at that Bronco team and knowing that fan base and how dedicated you guys are as a fan base and understanding, like, at least usually as a fan, you can talk yourself into the optimism for a return, for a renew, okay, we're in a bad state right now, but the hope in the future is this, and this. But then you look at your future hope right now and you go, okay, the Russell contract's not going anywhere and our picks aren't getting any better. And with the Niners winning again today, their first round pick isn't even going to be all that great for us to be selecting. And we're not going to have a lot of money to spend on top of it. And there's a lot of work to be done. I think that at the end of the day, there is a fix here to be had with this, Gonzo. I don't think Russell's just shot. I don't think you guys it's as dark as it looks for your team right now. I think that there's actually some hope here. I think that it's just taking, like my team needs to do, they need to take a sober evaluation of what truly needs to be applied as a fix. And the fix for Russell, and it's going to drive probably some Bronco fans crazy, but the fix for Russell is not a high volume passing attack. It is not for how we can better feature Russell Wilson. It is running a power-based running scheme that can then allow him off of play action pass to take deep shots. That should be Russell's game at this point. And if the Broncos take that track, I think they can find success, especially with as good as that defense still is put together on that side of the ball. Having Javonte Williams come back after this year will take you a long way in that direction of things. But that's the fix, in my opinion, for Russ there. And I think that they will, hopefully they take that track. I think, Gonzo, be worried and concerned if they bring in some pass-heavy offensive minded head coach, because then that's going to mean that they still don't have they haven't gotten it quite yet. Thank you for subscribing to the channel, though, Gonzo. But thank you most especially for the $10 donation on top of it. I hope your Bronco team isn't heading in as dark an area as a lot of people think they are. And there is reason to have some hope there, I think. You just got to find a way to get the most out of Russell going forward. Paul says, easy, Brandon. Move along. You can't change minds. Watch the blood pressure. I'm over it. I've kind of said my piece on it. I'm not going to go back over, and I'm not rescaling the ground for Geno. We're going to have a lot of time to talk this through with it. I think I've made my thoughts really clear on it. I posted a video this last week where I really tried to conscientiously, slowly build my case for why I believe Geno should be re-signed. I stand on my arguments. I stand on what I said. I appreciate there'll be people that disagree with me. I welcome that disagreement in here. I don't expect everybody to agree with what I'm saying on it. But I do disagree with those folks that point to Geno going, well, this is why he's not the reason. This is why he shouldn't. This is why him. This is why he's the reason we lost. Well, this is on him. I do disagree in that stance. Tony M., the Hawks Nest, I personally think, sorry, I read that. Faithful Quest 49, Walker's a great runner. Sucks you lost him. It does, man. He's a good run. He's a good one. Tough for you guys, too, losing Debo today. That's rough. John Reeves, we don't have the talent on the interior defensive line and interior offensive line to execute what P wants to execute. Still have draft work to do to fix these things. Well said, man. Well said. Megan, agreed, B. Love Pete Carroll, as you know. You all know. And while I've backed him vehemently recently, I am wondering if it's time to move on or whether he can change the scheme. I appreciate that, Megan. You're not easy brought over onto this place of things, and I'm not expecting you to bail on Pete as of yet. And I'm not even really completely bailed on Pete. Pete's got a lot of credit for this team and where they're playing this year. You know, it's to get this team motivated, to get the young. He's got 6 guys starting defensively and offensively to be behind the ball as far as the dead money. No team in this league is dealing with as much dead money hit this year as the Seattle Seahawks are. And yet he still has them right up near competing for the playoffs, competing for the division crown in one of the toughest divisions in all of football. I don't think that we can kneecap Carroll into to throw all of that away in the garbage and act like none of that matters on one side of it. But when it does come down to making the change in the schemes, Megan, and when it does come to making these adjustments as he needs to make, that's more speaks to beyond this year. That more speaks to the long-term trying to move this team into an elite stage of things. And no matter how much talent you add to this team, I'm starting to feel like I'm landing at a spot where I go, whatever you do to add to this team from a talent-wise standpoint, absent of you being able to recreate a Legion of Boom-like talent surplus, you're not going to have the scheme to be able to get it done because you're just not willing to be as aggressive as you need to be aggressive defensively in this modern NFL to be able to be a decent defense. that you still think by being soft, but bend but don't break, that somehow is still the pathway towards success. And if he's landed in that lane of things, Megan, if that's where Carroll's at and he can't be moved out of that lane, there's like guardrails on either side of him, then indeed he's not the guy to take forward this future team, no matter how well he's gotten this team forward, no matter how great the culture is that he has put together. That's got to be the part that he fixes and corrects, or we're going nowhere. And I don't know if he's going to fix it. I would have thought after his comments this offseason, Megan, and when he said that stuff about, I've been a little arrogant in my approach. I need to adjust this. I thought that was going to be an indicative of the fact he goes, okay, light bulb has gone on. I've stretched this defense as far as I can stretch it. I've tried every little counter I can counter turn. But indeed, that's not yet been the case. Buy more FTM. Geno's carrying this team. I'm with you on that. David the Bestest, not completely sold on Anderson. Seems like a bust being so small. Carter seems good, but often falls down. I don't know. I take Carter or Stroud. Well said. I'm not completely sold on Anderson either, man. Some of it, he's got quickness, but like first step quickness, not really there. Not a lot of bend on him. I'm not sure with him. David Yang, I want to see Jalen Carter demolishing offensive linemen. Me too. Thomas, Seattle hasn't been this high in the Pete and John era. They might like Jalen Carter or Anderson. So if they're number 2, they might select defense and go with Geno for a couple of years. Could be. Vagabond, Russ got concussed. Not enough nanobubbles. Hope he's okay, though. He's had a rough year. Thank him for the Denver picks, but I hope he has a better run next year for his own sake. I do too. It's been dark for him, hasn't it? Man, it's been very, very, very dark for Russ. It's tough to watch. It's been brutal. It's been brutal. String G, wow. I was just searching for Pete's press conference and found this site. Loving the dialogue. Looking forward to future weeks. Thanks, String G. Love what we do here, man. Even on losses, we love kind of picking this stuff apart, figuring it out. Buy more FTM. Appreciate your content, brother. Appreciate you. Buy more. I love doing this, man. Thanks for watching. Randerson, thoughts on the interception thrown? On the first interception thrown, it's a comeback route to start out the game. Geno reads the defender. The defender buys into the flat route off the snap as he's coming around on the bootleg. He reads the corner coming to the flat route defender, which is, I believe, a tight end. And then as Geno's about to throw the ball, the defender reads Geno's eyes and peels back to DK Metcalf on the play. It was a really, really outstanding play, I felt like, by the cornerback. A bad throw nonetheless, but also a very good play by the corner to come off of his initial coverage and peel back to DK on the play. The second interception, Geno, like he had early on in the game, thought that he had gotten them to jump off sides and thought he had gotten them to false start with the hard count, and so that he had a free play. And so he just kind of threw it up, but the officials didn't throw the flag. They didn't call a false start. It looked like it was an uncalled false start, according to what I was reading in the chat. But that's where you get to the 2 interceptions there. So bad interceptions, there is a little bit of an explanation for both of them, but I also don't want to put it out like, I'm excusing it either. They were bad picks. Jacob Chamberlain, what's our playoffs chances? Be honest, low. I would say right now you're probably 30%. Rob Terrell, in my opinion, Hawks need to go heavy on the defensive line and center guards in the draft. We are losing every game in the trenches. Well said, Rob. Well said, and I agree 100%. Casey James, Geno needs to speed it up at times. Geno gets some continuity going on offense, and he's giving the D too much time to get set. They know he's passing, so speed it up and try to get them off balance. I like it, man. String G, what would you require to trade back? String G, it kind of depends on how far I'm moving back. If I move back 1 or 2 spaces, I might only get a second round pick, but I'll take that. If I'm moving back 5 or 6 spaces, I think the minimum is a first round pick plus a first and a third. But the going history on it has been, is even if you're going 5, 6 spaces back, you're getting the first round pick and usually an extra kicker in there on top of it. So that would be the minimum. I think the ideal for a String G is the old 3 first round picks. You get a team moving up from 9, wants their quarterback. They give you this year's first. You get to 9. You get next year's first, and you get the first after that. That's been a trade that's been swung in the past. The Niners just did it recently. We've seen the Washington football team do it as well. Buy Moore says, your mantra is to run the ball, control the clock, stop the run, and play good D. His team is the worst at these specific things. Agreed. That you're going to have a philosophy, then you better be good at your philosophy. Don't have a philosophy where you're bad at every turn of the philosophy. Agreed. This is a reflection on Pete. This is what you wanted to build. You get to build this team the way you want. From scratch. How you want it exactly. That it's this bad and this wrong this far here into this. It's not a great sign on Pete with it. Scooby says the defense lost the game today. End of story. I like it, Scooby. I like it. I like where your head's at. Thomas says, do I think Jamal Adams' injury is the reason why Seattle isn't doing that cover 2 shell? Yeah. It's my theory on this, Tom, but I think that they were going to buy more into the cover 2 shell stuff, and it was all going to be built on the back of getting more out of Jamal Adams, putting him more in a position that was ideally like what he was doing with the New York Jets. Adams said as much. But then Adams goes down, and I don't think that their backup plan was that, okay, now we're going to have Ryan Neal do the blitz stuff. Then they just went, well, he can't blitz as well as Adams, so let's just slide back into what we know. And to me, that's no excuse at that time for sliding back into what you know. What you should have done at that point is if you're going to build your whole defense around having one player in it that could do what he was going to do, then you need to get some insurance for that player. You need to get a safety that could do some of that blitz stuff as a backup and make that a priority. You can't have a defense wholly based on one guy and one guy goes down injured. Now you have to throw out that whole defense. But I do think that is a little bit of what happened here, or a lot of what happened. Austin, this loss is going to get the team riled up to win this Thursday. It really shows how much we need to improve our run defense and how bad our run game is currently. Great thoughts, guys. I love where my chat's at as far as your guys' head's concerned on this. I can't add more on some of these comments than what you're saying because you guys are really hitting it, I think, right down the middle. You put the one wood, you got out the Big Bertha, and you're putting it right down the middle of the fairway here. David, I believe in Pete Carroll and can't wait until the offseason for the moves in free agency and the draft. Getting healthy players back like Adams and Penny. I hope Geno leads this offense too. Me as well, man. Buy more. 11 years of top 5 quarterback play on Pete Carroll's team. Top 3D ever. Could hardly win games. Melanie G, take a look at Geno's numbers. Numbers don't lie. They don't, do they, Melanie? Not this far into the year. Not this far in the year. Thomas says it's been an awesome year, especially with the expectations after Wilson and Wagner left. One more good to great draft. Who knows? Exactly. Jurass, Jalen Carter or Willen Anderson with the first round pick. I like it. I like it. Joe Biden's make-wish. Sign Marshawn Lynch as our running backs coach. The curse will be lifted. I'm with it, man. I'll just bring him back. At least I know he'll stay healthy. Maybe a little slower, but yeah. Arthur Mercer, you know what we really do need? A center. Wow, this is starting to be what I expected, but I didn't expect the winning, and it was kind of threw me off, but I was expecting this kind of play this year. That's fair enough. And yeah, I agree. I think we do need a center, man. 5 more. Pete Carroll was carried by good players. Best player developer ever, maybe. Terrible situational coach. He's got some holes in his coaching game. He's got some things he brings that's a benefit and that help this team. And there are definitely some things in his game that definitely are hindrances too on the other side of it. I think situational is definitely a valid one to bring up. Megan says, no trading down ever be. Barry says, Brian Brees would be nice if Carter wasn't there. It'd be hard to pick Brees that high for me, Barry. I'm not so sold on him. I could see him being a first-round talent, but I don't know if he's a tier 1 guy in the way I see him right now. Arthur Mercer, you think we need a new defensive coordinator? That seems to be the problem. I don't think so, Arthur. I mean, like, remember, you've spun through three defensive coordinators in like the last 6 years. So we've kind of gotten tricked by this. We've kind of let the defensive coordinator become the scapegoat for the problems at play. I don't think we want to let ourselves have that happen again. This is Coach Carroll's defense at the end of the day. It's not Hurts' defense. It wasn't Norton's defense. It wasn't Chris Richard's defense. This is Pete Carroll's defense. And the former players have confirmed this. KJ Wright said this very same thing this offseason. You can talk about the coordinators all you want. It's Carroll who runs the show there. And he runs it stringently. He runs it thoroughly. He runs it with his hands in every single one of those pies. Definitely a lot of missed tackles today. Wu-Tang says, normally I trade down 2, but I really want a blue chip guy like Anderson or Carter. We really need that kind of dude. I'm with it. Tommy, if we were tough for John to trade the number 2 pick with Carter sitting right there, but I think gets an offer he can't refuse. Me too, man. I think somebody falls in love with the quarterback and it's just too much for him to turn down. And he thinks he can get a guy that's pretty still good at that point, moving just a few picks back. David says Carter on this team would be a huge difference maker to what we have now. We need more athletic, strong, speed, huge guys. Second, first round pick going to be defensive line, safety, linebacker, guard, or center. Yeah. Daniel says that if we trade down from number 2, it will hurt year 1, but it will pay off year 2. Do you want Jalen Carter or Myles Murphy plus Quentin Johnson plus Michael Mayer? Because after 3 years, it could be equal this. Yeah, I want the latter, Daniel. And you really broke it down well there of why I lean towards going trade down is the culmination is so much better than the one single player that you pull back through. Wu-Tang says you don't draft running backs in the first, though. Plenty of good backs. Yeah, agreed. Diddy Cat Lover. Hurt finally made defensive adjustments late in the first quarter and then lost 99 and without Shelby Harris. Still, Geno got us 26 points despite interceptions and no run game and some bad calls by Waldron. Whole team loss. Well said, man. Whole team loss. Well put. Randerson. Sorry. Jance, I'm watching the Dolphins-Chargers game right now, and after one drive, I'm already asking myself, how the hell does Brandon Staley have a head coaching job? I don't think it's going to be lasting long after this, Jance. I feel like Sean Payton's circling that job like a shark with blood in the water. Scooby Snacks must be able to stop the run first, then everything else will fall in line. Agreed. I think there's a reason why Coach Carroll leads with my defense, the first thing it does out the gate, not get pressure, not play tight in coverage. The first thing that Coach Carroll says is I want my defense to first and foremost stop the run. And there's a reason for that. Very same reason that you see what happened to our offense today. Our offense was able to throw some passing yards, right? They were able to throw the ball around the field a bit, but you are going to get a couple interceptions in that period of turning an offense into one-dimensional attack and a high-volume passing attack. That's going to tend to be how that bears out. And that will be for the benefit of the opposition when that turns out to be the case. Yep. Well, David Yang, I'm with Jalen Carter, man. Sign me up. Day the best, not completely so. Sorry, I read that one. And Melanie G, yeah, we just lost by 6. I think the Panthers were in kind of a soft zone there at the end, though. You know, they were really letting them. They knew we were going to bleed some of the clock. They were going to allow it. T. Richey, draft defense and offense in the first 3 picks. Yeah, I'm not as sure, too. I agree with you, Daddy Best. I don't know if the Von Miller comparison on Anderson is apropos. I don't. To me, Von Miller's got way more looser hips, which allows him to get more into his dip and his bend off of the line of scrimmage. Maybe they've got some similar quickness stuff to their game, but in my mind, I feel like Von Miller was more bendy and a little more twitchy and a little bit more just a little more athletic, you know. I see some tight hips there on Will Anderson. Alexander Matthew, what happened to our 3 tight end formations? Just get sprinkled in now, I guess. You would have thought maybe they used a little more today, but they didn't. Diddy Cat Lover says Pete's interview says K9's injury is an old injury. Didn't want to hear that. Yikes. Yeesh. Yeah, I don't want to hear that either. And you start worrying about being an old injury in that lower foot. It's that Liz Frank one that you worry about. Because once a player gets that Liz Frank, it tends to not always bounce back the greatest. Abel Gurma went on Thursday and back into the wild card. There we go, Will. Like it. Hopefully Shelby will be willing to go this next, or able to go this next week. Jacob Davis, the ref screwed us on quite a few calls against us, but to lose to a Sam Darnold quarterback team is freaking inexcusable. Well said, man. Yeah, it certainly wasn't a lot of calls in our favor today, but I come to expect that week in, week out. I don't even bitch about it anymore. I'm just kind of like, we got to overcome the refs even just to a small degree. There were some worse officiated games this year, and we did have some calls that, yeah, but we lost this one. Jack says the next 2 weeks will determine our fate. Arizona and the Rams are both winnable games for Denver. True. Of course, Russ might be out. So, I don't know if that'll help or hinder him. Jacob says, with K9, we're a playoff contender. Without him, we are bottom of the barrel trash. if we're bottom of the barrel, but we're definitely not playoff worthy. Alexander, we need to drop an extra man in the box, 4 defensive ends, and everyone else spread out on run plays, blitz something else. Come on now. Well, this is why I advocated Alexander for going back to the 4-man front with the 4-3 under look. You're getting a lot of literal I formation looks, which would bring you back into a base defense position, being 3 linebackers on the field, right? But you don't do that right now. I think that would go a long way to helping out stopping the run if they made this change even right now, because now you have a de facto 5-man front that you're rocking when you're doing your 4-3 under, because the outside line, the Sam linebacker is the guy on the line of scrimmage at that point. I think that would help our running game out a lot. They don't make that change. They haven't made that change. I don't know why. There is no adjustments for this defense right now. That's a real disappointing part of this defense, is that they're not doing anything to change anything. They're just trying the same exact thing over and over. John says games played and consistency matter even more than combine results. Players that played good over a number of years in college tend not to be busts in the pros unless they have health issues. Well said, yeah. Defender of logic. Just as there are team wins, there are also team losses. And this game is a clear example of that. Love it, Defender of logic. Fantastic comment on your part. It's part of what I've been pushing on this, is there's folks, I think, trying to look for that one reason you lost this game. Is it Geno? Is it the run defense? Is it the coaching getting out coached? I think this is truly a team effort, including the coaching staff. Jacob Chamberlain, I don't know if you answered my question earlier. What do you think the percentage chances of us making the playoffs are right now? Be honest. I think it's like 30%, 20%. This team's playing its worst brand of football of the year, it feels like right now. And that does not provide me a lot of confidence, Jacob. I'm a little behind on my comments. Sorry. A little behind on that. Sorry, folks. Paul says he has his players I want drafted, Jalen Carter and Osiris Torrance. You're going to have to walk me through the Osiris Torrance one. I mean, he's got no mobility, and that's a problem with our guards up until this point in recent years, is he can't pull in space. He can't get to the second level, at least not what he's shown on tape that I watched of him. David M., but what if Locke isn't as good as Geno and we let Geno get away? Why don't folks realize that we can get Geno for a steal and even keep Locke around too? All that and finding a quarterback in the draft also. I don't know, David. It's part of why I've said with the Geno debate, at least for this stream, I'm probably not going to dive too deep into the waters or going back and forth with folks on it, because I think I've said what I've got to say on it. I'm sold on him. I don't want to go with Locke. I think people would advocate for going for Locke to try to speak from where their angle would be on this, David, is that maybe he isn't as good as Geno, but with the amount of money you have to pay Geno, you save so much by paying Locke. And if Locke can get you at 92% of what Geno can give you, you're able to build up so much of a bigger team with all of the money saved that you're not paying to Geno. I think that would be their counter on that. It's not my counter. That would be their counter with it. But as you said, David, I think that you're going to get Geno in at the right price, where he ends up coming in half on an average year per basis on only a 3-year deal, that of the contracts that you could find 10 other quarterbacks in this league making almost double what he's making. I think that's fine value at that point. Daniel says, I get the feeling that Desai is not getting the amount of say in game planning as he was promised and will walk out of frustration before we get to see his impact. I could see it, Daniel. I certainly can't see where he's being able to implement what he wants to implement. I could see the very same thing. Well said. Buy more. Thank God Pete has to change today or go. I hope he does. I don't think he's going to go anywhere, though. I think we might, even if he doesn't change, I think we're stuck from at least probably another 2 years beyond this. Paul says, yeah, John Michael Schmitz, Minnesota. I like him. It's good. Kevin Klein, people who say Geno isn't great have no answer for his top 5 stats in all quarterback stats. I agree, Kevin. I don't get it either. I make the argument. I've made the case. I feel like I made a really strong case this week and in a really well brought about. I felt like I really took a lot of time to kind of think it over from every angle, from the way people could kind of pick apart. But I do kind of feel like I run into a point where there's just those people that can't be convinced Geno's can never be anything more than, not good. That he never can be the answer. And I just feel like anything short of him coming out this year and throwing for 5,000 yards and 45 touchdowns, he wasn't going to sell anybody on him being a possibility of here into the future. And that's disappointing for me, because I feel like people aren't quite appreciating what he's given you for the position this year in total. For F4 Fakes is just can't seem to beat that legendary NFC South division. Pathetic. Yeah, division winner this year, leader right now is 4-5, right? That's who's leading this division in the NFC South, and you can't win one against one of those teams. Tough. David Yang says Carter over Anderson. For me too, man. Me too. Keldon, maybe we thought he was being arrogant when he said he was being arrogant or changed his mind. I guess, man. Or he was just giving us a line, you know. He was just placating the fan base, trying to release a valve pressure, you know, and let some of the steam out. But he certainly he hasn't lived by his words. I'll say that. It's a lot of empty talk. I'm high on Carter too. Wouldn't turn my nose up at Anderson. It's exactly how I feel about it. I prefer Carter, but I probably wouldn't turn my nose up at Anderson either. Alexander says Lions win next week. We lose Thursday. We both will be 7-7. Shaking my head. Yeah. Tough. Nick Guerrera. Pete knew he was losing some of the fan base with his decision making, and that's why he said what he said during the combine. Bet he had his damn fingers crossed the whole time. I bet so too. All his fingers, a couple of toes in there too, Nick. I agree with you, man. I got so excited when he said it because he's such a guy that's never been, he's a little like Russell's been in the past at times with it, where it's always an explanation for why things didn't work, as opposed to just taking responsibility and going, we need to fix this. And not like, well, guys need to play better. Oh, well, we're teaching it right. They're just not picking it up. And he would say that in recent years. Well, we worked on it in practice. They're just not doing it in the game. That's the stuff he would say. It was never, though, back to take your responsibility to coaching level of you're not getting the job done. You aren't getting the job done. Your coaches aren't getting the job done. Where's the responsibility for that? And we have yet to see it. Jacob, I can honestly cry. I'm pissed, but more heartbroken. Before Geno Smith comeback narrative, before a single game had been played, I thought the Panthers was the most likely W of the year. I get it. John Reeves, Geno had an injured right shoulder, according to the injury report. He fought through it. And I agree with Melanie. I think everybody's kind of banged up right now. Herbicide says there are going to be a bunch of big dudes we can get in the draft for the defensive line. There's only one, Will Anderson. Fair enough. Jacob, Niners, Chiefs, Jets, Rams could lose every game for the rest of the year. Underestimate Mike White at your own peril. Maybe we beat LA. Fair enough. Jack, I like Anderson, Carter, Murphy too. Those are my three favorite kind of defensive guys right now in this draft. Yeah, 1023. It's hard to see us being the Niners right now, man. That's for sure. Don't have a tremendous amount of confidence on that one. Not for sale with a $5 dono. Thank you, Not for Sale. A little slow in acknowledging the donation. I was getting on the comments there, but thank you for that. Appreciate you. It says at this point we've had an overachieving season. I say tank the rest of the year and secure 2 top 10 picks. Go Hawks. Well, thank you for the $5 donation. I appreciate it. Not for sale. And again, a lot of people on that boat of it, so you're not alone with it. I don't like tanking. I've got my reasons for not being a big guy on tanking. I don't think that it always works out as well as the tanking teams think it will. But losing out would get you into the top 10 versus maybe picking in the back end of the teens if you were to win a few of these games on the other side of it. So go Hawks, man. If you do lose out, that's the one upshot is you have 2 top 10 picks if that does go down that route. But certainly I would love to see the team in the playoffs over tanking at this point. Appreciate the $5 dono though, man. Thank you so much. TM has become a member of the Hawks Nest channel. Thank you, TM, for becoming a member. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Keep an eye on your community posts. I do kind of a bi-weekly article on there. I'll post the PFF scores on there in a couple days here for the game, as I do every week on that. So do keep an eye on your community posts as a Hawks Nest member. That's where I do push a lot of the extra content for members. But thank you for supporting the channel and becoming a member. You are awesome for doing so. Not for sale. I agree with you as well. This has been an overachieving season. That's why I'm still going to be very encouraged by what I've seen this year. I might have some things I deride and annoy me, but at the end of the day, I feel so much better about this year than I thought I would be at this point in time in the year. We're very much, a lot of people thought we were going to be playing, be in contention for the number 1 pick, and we're in contention for the number 1 pick, but because the Broncos are bad, not because we're bad, and I'll take that. Cheese Taco with a $5 donation. Thank you for the double dono, Cheese Taco. Says Velveeta cheese fails again. No pass rush. Can't stop the run. 2 interceptions. No running game. Blowing turnovers. Just like they win, they lose. It's a team effort. It is indeed. It is indeed. And there are those games that stand out to you as much as any that are truly team efforts, right? where you truly go, okay, it's like you got the Detroit game early on in the year on the other side of this, where you couldn't have punted once in that game, not one punt, and hope to win that game with where the defense was playing, and yet you still won it because you didn't have that one punt. I don't know if I'd say as much that game's a team effort win, but this is truly a game that's a team effort loss, and it felt that way. A lot of blame to be parsed out and handed around the room here in this one. Hard to find too many guys that can say, well, I did my job today. I handled my duties. I did everything that I had to handle here. Maybe Tyler Lockett, right? Not a whole lot of else. Maybe a Uchenna Nwosu in there. So, well said, Cheese Taco. Very, very well said. Vagabond says, Will Anderson reminds me too much of Aaron Curry. That's all I'll say about that. I could see that, man. I could see some of the comparisons in on that. And I'm not sold on him. I'm really not. Somebody said for me to go back and watch his previous year's highlights. And I see a lot of him getting to the quarterback at times when they're running blitz-heavy schemes with Alabama. And then he gets in there as a looping blitzer around through there. I don't see necessarily a guy that stands out to me as like absolutely the guy that I want to be jumping on at number 2 or 3. String G says, say what you want. The Russ trade will allow us to reset the organization for the next decade. If John doesn't get general manager of the year, the fix is in. I agree, String G. I think he does deserve it. I think Roseman's done a pretty good job with the Eagles, though, too. Looking at all the moves that guy's made and the guys that he's been able to bring in and the trades that he's made. I mean, we're looking at having that top 5 pick, but they're right there with it, right? Because they're looking at a top 10 pick, if not better than that as well, on the year that they're having, too. So, yeah. It's gonna be interesting to see how that vote bears out. But the Russ trade alone, I would think, would be enough to bring it to John. Jacob says Commanders, Giants, Cowboys, and honestly, even the momentum-fueled Lions have more of a wild card shot than these lucky Hawks. I hate to say it as a fan, but the truth hurts sometimes. Yeah, I don't know if we're lucky. I just think we're not playing our best football at this time of year. And when you're not playing as you're going down the home stretch, that doesn't bear out well for you to look forward and go, well, we'll be good because of this or that. It gets a little dark. It does. 1023, I agree. Geno Smith is the reason we're winning games in Seattle this year. I'm with you. Jason says we can't afford an early center. We need a quarterback and defense. Jacob Davis, the offense was incoherent. You can't just blame the defense on this one. Geno's interceptions converted into points for the Panthers to build a 17-point lead and killed us early on today. No, as I said, I'm saying, Jacob, as I've probably said 2 dozen times, it's a team effort loss here. I don't think we can put on just one or the other. I don't lead with Geno being the main problem for today, though, Jacob, either. And if I've got to put one over the other, I can say I think the defense and its ability to stop the run was the main problem from today. Wasn't the only problem. Doesn't mean there wasn't other blame to be passed out. But that's your main issue. You give up 240 yards, 230 yards on the ground, you're going to lose football games. That's it. It's not, sometimes it does get down kind of simple in that respect of things. But Geno had his worst game of the year too. So I think it's all kind of true. Not for sale. If we didn't have Geno, we would have 2 top 3 picks, honestly. Well said, man. 1023, this run defense letting any one running back's points is crazy. Sam Darnold never threw the ball the whole game. No, he didn't have to, did he? They just run it right down our throat, and we couldn't do anything to stop it. Tommy says there might be a scenario where we drop back and still get one of Stroud, Anderson, or Carter. Just depends on who is trading up and for what. Agreed. Depends on that. Depends on where the value of the quarterbacks are. Depends on if there's an offensive tackle that somebody loves, a couple guys like that. There's things that can kind of push in that way. It's hard to tell right now. It's a little early on. Seahawks, Jose Rodriguez, what's up, man? So it's Thursday night, pretty much a playoff game. Yikes. Oh, big time. Your year's on the line on that one. If you lose that game, I think you're done. Like done. Scooby Snacks, hey, B, what do you think are the chances that Houston passes on CJ? I mean, they seem to be very high on Bryce Young is the word I'm hearing. The early word is it's Bryce Young or Will Anderson for Houston. That's been the scuttlebutt. So I'm going to rely on that to be, I've heard enough of it coming from enough different sources in there that does seem to be the case. So I think the chances are very good that they pass on him because they like Young for whatever reason a little bit better. Very, very good. Jacob Davis, your channel is pure therapy for me after a brutal loss like this, Brandon. Oh, well, thank you. That's a great compliment for this channel, man. Because, on losses like this, on game days like this is when YouTube channels of all channels, sports channels, are going to be at their worst, right? Where the fans, myself included, because I'm in my emotions, I'm angry, I'm pissed, I'm going off, chat's going off, everybody's emotional, but I think it does say something about our chat and our community here. Even in these losses, even as there is a lot of disagreement in the chat, and I can see it, people are being respectful, and it is a little bit of therapy. It does the same thing for me, man. Being able to interact with you guys on this makes this easier for me too. As I said, it's just made this much more an enriching experience game day for me to have this with you guys in the chat, and including making it easier at times for these losses, as I know I'm not the only one suffering through. Jason Wolf, Geno's not ever going to win it all. Geno limits us to maybe making the playoffs. I'd like a chance to win it all, and a new quarterback is better for that. And so, Jason, I do see a lot of your comments on that. I know you're a very ardent anti-Geno guy. The thing I will mention on this is you mentioned this again. I don't ever see much in your comments with it, with any of the benefit of the doubt to Geno on 2 rookie tackles, no running game for most of the year. And I guess my question to you, and it's going to be a long time to get to it because I'm behind on the chat by a complete amount because we have a lot of people posting thoughts today. But my question would be posed to you of what did Geno have to prove this year to show you that? I mean, he had 2 rookie tackles. Was the expectation he had to come out and throw for 5,000 yards? He's going to throw for 4,500 yards when it's all said and done. He's going to throw for 30 touchdowns when it's all said and done. Was the expectation level he's got to throw for 40? And if you give him a little bit better team next year, if he has a defense that can actually hold up and not be league worse, you don't have any, there's no possibility at all that guy can take you to a winning championship game. I think that there is. And again, I know that's why I say there's a difference of opinion on this, but I just don't see a lot. I see a lot of folks kind of landing that bottom line point you are, Jason, with it. Well, he's just not good enough. And again, we get back to speaking in generalities and speaking in vagaries rather than specifics. And you go, okay, what is it about him that he's not good enough to win it all? You know, he's not had everything right and perfect for him this year, and he's exceeded expectations. He's performed pretty damn good at the position. If things are even in a better state next year on that side of the ball, if things are even in better state on the defensive side of the ball, how do you arrive at the conclusion that he's not good enough to come across and take you forward on this? TM, I'm interested to see who we pick up in the offseason with all this extra cash. Me too, man. A lot of different directions you can go. String G, thankfully I can listen and participate in Hawks issues from Maui. Love it. Signing off and see you next week. Sounds good, String G. And I hope you're having a good time out there in Maui. I'm going to be out there in a couple months here. Go see my mom. Welcome aboard, man. Appreciate you. Thanks for becoming a member. James Gordon, the year of a great quarterback is not great this year. The ungrades are impressive. The ungrades are impressive. Geno, Purdy. I mean, a little. Baker was bad this year until he had a comeback drive in the Rams game. Brock Purdy's played a game and a half, for the San Francisco 49ers. Geno's the only guy there that's played all the way through this year on that. So I kind of, a bit. Patrick Mahomes has still been great. Josh Allen has still been great. AJ Burrow's still been great. Justin Herbert's still been great. King Bomber says Sam Donald had like 5 attempts over the line of scrimmage. You can't lose to that. You beat yourself. Yeah. Albert Levi Cohens. Sometimes the offense plays bad, but it's given that the D will play bad. That puts us at a risk to lose even more. Well said. Well said. Jacob says the Saints game, I think, by consensus among the 12s is the worst officiated game against the Hawks. Agreed? I don't know. That Raiders game was pretty bad, especially at the end, Jacob, where you've got the no call and the fumble, and then you come back a couple plays later and the no catch on DK. That one sort of stands out to me as maybe a little bit worse. But there's been so many bad officiated games this year. It's like throw a dart at one of the games of the week, and you could probably find one where some bad officiating towards our Hawks on. It's been probably one of the worst years officiated wise I've seen in recent memory. It's been bad. As Matthews is crazy, Brandon. Oh, with the Geno thing. Yeah. Mark, the Seahawks barely beat a quarterback last week that couldn't start in the Pac-12. They just lost to a team that everyone knows shouldn't pass. And the coach openly talked about 25 carries to Foreman. It's a horrible loss, man. Worst loss of the year here, this one. Saijan, stop throwing screens and stop taking sacks and just throw the ball away. Need to go back to the 4-3 defense. Well said, Saijan. Well said. Mark says this is all on Pete. If they miss the playoffs after 6-4 start with expanded teams, give him a statue and piss off. Jason, Geno ain't it. He was throwing to the defense, then he blames people on the sideline for his mistakes. I don't know that you don't know that, Jason. You have no idea what he's saying on the sideline. So you're making guesses on things. I'm gonna let the Geno guys, for the Geno folks that are anti-Geno, I'm gonna let your comments kind of pass through. So put in the chat, post away. I'm not really gonna respond to it anymore though, because I feel like I've kind of gone around in circles on that one. Jacob, I'd rather have DK Metcalf starting a quarterback than Locke, and he isn't even a quarterback. Herbicide says, love me some Woolen, but without Uchenna, we would have no D. Agreed. Uchenna's not one of the problems on this defense right now. Definitely not one of the issues going on with this team. By more, you automatically get 2 first rounders if a player get franchised. Yes, as long as he's signed, of course, by another team that's willing to give up those 2 first round picks. But I'm willing to do that on Geno. If we can't come to a common ground on an extension, I'm with it. Megan, you have to explain the Carter hype to me, B. I just don't get it. Interior defensive linemen are going to look a little different than outside pass rushers, Megan. Like a Will Anderson guy gets to just fire off the edge and attack constantly. Defensive linemen sometimes have to 2-gap. Sometimes they just have to hold the point of attack. Sometimes they got to do some of the dirty work that's required that doesn't always allow them to flash. But Megan, go back and watch the LSU highlights from a week ago. I mean, I'll just give you one game to go watch. Go watch the LSU game and go watch him on every defensive snap that you can go see. And you can just go watch the highlights and just watch the defensive highlight snaps of that game. And if you don't see it after coming away with that, or after watching the highlights of that, I don't know if I can explain it on that one. He is a unique talent on the defensive line. He's by far the best defensive tackle in this draft. I think he's very much an equivalency to a guy like Chris Jones with the Kansas City Chiefs. I think that's his comp. I think he's a guy that can be an outstanding run defender, and he can be an outstanding as a pass rusher on the interior, which is very, very hard to find, Megan, as evidenced by the fact that we haven't had a guy in the interior that can rush from the inside since Bennett consistently. I know that Jaron Reed gave you like 1 year out of it, but that was it. So hard to find that kind of player that can provide that kind of skill set that he can provide. There is no guy in this draft that's like Jalen Carter. And he is a difference maker at the position. So, but you can't get as much caught up on him from a statistical standpoint, Megan. It's about what you got to watch. Turn on the Georgia tape, right? Turn on the Georgia tape and then lock in on Jalen Carter and what he's doing play in and play out. And more often than not, you're going to see him in their wrecking shop. James says we could use some big dudes against the Niners. We could. Luckily, unfortunately, we don't have it. Jacob says at this point in the season, considering what we have at stake, tanking could only improve the Hawks in the future. This isn't October anymore. We have holes to fill. Yeah, the problem with the tanking thing, man, is you're trying to develop a culture of winning. And you start getting yourself into, we're going to tank. Players know you're tanking. I don't know if it always sets the best standard in place of that goes. You're trying to make final assessments on these guys. I just don't. I don't land on the same stage. I don't think you play this sport to tank. I don't know of a lot of times that tanking has worked for teams. That it's been for the benefit. Well, we'll tank this year and then that'll all be great and the next year will be awesome. It seems like tanking always kind of goes sideways on those teams that really try to buy in and do it. String G says if San Francisco routes Hawks Thursday and all but eliminates playoff aspirations, should Seattle play lock for the balance of the year? No. There's really no upshot to playing lock for the balance of the year. Drew Lock is a free agent after this year, String G. So are we playing Drew at that point to make an assessment of whether or not we should bring back Drew Lock on a multi-year deal? Is Geno Smith done enough to lose the job as a starting quarterback at that point? I don't think I would like to do that. I don't think there's a lot to be gained by taking that track of it. Jacob Haas, at this point, I hope we finish above 500. Me too, Jacob. Not for sale. How would making the playoffs improve this team? Well, once you're in the playoffs, anything can happen. Not for sale. So, I mean, I land on that side of things. And again, I think this is one of those places that I'm gonna start just build up a agree to disagree on my stuff on it. Like you don't like Geno, I'm gonna agree to disagree. I don't like tanking. I can't believe I got to explain this, but I want my team to win. I want my team to try to get in the playoffs. I don't care if they look bad right now. You know, there's 2005, the Steelers looked bad for a lot of that period of year. Okay. 9-7, they got in the playoffs and they ended up going and winning a Super Bowl. Is it likely to happen? No. Is the chances good at happening? No. Is there a chance of it? Yeah. And I'm one of those guys, if there's a chance, then I want to keep punching. I want to keep fighting. I don't like to go down to my knees. I don't like to bend over. Maybe that's just my stance on it. But if this team not for sale can't take 4 picks through the first 2 rounds next year and improve this team without tanking, then this team ain't good enough to take this team back to an elite. Then this front office ain't good enough to take this team back to an elite state. If that's their requirement for them to make this team good, then you should have no confidence in this team moving forward. The problem right now isn't draft pick. The problem right now isn't having enough money to spend. Those aren't the issues. The problem right now is schematically you suck defensively. The problem right now is you need more talent on this team. The problem right now is you've got to adjust some other things, I think. And certainly it helps me have a more elite talent, getting that better pick, maybe a little bit to a marginal degree, but it's not worthwhile enough for me to not try to go for it. I want to go for wins. I don't go for tank. Tanking doesn't work. And again, the tank thing sounds great in theory. Who's the team in the NFL that's tanked and it's worked great in their favor just tanking? Not losing, not simply being a bad team like the Niners were to get Nick Bosa in 2018 and then get to a Super Bowl next year. They weren't trying on purpose to lose. But who's been a benefit on tanking? I just don't see it. If I had more of a track record of tanking, showing teams, this team tanked in 05, and then in 08, they were a Super Bowl champion. This team tanked in 012, and then in 015, they were a Super Bowl champion. It doesn't seem like it really works that way. You know, the teams that are good in this league are teams that go for it and try to continue to be good. Not like, well, this season was as good as it could be. I guess we're done. But I understand if there's folks out there that want to go that track. I can't sign up for myself. John says, no, playing lock actually could hurt. If Geno plays reasonably well, then it helps with the franchise tag scenario. There we go. Jacob says, Howie Roseman's reputation was in the gutter after the recent 4-win season for the Eagles. He deserves it more than Schneider. Saved the franchise and his legacy as a general manager with this phenomenal season. I could certainly understand him being the guy to win it over John. I'd love to give it to John. That trade of the Russell Wilson deal and how that looks in retrospect is such a huge home run. You hit it in the third deck kind of move. But I have to acknowledge the fact, Roseman, even with him beyond the trade that he made to get that extra first round pick with the Saints and kind of robbed them, it's the bringing in Darius Slay in free agency and having that work. It's the making the trades of Robert Quinn and getting Ndamukong Suh in there and continuing to add on to that team. It's getting the other cornerback in there to match up with Darius Slay at the start of the year. He's done a lot. Very impressive. King Bomber says, while the defense did play bad, they set the Panthers to allow only 20 points. I think it's on both. Agreed. Wu-Tang says, yeah, if you're pissed about throwing some picks, then think lock is the answer. I don't know, man. Mark says, Waldron should be off the hook. All the momentum at the start of the third quarter, down only 3, Hawks get the ball back, and they try to give the ball to Tony F. and Jones 3 straight plays. Agreed. That's why I say this is a team loss. It's not just on one factor of this. There's a lot of blame to be passed around a bit here. Lyrical listener, we really might lose out after all this. Got ready for the season expecting to lose every game, and now we have a chance at the playoffs, and we might lose it and not make it with this defense. It's possible. Not for sale. We let the Bucks, Raiders, and Panthers run 200 plus yards on us. Making playoffs does nothing for this team. Yeah. Barry, Houston has so many holes. They should be trading down and filling holes with best player available. They could go down that truck with it, but they may fall in love with that quarterback. Barry, that's the equalizer. If you fall in love with the guy in the quarterback, they'll make you forget about all the needs on a team. You'll just get caught up on that savior guy to come in here, Tony says, we got to think long-term here. We're going to be solid. We are. We'll be fine. And Power Code. So, guys, how are we feeling tonight? I wasn't quite hot-headed after this game. I was quite hot-headed after this game, but I've calmed down a bit. I think that's most part, everyone. Big Country says, Bryce Young would end up like David Carr if he's drafted by the Texans. There's no supporting cast. I don't know, man. They've gotten fantastic play out of their 2 tackles there. Laramie Tunsil might be having one of the better years at left tackle in the sport. Justin Britt's giving him good center play down there, Big Country. I mean, right out the gate there, that's 3. If they can retain, I don't know if it's Britt, maybe it's Posick. If they can retain Posick in those 2 tackles, Laramie's going to be there and the other tackle remains. They may have a little bit of a something in place there that's a little bit further ahead than what Carr had, because Carr was coming into basically expansion franchise, really, with where they were. I think he'll have a little bit more. Just a little bit. Maybe not a lot. I don't know how bad Wilson's concussion is, Lyric Listener. It looked pretty bad. Mark says, does anyone actually believe that with Pete Carroll as head coach that they will be able to win the West with Shanahan and McVay on opposing sidelines for an entire season? Well, we just did it 2 years ago, Mark. So, wasn't 2020 a division title? And weren't McVay and Shanahan in the division at that time? Did I miss something on that? I do agree with you, Mark, though. Pete gets outcoached quite a bit. Brandon Storms, does Detroit Lions have a chance to make the playoffs? I believe they do, but I think we've got to almost lose out, just about. Bomber says, Brock Purdy put up twice as many points as we did against the Bucs. Very concerning. Yeah. For sale says, I haven't played football in 15 years. I feel like I could get 10 carries for 50 yards on this defense. Laugh it out loud. Well, maybe so, man. It's certainly not good. Certainly not very good right now. Brad Myers, without Walker, this run game is basically invisible. Even Dallas would have made more progress. Demoralizing. Yeah. David Yang, Jalen Carter reminds me of Keyshawn Johnson, wide receiver talent. Keyshawn was playing against little boys when he was playing college for USC. Oh, I kind of like that. Kind of like that. Keyshawn had a hell of a start to his career in New York. Felt like he kind of got paid and just sort of was like, the second he got paid, he kind of just was like, I'm good. I got what I came for here. We take financial teams that tank or teams that are perennial jive turkeys. Losing culture is a real thing. It is. It's not just a light switch. A winning culture is not just a light switch. You don't just get to turn it off and on whenever you want. And don't be surprised that when you turn off to go into your tank mode, if you come to find that you go to flip that light switch back on and the light doesn't turn on. And instead your bulb bursts. Because that's a lot more likely what is to happen when you want to try to go in that tank mode. Tom Eden says, living in Georgia and watching every Bulldogs game, the NCAA's best defense starts and stops with Carter, especially is set up by him controlling the trenches. He is treated like Aaron Donald by teams. Thank you, Tommy. That's my evaluation of him as well. That's why he's my number one on my board right now. He is a game wrecker. He's a guy that you got to turn on the tape and watch, get away from the stats, watch the tape. And that guy is absolutely messing up offenses. You can't run at him. He's good in both elements, equally as good in both elements in the run and the pass. I think he's going to be an outstanding player at the next level. John Reese, Carter was one of the strongest defensive linemen I've seen in years. Tez was strong, but Carter is something else. He picked up the LSU quarterback like it was his kid. Yeah, picked him up just like a toddler with one arm. Lifted him up off the ground, one arm, as he's kind of being blocked on the side from another angle on it. And he's very, very strong. And good quickness. Doesn't stay blocked. Heavy, strong hands. Lyrical listener, can't expect a running back to do good behind an O-line that creates no holes. Agree with you there. Yes, sir. Wu-Tang says, imagine Carter picking up Kyler. That would be worth the pick alone. Kyler's little feet dangling like this. Like, hey, let me down. Let me down. Let me down. Tommy says, there's tons of good edge rushers. Finding a dominant interior defensive lineman is rare. Yeah, hard to find. I don't think there was one in this last draft. But people wanted to apply that to Jordan Davis or Wyatt. But neither of those guys, I think, are quite that. David Yang, Carter's almost like a mutant. I don't care about potential injuries or health. You have to take a risk on such a talent if it's offered to you. You do, I think, yeah. Barry Satoro, tanking sets a losing mentality. Look at Houston. Exactly. Mark, Pete can't win the West with Niners starting a rookie quarterback, and McVay starting the practice squad. Pete can't even make the playoffs starting 6-4 in games versus LA, Vegas, and Carolina. Yeah, let's also put perspective, Mark. Again, this is a rebuild year. You know, both those teams you mentioned don't have $44 million of dead money there coming into this year. Both those teams you mentioned weren't starting 2 rookie tackles on either side of the line. You know, it's got to remember where we are versus where we were coming into the season a little bit for perspective standpoint. And again, Mark, you did say that we'd never won the West when those guys are coaches there, but he just won it 2 years ago. You know, so you can win it. It's it's a tough loss, but I think his perspective is important here. Brian, I've changed my opinion on the first 4 draft choices. Front 7 times 4. Then interior offensive line, running back, quarterback after the 4th round, fill other interior offensive line, and another front 7 with free agency. I like it. I agree with you, Megan. Tanking doesn't work. John, we need a dominant inside defensive lineman, and Carter is the beginning of that. Like it. King Bomber says the Dolphins are a team that I can think of who tanked. Yeah. And they may get to the playoffs this year. They may. But it still hasn't brought out any results for them. They've still not gotten to a playoff team with all that tanking. It's not brought them anything out, right? Wasn't their owner offering their head coach like $100,000 to lose games? Browns are another team. Reportedly, their owner was offering telling their coach to lose games, according to what their former coach said. Has that brought out the best in them? Has that established a winning culture for them? Mm-mm. Brian says Panthers had the ball a 4-quarter more than Seattle. Hard to win in that scenario. Indeed it is. Corey Bauer. Thank you, Brower. Yeah. Thank you, Corey Brower, for subscribing to the channel, man. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Appreciate you subbing up. If you guys do get a chance, please hit that like button for me too, please. It does help the channel grow tremendously, and I really do appreciate it. String G says, if we spend all our draft capital on defense and build a world-class defense, do we go all out with our draft picks, including trading back and creating more picks, or build the best defense ever? I think this is where String G, I come into the stance of saying you trade with that first pick from 2, you go to 6 or 7, you pick up maybe an extra first and a second round pick on top of that, and then you just pick away. I do think you go defensive heavy at the top of this draft, a lot like you went offensive heavy in the last draft. 3 of your first picks were for the offensive side of the ball through the first 3 rounds. So you hit it hard. I think they go to the defensive side and do that similarly here, I would expect, in general terms, without getting too specific, of course. Because we don't know exactly how the draft will be, bear out in exactly which fashion. JG says, is there any way we could Will and Jalen? No, JG, because even if you lost out and you were in top 10, both of those 2 guys will be taken in the top 5. John says, nope, because we need quality first, not just quantity. Trading back got us into the current mess. Well, it's all about specifics with this, John. What got you into the current mess was not trading back. What got you in the current mess was not picking correctly, and by not targeting and operating from a best player available type standpoint in the draft. Instead, indeed, you went to a reach standpoint of things at times, and you stepped outside of what should have been a normal drafting process to grab those reaches, a la like an LJ Collier. Another part of trading back there, John, was you were trading back from the 20s. And this is a thing that I hammer a lot. And fans tend to look at the first round and think, oh, there's 32 first round picks. So then henceforth, there must be 32 worthy first round players. And that's not the case. It's a tier 1, tier 2 situation. Tier 1 lasts till about pick 13, 14, 15 in the first round. Then you get into tier 2. So when you got Seattle trade in the 20s and they're trading back in the second round, they weren't moving from one tier to the next. They were staying within the same tier, and they were just picking poorly. What I'm advocating for is not to move out of tier 1. You still remain in tier 1, but you pick up the extra picks in addition to getting then a prime player in that tier 1 state. Wu-Tang says, probably not. There's a lot of other dudes to get. Honestly, just Carter could make this defense a lot better and a linebacker's job easier. He could, yeah. JG says, who's 2 head coaches you would like to see with this team? Sean Payton and John Harbaugh. I'll give you 2 names. There's not a lot of great names out there right now, JG. I'll tell you that. It's a pretty thin herd of available coaches out there that stand out to you. Or I'll give you, instead of Harbaugh, I'll go Sean Payton, Lincoln Riley. If I could bring either of those 2 guys in, those would be my top 2 picks. But I do think Sean, as Jack says, I think Sean's going to the Chargers. Drop Top Submarine. Do we draft a running back in this draft? Probably depends on if you're planning on bringing back Rashad Penny or not, Drop Top, but I will guess that yes, you probably do. I don't think you'll take one high though. Probably one in the 4th round onward. And probably more of a thunder kind of guy, right? More of a short yardage kind of back maybe. Jacob Chamberlain, I personally don't really trust picks and drafts and stuff. You can draft someone that looks good, but be bad when they're out there on game day. I want to be a good now, not in like 2 to 3 years. Well said, man. Understandable, man. Picks are have a wild variance to them. They do. I will say, Jacob, when you do have Schneider in the land of picking inside the top 15 or that tier 1 state that I'm talking about, where you have 14, 15 guys that are your true tier 1 talents. General manager John Schneider has picked 4 times in the top 15 in his whole span here in Seattle. All 4 of those picks have been hits. All 4 of those picks have played really good football to great football to outstanding, almost Hall of Fame level of football. So while I'm with you on, I wouldn't have as much faith if we're talking about being in the teens, the 20s or something like that. Picking top 15 is a little bit of an easier trek to go at. Drop Top Submarine, what about the Georgia running back in the 3rd round? I haven't had a chance to check him out as of yet, Drop Top. I saw Top Billin had him featured in one of his videos a couple days ago, but I have not had a chance to take a peek at him as of yet. I'll get around the running backs, but I'll probably be slow to kind of get to them. A lot like the wide receivers, where I will take a look at the crew, but I want to look and make sure I get a view of all the potential interior offensive linemen, interior defensive linemen, linebackers, and even safeties before I kind of get to those other positions that I don't know are going to be as much a priority as some others. JG says, we need Carter. We have no inside pressure, and quarterback steps up every time to a clean pocket and can run out of it whenever. Agreed, man. That's why he's my number 1. Not for sale says, by tank, I don't mean give up. More like soft tanking, giving the teams were more like a soft tank, giving the teams we're playing. I think there was a word left out there, not for sale. I think there was a word left out there that I can't quite pull out what you were saying with it. Got lost in my chat here. One sec. Trying to pick up where I was. Sometimes when it updates, it loses me a little bit. So I was just not for sale. I was trying to just make out what you were saying on the deal there, and it just got more like soft tank, giving the teams we're playing. Yeah, I think the thing with soft tanking, I've heard that mentioned before, not for sale, where it's like, well, we don't just fully give up, but the players are not going to be able to be tricked with this. And if you start putting that standard out there a little bit, it's like a bad habit that you can start to create, even on a short five game end of the run season. I think it's worth more to punctuate and to be trying to turn this around to get some momentum going into next year, even a little bit over the tanking side of it. I do. Again, just I get what you're saying on that. The soft tanks, but it's hard to fool the players. They're going to know what's going on if you're not trying to go all in on winning. They'll sense it. Brian A. Wilson says this run defense is a joke. 1 or 2 games, okay. All season, that's on the coaches. Well said, man. You're right. Does come down to the coach at this point when it's been this long and they're not finding any kind of adjustment. They're not doing anything to even try. You're not seeing them even throw things at the wall here to see what will stick. They're just running out the same kind of thing. By Moore says we need to draft Jalen Carter. 1, 2 to 3, 4 needs to be 2 guards and a center. I like it. Megan says no trade, B, not ever. Alexander says some like to tank like a hobby. Some say tank shoe get you a better draft pick. Then you pick that kid. The kid ends up sucking, then what? Yes, sir. Paul says Jamal Adams bad trade due to injuries. Rashad Penny good back, can't play in the NFL. He can't stay. Neither guy can stay healthy, that's for sure. Corona says don't forget if you are caught tanking, the league will take your draft pick. Well, there's just another reason not to do it, right, Kronos? Just one more reason not to do it. Not for sale. Brandon, don't ever compare the Hawks to the Browns or the Dolphins. Laughing out loud. It's just one season where we could get 2 top 10 studs potentially. I'm just trying. It wasn't even trying to bring it up. Not for sale. That's just me trying to think out loud and try to go through. Okay, there was this team that had that as a tank. There's this team that did this as a tank. So I'm just trying to come up with, with what I'm trying to do is kind of find in my own head an example that would actually bear out your point being the right way to go. That's what I'm trying to do. So it might sound like I'm making an assessment there, but I'm just trying to think out loud of teams that I'm aware of tanking. And any team that I think about tanking that comes up to my head, certainly maybe the chat's got somebody that they can present that I'm forgetting. But you can even take this to basketball. Does it work in basketball for teams to tank? Does it work good for them? I mean, look at the Philadelphia 76ers with their process. Trust our process. Trust the process. The process being that we're going to be bad for these couple of years, so we'll eventually be great, and you'll get the returns of this. And I think the tanking sounds good in theory, but I don't think that we have a lot of it actually working applicably in the real world. And that gives me some hesitancy to want to be in favor of it. Megan says, if we got Lincoln Riley, my faith in humanity will be restored. Yes, I'm a Trojans fan. Wu-Tang says, for sure, the talent drops off a lot after 10 to 15 picks in the draft. It does. It's the way to look at the draft is don't look at it as first round guys or there's 32. There's not ever 32 first round guys. No, your best draft, right? Your most talented draft, you may get to maybe 20 picks, 20 guys that are true blue tier 1 talents, guys that are not only starters that'll jump in there, but a Pro Bowl level of talents. Then you get into that. Now you're looking more for starters as you get into tier 2. Jacob Davis says Sean Payton could work. I'd like a younger guy, though. Look at how great the Vikings are doing with their freshman head coach. KOC isn't a veteran. No, he's doing a great job for them. He is. It's for sure. Alexander Matthews says, Riley, hell no. Chris Peck, some of me mentioned Riley's. There's not a lot of great names out there in the coaching world right now, bouncing around. Chris Peck, they had opportunities to get players like Sue, but opted out. Shows they are committed to rebuild. True. They've had a couple tries at Sue. Paul says 3 games left. Niners, Chiefs are going to be tough games. They are. JG, Lincoln Riley would be good for our OC, but head coach, no. Laugh my house out. Our defense would be even more atrocious. It's possible. Yeah, shout out to Top Elm. Big Country DeBoer from UW is interesting. He flipped that offense overnight. Yeah, I'd like to see him improve it a little bit longer, I think. But he's doing some interesting stuff. Megan, never heard of a soft tank B. What is that? Well, that's rather than out and out showing your hand where you're starting all your backups over your starters, Megan. You just kind of do soft, subtle things within the game plan, how you call a game, how aggressive you are in order to sort of like allow it to happen. You know what I mean? So you're not actively pursuing it, but you're doing little gentle, subtle moves to make the loss occur. Jacob Chamberlain, there is like 2 to 3 upsets each week. Maybe next week we can get upset the Niners. It's possible, Jacob. This year ain't over with yet. This is a disappointing loss, but this thing's not done. We're not out of it. This didn't mathematically eliminate us. It's a disappointing loss, and we're all kind of swallowing this tough to swallow pill, but we're still a shot this year. Jacob says, if the Hawks don't make the playoffs, who are you rooting for once they start? My favorites are the Jets and the Vikings, also the Lions, but they are less likely to nab that 7th wildcard spot than the Jets. It gets very hard for me to root for anybody else, Jacob. I can kind of go, well, it'd be nice to see if maybe this team goes and wins it, but I don't really have a real rooting interest necessarily. I think what would be a cool story if my Hawks can't come in, what I'd love to see is a Vikings-Buffalo Bills Super Bowl. 2 really hard-pressed, hard-luck franchises. The Vikings in the 70s had 4 straight times that they went to the Super Bowl, and they didn't win it. And then the Buffalo Bills did the very exact same thing in the early 90s. So 2 teams that have had, think about that. 4 straight years you go to the Super Bowl and lose it. 4 straight years, both of those organizations have had to go through that period. So if our Hawks don't get in, I'd love to see one of those 2 teams or have both those 2 teams meet up in the Super Bowl. That'd be a cool little Super Bowl. DVN says updated next few games win-loss record. Oof. I think you beat the Rams. I think you beat the Jets, but I don't think you beat I don't think you beat the Chiefs or the Niners. Mark, would the Cowboys allow more to walk even walk even with the season McCarthy has had? Or would Jerry choose more? No, I think they would let him walk. Hard to not keep McCarthy there. I know that they've not been sold on him hugely, but I mean, he's got him winning, right? Whatever that's worth there on that. He's got him winning. Mark, what the cow? Wu-Tang, we're building a team that's got a major flaws. Tanking means you wreck the whole thing and build back from scratch. We're better than that. I love it, Wu-Tang. Yes, 100%. Jack says people will keep bringing up Carter, but there's still a very good chance that he's gone when we are on the clock. A good chance? I don't know if there's a good chance, Jack. I think there's more. I would say there's more of a slight chance. Defensive tackles don't tend to go number one overall in a draft, especially when there's not quarterback worthy of being able to be selected at that spot, especially when there's a guy like an edge rusher like Will Anderson who's got kind of the hype that he has behind him. I mean, I love Carter, but I think Carter's going to be viewed out in a very similar fashion to the way Quentin Williams was viewed, or the way the defensive tackle that was taken high by the Washington Comanderos a couple of years ago. I think he's a better player than both those two guys, I think, but both those guys top 5 picks, but not number one. And Jack, we're sitting number 2 overall right now. So it has to be the team ahead of us to take him. I mean, he'd have to go number 1 overall right now if this is going to go where it's on track for going. Tommy says, don't you think getting these young players playoff experience is more valuable than trying to stealth tank and ruin your reputation in your team? Yeah, I'm with that. There's a lot of reasons I don't want to tank. A lot of reasons. But that's another one that's just another great reason on top of that, Tommy. Yeah. As Brian says below, 100%. John says gone. If we were at 2 or 3, I doubt it. Yeah, John, I don't think we're missing on Carter if we're at 2. That's for sure. I think we're going to have our pick of him at that point. I don't see him going number 1. He's a great prospect, but if you got a defensive tackle going number 1 overall, he would have had to have been a guy like 13 sacks this year from the inside, and I agree, John. I think Texans are going quarterback number 1. Not for sale. I'll just bust your balls, bro. I just want the team to get back to dominance. I understand, man. No worries. Have some fun. Let's just have some fun here today. Tough loss. You might as well try to get some yucks out of it. Brian Wilson says Ndamukong Suh would be bad for a locker room full of young players. It's possible, yeah. And he's a guy who's kind of at the end of his rope. I don't know if there's a whole lot left there on him. Him going to the Eagles is the absolute right landing place. Him coming here, it would have been like, well, we need a savior to come here and get this defensive line saved. And it's different situations, different requirements. Whoever says all I need is the Jets and the Rams, and I'll be happy. There we go. Gavin says, tough game to watch now. Get it tougher. Hawks have room to improve. Winning begats winning, really. For sure. For sure. Mark Hawks says fair points about the Hawks winning the West in 20, but moving forward, especially going 0-4 versus the NFC South, is it realistic that Pete could ever pull off winning the West again versus those coaches? Yeah, because I think, Mark, a little bit of the thing you're missing out with this is the fact that this is, for wherever you want to put it, this is a rebuild season. When you walk into a year like this and you've moved off your two team captains on both sides of the ball, 2 Hall of Famers, when you're sitting on $44 million of dead money, when you're starting 2 rookie offensive tackles, which has not occurred in the modern NFL era in 60 years, Mark, 60 years. And as good as those guys have played, okay, as good as Abraham Lucas has played and as good as Charles Cross has played, they've also given you those rookie lumps that you have to suffer along that trek. And so when I look at the team this year, Mark, I look at it as a team that's not the most stacked up team. Yeah, sure, the Rams are definitely having a down year. But also look at the Rams situation, Mark. Matt Stafford very well might retire this year. Right now, Aaron Donald might have played his best football going forward. They don't have a lot of draft picks or a lot of money to spend to be improving that team going into the future. And the Niners have big time question marks at quarterback going into the future. What are they going to do at that position? And they're stacked up right now, but they're in the middle of their run too at this, Mark. Let's not forget this. The Rams just came off a Super Bowl title. They're in the middle of their run. The 49ers have gone to a Super Bowl, been right near a Super Bowl in recent years. They're right in the middle of their Super Bowl run. They're the ones right now who are supposed to be the creme de la creme this year, not us. We were in a rebuild year. So let's not forget expectations. Let's not forget the dead money on this cap. Let's not forget the rookies we got starting out there at tackle and how precipitous a fall that can lead to when you do that type of thing. Or we'd see more NFL teams being willing to do it, wouldn't we? And I think when you put that all together on, it makes it a little bit more understandable of why they're maybe inconsistent this year, maybe why we're not able to keep up at that high end point. But you get this team into next year, Mark, and now I've got that $44 million where I'm not just burning it to the wind. I've got it back in hand. You give me 4 picks in the first 2 rounds. And hell, I mean, they've got an additional pick in the 5th round as well. I think we got like 10 picks in this draft in total. You give me all that money to spend, all those draft picks. You give me young players on rookie deals like Tariq Woolen, Kenneth Walker, Abraham Lucas, Charles Cross. And I get to work off those guys and work off that value to build up other parts of my team. Yeah, I think he can. I will say, Mark, if Coach Carroll's not willing to make defensive adjustment he needs to make, which is take his defense from 1987 and bring him into 2022. If he's not willing to do this, I'll give some room back to you on this one where I'll say, look, if he can't do that, it won't kind of matter what talent he brings in here. There will be a limit to the top end that you can hope to get. And maybe to your point on that is what confidence do you have he will make those adjustments? And maybe you're right to believe that there should be a lack of confidence in that because he's not made those adjustments up until this point. He's not showed you he's willing to make those adjustments to the point. I'm going to land on it in this stance, Mark. It took him a year to wrap his head around updating the offense. He did not just buy into that right out the gate, right? He was begrudgingly like, pass first, throwing on first down, But he finally got around this year to it, didn't he? And you got to look at it like that, Mark, if he's showing a willingness to change on the offensive side of the ball, if he's showing a willingness to throw 55, 60, or today even 75% of the time and not just run into a brick wall like we had done in recent years, then maybe so too can he be willing to make those same kind of adjustments on the defensive side of the ball. You know, I'm hopeful of it, Mark, but I think you're valid in questioning it and wondering if he does have that turn of the screw he is able to make at this point, or if he's just going to, like a petulant child, when you're trying to get him out the car and they just stick their legs out and they hold him something, get out of the damn car, get out of the car. And he won't get out of the car. It could be that too. I have to acknowledge it. Megan says, hell yes, B, Vikes skull. Yeah, man, I feel for them hard suffering. I got sympathy for them hard suffering franchises. We used to be those franchises, right? Before we got to 3 Super Bowls in 17 years. We used to be one of those guys. So I got some sympathy for them. I do. I got empathy. DVN, Miners blew out the Bucks. The Bucks had their best game of the season against us. I have little to no hope against San Francisco. Understandable. Jacob says, if we don't make the playoffs, I'm going to be rooting for the Bengals. There's another one franchise, long struggling franchise. Understandable there. Not for sale. I was just exaggerating the tanking, but in reality, the next 3 games are going against top tier teams who will run crazy on this defense, sadly. Yeah, he may not have to tank, not for sale, to your point on that. The tank may occur even as you're trying hard. Herbicide, I don't think Russ is going to play next week or the week after. Why would they? I've said for a while now, shut Russ down. This offense ain't getting any better. This offense ain't going to turn this thing around at this point. You're not setting the stage for next season at this point. You only could get the guy beaten up and hurt further as we go into this year. He's already been beaten up coming into this game. You got to try to find out how to salvage this thing, and salvaging it is not getting Russ beat to hell this year and to where now he's encumbered next season by some injury that's still carrying through. Not for sale. They're still giving us a 42% chance to make the playoffs. Well, that's better than I was. I was at 30%. So that's good. Jack B, we might not be picking 2 or 3rd if Denver wins. Fair point, Jack. That's a fair point. And you're right. If you're picking at 5, you probably are out on the Carter sweepstakes at that point. He's probably is going to go at least in the top 4. But Denver's got to win those games, man. And they still have another game against Kansas City, and maybe maybe that Cardinal game, maybe the other, but they're going to be maybe doing with a backup Brett Rippon at quarterback. And I don't know, maybe he's better than what Russ gives him. Maybe that's the other side of it. DVN, tanking never sounds good. You want to keep the fight switch off. Flight, I think you meant on. You want those players to feel like they have unfinished business, not like they just let the team win. Helps for a better following season. That's exactly where I stand on the 2, DVN. So where I stand with the 2. You want to create a culture of winning. You want to create a standard, and that standard doesn't waver, doesn't change just because you're trying to get a better draft pick. No, It is the standard. Oh, missed a donation. Sorry here. Jacob Kesker, thank you for the $5 donation, man. Appreciate you. Says, Hawks looking at Carter at number 3, I bet. Schneider and Pete have always wanted that elite defensive tackle like Fletcher Cox. Thank you for the $5 donation, and I do agree with you. I think that that's a guy that very much will make a lot of sense to them. I think he very much a fit to one of the biggest needs on this team, and I could certainly see both of those guys salivating, Jacob, just salivating at that talent and what he could bring to stage. It's like the biggest hole on your defense also is now in this draft to fill that hole, and he might be the best player on your board when you go and pick. You know, he's the best player of value for your biggest need theoretically on your team. Those things match right up like a hand goes into a glove. And I could definitely see it go that way. JP Hinks, Houston wants Bryce Young, so some are saying they can have him. Oh, hey, all day long. All the better for us if they take Bryce Young. Not only the fact if they take Bryce Young and maybe we get Stroud, but maybe also there's a team that likes Stroud more than Young. And they're like, dear God, look at how stupid the Texans are. Let's take advantage of this. Let's throw 3 first-round picks to Seattle and go take the truly best quarterback in this draft. That could set up like that. I could see it. Herbicide says, I bet Russ now thinks that our O-line wasn't that bad after all. Probably not. Alexander Matthews, soft tank. I get it. Like the Raiders running cover 2 the other day. I know what you meant on that DVN. The tank. Yeah. I agree, John. I don't think Denver's beating AZ or the Rams. Not with Russ out. Rippon's not it. I was joking, but he's not it. He's not it. He's not gonna. No. Santiago. Personally, I want Carter Anderson. But how much would you feel? How would you feel if we actually took a quarterback? I'd be okay with it, Santiago. I think when you're picking that high in the draft, it's really kind of hard to become disgruntled or upset with the picks. There's so much good quality in there, and you're picking from tier 1. You're coming away with a tier 1 player, quarterback, defensive tackle, pass rusher. They're going to help the team. And even if it's in the case of a Stroud, he's sitting behind a Geno Smith for a year or 2 until he's out there playing. You're going to get the benefits of that. And quarterbacks are something that can swing in a league big. And if you got an elite talent at the position moving forward, that would help this team out. So I'm not going to be sad on it. I prefer going a different route with it, but I'm not going to boo-hoo or cry about us taking, maybe what would become the best quarterback of this draft. I wouldn't cry about that. I'd be okay. I'd be perfectly fine at that. John says, we hope we take AR-15 if we took quarterback. I think that's the best case kind of scenario. If we're going to be both sold on taking a quarterback, John, and looking at where like the guys in the 3rd round, like initially thought maybe you look at a Hendon Hooker or a Penix or a Cam Ward or somewhere in that 3rd round range, but I don't like the 3rd rounders as much as I thought I was going to like them a couple months ago with how they were looking. AR-15 in that 2nd round with that 2nd round pick could be a spot to target him in on. I'm not bought on that a team's going to take him in the 1st round. I really am not. I think he's so rough and so raw. This is not Lamar Jackson coming out. It's not the same kind of player. Brian says this draft's going to be heavy on the defensive side again. More depth in the secondary, the D-line, and then linebacker. Depth. Well said. JP says Anthony, yes. Carter, yes. Either, and I'm excited big time. JP's surfer ski, right? Surfer ski. Either one, huh? Can't go wrong. Wu-Tang says, oh man, Houston would be goofy enough to take Bryce Young. Let's hope they're that misguided. They would be. They truly would be. I hope they are. I would laugh my ass off on draft day if I'm looking at Bryce Young truly taken. That would be hilarious. John Reese, we said we need a guy like Jordan Davis was last draft. Carter fits that bill. He does. Different kind of players. Carter's a better player than Jordan Davis. He is. Jordan's got potential. Carter's going to give you that potential from the jump, from the rip. Brian Wilson says, Bryce Young, please just don't draft Bryce Young. That's the one guy that I would be pissed off about. Like, no. I just let out one long no. I'd fall to my knees, throw my hands up into the air, stare into the sky, scream to God. Why? Alexander says Denver will probably score 40 next week without high knee boy. Herbicide, what happened to Boye Mafe? Hasn't really come along this year. Hasn't really developed. Kind of started out pretty good and was really starting to flash, and then just sort of, he's been a solid run defender overall, but not giving you a whole lot out of that. And even this run defense, I think, has kind of come and gone at times. Orlando Rocco just saw on Twitter that Mike Leach is in critical conditions after a medical emergency today. Oh, man. That's sad to hear. I hope Mike's okay. Money Rich, if the Seahawks choose to stick with Geno, then the Hawks can trade that pick to a quarterback needy team for a king's ransom. Then draft a super solid defensive players to have a top 5 defense. That's the trek that I want to take, Money Rich. You and I are thinking exactly simpatico on this one. That is the trek I would go with it as well. Megan says, what's the most number of draft picks we've had, and how many do we have in the next draft? So we got 4. Let me think this through, Megan. So you got 4 in the first 2 rounds, 3, 6, 10. You have 10 picks total, Megan. So you have 2 firsts, 2 seconds, all the rest of your other picks, and then 2 fifth-round picks from the Achilleo Witherspoon trade from last year. So 10 picks in total. What's the most picks we've had in a draft? I think in 2017, we also had 10 picks. That was the pick. That was the one where we made like 4 third-round choices and 1 fourth-round pick in that particular draft. But I think that was another one that you had a lot of selections on. Not as high a picks as we get in this draft, though. That's where that one's different. Chris Beck says, remember when the Rust offense couldn't score in the red zone, especially in the first half? I do. Yeah. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Tua's 3 for 15 for 25 yards. How'd that tank work for the Dolphins? Bingo. Tank is not worky. It no worky. John Reese says nothing is guaranteed, but if I was betting, I bet Arizona beats the Broncos. I would too. I think the Broncos are just in the state they're in, and they are what they are. Keldon says, I'm confident in the Niners this game. However, going to Seattle on Thursday night is a tough spot. We're not playing our best football right now, man. I love my team, Keldon. I love my team, but I can't argue. We're not playing our best football, and you just boat raced the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. You know, Tampa was playing for something in that game. So you did with Brock Purdy at quarterback. I'm not liking our chances in this football game. DVN says, I still think Russ has at least one more good season in him. I think he can get it out. I don't think he'll ever be a high volume guy, DVN. And that's where he's got to put that dream to bed. You're never going to be a high volume guy, Russ. You just got to operate within the confines of offense. He's got to slide back into a little bit of the old Russ in his early days. I don't know if he's got the willingness within his ego to do that, but that's what he needs to do. Power running game, take deep shots over the top when you get single high looks with the safety coverage. Simplify the game down very quickly and very easily for Russ at that point. Don't think a team will do it. They should. Jacob Chamberlain, this season is like a free play. We don't have to do good this season. It's fine if we're bad. We could be good and make it the playoffs, but if not, it's fine because it's a rebuild year. Exactly. It's kind of a bonus year. It is a bonus year. Make no mistake about it. When you offload what we've offloaded this offseason, when you're sitting on $44 million of dead money, it is indeed a rebuild year. Been a successful one. Been awesome. Joe Biden's Make-A-Wish. Texans are taking Bryce Young first. Believe in the power of Lovey. I hope so. Jabba the Mutt. Why do you think your evaluation of Bryce Young is so far off consensus boards? I have quarterbacks. There's always one quarterback every year that I seem to be missing on, Jabba the Mutt. And I've got to acknowledge the fact that it's not because of my sheer brilliance or something that I'm so ahead of the curve all the time. And I understand quarterbacks like nobody in the NFL. I'm really just more smarter than all of them. Really, no, that's not it. And I acknowledge this, Jabba the Mutt. It could be as much as just a failing in my own evaluation process and how I'm looking at it, and that I'm not using enough imagination on Bryce Young and how I'm viewing him. I've watched a lot of tape on him though, and I just don't quite understand it. I don't quite get it. I think that he's not taken steps forward this year. I think he has a hard time of seeing over the top of the offensive line. I think he's very slight, and I think there's some huge injury concerns. I think too that's a big part of this jab of the mutt with me and Bryce Young is I think there's monstrous injury concerns with him and his ability to hold up at the NFL level. And I think there's been this weird thing that's occurred in the NFL in recent years, and the consensus boards build this into their evaluation, that suddenly now that a smaller size quarterback doesn't matter in the NFL. That it's now become irrelevant somehow. And it feels like Russell Wilson kind of changed some of this and opened the door up to Kyler Murray being taken number 1 overall and Baker Mayfield being taken number 1 overall. But when you're small, when you're undersized, you're not going to be able to hold up and take that kind of pounding, I don't believe. So I've watched a lot of his tape. I don't get where people land at looking at Bryce Young and going, that's a top 5 quarterback. There's some great wow throws, but there's also a lot to be worried about and concerned about. I'm not sure how he is as a processor on the football field. I don't know how well he sees the field. I don't think he's all that great as a scrambler and being creative and getting free. He does reasonably good at the college level with that, but a lot of that stuff I think goes away at the pro level. I don't know. But as I say, there are sometimes just those guys I do just kind of miss. Sogst says, who's got the best podcast in the NFL? Me, man. I got the best podcast. I don't know. I don't have a lot of time during the season to listen to a lot of podcasts because I'm usually just kind of working on my own thing. I like stuff like Move the Sticks podcast, and I kind of get into listening to some random stuff as much as anything else time to time. But I don't have any sort of tried and true that I go to, week in and week out for stuff. I just kind of catch a lot of stuff in all little different places all over the place, so to speak. Some of us just don't have the time as much anymore. King Bomber says, Hendon Hooker in the 3rd, baby. I wouldn't be mad at it. And that's probably where he's going to go. You do get worried about that ACL, though, don't you? You do worry a little bit about that. Jack says Tier 1, Anderson, Carter, Stroud, Young, and Quentin Johnson. Yeah, I'd add Miles Murphy in there too, Jack. I think Murphy's a Tier 1 guy. Henry Diesel says John Schneider's going to outthink himself and trade down. He might. Gina Farriga, am I a Saints fan? No, I'm not a Saints fan, Gina. I'm a Seahawks fan. Megan says drafting Young would be like taking Matt Corral in the last draft. Yeah. Bingo. Well said, Megan. Wu-Tang, if somebody wants to give us obscene haul for number 2 pick, I ain't mad at that. Me neither, man. And I think there's a chance some team would be willing to. If there isn't, I'll just pick. I'm not saying I have to trade back, but if some team's crazy enough to throw me the King's ransom, I'm taking the King's ransom. John, I have some concerns about Anderson's motor versus Carter's play-to-play, game-to-game. Seems like Anderson takes plays off. He does, John. I've been assured by people that watch. So what people have told me on that is I've raised that same worry that I look at Anderson and I think his motor's a little slight, and I think he really takes a lot of plays off, not just the occasional play. He takes a lot of plays off. And they tell me that, no, he's just doing that to preserve his body. He could have been the number 1 overall pick last year. He knows what people think of him, so he's not going to really turn it on this year. I don't know if that speaks really well to me about the guy, to be honest with you, that he's just going to take a year off because he's determined that he's good enough to get to the NFL level. But I'm taking a guy in the top 5. I really don't want to have to worry about his motor. And you can love Anderson's game, but you cannot deny that the motor has definitely gone quiet at times this year during football games. Mark Hawk, bold prediction, the Hawks second round, the Hawks second round pick in round 1 will be Noah Sewell, linebacker. What's your thoughts on the Hawks second number 1 pick? I'd prefer Trent Simpson if we're going to take linebacker, Mark. Noah Sewell, a lot like a lot of the linebackers in this draft, including his other partner there, Flo, with the Oregon Ducks, have been very unimpressive. Jack Campbell, Drew Robertson with Arizona State. There's a long list of very, very not great linebackers in this draft. Noah Sewell, I have yet to be impressed by his tape. I've much have watched it like 9 of his games because there's a lot of guys to check out on the Oregon tape, including Flo, including Gonzalez, the cornerback that they have. But I keep coming away with again and again that I don't see a guy with any kind of instincts. He seems to be a poor tackler. I mean, he can move pretty well and he's got pretty good size, but aside from that, I don't see what makes him a number 1 pick. Look at that Oregon defense this year. It's not played good. They've not been a good team this year. I mean, they've won more than they've lost, but there's been a lot of bad games from them, that defense. And he's been in there at the head of that. I'm not a fan of Sewell. Not at all. I don't even have a second round grade on Sewell right now. You're really drafting for an athletic profile with him at this point if you're taking him. Audie Bell says better draft front seven. That's right, Audie Bell. That's right. Audie Bell, my daughter's flag football team could run the ball down Seattle's throat. King Bomber, just like us, Bears fans also want Jalen Carter, so this is going to be who loses more games, the Bears or the Broncos, and the Broncos have the tiebreaker. Bingo. Bingo. I don't know if I guess they could go Carter there. There's a couple places the Broncos could go, though. They have some needs. That's another team that could trade back, get like a receiver or whatnot, get an extra pick. Mark, watch the All-22 on the miracle ankle catch today. Cody Barton not intercepting that pass was pathetic. Noah Sewell is an athlete. Yeah. He's an athlete. I'll give you that. I'll definitely give you that with it, Mark. But instincts on the field, tackling ability, kind of some coverage, some of the things, the items you need them to do, that's the part where it worries me. King Bomber says, I do think you're wrong on Bryce Young's throwing potential. He's done a lot with that crap off Alabama offense. I think he's better than you put him out to be, but I don't want him. That size thing scares me more than anything. The size is the biggest part for me as much as too, King Bomber. I just don't trust smaller quarterbacks, and having had to kind of deal with having Wilson here for 10 years and understanding that there's limitations within those guys' games is understanding these guys that they cannot get around. They can be as brilliant as they want to be. Those restrictions are still going to be there for them. They are still going to hold them back there. And I really don't want to take a quarterback that high in the draft, much like I don't want to take a pass rusher with a questionable motor. I don't want to be taking a quarterback that I've got to be thinking about his limitations first and foremost and when I'm selecting him. As I acknowledge on this King Bomber, there are guys every year that I don't get that people hype me up on. I will tend to say this. I don't know that there's been a quarterback in me doing this in 4.5 years in my evaluation of it that I said this quarterback was going to be that and I was off on, or I wasn't on the mark with. And this is one of those things where through years I can look silly to people, but then the end day it all nets out to where I actually looked pretty right on point with it when I made my evaluation of it. And that includes Trevor Lawrence. I told everybody Trevor Lawrence was the number one quarterback in the draft, straightforward. And it sounds like this in retrospect. Look at the day he had today. Look at the year he's had today when he's finally getting the talent around him to perform. But everybody in that draft was telling me, no, you got to look at it's this Wilson kid out of BYU. No, that's the one you're not getting. That's the one you need to understand. He's look at how he throws. He's Aaron Rodgers. He's Aaron Rodgers. You don't get it. He's Aaron Rodgers. And when I come back to this is I trust my evaluation. I trust my gut instinct on it. And I think my gut instinct will be proven right at the end of the day. I'm not going to be right on all these quarterbacks. But again, go back and it's easy enough to check my track record. I live stream every single day of the draft. I talk about every single pick. So it's easy enough to hit me on stuff I'm getting wrong or I'm getting right. And I think, my evaluations will tend to be pretty much on point like this. The guy of this size of Bryce Young, they don't come out at this size to come play the quarterback position and have a lot of longevity. If he goes out and he does it, he will be one of the first, it will be the first guy to really do it at that size. I mean, even Russell Wilson was a more thicker, stoutier guy. Kyler Murray, a little more thicker, stoutier guy. This guy's very thin. As Megan said above, it's like Matt Corral built kind of thing going. But again, as I said with this, I will acknowledge I could be just messing up my evaluation of Bryce Young and I'm seeing it wrong. But that's why I stick to my guns on this is I just trust what I see on tape and sort of let the cards fall where they may. Chris Beck, you don't deserve bubble gum. That's right. Pete didn't deserve his bubble gum today. If he was 6'4", 230, yeah, I might be more on board with it too at that point. But he's so significantly beneath that size, King Bomber. I mean, I don't think he's going to be 6 foot at the combine. I think they're going to combine. He's going to run out at like 5'10" and a half. He's going to lose 1.5 inches of the combine versus what he's listed even at right now. Wu-Tang says Bryce is small and Bama guys tend to benefit from playing in primo program. Haven't seen him show anything physical that leaps off the page. Me neither. I mean, even the arm thing that people tell me is really impressive with Bryce. I'm not that impressed by his arm. The ball doesn't explode out of his hand. He doesn't have an ability to throw with all these like layering ability and soft touch and go between different types of throws. It's fine. It's good. But it's not like unbelievable arm on a small build. It's okay. Mark says, what's worse, Cody Barton's anticipation or ability to get off a block? He can't get off a block. That's his worst thing. King Bomber says, look at the Cardinals. Kyler is out of for a few games every year. They had to pay their backup quarterback to play a few games. That's $58 million being thrown at your quarterback room. Agreed. Yeah. Kyler's been an example of exactly what I'm talking about. You know, you start out one of these guys that's this undersized for a lot of games, they're going to get wore down over the year. They're going to get injured a high amount. It's been proven out. And same has been the case with Baker Mayfield. Baker Mayfield's had like 3 or 4 injuries since he's been in this league. You know, those guys just, and all quarterbacks get beat up to a degree, but those smaller guys get beat up just a little bit more. And Tua's been lucky to get through this whole season. He's taken about 5 hits that just about came close to knocking him out for the whole year. Another undersized guy. And it's at every turn you go and look from the guys that are undersized in the league this year and trying to play the position. It's not been good. You know, who's out there right now at 6 foot, 6'1", having success in this league at the quarterback position this season? Wu-Tang says, yeah, Seattle had its small quarterback experience. Russ was great as prime, but let's not do that again. Yeah, we went down that road. Jacob Haas says, check out the Seahawkers podcast with Brandon and Adam. I will for sure. Check it out, man. King says, I think he would be number 1 in this class if he had an extra 3 to 4 inches and an extra 40, 50 pounds of height. I agree, he might. It would definitely improve his chances. It would improve his chances big time if he did. King Bomber says the other thing is Bryce Young's like 40 pounds lighter than Murray, and Murray has faced a lot of injuries this year. How bad is Bryce going to be? Man, I think he's going to get beat up very quickly, Bomber. I mean, I watched him injure himself this year just trying to throw a ball away. He fell on his own shoulder this year and had to leave the game. So, yeah, I think it's going to be I think it's a reality. Brian says, I like Caleb Williams, yet I'm going to bet the quarterback Stenson Bennett will be the better quarterback. Just a guess. No. Stenson's not even going to get a chance to start in this league, in my opinion. Caleb's much better, more talented quarterback. Russell Marquis says, the question I need to know, how did we stop Saquon, but no one else? I think that was right along the run of games. It's the same thing we had with the Cardinals, where what we did is we decided we're gonna stop the run and press the short routes and make them prove they can beat us deep over the top. And instead, now what we've done is we've taken away the deep shots, and that's opened up some more of the running lanes. So that's what it is to my eyes, at least. Rodney, Brandon, the 49ers will be without so many of their players Thursday that we should beat them. Stack the box to stop the run. The third string quarterback beats you. If we lose, I'm questioning a lot. I don't know, man. They're built up to get us in this game, in my opinion. Not to mention we can't stop the run, but I'm with it, man. Stack that box. Make Purdy hit you over the top. Brian, I'm really wanting a linebacker, but it's becoming the equivalent of using a fullback with all these 4 to 5 wide receiver sets. So the linebacker talent is hidden within a crap ton of players. Yeah. Yep. You're in a lot of 3 and 4 wide in the modern NFL. And not always is that going to call upon you to be in 2 linebacker sets. Big Country, Young's built like a slot receiver, no bueno. Yeah. Or as I called him on my video last week, like a light hitting second baseman. I know you appreciate the baseball analogy, Big Country. He's like a light hitting second baseman. He's got that Adam Frazier build. Tommy, in addition to the trenches, I also think we need another safety. Also, I think people like White, Hurt, Lamar, and Purdy are proving you don't always need to draft a quarterback high to be successful. I think that's where the game's going, Tommy, right now, as far as its process and how it's evolving. And that I think some of the teams are learning that it doesn't have to be always the creme de la creme quarterbacks to get the job done. It's really about the team. If you build up the great, solid team, a little bit of a lesser quarterback can get the job done. JP says, agreed totally with you about Bryce Young. I'm glad we're on the same page on that one, man. I just can't do it. Can't do it. He may be a great player for some team, but I don't want to be the one to take that risk. Chris says, get rid of Geno when he starts dressing like Cam Newton. Did he start? Yeah. Did he start dressing? Did he dress like Cam Newton, the presser? King Bomber says if he can put 10 to 15 pounds from now to the combine and then another 20 pounds through his rookie year, maybe. I don't know if there's that on his build to be had. Like Russell was a naturally kind of thick guy. Kyler's got a little bit of a natural thickness to his build as well. He's just a slight guy, I think, by nature. So maybe you could add 10 to 15, maybe. I think you'll get like up to just below 200 pounds at the combine. But there's the problem with that too, is he's got to go out there and run the 40, King Bomber, and there's questions about his mobility at the next level. And so if he adds all that weight down and it takes him down to a 4.8 40, and you're looking at a sub 6 foot guy with a 4.8 40, which right now I question whether or not he's even going to be able to get 4.6 at 185 pounds. Well, people start doing that math really quickly. And you better have some amazing arm talent if you're 5'10 and a half at 198 pounds running a 4.75 40 or something. Yeah. And again, like you say, King Bomber, there's too many ifs, too many question marks there for a quarterback to be taking that top 5. You're talking about taking him in the first round, you can maybe start to talk a little bit of this stuff, but you're talking about top 5, top 10, it's a whole different discussion. JG says, yeah, why isn't Sean Desai in the field helping at this point? What did we get him for? Mentorship for Clint? I don't really know, JG. I usually have a good answer for you on this stuff, but I don't really have a good reason for what they're doing. They are not adapting to the cover 2 shell. That's Sean Desai's whole thing. They're not implementing it. And I don't have an excuse for why they're not implementing it. Unless just Jamal being out. Tommy says, unless you're a road runner like Kyler Murray, I don't think you can play the quarterback position under 200 pounds in the NFC West and live. Not with these defenses. Agreed. John Fazelbaum, how's Jamal? He's coming along in his rehab. I don't think he's on track to come back this season, though, Joseph. But next year, yeah. Dustin Cole, height is a major issue as well. Seeing over the line, inside of the pocket seemed to be a major issue for Russell. Well said. This is the big part of this with Bryce Young for me. Guys, Russells and all those shorter quarterbacks can talk about, half and half passing or having passing lanes opened up for them by the offensive line. But at the end of the day, there's just throws they can't see. And I was in the stadium with Megan back a month ago watching Kyler play. And there are throws that you can see where, we were right behind on field level where I was behind his offensive line and I couldn't see at times Kyler Murray between the tackle boxes. He completely disappears. And if I can't see him, he can't see it. And it showed. You could really pick up the fact that there's just throws that he can't see and get to. And it means that he's got to be so great in so many other elements of his game to overcome that. And you just don't want to take a quarterback that you're talking about how you got to overcome them first and foremost. You want to be talking about a quarterback of what they're bringing to the stage. The big arm, the mobility, that type of stuff. John says, Bryce has a slight build for a soon-to-be pro quarterback. Yeah. Dustin Cole, we also have major issues defending the run as soon as Al Woods isn't in. We do, don't we, Dustin? And he's been a good player for us this year again. He can only play like 30% of the snaps. He's 35 years old. But yeah, when he leaves the game, you have a very staunch, stark drop-off from in the position. Audie Bell, Seattle's run defense is what's keeping them from winning the division. Well said, Audie. Yep. Well said. Rockets, it's unfortunate that Geno Smith had a bad day, his worst performance all season. It definitely doesn't help when there's no running game and everything is on Geno to get the ball down the field. Perfectly said, man. And I agree with everything you just said. It was his worst performance all year, but you're not putting him in a position to be successful if you're going to have no running game for now 4 straight weeks. Defenses are going to end up getting hip to that, and they'll take your passing windows away. They will. Audie Bell says there is... Actually, give me just a second, folks. I'll be right back. So let me a little bit of water here. Hold on. Thanks for bearing with me, folks. Megan asks what I mean by dead money. So Megan, what I mean by dead money is when you moved on from Russell Wilson, Megan, you had $26 million of dead money, which meant that remember, as I've explained to you before in the past, you have bonus money that goes out in 4 years, right? If you sign a 4-year deal, it spreads out evenly over the 4 years. If the player's cut, released, traded, if he's not remaining with the team inside those 4 years, the rest of the bonus money that equally, so again, I have explained this to you in the past. I think I probably didn't explain it well. I don't know if I'm explaining any better here. If I have $20 million, Megan, okay, and I sign a 4-year contract, I got $20 million of bonus money. The bonus money will evenly spread out $5 million over each of those 4 years. So what it costs on my cap is $5 million of that bonus money over each of those 4 years on $20 million bonus is going to hit the cap evenly, right? But what happens when I move the player year after year 2? That means $10 million has bled off the books, but there's still $10 million remaining. But that means that $10 million becomes due and hits the cap instantaneously. It does not spread over the remaining years at that point. So in Russell's case, he had 2 years left on his deal. He had 2 bonus years left, 2 of those evenly split bonus years left that then all came due. So it's $13 million that becomes $26 million because there's 2 years left, right? So if Russ had just played out his contract last year and this year, if he just plays it out normally, then you'd have $13 million in bonus money would have cost this year, $13 million in bonus money would have cost next year on caps. But because you move them all at once, it instantly hits your cap. $26 million of dead money. That means money that comes out of your salary cap. There's $208 million is the salary cap this year, Megan. So you can just take $26 million of Russell's deal off that cap, pulled, rip free. Okay. And if I'm not explaining this, definitely look into this a little bit deeper if I'm not doing this in my explanation with it, because I think I'm sometimes messing up in my explanation to you on this, because I feel like I'm kind of giving a good example, but I'm not maybe not right there on it. And it's very complicated. So trying to simplify it down when there's a lot of complicated aspects here, but just understand, you sign a contract, there's 2 parts, there's base, there's bonus. The bonus spreads out over the span of the contract evenly. If the player is moved before the end of that contract, the remaining portion of the bonus money accelerates and then it instantly costs on the cap. So right now we're $44 million of dead money on this year's cap. That's $44 million, Megan, that is just taken off of our books because we had to move players earlier than we wanted to move them because they had years remaining on their contract. Russell Wilson, $26 million. Bobby Wagner had a significant amount of dead money to get him off of the roster. Carlos Dunlap had still a significant amount of money on the roster. We wanted to move him off. We said, we don't want you here. Go away. And when you go move to get him away, then you've got dead money that then hits your cap. And we had too many guys that we moved off too early, which created too much dead money that really made it hard for us to operate behind the 8 ball this year, Megan, as far as being able to spend money like teams normally would be able to do so. We have more dead money on our books. We have more money, Megan, this year going to players that aren't on the roster than any team in the entire NFL. I hope I explained that good on that one. I think I kind of butcher it whenever I try to get into the depth on that one. JG says, we don't challenge wide receivers, stop the run. That's why our defense gets trampled. We are in a fear for some reason on that side of the ball. Won't take any risk. No blitz, man, press man, nothing straight, cover 4. Yeah, cover 4, cover 3, cover 2. I mean, really, at the end of the day, it's all the same thing to me, which is soft zone defense and no willingness to take it to the offenses. I don't like it either. Our defense plays from a standpoint in a position of playing not to fail, of playing not to give up the big play. Rather than taking it to the defense, it becomes about how can we prevent the bad thing from happening? And when you play into a standpoint of playing from fear, and I think that's a fear-based defense, it's no surprise why it isn't very successful. And it ends up giving up the very thing that it purports to trying to stop. And it's one of the reasons if this has frustrated me to no ends, because we've had to watch this for a few years now. And it's unfortunately, there's not a fix for this because Carroll just doesn't seem to want to get aggressive. He's too worried. It is the scariest thing in Carroll's life. The biggest fear he has as a coach, and I am not overstating this, folks. I swear to God, I'm speaking from my bottom of my heart. The biggest fear in Coach Carroll's heart, the biggest thing that just this will keep him up at night. This will make him cry himself to sleep at night. He cannot stand or cannot deal with this possibility. Giving up a big passing play down the field. Can't do it. He can't do it. Cannot do it. If he gives up a big bomb down the field, that is the worst thing you can ever do on a Carroll defense. There is no worse eventuality than giving up the bomb. And it drives me crazy because everything becomes about that. Everything becomes about how can I prevent the big play? How can I prevent from getting gouged deep? And everything else is irrelevant. Stopping the run, irrelevant. Checkdowns, irrelevant. Short and intermediate passing game, irrelevant. Ability to generate some sort of consistent pass rush, completely irrelevant. It all becomes irrelevant because this one thing. We had to play in this game at 3rd and 5. You're trying to get third down stop. Your defense is not stopping Carolina in this game. 3rd and 3, 3rd and 4, something like that. It's 3rd and short. 3rd and very short. You're on the Seahawks side of the field. Sam Darnold runs a play action bootleg over the side. We saw him run about 9 times today. It was open every single time. And they showed the all-22 shot of the play. And he runs the bootleg, and the tight end leaks out. And Ryan Neal's supposed to be on the tight end, but because Ryan Neal's been told by Coach Carroll, don't you goddamn Goodwill and ever give up that big play. Don't you ever do that. Ryan Neal at the snap flips his back to the tight end and runs as fast as he can, as deep as he can down the field. As we can also see in view of the all-22 shot, Quandre Diggs doing the very same thing to the left side of the field. Meanwhile, this opens up an easy 4-yard route for the tight end underneath who's wide open on the play. But the fear, at the base of it, it's the fear. The fear. I can't give up the big passing play. Can't allow that to occur. And it's so silly. Especially when you have a guy like Sam Darnold in this game who can't push the ball up the football field. That is the weakness of his game. And you didn't press him on it. You didn't force him into it. You let him get away. You let him off the hook. To quote Dennis Green. We knew what he was, and we let him off the hook. That's how I kind of feel. John Reese says Bryce will need all the speed he can just to survive if he gains 20 to 15 to 20 pounds. I agree. I don't think he can gain 15 to 20 pounds. He needs whatever mobility he has to bear, and he doesn't have a lot of mobility to bear. Keegan Chatterton, do you think that Schneider and Pete are going to trade down? I do think from number 2, that being so high, Keegan, but I don't think it'll be a precipitous drop from 2. I think it's 2 to 7, 2 to 8, 2 to 9. They will stay, I think, in the top 10 if there's that trade to happen, but I don't think that they trade down into the teens or something like that. Sports fan, a semi-serious question. If we're already eliminated from the playoffs by week 18, do we throw the game against the Rams to make sure Denver's pick is higher? Ha ha ha. I mean, I'm not a fan of tanking, but you're down to the last game of the year. And it's the difference between you picking two or 4 or 5. It's possible, I guess. I wouldn't think they would. Knowing Pete, he probably wouldn't. As John Reese says, I just don't think he would do it under any circumstances. Jacob says, of anything right now, we need the Bears to win. Then we may get 2 picks. Only issue is they have the hardest remaining schedule this year. And we need Bears to win. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that the Bears, if the Broncos lose out though, Jacob, and there's the tiebreaker between the Bears and the Broncos, we would have the 2 pick. So that's also kind of built within what you're saying there would be then also that the Broncos would have to win then on one of these games down the stretch, which is, I think, a big question still as things remain with that. But it could come down to that. It could. Dustin says, I think we would more likely play some younger unknown guys to see how they perform. Yeah, we might. I don't know if there's a lot of young guys on this team that you play a lot with at this point. You've kind of been running out the young guys. You know, you starting 6 rookies this year. You kind of got the young guys going. There ain't a young center or young guard you'd be looking at right now. Maybe the receivers, I guess. Rockets, it would have been crazy if the Texans had beaten the Cowboys. That'd been awesome. I don't know if do the Texans, even if they win that game, have another win on their schedule. I'm not sure. Jamel Johnson, can we pull the plug on the Geno talk and get real? Nope. One bad performance doesn't make a year for me, Jamel. But you're not alone in that there's a lot of folks that are out on Geno. I just think there's probably two firm camps on this one. Folks sit on one side, folks sit on the other one. But no, I don't first and foremost go this. Certainly Geno deserves some blame in this game, but I don't just first and foremost go, well, Geno was the big problem in this game. That's why we lost. Quarterbacks throw interceptions. As Randall McDaniel mentioned earlier, Mahomes threw 2 interceptions in the first half too. Did that have Kansas City going, let's sit Mahomes now? Those 2 interceptions ago, we got to sit him. No, sometimes that happens. King Bomber says, what's the difference between bonus and guaranteed? Bonus is money that you get at the time of signing, and that's the amount that gets equally spread over the course of the contract. Guaranteed money is money that will be absolutely guaranteed that you can't be cut and you don't get. But it's essentially bonus money that clicks in at a certain portion of the contract. So to use my analogy to Megan before, if I've got $20 million of bonus money, but let's say in the contract there's a $10 million guaranteed mark that hits by year 3 of the deal, the bonus money would be moving over the course of the contract. So it'd be $5 million per year on that $4 million deal. But then let's say by year 3, that $10 million hits. Well, that $10 million then becomes, though it's guaranteed, it becomes bonus money at that time. And then that spreads equally out over the rest of that contract. So if there is only 2 years left on that bonus money for that $10 million, it becomes 5 and 5. But both of those 5s, right, on both of those 2 years individually will be added to the initial 5 that was already spreading out over the course of the contract. So the final 2 years of that deal I gotta do a whole episode, I think, on the cap at some point, because I do get a lot of questions on this. But the end of the deal, you go, let's take that contract. First year of it, $5 million in bonus money. Second year, $5 million in bonus money. Third year comes that $10 million guaranteed hit. So there's still the $5 million bonus money, but now there's an extra split of 5 split on both of the 2 seasons. So the final 2 years of that contract, there would be a $10 million bonus hit on both of the 2 years on the final end of that deal. From the initial bonus money and then the guaranteed marker that hit year 3. So guaranteed money is a lot like bonus money, but it doesn't count at the front of the contract. It counts later on the contract and then gets equally spread over the remaining portion of the contract. And it's a way for a team to not have to put as much bonus money out the gate, but for the player to get the feeling of security that they are going to get their money for sure. Because even if you cut that player, if the guaranteed money is then hitting, it will still then hit at that point in time when it's due to hit, and the player will still be due that amount. So there's no way to get out from underneath it at that point. Megan says, sorry, B, you did explain it to me when we went to the game. I forgot, my bad. No, it's all good, Megan. Like I said, I could be very well to not explaining this the greatest. So it's confusing, and there's a quick way with this to get kind of lost into all of the numbers spinning in every different direction. But that's why I do try to find those round numbers I can kind of pin out with it, where you take a 4-year contract but it's almost like just what you can do when you try to understand this is remove the base money completely out of the picture. Just look at the bonus money essentially in any deal. Megan, go look up any contract of, I'm trying to give you a deal. Uchenna Nwosu. You know what I mean, Megan? Go look up the Uchenna Nwosu contract and see what the bonus money was at that time. That bonus money gets split evenly over the 2 years contract because it's only a 2-year deal. If he had signed a 4-year deal, it would have been split evenly over 4 years. You would have been able to spread that bonus further apart with that. But it's confusing. This isn't easy, and it's been made more the confusing in regards to the other question that was down there below as well about the guaranteed money. That just adds another layer on it that's confusing, because that's been the new thing that NFL teams have added. It's been that place where you've got teams that'll get to an impasse with a player where they say, here's the money we'll give you, and here's the bonus money we give you, and that's all we're going to give you. And the player says, I like the deal, I like the numbers of the deal, but I want more and guarantee that I'm going to get more of this deal, that I'm going to have more of an that you're not going to be able to just cut me tomorrow and you're only on the hook for the dead money. And then that's very easy for you to swallow versus, you're on the hook for the dead money and the guaranteed money that's going to hit on later on in the deal, which holds you a little closer to me at that point. So it's eminently complicated, Megan. It is. And I might not be explaining it in the best of fashions either. Tommy Eden says, do we have a chance at some comp picks next year to add to our haul? You're not getting anything compensatory from the previous year, Tommy, because you did signings in addition to having free agents leave. Uchenna Nwosu, Quentin Jefferson, these will offset whatever you had lost out there on the open market. So I don't even know if we lost anything major. I don't know if anybody signed any real major contract out there after they left us. So no, nothing compensatory this year based off of last year. It's just going to be you only got the 10 picks you got, basically. We could play it this offseason, though. If you do let Geno walks, Travis Homer walks, Rashad Penny walks, a couple of these guys go out in free agency and they find somewhere else, you could play that game if you don't want to sign free agents this year, instead making some trades and stuff like that as the way to augment it. Nick says the Broncos actually did pretty well against the Chiefs. I'm not sure the Broncos will lose the rest of the games. You know how unpredictable the NFL is. Oh, it is. There are no guarantees, man. And any given Sunday, anything can happen. Dustin Cole, hopefully we have a chance at Jalen Carter. Did you see him pick up Jaden Daniels with one arm, laughing out loud? I did, man. That was one of the more impressive performances in college football I've seen this year by Jalen Carter going up against that LSU offensive line. It was an awesome performance by him. I think he really cemented himself as a top 5 pick there, if not a top 3 pick with that performance. And he's great. He jumps off the tape every time I watch him. He draws my eyes to him. And there's a lot of guys in that Georgia defense that are impressive, but his eyes draw me in every time. And I think he could really help this team out. Megan says, does the dead money go to Russ, the team he goes to, or what? So when it's bonus money, Megan, and in Russell's case, to your question on that, Russell had 2 years, $13 million and $13 million. So 2022, 2023, 2 years left on his deal. He had 2 points of $13 million left, $26 million in total dead money. But Megan, that was bonus money. So that was money of the second he signed his last contract in 2018. He got that money instantly in hand. The Seahawks get the opportunity to make the money massage out over the course and span of a few years. But that accelerates instantly. If you don't go to the end of that contract, Megan, you don't get the benefit of 13 and 13 and 13. It all just accelerates instantaneously as how it counts against the cap. Not what the player's getting in his wallet, what counts against the cap. The part that makes this complicated is the guaranteed money, because if it's guaranteed money for 2023, for instance, if it had been $13 million in guaranteed due Russ, if he was on the roster in 2023, well, then that guaranteed money that then hits at that time would actually be due to the Broncos, not the Seahawks, because that's the marker of whoever owns the rights to him at that point in time is the one that's on the hook for him for that guaranteed money. So that does make it a little more complicated. But no, in Russell's case, it was just the bonus money, Megan. He didn't have some back end guaranteed there with that on the other side. Kronos, sorry, Kronos, you were answering her on that. Jack, I've had a blast making fun of Russ and the Broncos this season, but hedge injuries are no joke. Hopefully he recovers soon. I do hope he recovers soon. I don't wish any ill in him as far as physically, that's for sure. John Robinson says, bottom line, with war, sports, and any other competitive endeavor, you attack weaknesses and you avoid strengths. We don't do this. Well said, John. Very, very well said. Bomber says World War III or allowing a 20-yard completion. Pete always goes with the first one. That's right. Scorched Earth, King Bomber. Oh, Lordy. Oh, JG, we have the most slow deaths on defense in the NFL. It's so painful to watch. It is. This is the thing with Carroll that I don't understand why he's not acknowledged more of as well, is offenses have adjusted to him. There was a whole thing called the Seattle Book, because this defense has been around for so many years. Let's remember this, folks. It's really unusual to have a defense in a league that remains in its same state for 10 years and puts out that much tape for NFL teams to pick apart. But that's the problem with this Coach Carroll defense too, is when it arrived on the scene, no one was running his defense. No one was seeing that defense on a weekly basis. No one had a freaking Smithsonian-like reservoir of footage tape to build off of in order to attack that defense. But that's been the case. And that's part of how McVay's beat you year in and year out. Sean McVay doesn't come in with the Rams with some different new scheme every week to attack us. He's not doing new things against you week in and week out. He's doing the same thing over and over and over and over again. McVay's whole system is simplicity that looks complex. But it's simplicity at the end of the day. And it's destroyed Coach Carroll's defenses when it's at full strength because Coach Carroll's defense doesn't have any twists or turns. He attacks with things like flood zone concepts, which your scheme has no adjustments for. There is no adjustment for the Coach Carroll cover 3 to the flood zone concepts. There isn't. Outside of the defender being brilliant as a zone defender. Outside of him having just this epic feel for knowing how he can pick one player up, drag him through his zone, cover him through the zone, peel off him, get back into his zone at just the right time to pick up the second receiver coming into his zone. It's the requirements essentially of what he wants from him. And this is what he lead to. Slow deaths is where it goes. Jamal says, great point. Can't agree with you more with the scary, easy to beat defensive schemes. It's a huge issue right now, Jamel. And I'm not going to I don't disagree with you in the respect of Geno didn't play his best game this week, and that there isn't blame to be given to Geno on your side of it with that. But this is to me a defensive problem first and foremost when I look at this team right now. You know, you're going to be a top 10 offense. You're going to be in the 30s as a defense. Where does the problem lie on this team? Truly. John Robinson says, how do you think Schneider rates this year's quarterbacks in order? I think, John, he has Will Levis as his number 1. I think he has CJ Stroud as his number 2. I don't know where he sits on Bryce Young, John. I don't. I guess I'll say Bryce at 3. I'm not as positive on this one, John. I'm feeling like I'm speaking a bit in the dark on this right now. I don't think he'd be in on KJ Jefferson. I don't think that guy's will fit to the system they want to run. And he might. I might be hard on KJ, but that's the feel I have on that. I guess I'll go Bryce as the 3, but not confidently, John. Not confidently. I do feel pretty good of Levis and Stroud as his 1, 2. I don't think he's got a problem with wild quarterbacks at college level. Let's remember he liked Mahomes. He liked Allen. Well, those guys were pretty wild college quarterbacks in certain respects. Mahomes was a little cleaner, but he could still try to make those crazy throws that he's made at the NFL level that made you go, I don't know if he can pull that off at the NFL level. And he can, of course. John Robinson says, people say Cody Barton's bad. Jordan Brooks looked horrendous to my eye. I wasn't as locked in on those, so I can't. Looked like Cody was playing all right to me too, John. I don't think he was the problem in this game, necessarily. And Audie Bell, I agree. We lost today because of that front 7. Front 7's a problem. Rock says Texans play the Colts at the end of the season, so if they beat the Cowboys, it could have been interesting. Texans also play the Jaguars and Titans, but they are too good. Yeah. They could have gone. It would have been awesome if they lost. It would have been fun. Spaces, those picks killed us. They hurt. I don't know if I'd say they kill us. They definitely hurt. Audie, I would have to watch all the games again, but we might have lost all 6 losses on the front 7. I think you can make an argument that that's very much the case. I do. Jack's got Bears schedule, Eagles, Bills, Lions, Vikings. Not a lot of wins there, huh, Jack? Jamel, Geno's history speaks for itself. In big games like today's game, he usually gives you picks and comes up short. This goes way beyond this week. It was magic ride for a little while, but. So if that's the case, Jamel, again, if we're going to say that, the second that Geno gets into a big moment, he shrinks, then you got to bring up a lot of examples of where that's the case. If it's a rule of thumb, Jamel, and you're speaking about it like it's a rule of thumb, like it goes without saying that Geno's history speaks for itself. First off, I guess my question to you is what history? We're making a lot of the people that seem to be making their biggest part of Geno's assessment seems to be built off of his first 2 years in the league. I really don't care of what he did with the Jets to me, Jamel. That has nothing to do with the price of tea in China, which is what we're talking about is the here and now. And something that a player did 10 years ago, I don't know if it really impacts who they are right now, especially when there's been so much obvious growth in Geno's game over this decade since he was last a starter in this league. And if he's going to shrink in these small moments, like you say, Jamel, if this is just what was going to be the case, and it's always been the case throughout this year, then how come in a game like the Arizona Cardinals where he throws a pick six and you go down by 4 points in that game and you're going into the fourth quarter, if what you're saying is the truth, then doesn't Geno shrink in that moment? If what you're saying is the truth, doesn't he fall apart in that moment? If what you're saying is the truth, doesn't he doesn't definitely go out and then run 3 straight touchdown drives in a row. Not 1, not 2, but 3 straight touchdown drives in a row. If what you're saying is the truth about him shrinking in these big games, he doesn't come back in the fourth quarter when you need it, when you have no room for air left, when you need a drive. He doesn't take that up against the Rams and go right up that football field and then not just get you a field goal, Jamel, he got you a touchdown on a third down throw when you needed it. So when you're talking about in these big games that he falls off or when you really need him, that's when he's going to shrink. Well, based on what? Based on what? And again, as I say on this, Jamel, in your evaluation of Geno in this game, or your evaluation of this is who he is, how much are you building into that the 2 rookie tackles that he's having to play with? Because as again, just a reminder, Jamel, if I go back the last 75 years in football, you're not seeing 2 teams that start out there going, let's start 2 rookie tackles on our offense. That's going to be a recipe for success. Or how about, Jamel, how much are you building into the lack of the run game? You haven't run the ball diddly squat in 4 straight games. 0, nothing, zilch, nothing. Or is the expectation, Jamel, that Geno's got to throw for 5,000 yards, be perfect, operate without a running game, play just as majestically as he would whether he had veteran tackles or rookie tackles? Is that really our expectation level of Geno Smith, or what our expectation level is of the quarterback position at this point? And isn't that just a smidge unrealistic? Isn't that a smidge overshooting the gap? It'd be great to get a Mahomes. It'd be great to get an Allen level of production. I don't think we're going to go find that. I think we're going to have a hard time finding the same level of production we're getting out of Geno right now, even with a very highly talented quarterback. So I can't land in the same place you land in with that. I can be talked into it, but you're definitely going to have to not be referencing his time with the Jets where he's playing behind a shitty head coach and Rex Ryan with no guys on the offensive line, no skill position players, no running backs, no tight ends, and an okay defense at best. That can't be where your evaluation comes from. And if it's coming from this year, from which? I mean, Jamel, you've got the Falcons game. He leads you up go back and watch that game. He leads you up the field. Again, as you're saying, if he's shrinking, if he's falling apart, if he's just a shell of himself in those moments when you need him to rise up, then how does he drive you up the field on the Falcons games? Make a throw to get you down inside the 5-yard line, but then what do we have? Oh, it's a holding call on Damian Lewis. Is that his fault in that moment? No. Comes back on now first and 20, second and 20 at that point after a bad run. And then you have Austin Blythe, who completely whiffs on his block, a center at that point on Grady Jarrett, flies right past him and sacks Geno instantaneously. So now you're back in, you're getting to a 3rd and 26. You have to go and get a score there. There's no other opportunities. He's trying to make a throw and there's an interception. So is that the example you have of him not being able to come back? I don't know where this comes from, this evaluation. And I got to be honest with you, Jamel, it frustrates me because I hear people speak in magnanimous tones about Geno's game being just, it goes without saying he sucks. It goes without saying that he is what he is. It goes without saying that he's always going to end up showing you his true colors. He'll show you your ass. He's just got to give him the time to do so. Every single game up until this point, Jamel, he has played good to great. Not oh, but this one, not oh, but that one. Every single game this season up until this game, he's played good to great. Good to great. And I will give you in this game, this was his worst placed game of the year. 21 of 36, 264 yards, still threw for 3 touchdowns, still managed almost an 86 quarterback rating, still threw for 7 yards an attempt while his counterpart couldn't bust past 5 yards per attempt. He still did that, but I will give you that it was one of his worst games. But what's the expectation level here? That we need to have Michael Jordan at quarterback? That we need to have a guy that can do everything? Perspective matters so much on this stuff, and we got to take all the things into account, and we got to stop. I think I'd love it if people could stop looking for the broad brush to paint. The broad brush to paint to make it easy and simple. This ain't easy and simple. This is complicated. It takes parsing and pulling the details apart and really pulling it all the way across and looking at all the way. And when you start sliding, if you feel yourself sliding into just trying to find that one point of explanation for everything, I think you'll get lost for the full explanation at hand. And I think, Jamel, it's so important to have the exact explanation for what is the problem, what is the issue, and what needs to be fixed. Because if you get locked in on the quarterback, Jamel, if you get held up on it, well, he's not the right one. We need to get the next guy in there. You might end up forgetting about that defense. You might end up forgetting about the fact you're getting your butt whooped on both lines of the scrimmage. You might end up not actually dealing with the true problem at play and instead dealing with something that doesn't have to do with actually the true problem at play with this team, which is that right now you have a defensive-minded head coach, a man whose first and foremost skill set is supposed to be a defensive mastermind who can't seem to put together a good defense, now going on nearly half a decade, if not longer. That's your problem. That's your issue. Fix that. Keep Geno back in here. You will be amazing. But get to that problem first and foremost. The issue on this team this year is not Geno Smith, man. It's just not. It's just not. Jacob Kessinger with a $5 donation. Thank you, Jacob. I really do appreciate it. All the donos on the channel. Even if Geno blunders the rest of the season away, he's still an average to above average quarterback. We just need to get him cheaper, which helps build the team. Agreed. And I don't think he's going to blunder his way through the rest of the year, though it's not going to help if you don't have any running game whatsoever. But yes, I agree with you, man. At the very least, he's shown that he's an above average quarterback in this league. And the way you're building this team is not to try to go find a Mahomes Allen type. That would be nice. We'd all love to get an Allens and Mahomes. But folks that are sitting there caught up on going and tracking down a Mahomes or an Allen type, I kind of got to say, like, keep dreaming. Those are generational quarterbacks. They don't fall off the back of the cart every draft by the half dozen, right? They come along once every 5-6 drafts, maybe. You're not likely to find that kind of quarterback. It's a little bit better, in my opinion. This is why I said in the video, it's a little bit of a bird in the hand versus two in the bush. You think there's some great, nice birds out there in the bush, but you got this one right now in the hand that you know exactly what he is. And he's not bad. He's really good. But I agree with Jacob. He has shown that he's at least that at this point. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Thank you, Taker. Are the 49ers going to score 40 on us? The 49ers are going to score 40 on us, aren't they? They hung 35 up on Tampa Bay, and that's Tampa Bay defense has been pretty solid throughout the course of this year. I don't have a lot of confidence in this defense right now, man. No, Taker. You can't stop the run, and you're going against one of the more dynamic rushing attacks, more of the more creative rushing attacks in all of football. I don't have a ton of confidence in what I'm seeing from this team defensively right now to think that they can stop much of anybody. Too many teams have just run it right down our throat and feeling almost like a nonstop feel to it at times. But thank you for the donations, guys. I appreciate it. Megan says the salary cap in rugby here is different to this, which is why I think I'm getting confused. Yeah, they made it very complicated too, Megan. It's not been made simple and easy. It's made very, very complicated. Chris Beck says as much as they did wrong, they only lost by 6. It's true. It's true. Key Bomber says DJ Reed was the only major contract. Mm-hmm. And I think most of it will be offset by the signings. I think of Jefferson. You got Austin Blythe, Quentin Jefferson, and Uchenna Nwosu, I think are enough to offset that. So I just think it'll be a zero-sum game on that one. Spaces after we stopped them in the red zone, I thought we'd feed off of that. Me too, man. Thought we were getting some of the momentum really starting to guide back in our track, and it just kind of got lost. Just could not keep it going, man. Melanie G, Bears have a tough schedule. The remaining games, it's doubtful they'll win another run. I agree, man. We need Melanie. We need the Broncos to lose out. We do need the Broncos to lose out. Megan says, I think I'm just going to forget understanding the money thing. With the mood I'm in today, it's doing my head, and so just forget it. It can make you spin, man. It can make you spin, Megan. Space, are you guys worried about San Francisco? Yeah. I don't have any confidence right now. Boomer, KJ went back to college? Okay. I was wondering what was going on with him. I hadn't heard on him, but that makes sense. Another guy just didn't quite step forward this year in his level of play. Jaboy Michael, how would you feel if we drafted JSN in the late first or early second? JSN. I don't know who JSN is, Jaboy. So can you write the name out on that one? I'm not sure of those initials. Space, I agree, man. Geno made some very sweet throws in this game. Some tough throws too, bad throws too, but did make some great throws on top of it. Wu-Tang says, I think they probably rested Walker and Dallas or didn't chance playing them, so we'd have them against Santa Clara. Possible, yeah, makes sense. Both those guys have pretty major injuries for the most part too. I just think those would have been tough for both of them to gut out based on what we're hearing. Like it sounds like with Dallas, he's got a legit sprain. And those are usually at least 4 to 6 weekers. Standard champion, if Geno sucks so bad, what are these people's solution to that? Do they expect him to come out this season being Mahomes 2.0 at 32? I'm kind of wondering the same thing. I keep coming back to what is the expectation level, and then what is the expectation level of what we think we're going to be getting out of the quarterback position into the future. Like if the thought process is, oh, well, we'll go draft CJ Stroud, number 3, and he'll come in here and he'll give you what Geno's been giving you this year. I've got news for those folks. That's not happening. Stroud's not going to be ready to roll for 2 years at a prime level. He might play, but it's going to take him 2 years to reach a prime level. And even there, I don't know if he's going to get there. You know, that's where I come down to on this is it's like, who is the other guy? Where's the other certainty at? Because it doesn't exist. It's question mark city all the way around. And I think there's a lot less question marks Geno's given you here this year with his level of play. Rockets, are you also confused why we punted with 6 minutes left and we need at least 1 touchdown and a field goal to beat the Panthers? We know the Panthers would destroy us in the run down the clock. The book would kind of say there that you're supposed to kick Rockets, so most coaches would. You might build a little bit extra into your strategy there and realizing we're not stopping the run. I got to factor that in a little bit more. My defense has been on this football field for a 2-1 time of possession mark. I need to factor that in a little bit more. So there are times I think coaches do think a little bit outside that, but Pete's not a real aggressive guy when it comes to going for 4th down. It feels like he goes for it a lot less as he's gotten older, in fact, than when he first got here and he was big balls Pete going for it every which way but loose. So just doesn't seem like that's really what he wants to do. And he's always trusting back on his defense, whether we see that or not. He always has this undying faith in his defense that they're just about to turn it around. They're one series from getting it right. They're one gap control lane away from getting it corrected. Rockets, are you also, sorry, I was about to read that already. Space, he was throwing dimes. He was. Audie Bell, well said on Geno, Brandon. It's been a long battle with this, Audie. I'm really at the point with it where I'll be kind of at the end with it where it's just, I've been trying to fight for Geno here for 3 or 4 months and not a guy that wanted to sign up for this. Wasn't a big Geno backer this year, but I'm a big, hey, I've watched the tape guy. Hey, I've watched every single one of our games multiple times on the television copy. I've watched almost all of these games from the all 22 shots, including those shots showing me what's happening in coverage around Geno Smith. And that I land here at this point, and that there's still people that land here at this point and cannot wrap their head around how marvelously Geno has played the quarterback position. And now we can say every single game this year but one, and even in his bad game, he didn't completely fall off the shelf. It literally does blow my mind. It blows my mind at this point that there's still people that are ardently like, well, see, he is what he is. It's that old phrase that comes back again and again to me. It drives me nuts. He is what he is. Well, Geno showed you is what he is. The people that are haters of Geno never get specific. They'll cherry pick this or they'll cherry pick it, but it's all vagaries, gut instinct. Well, this is what it is, emotionally based. It's never anything kind of based in actual film footage watching or talking about matchups or talking about what he's doing or talking about what he doesn't have working in his favor. It all gets real simple and just drawn down to a bottom line that's so silly to me. So silly to me. It disregards all this other stuff to come down to this conclusion that's based on one simple point, and it all seems to be housed a little bit in some emotional bias against Geno Smith. I don't know what he did to piss so many people off in their view of this guy, but I feel like this guy, like, it's like the equivalent is like guys slept with the farmer's daughter kind of thing. It's like, Jesus, really? Top 5 quarterback season down the line, and we're still shitting on him at this point? Really? Top 5 quarterback percentage, completion percentage, average per attempt, QBR, yards thrown, touchdown to interception ratio, CPOE. What quarterback stat do you want? Top 5 in all of them. But I still got, at this point, 13 games into this week, 13, 14 weeks in the season, I'm still having to defend this guy? I still got to sell people on this? It's the biggest confusing part of this year for me in doing this, is I don't get that there's so this that are so locked in. I mean, there's a rigid, just, I can feel it at times, just a rigid I just don't like him. I don't like him and you can't make me. Okay, I'll stop trying to convince you. Kronos, I was at work, but didn't Geno literally drive down for a touchdown the very next series after each pick? Yeah, it doesn't seem to matter, Kronos. You're right. Yes, he did. You can see where it's just like my head spins. I feel like I'm in exorcist, just like, really? Rocket says Mahomes must be washed up too. Too many interceptions. Yeah, exactly. There's a great point Randall made earlier. It's like Mahomes threw 2 interceptions in that first half with Kansas City. It's like, were the Chiefs fans going, oh my God, no, it's like, it happens. Scooby, laughing out loud. B, I thought you said you were just going to skip all the Geno comments, just saying nothing but love for you, B. I know. I need to let it go. I just need to let it go. I keep thinking there's something I'm going to be able to say to convince him, but I got to realize I'm just not. Joshua Sanier, offensive issues are mostly a simple fix. Turnovers and health. Defense is another story. Well said, man. Audie Bell says, Brandon, they don't know what they're looking at. I agree, man. I agree. And as Scooby says above, I got to let it go. I got to let it go. You know, guys, I get me a bone. I chew on that bone. I'll just keep chewing on it. I got to let that bone go. Got to dig my little hole and put that bone in that hole and then dig it over the top. Chris Pack Broncos should keep and pay Pack at $500 million. Agreed, Space. He's great. Did just have a bad day. Real Matrix is our interior offensive line and defensive line will be set after the next draft. Agreed, man. Agreed. Scooby, he more than anyone deserves to have a bad game, in my opinion. Agreed. Yeah, great. Well said, man. I mean, Geno, by the way, I know you meant. Yeah, well said. He stacked up so many good to great performances. He's been asked to carry the day over so many games. You know, you're going to have a bad game come up. You're going to have a stinker pop up every once in a while. Haven't heard any details on hospitalization yet, Mike. If anybody's got anything on the chat on that, update that. Please do let us know. It's concerning on Mike Leash. Sports fan says, well said, HawksNest. Thank you, man. Jamal Johnson, I hear all your points, but there's a reason the sample size is so short. Everyone knows Geno is not it. Your examples are Atlanta, Zona, and Rams. You see the pattern? No, well, you haven't been down in every single game, Jamel. There's been a lot of games that you've run away with it, so you've not been put in a position of having to come from down by points because Geno's been so consistent from the offensive standpoints. I think you have the fewest 3 and outs in the entire sport. So that doesn't put you in a position of having to be down in a lot of games. No, it doesn't speak to that because Jamal, just because a guy fails at his first chance doesn't mean he's going to have a second opportunity to start in the NFL immediately afterwards. So the second that he left the New York Jets, there wasn't a line of teams that were sitting there waiting to bring in Geno and be a starter player. There's only so many starting opportunities every year. He went to San Diego to play behind a legend in Phillip Rivers. Even if he outperformed Phillip Rivers on the practice field, Jamel, would you contend that San Diego was going to somehow play Geno over Phillip at that point in time? And then he goes to the New York Jets as a backup, backing up Eli Manning. He actually is outplaying Eli Manning on the practice field, Jamel. He is. He actually is. To the point that Bob McAdoo, the same guy that was the offensive coordinator in this game for the Panthers, started Geno Smith and ended Eli Manning's starting streak because of how outperforming he was of Eli Manning at that time. But the Jets fans rejected it. They didn't want any part of it. They cursed out McAdoo for having the audacity to start Geno over their loved Eli Manning. So he wasn't going to get the starting opportunity there either, was he? And then he leaves the Giants. Who was the open opportunity who was giving him a chance? It's one thing if he gets the chance, Jamel, and then he fails in that second opportunity. It's one thing if he went in 2016 to this, or in 2019 he went here and he actually got a chance to start and then he failed. It's another thing when a guy has to wait a very long period of time to start because, Jamel, there are only 32 NFL starting quarterback opportunities in the sport. And quarterbacks play longer than any other position in the sport. So that means there's even fewer opportunities and chances for starting positions. So, teams aren't very creative with this stuff, Jamel. Teams are very much, you get your one opportunity in this league, and then that's it. Kind of makes me wonder how many other Geno Smiths there are out there if they just got the true second opportunity at a place where they can actually have a chance to flourish and be successful if they could maybe not take off. I think NFL teams tend to throw guys in the trash really quickly because they get very obsessed with the next bright, shiny object out there rather than realizing there's value in other places. That's just the NFL. But no, it's not indicative because he doesn't get another shot. This is his first true second chance he's had. And I'm not going to build into my evaluation where he was at as a backup in other places and say, well, that means he is what he is. No, it isn't. I'll make my evaluation of what I see from him on the field, Jamal, not what I see from him on a sideline. So yeah, we weren't down in a lot of games. And I don't see a pattern. You're not down in a lot of football games. He brought it back. A lot of the games you had in this year too, you had a defense that couldn't do a whole lot on the other side of it. So, I mean, Jamal, you got a game this year. Again, you're putting I see no attention you're providing to the defense. You have a game against Detroit this year where your offense could not afford to punt one time the whole game. If they punted one time in that Detroit game, it's a loss. And every single drive, Geno takes it up and gets you a score. Every single one. Every single one. But defense is not the first thing coming out of your mouth. That's the part that's hard for me on this one. Is I find so many examples of the offense being great, of Geno being great, so many examples of the defense being bad, putrid, horrific. But the first thing that comes to mind is, well, Geno is what he is. The real matrix of the sample size is our ass defense. Scooby's next, and he still scores 24 freaking points, and that was a bad game. Laughing out loud, seriously, just F off for the Geno B8 and BS. Exactly. Songsta, Brock Purdy looking good today. Might need to start grabbing quarterbacks in the last round. Hey, value in other places. I think that's the key point of what you're talking about, Songsta, and that's the place to keep an eye on with this is there's other value to be found in other places at quarterback position. It's not always just about having to go find the prime best of the best of the best. Rockets, Geno is a great value quarterback with stats that put him in just the top 5. We cannot afford any other top 5 quarterback at the value of Geno Smith. We'd have to sacrifice other parts of our team to acquire a Mahomes. Well said. Jamel John, sorry. Jamal, I don't have enough characters to give examples. It won't let me type that much, but I certainly can oblige you for examples of my Geno take. I want him to be the answer, but I'm just a realist. Okay, what did he need to show you this year with the 2 rookie tackles in a rebuild season, $44 million of dead money? People told you this year, Jamel, walking into this, you had the worst roster in the NFL or one of the worst rosters in the NFL. He's taken you a lot further along than that. So I guess what did he need to show you? What was it you need to say? And you got to be specific. Well, he's got to show me he comes back in every single football game. I'd offer you're being a little unrealistic if that's the expectation you have of your starting quarterback. If that's, I'm not going to try to put words in your mouth on it, but we got to be realistic, I think, a little bit. And that's part I'm looking for with people. The fact you got this quarterback play, the level of quarterback play you have, and you've stumbled upon it is a godsend. Scooby, we have the worst defense in the league. Go look at the effing numbers for this team this year. It's been effing sad. And the last time I checked, Geno doesn't play defense. Place your blame in the right spot. Bingo. Bingo. Brian Pumpkin rolling in. She is rolling in, man. Garth Knight with a $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. How you doing tonight? Hope you're doing well. Brando, who do you think might be thirsting for a quarterback at number 2 and willing to trade their quarterback and willing to trade were that quarterback not taken at 1? It's a good question, Garth. I think the team that I come to on this, that I look at with this one, because I want to stay top 10, Garth. So that's a big part of this is staying inside the top 10. like a Pittsburgh Steelers team. I mean, Pickett has not exactly blown them away this year after taking them in the first round. And they're not likely to take that, but I mean, could they fall in love with a CJ Stroud? Not far down the road out there in Ohio from Pennsylvania necessarily. That would be a team. I'm looking top 10, Garth. Kind of looking through the other names here. Like a New York team would be another one, Garth. If you could move back with New York, they'd be a team that might be a little bit more quarterback hungry. I think the Jets could be in it. Well, the Jets probably, I wouldn't want to go back that far. Raiders could be in there as a team to look at with that too, Garth. Raiders could be quarterback hungry and move on from Carr and look at Stroud. That'd be another one that I'd take a look at. That's at first blush. They give the $5 donation, though. Detroit could be the one, too, there, Garth, where they want to jump up a couple of picks from where they're picking with the Rams pick. If they're at 5 and you're at 2 and they want to go get that CJ Stroud at that point, they might bump up there and then fall back. And then at 5, you pick up the extra, maybe a second and a third round pick for moving back 3 spaces or even an extra first next year, maybe. So that might be another team I'd look at there too, Garth. I think there'll be a couple. I think there'll be at least 4 or 5 teams in there that could be, right there with it. Melanie G, I too stand by Geno, and we'll have to have 4 more off games to change my mind on that. Well said. Well said. Yeah, Lions, man, we're having a tough one on this one. KPM, hey, good games from you as a Niner fan, man. And props to you, my Panther fan contingents. You guys did come in the chat a little bit here and there, and everybody was really, really respectful and kind. So appreciate you guys on that. And congratulations. You guys went out there and took it to us, man, old school football-wise. No excuses on our part, man. No excuses. You guys won that game. Tough loss. Jeff Boy Michael, how would you feel if we drafted Jackson Smith Jigba in the late first, early second? I'd probably more second round be open to that. I'm not completely as sold on that guy as other people are. I like Harrison better with the Ohio State team. I'm just, there's been a lot of good Ohio State wide receivers that have come out. We knocked their quarterbacks, but they do have their share of pretty good wide receivers that come out and play. Olave's been good this year. Wilson's been good this year. Washington's, of course, getting some marvelous play out of their guy out there. Forgetting his name right now. So there's been a good pedigree with those guys. He just hasn't jumped out to me when I watch the tape. He does some good things, but it just doesn't blow me away with his quickness and speed. Doesn't jump real high. He just kind of makes his catches. Just gets it done boringly. Did not get high gang, just popping by to say hi. Didn't watch the game or any coverage at all. Oh, wow. Yeah, Real Matrix. Panthers might be that thirsty quarterback team too. That's a good suggestion as well. Real Matrix, we can take a quarterback in the second round. We could do that too. John says Geno could go in free agency, but then again, he may see what happened to Russ when you go to an even worse team. He could. I think some of this is a little bit of the franchise tag aspect of this too, weighing in on things a little bit, I think. Lions man, Jared Goff has been excellent so far and is actually playing like a former number 1 overall pick. He is doing good for you guys. It's good to see him doing well. John Ruiz says AR-15 over Stroud or Levis. Wow, John, you're going far out on that one. He's the most talented quarterback in this draft. I'll tell you that, as far as Anthony Richardson. Parker Smith, hello. Do the Seahawks still have a chance? We do have a chance, Parker, but it is getting ever slimmer by the week at this point. And your team's not playing their best ball right now. KPM, is it me or does everyone overlook Carolina? They could easily be 8-5. I think you guys got a solid team. I think certainly the quarterback position's held you guys back a bit this year. That's to be sure. But I don't know if we overlooked you. We've been a very tremendously inconsistent team over the past 4 weeks. And you got to kind of get the benefit of that inconsistency this week. Scooby Snacks, I would take a quarterback in the 3rd round. Until then, I would take defense and a center on offense before a quarterback. I would probably lean in that direction as well, Scooby. Yeah. Wu-Tang says, watch Geno put up 3 tooties and 1 pick against the Niners, but if we lose by 2 scores because they run all day, the haters will be like, see, it's Geno. Told y'all. You don't know how on point you are with that Wu-Tang. You don't know how on point we are. That's been exactly what I've dealt with throughout this year at times. And I just go, I'm at the point of shaking my head with it. I just go, I truly don't get it. I would think fans, if they saw a top 5 quarterback season, would be just jumping up and applauding like at a 99% rate. But I do think it's about like 85-15 on a Geno versus no support. And those that don't have support of Geno really don't support Geno. And it's not hating. It's just they don't want him at all. And I'm confused by it as much as anything. I just don't get it as much as anything. Normally fans get this kind of quarterback season. They're not trying to explain it away how it was all luck or magic or Geno somehow made a deal with the devil. They usually are coming back and going, this is amazing. We got ourselves a top 5 quarterback and we didn't even have to take a top 5 pick for it. We didn't even have to spend $55 million a year for it. In fact, Geno's going to come in probably half the cost of those guys. But that's not where a lot of the conversation's going. And it is odd to me. It is strange. Tommy says, I was Drew Lock guy in the preseason. I'll admit it. I don't think Geno was anything but a good backup. He proved me wrong and deserves respect. You don't play top 5 as a fluke with this league. That's right. You get 12 games. It ain't schedule. It ain't will you benefit it. No. You are what you are by this deep into the year. You don't get here by happenstance or luck. No other quarterbacks do. Brian says definitely starter quality quarterbacks available after round 2. There's some possibility guys in there. Yeah. I like just going, those picks are so juicy this draft for the first and the second round. And the thought process of improving this defense so wholeheartedly as it's needing right now is just too, I don't know. I can't turn away that possibility. Rock says Geno should play defense. He hasn't gotten a tackle all season. Brian says Tanner McKee, Hendon Hooker, Clayton Tune. Some guys. There's the Florida State kid too down there, Brian. I'd add him to the list. A lot of people talk about Bryce Young looking like Flutie. I think that kid at Florida State looks more like a Flutie type. And Tanner McKee's a guy to watch for. He's a guy that draws a lot of Jared Goff kind of comparisons for me. That could be a guy that Schneider's liked. He did go down and watch the game between UW and Stanford. Part of me wondered if it was to take a look at both Penix and Tanner McKee in that game. Jacob Kessinger, damn dude, Geno's been terrible in coverage this year. Can't cover the flats. Exactly. Pandalorian, inner peace, Brandon. Focus on our picks in the next draft. Geno deserves to stay, and our team deserves help on the D-line and inner O-line. I'm getting there, man. I struggle with the peace element, but I do search for it, so I'll try. Just got to take my deep breath. Respect trade Carroll for Belichick. I don't know if Belichick's going anywhere. Brian says, want to say thanks for being in depth with your takes and engaged with your audience. May not always agree yet, but it's a great post-game convo for those seeking big ups. Thanks again. Well, thank you, Brian. And I want to say, even to Jamel, I'm disagreeing, or folks that disagree in the chat, I do welcome other perspectives on here. And I get passionate about my beliefs. I believe in what I say. I think a lot about where I arrive at my expense, but I do really appreciate all of the different perspectives we do get in here. So even when I'm at my most heated of anger on stuff, of saying, I can't believe people think this way, I do appreciate where people are coming from. And I have to acknowledge when there are, as I say, 85-15, 15 is no small number. There are a good share of folks that do land in that same stance. And I hear the same things from those folks. They're very consistent. And though I disagree with it, they are very consistent in what they say on their criticisms of Geno. But thank you, Brian. I appreciate that, man. I love doing this, brother. Taker 610 with another $2 donation. Thank you, Taker. Says Russ played like he is paid today. Number 2 overall. That's right. That's right, Taker. You got it on that one. Boy, Broncos, rough year for Russ, man. Delikey, thank you, though, Taker, for the double donos there, man. Delikey, Geno for the next 3 years should be all right as long as they have a young guy learning and competing. Agreed. Signing Geno doesn't hold you back or preclude you from finding another hedge there on the other side of it. That is for sure. Pedro Mendoza, I'm sorry, but Clint Hurd needs to be fired. We're not going to win if this dude keeps calling the plays on the defensive side of the ball. Where's the blitz? They just stand there. I just offer Pedro, it's a bit of a trap to get in the situation of blaming Hurd a bit. Because remember, you've gone through, what is it now? 3-4 defensive coordinators in the last 8 years. I mean, haven't we kind of been down this road of we just always are blaming it's Chris Richard. Oh, wait, no, it's not Chris Richard. It's Ken Norton. Oh, okay, wait, no, it's not Clint Hurd. It's Clint Hurd. I mean, this is Carroll's defense, Pedro. He runs the show. You have a defensive coordinator, but that's his baby. That's who runs it. He's the one in control. I'm not speaking of this out of school, by the way, as well. This is exactly what former players just this offseason, like Richard Sherman and KJ Wright, this is exactly the thing that they're saying. Is that it's his D at the end of the day. So you can bring in any defensive coordinator you want. You can keep firing one every year if you want. But it ain't going to make the least bit of difference until Coach Carroll either one, changes his ways, or two, relinquishes some of that defensive control to really allow his defensive coordinator to go out there and cook. Delicky, I agree. We need a better front seven. Lions Mania, Jared Goff deserves to win a Super Bowl with the Lions. I wouldn't be sad to see you guys win a Super Bowl. KPM, I have a major respect for Seattle. I'm sure this was only the second time Carolina has won in Seattle in franchise history. It wouldn't be possible without the quick start. It's a different game otherwise. Agreed. We got ourselves back behind that. That allowed you guys to I think, stick with that running game, even when it wasn't kind of working. Keep pounding, keep hammering, and knowing you would eventually wear us down, and you stuck with it. So it was a great game plan on your part. You guys, as I say, you guys won this one, that's for sure. I agree, Matrix. AR-15 does have more potential than Hooker. I think Hooker could be a pretty good functional quarterback in this league. Actually, also, how about we draft another running back with one of our top 4 picks, considering our entire offense relies on running back, and we always end up with all the running backs banged up. Maybe not a bad thing to consider. It's a possibility, actually. I think you could just as well, though, also go and get like BB, the best left guard in this draft in the early second round, maybe. And that also could increase your running game by starting to create more consistent holes up front. Delicky, don't waste the franchise tag on Geno. Sign him to 3-4 years. I agree. I'd be willing to do it if he's going to be unrealistic in how much he was asking for, but. Go Hawks survive. Tough loss Thursday will decide the fate of this final stretch. Win, and we're back up in the hunt. A loss, and we will begin to look into the offseason. Agreed, man. Very much agreed. Big Country, Colts or Panthers. There we go. 2 teams. I forgot about the Colts, Big Country. That's another team that could be in on that. And all picking right in that range, which will keep us into tier 1, even if we move back, Garth. So all those teams would be in that magical tier 1 place I want to remain. Stay inside the top 12, basically. Yep, you're right, Pandalorian. Indy's going to need a quarterback too. And you think maybe with Indy, you talk about being quarterback. Garth's words are good words to use. Thirsting. You think about a team that'll be thirsting for a top-end quarterback. Colts have gone with Phillip Rivers, old quarterback, failed. They went with Carson Wentz, also ran quarterback, failed. Went with Matt Ryan, old quarterback, at the end of the rope, failed. I think there's a good chance that's a team driven a little bit more towards getting a little more desperate in this draft, especially with that wily owner that they got. And man, they throw me 3 first-round picks. I get their first-round pick this year, next year, and the year after, and I fall back to 7 or 8 in this draft. Yeah. Hell yeah. Go Oxes, wish we could demote Clinton back to D-line coach. D-Nugget says it was a good season, folks. Here's to hoping we do better next year. It ain't over yet, D-Nugget. It ain't over yet. Pedro says we get Stroud and then build up from there. It's a possible approach, man. It's a possible approach they take. KPM says as much as the Panthers are quarterback hungry, they won't trade up for a quarterback. I see the Panthers sitting and taking Levis or AR-15 if Bai or CJ doesn't fall. I could too. And for us, from our standpoint, KPM, it just takes one hungry team, right? It just takes that one hungry team willing to give those 3 first-round picks to come up and get it at that point. Stephen Patel, we won't actually make the decision, so why argue more than a few times. They believe what they want. We will improve the defense in the middle of the offensive line with our premium picks. Agreed, Steven. Yeah, I agree. Rockets, it's going to be hard to score more than 2 touchdowns against the Niners defense. You're going to have to score more too if you're going to beat them, because I think they're going to score more than 2 on our defense. Adi Bell says, put grown Geno on 2013 Seahawks roster and they would have hung 60 on the Broncos. Agreed. Yes. KPM, you're not wrong, man. Brock Purdy balled out today. I mean, that's a good Tampa Bay defense. You know that as well as anyone over there. It's legitimate to put that kind of performance up like he did. Very impressive. Cale Morton, what if it's a 1-year wonder? He falls back to mediocre, then wastes 2 years of these rookie contracts. So, Cale, this is an argument that has been presented forward. And Cale, I'm okay with you presenting it. So we present that on the surface of it. But like with any good argument, if you're going to present an argument, you've got to then back it up. And what I've asked for the folks that are anti-Geno is that we don't just deal in luck or happenstance or this is just going to happen because that's what happens. We got to actually base what we think on something in a belief structure. Part of my confidence, Cale, that comes in from Geno sustaining this performance is how he has been able to accomplish this production in the first place. The control at the line of scrimmage, the ability to play on script and off script, the ability to use his legs, the ability to, outside of today, deal with the blitz and find his hot route, the leadership qualities that he's shown. What people go, well, they'll get more tape on him and they'll solve him on the tape. Well, what's the tape to solve here? He's attacking from an offensive standpoint in a variety of different ways. He's hitting the deep balls when he needs to hit it. He's one of the more accurate passers pushing the ball up the field. It's not just been dink and dunk throughout this year. In every statistical category, he's top 5. So if we're going to say if this is a 1-year wonder, Cale, and he's doing this 1 year, and by the way, Cale, you would be saying then he's accomplishing this 1-year wonder with no running game, with a piss poor interior offensive line, right? And a defense that can't stop diddly squat that's basically the worst in the entire NFL. He's accomplished all of that with this year. Those things should all be improved into next year, but then the thought process is, but then it's a 1-year wonder and he's actually going to fall to earth with a better supporting cast. I'm open-minded to this. I'm completely open, Cale, to, okay, this was a 1-year wonder thing. But then you're going to have to get into kind of the details of how that's a 1-year wonder thing. And it can't just be built on some vague notion of, well, he'll just generally fall back to earth because shit happens. No. How does it happen? How does it occur? What are the parts of his game that fall apart that you're seeing the warning signs of this? And Cale, I brought this up in his example of Russell Wilson, for instance. So if you're looking at Geno and you're going, there's signs in the future this is going to fail, and here's A, B, C, D, E, Y. Here are things he's doing in his game that are illustrations of how that's going to happen. Well, like in Russell's game in 2020, when he was at the height of heights, when he was playing his best football in 2020 through those first 8 games, it was all bomb city, right? It was all the deep shots. So you could have thought at that time, you could have been a Russell hater at that time. I'm not saying there are people that were, but I'm just trying to build, this is how you could build a more feasible argument for me on this. If you could have been a Russ hater at that time and said, well, look, yeah, Russ is having the best start of his career, but it's all in the back of these bombs. What happens when defenses take the bombs away? What happens when they take the chunk plays away? What happens when they force him to play on time and on script? And then you could have been proven out to have been right down those road. You could have seen that tragedy a-coming. So if we're going to say we can see this tragedy a-coming with Geno Smith, how do we see it coming? Exactly how. Not vaguely how. Exactly how, because he's done so much to, I think, disprove vagaries. And I can be convinced, but you got to bring up some actual tangible arguments. We can't speak in platitudes or magnanimously or just general sweeping, language. Let's get specific. And I agree with you, Lions, man. I like Jalen Carter better. Delakey, is it easier to sign backup lock than the franchise Geno? I think it's a good question. I think the thought process, Delakey, that Locke is going to give you exactly the same kind of season Geno gave you is a little bit of a leap. Part of why Geno's done as well as he has been is that he's had way more time in this league to expand those secondary skills that he's expanded that I'm not so sure Locke has as much control over in his game. Maybe he does. And certainly for those people wanting to run more of the purified 2012 blueprint, staying with more of a lower cost quarterback is a better way to go. And it's the one place where the argument can be made to me where I can nod my head and go, okay, I can understand that a little bit more going that trek versus signing Geno. Actually, don't we have Tyreek Smith also next year? We do. We get him back off the IR next year. They kind of stashed him this season, I think. Brian A. Wilson says, I've never been a Geno guy, yet how do you deny he's having a great season and deserves the respect for it? That is a bit baffling. You can see where my frustration comes in on this, Brian, because it has been now 4 months of me fighting this fight. And I can't believe I've got to be this long into fighting it with so much proof to show exactly of what you say. But it is baffling to me too. I kind of don't understand it. I'm trying. KPM Panthers have a shot to win the NFC South. Tampa Bay has a Cincinnati game next week. Carolina could win 3 of the next 4 and win the South. Ooh, how about that? I hope you guys do. Put that Brady to bed. Put that Brady to bed. Flats or Drunettes? I don't know what you mean on that question. Paul's got the Hawks beating the Niners on Thursday night, not because I believe in Purdy, not because I don't believe in Purdy. 49ers have gone too long without a division loss. They are not winning out against the whole NFC West. All right, I see it. Brian Myers says, no wide receiver in 3 rounds. We have 2 we just drafted. We haven't even seen yet. Agreed. KPM, has Seattle played San Francisco post Christian McCaffrey trade? No, we have not. Megan, huge thunderstorm here, B. Ooh, stay inside. Stay inside. Tribe, what am I missing? Purdy threw for 180 yards. It was all their defense and running game. Think we can hold off on his gold jacket? Yeah. I mean, he played pretty solid football. I think he played better than I thought he was going to play in this game against Tampa Bay. But yeah, that running game is how they'll get it done. Mark Ark, besides the obvious defensive woes, what happened to utilizing the tight ends this offense? Seems like all 3 were being underutilized during the win streak. Now it's Fant making mistakes. Yeah, it's been a little inconsistent in their use, to your point. Cool Breeze, you still streaming? I am. Probably wrap up in a bit here. Lions, if Stroud or Levis is available at your spot, do you pass on them? I think you try to trade back and get a draft haul, Lions Mania. I mean, that's my number 1 move right now. I'm not really worried about picking at the spot we're picking there. I want to move back and pick up extra picks. That's, if you want my number 1 option, that's number 1 for me is move back. Move back a few picks. Cooper says the Niners are overrated. They're playing good football, man. I don't know. Jamal says, my heart did break slightly looking at Russ laid out seeing stars. The guy just can't catch a break, though. Lots of his ills have been self-inflicted. Very well said, Jamel. Very well said. And I feel the same. I don't want to see the guy getting hurt like that. That's tough. It's tough. Yeah, I don't think the Niners are getting into the NFC Championship game, Cool Breeze. I don't. I think they're a really good team. I think the Deebo Samuel injury, along with the Garoppolo injury, ends up probably capping off their height of where they can go. But I think they're a good, solid team. And they're one of the better teams in the NFC. No, I don't think the Eagles are frauds. I think they've done enough to prove who they are too. Yeah, they're legitimate. I think KPM, the thing with the Dolphins that's worrisome with them is the Armstead injury, and then you have Austin Jackson getting through injuries now. I mean, that's a big part of what's going to hold them back. You see it. I haven't watched the game, but I'm estimating a lot of Miami's struggles today probably came from lack of pass protection. That's been a big part of the success for Tua this year, and that now starts to wane just a little bit. Actually says, I too thought the Eagles are a fraud, but I watch all their games and their defense is stacked and Hurts is playing better than expected. It is. They've done some great moves, man. They're just a great team. I'm with you. I had thought the same thing at one point or another, and I found myself kind of moving back in the direction going, no, they're legitimate. They've got not a lot of weak holes on that team. Seems like every other team's out there, even the elite ones, have some holes, and there just isn't a lot there with that Eagles. Boomer, y'all screwed. 49ers found the quarterback they've been looking for. I don't know. That's the future for you guys, but okay. Second coming of Steve Young. Sure. Can you imagine Jalen Carter, Keely Ringo, and Aiden Hutchinson? That'd be a pretty tight combo there. Audie Bell, Brandon, it's the finer nuances of quarterback play Geno's exhibiting. He is. It's part of why this is a sustainable level play. It's not that he's doing this with just pure talent. He is showing talent. He is showing a plus arm. He is showing plus mobility. But it's the way he's executing within the confines of the offense, within the designs of the offense, and outside of the confines as well. But there's every aspect you want of the quarterback position he is showing you. He is checking off box after box after box on a weekly basis. And again, this was his worst game of the year, this one, but he's still showing that to you. Stephon Saylor, we need a real defensive coordinator, not one promoted after a terrible one got fired. Draft a linebacker and a safety also. I agree with you, Stephon, in that we need a new defensive approach. I don't know if a new coordinator is going to do it. I think you got to first begin with, it starts with Carroll and getting his hands either off the defense or getting him to evolve and update this defense in a way that he has been very hesitant to do so in now 10 years. Raj Ho says, how about Geno's not good without a running game? I don't know if I would say that. There's in the stretch of games we played this year, there's been games we haven't been able to run and he's thrown for well over 300 yards. You know, I think it makes it harder to play the quarterback position when you have no running game. And you might have some days you're successful and you're going to have some days that go bad. But an NFL offense is not going to be functional if it cannot run the ball at all. I know we're in a passing league now, but that's still got to be at least a bit of part of your team. It doesn't have to be 50-50, but you're throwing the ball 72% of the time in this game. We've had to throw way more too often this year than we really should have to. The running game should be a little more consistent. Jamel Johnson says it's hard to do that. Show you the facts. You have the mic and we can only type limited words and can't talk to you in real time. Maybe if it was once in a while, you could drop a link and can debate in real. Fair enough, man. Yes. You're right as far as the character count goes. And Jamel, let me say this as well. Okay. So understand, I do 3 or 4 shows a week. Okay. And let me bring you a little bit into what I'm bringing into this situation as far as this discussion goes with Geno. I do 3 or 4 shows a week, live stream shows, 4 or 5 hours a pop every single time. I've been doing this going all the way back to the off season and through to training camp. And every point in time through, Jamel, I get a comment coming on the chat about Geno. It really does tend to be in the broad brush strokes of things without the specifics, without anything. Even in the 250 character count that you are reduced on, it still is very much, I get the same kind of tenor coming from them. And there's not a different angle that they have to attack. And I can't help but feel like when I have so many different usernames where I will see the same argument being perpetuated that then doesn't have any of the backing behind it, and it seems to go to gut instinct, emotionality, or what really is the most commonly thing that's said, Jamel, which you said at the top, which is he is what he is, right? Well, he became back what he was. Again, you're getting back to the generalities and everything, and there may be some specificities on this that we can certainly discuss, and I'm open to doing it. I am open to doing a call-in show. I do get some requests for it. I seem to piss off as many people as I make happy when I do the call-in shows, Jamel. So I do a call-in show, and then I get comments in my call-in shows where they say, look, I love hearing thoughts from you. I don't want to hear from other people. I don't want to watch when it's da-da-da-da-da. So that's why I don't do as many call-in shows, as I get blowback on the other side of it. So it's a little bit of you try to make everybody happy, you piss people off one side or the other. But again, I think in 250 characters, If there's something tangible you can reach to that's a specific, I think that's enough. You can double post. I don't have any slow count on my chat to where there's not a way for you to post. If you want to go bang, 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 bang and post back to back in my chat, you can do so. I don't put that restriction in there. So while it's a 250 count character limit individually, I'm reading every comment, and you can put a wall of text in there and I'll read on exactly what the points are that are specific. But it's not just to point this at you, Jamel. It's a little bit of the frustration of, this has been 4 months of having this talk, Jamel. This has been having this kind of talk, even when there are games where he's playing amazingly. I have to have these same kind of debates within my chat. And it does appear to me like there's nothing Geno could have done this year. And if that's the case, fine, that's the case. Then there's nothing more to talk. You've come to your conclusion on Geno and he cannot disprove it. But I feel like people are a little bit operating for this argument of like, no, he could have done something to prove it to me. Oh, what is it? Well, he could have thrown for 5,000 yards, 40 touchdowns, and taken us to a 12-4 record. And then that would have proven it to me. But I think that that's a little bit unrealistic. I do. For what this team was dealing with coming into the season, where this roster truly was at, the 2 rookie tackles that he's playing with, I just don't think that was really operating within a realistic aspect of any quarterback being able to come in and flourish in that kind of situation. And that he has. It's proven something to me. Stephen Patel, what chance do we take 2 defensive tackles in the first round? I'm all in on that. Can't think of the last time that's been done in the NFL. I don't think it's ever been done in the NFL. So very, very small chance. Very tiny. Very tiny. Cool Breeze, they should be good, but they will underperform like usual is my point. Niners. Well, yeah. I think still no Garoppolo, no Deebo Samuel. He looks out for the year now at this point. I don't think that's a team that goes in against the Eagles. I think even the Cowboys probably beat him at this point. D-Nigga says, Murph at top billing, preaching the same message you are. Good. I'm glad to hear he's in the same spot I'm at with it. It's confounding. It's confounding. And I need to let it go. Kale Morton says, love the passion. Was just a hypothetical. Love you, Brando. Love you too, Kale. No worries, man. I love hypotheticals, brother. Toss those hypotheticals away. And I'm probably just a little emotional today with the loss. So if I'm in my emotions a bit today, I'm sorry, folks. I try to keep myself cool and calm and control, but I am a passionate man. So passionate. But I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. Taker610 with a $2 dono. Thank you, Taker, for all the donos. Says Colin Cowherd says we trade for Jordan Love. Colin Cowherd needs to shut the F up. I don't want to hear any more about what Colin Cowherd has for ideas. Not from you. You definitely let me know, Taker610. He's driving me crazy with his takes. I mean, a week ago it was we needed to trade for Aaron Rodgers. I mean, does Colin Cowherd think about anything that he presents as an idea? Is if it just gets to the front of his brain, it's got to be spit out of his mouth the second he says it? Or does he actually think this stuff through a little bit? You know? His takes are getting more and more like out there in the area of it's beyond now just clickbait stuff. It's like, are you dumb? Are you just dumb, Colin? Are you just a moron? Well, I was unaware of the fact, I guess, that Packers, a franchise that tends to be one of the franchises in the league has to be one of the most frugal teams in the league, was going to somehow eat $100 million to move Aaron Rodgers a couple weeks ago. Now he's on to Jordan Love. Yeah. That brain's really kicking in all gears there for Colin Cowherd, isn't it? Sean Lee, a dominating defense, solid run game, and then you don't necessarily have to have a high-end quarterback. That's right. And I would argue, Sean, that's a little bit more closer to where the blueprint is trying to go rather than where it's been. Where we're going to go rather than where it's at. Garth Knight with another $5 dono. Thank you, Garth. I really do appreciate it. Says Brando, knife to the jugular. Which college quarterback do you think will be most successful in first 3 years? That's a key question there. Asking for the thirsty teams. The most successful quarterback, I believe, in the first 3 years is going to be Will Levis. I think by that third year, you could be seeing him topping out at his level where he's hit his ceiling, and then you're watching now CJ Stroud come to the forefront, or you're watching Anthony Richardson now, Garth, come to the forefront. So if you're talking about in the first, after year 3 into year 4, 5, 6, I might say Anthony Richardson. I might say CJ Stroud. In fact, I would say that. But if you're talking about the first 3 years and the guy that is pro ready, I think that Will Levis would be that guy. I think he's the guy that's ready to most hit the ground running of any of the guys. But I also think that there's certainly a huge bust factor there with him. And, there may be some restrictions there on his ceiling because he is a little bit of an older quarterback at this point. But that's also why he's a little bit, I think, more ready to go. Wu-Tang says K9 with just an ankle strain, so he may well play Thursday. Dallas had a sprain. What B said was correct. Yeah. I think Walker probably plays with the Niners. But yeah, Garth, I think Will be good out the gate. After he's been playing with that offensive line and no guys to throw to, it's going to feel like he's been running with a parachute on his back when he goes to an NFL team. I think his transition is going to be easier because he was playing behind so many uphill things there with that Kentucky program. Coolbury says, I've been hearing the Niners are the best team in the NFC or the entire league for years, then nothing happens. Show me different else, or the patterns show they come up short again. No, I think they'll come up short again. I don't think they're that. I think they're one of the better teams in the NFC, but I don't think there's a lot of great teams in the NFC this year, Coolbury. I think you got the Eagles, Cowboys, Vikings, and Niners. That's kind of your four teams. And I don't think any teams like necessarily, but I think the Eagles have a chance to be a real elite team, but I mean, the Eagles might be really the only real cream of the crop type team out of the NFC this year. Wu-Tang says Russ was kind of on a tear before he got bonked. Feel bad for him. That's tough for Russ. Audie says what the 49ers are is what Seattle wants to be. Geno is better than any quarterback on their roster. Agreed. Sean says the Eagles are balanced, unlike us. Yeah. Keegan, I feel like the Panthers were ready for this game as they saw we even struggled to stop Cam Akers, who's one of the lowest rushers in the league. Feel like they knew how to destroy us. Yep. We showed a few weeks ago that here's your blueprint for beating the Hawks this year. And the last few times these teams have been playing us, from the Raiders game to this game, teams are applying it in full. You don't tend to see teams in the modern NFL trying to run the ball 40 times, but they're doing that because they feel like there are holes to be had there on this defense. Delkey, who's the main competition for the wild card spot? I think Washington and New York are the ones that we've got to be most worried about. Do you not imagine trading Lance? Imagine Trey Lance getting traded away to keep Purdy Boy. Yeah, that would be crazy. Ethan, Tech World, what's up, man? Says, hey, Brandon, I've had a terrible last few days. I failed my first college course, chemistry, in my first quarter at UW. It's one of the worst feelings ever. I'm sick to my stomach. I put in so much effort and it didn't pay off. I'm now awaiting the score for my math final and I'm so nervous. Well, hang in there, man. And if you get something wrong there in college, look, stay at it. Stay at it. You put the hard work in and it pays off down the road. It ain't easy. It's a tough one there. I didn't get through college. So props if you can on it. I just say, keep putting your head down, man. Just keep grinding on it and you'll get there with it. That sucks though, man. Sorry to hear that. Deadly teams are fighting out. They can run all over our defense with ease, with any type of run, with any type of running back. Yeah, Panthers used 3 of them today. I think they all had varying levels of success. The way the Niners team is stacked, says Wu-Tang, in the offense, Shanahan runs, you only need a warm body that won't eat picks for them to succeed. True. Very true. Megan says, not sure a new defensive coordinator would work as how many we've had in the past 10 years and always seems to go back to the same old, or is it just me? No, it's not you, man. It's not you, Megan, at all. That's the way it seems to me too. That's why I think we can't get caught up on the D coordinator anymore. It's really about the coach. That's where this lands. Delikey, what are the odds Pete retires? I think very low. I think if he was going to retire, he would have retired last year as you had the threat of moving on from Russ and having to go through a rebuild. I think, as I've said for a while, I think he's the type of guy you're going to have to rip the whistle off around his neck to get him off of the football field. Chicken, yes, but the argument doesn't work. Geno's performing well. He throws 2 picks in one game and people hop off the bandwagon. Agreed. Agreed, man. Jamel Johnson, I watch you frequently. I've been subscribed for a while. I really enjoy what you do. Thanks for the great content, even though some of your peeps get upset at different takes. Yeah. And Jamel, it's why you'll hear me try to remind folks that, look, we're good with different thoughts and opinions, and we're going to have some bristling and there will be times that we toe up on the line where it's you want the open-mindedness, but the open-mindedness comes in and closes. And so it's something that takes kind of an active process here, Jamel, for not just for me to remind the chat, for me to remind myself on that stuff, about, being open to different people's and different opinions. So even if I disagree on stuff, as I say, everybody's opinion in here is welcome. And I do think different opinions help us to round out our perspective on the team and where things are at. And it's part of why I say to it, Jamel, when I say there's a 15% contingent, it's not to overstate my argument and say, well, 95% of the people get Geno. They get it. It's 5% that aren't getting it. No, there's a good contingent of folks that aren't getting it. And they very well may have valid reasons at the end of the day and well-honed arguments that they can present in order to convince folks like myself to come to their side of the fence. I just maintain that it's been in 4 months of fighting this fight in various things. And if you've been following the channel, you've seen me fighting these fights against various forces. I always end up in kind of a frustrated point of feeling like I'm not quite getting anything from their side that I can wrap my head around or get my arms wrapped around. Like, okay, I get that argument of it. Like I can get the anti-argument of Geno of, it's not the blueprint. It's not the 2012 model. It's, the 2012 model is get that quarterback like Russell was in those first 2 years where you're paying him like 1% of the cap, not 8% of the cap. And I can get that as an argument. That's a feasible argument. That's something I won't have a lot of pushback against. We're going to fit to the blueprint, then fit to the blueprint, right? But it's when it's that he is what he is, or he's going to fall back into being just the same old, when it's all at the end of the day. That's the one that's hard for me. That's the one that's tough, because that's not what I'm seeing out there as a guy that's just on the edge of sliding back into the is what he is, or this is a 1 year off and he has 1 year and he'll turn back into the pumpkin next year. It's a tough, and it could be my own failing on that, Jamel. So I appreciate you on that, man. I appreciate you in here with your perspective on it. I'm glad to hear people are pretty okay with the fairly open-minded, but yes, it's definitely it's a struggle. It's a struggle at times with that. Chicken says, why is the solution always just go to the draft? Free agency exists and the draft isn't going to solve all the problems. Some, if not most of them, are internal. Agreed. I think it's a combination of both. I think you got to augment off each of them on that one. D-Nuggets says, after Joy Taylor left, Colin Cowherd has legitimately lost it. It's sliding off the rails on some of the stuff. Like, Colin, Jesus, fan. Rocket says, Colin just doesn't like Geno Smith because I don't know how he thinks Rodgers, Brady, or whoever else he suggested can place or perform the same as Geno Smith right now. I don't get it either. Megan says, Cowherd loves the sound of his own voice, as my grandmother would say. I think that's probably a lot of it there. Delkey, Colin Cowherd's dumb idea, smooth voice. Stephon Saylor says, I swear I was just thinking Will Levis. Yeah, he's the guy on that one. Scooby's next. I can't stand Colin Cowherd. He just throws out BS from here and there and everywhere and just hopes some of it hits the wall and sticks. Basically, I think he's full of S 99% of the time. Yep. I agree with you there. And I think he's slid more into there in recent years than even he used to go to with it. Delicky, I wish Brock Heward was a more famous broadcaster. I do too, man. He does a great job. I wish he was given a little bit more of that too. Kind of gets sold down the lane a bit of that. Just a bit. Taker610, thank you for another $2 donation, man. Sorry, I'm a little slow in acknowledging here on the donos. That Denver KC game was an interception city. PM with 2. Oh, wow. Wow. Well, not surprising. You know there's going to be a lot of passing in that game, right, Taker610? Not a lot of running between those two teams coming in on that one. Rockets, how do I think we beat the Niners? I just don't think our defense will do S, and our offense is going to struggle. They're the best defense, and Geno will have to play incredible. I don't see the pathway to winning in this one. I don't. I think if it happens, it's going to happen because you're going to win the turnover battle. You're going to get a couple of fumbles. Special teams will get a game-changing kind of play, and you're able to do just enough to stop them in running the ball. I think the combination of all that is kind of the pathway to winning. Akshay, should we pursue Sean Payton? It's not going to happen, Akshay. You're selling the team in 2 years. Jody Allen's not going to want to go find another head coach out there. She's not going to want to fire Coach Carroll and pay him all the money left on his contract, or Schneider in addition to that. And I don't know if Sean Payton would want to come here over other jobs that might be more attractive, like having a Justin Herbert already in place with San Diego, for instance, or with LA. Sorry, I keep calling him San Diego. Hawks, is there any scenario where you would take Stroud or Richardson over Carter and Anderson? You could talk me into having Stroud being taken over them Hawks. If they took Stroud over those two guys, then I'm not going to complain. I'd understand it. So it makes sense. You can't make an argument to me that you take Richardson in the top 5. He may be a top 5 talent, but he's so far away from it and he hasn't shown enough of it on the field to reach that conclusion seems a bit premature to me. That's a huge risk and a gamble to be taken. I think Stroud's a gamble and a risk, but not the same gamble and risk that Richardson is. Yeah. Actually, it says regarding Pete retiring, I actually think the chances are quite high. I think he stayed this year only to prove he was not the problem. Russ was. I just can't see that being the only reason he would stay is so that he can prove on a 1-year basis it was him that was better, not Russ. I don't. I think he likes the challenge. Actually, he's given you no indication he wants to retire or that's even on his mind. And usually if coaches are getting to that place of things, they're going to give you indications to some degree. And he just hasn't. You might be right, but I just haven't seen that. I just haven't seen that from him. Delikey, does Pete get into the Hall of Fame? Yes, he does. Yes, he does. Tony Dungy's in the Hall of Fame, then Pete Carroll's in the Hall of Fame, right? Bill Cowher's in the Hall of Fame, then Pete Carroll should be in the Hall of Fame, right? 1023 says Seahawks won because the Broncos lost today. Oh, there's a little bit of a victory in that in there. Stephen, I hate to ask this question, but do you think the Lions have a chance to push us and others out of the playoff picture for the final spot? No. No, I don't think it's the Lions that I'm worried about most. I think we have to lose out completely for the Lions to get in, Stefan. KPM says the CMC trade was inevitable because we had depleted our draft capital on project quarterbacks that never worked out, but we got 4 picks for CMC. I'm okay with it. Yeah, I think you guys would do smart on that, KPM. I think the problem with the Panthers at that time, KPM, was the signing of him to an extension. You should have tried to maximize your returns like first round pick plus at that time to move him at that point. You'd already taken so much tread off those tires. And it was just that they waited on that. But I think it was a great trade by the Panthers at that point. I like that deal for you guys quite a bit. Made the 10 cents. Garth Knight, thank you for the $10 donation, Garth. I really do appreciate it. It says, Brando, I need you to watch a Lionel Messi highlight tape followed by listening to Lionel Richie's greatest hits and declare a winner as to who's the best Lionel. I have Richie, but it's close. Oh, you know me, man. Garth, I'm going to be leaning to Lionel Richie, man. I'm a big Richie. Swam easy. Mm-hmm. I'm easy like Sunday morning. Mm-hmm. Well, she's a brick house. She mighty. Oh, my man. I'm going to have to see. Messi he better be making magic happen with that soccer ball. If he's going to overtake that. Tony Wright, what's up, Brandon? Tough loss for your squad today. Keep your head up and look ahead. You got a big game on a short week. Boy, do we ever, Tony. It's a tough one, though. We're struggling with this one a little bit. You know what I mean? So, appreciate you, man. Thank you so much. Hope you and your Falcons are doing well out there. DJ Jimenez, Fire, and Curry. Actually says, how is the Chargers, which is a depleted on deep, well played, decent today? I'm thinking it's par personnel and par defensive coaches that we suck this bad. You would be right on that. It's both. And the Chargers are running a modernized offense, which is the Vic Fangio cover 2 shell, which you can attack and go after, but it is a modernized offense with modernized schematics, which we don't utilize. We just don't. Would you imagine if we had dudes like Averill, Bennett, and Mabane with the way our offense is played this year? Oh, it'd be a whole different year, wouldn't it? We'd be looking at this as a whole different season, man. Whole different season. Actually, I love Nick Wright and how he crucifies Russell. I actually don't mind. Nick's grown on me over the years. At least with Nick, I feel like he stays on what he believes and thinks, and he's not just moving with the wind like Colin does. Oh, it's blowing to the left? I'll go to the left. Oh, blowing to the right? Blow to the right. King Bomber Mahomes had 3 interceptions. Denver had 2. picks. Who's nice? Laugh a lot. I got to stop swearing so much, B. No, you're all good. Swear away. I think I got it turned off in the chat where all comments are allowed, but I don't know. As DJ Eminence says, is the problem a mixture of D-line coaching, player personnel, schematics? I mean, it's all of that stuff. Space, Bezos may buy the Hawks. He may. I heard he's interested in that Washington team, though, too. Yeah, Real Matrix, I hope the Texans are high on Bryce Young. I hope to God they're high on Young. Cool Breeze, I love Sean Payton, but he would not want to come here. Even if Pete bowed down, they made a deal. Yeah, I don't think so either. Big Country says, I hope Purdy gives us the game. The only way I see us losing, and I doubt Shanahan will put him in that situation. No, Shanahan's going to know that he's going to just need to wear this defense out. And that's just what he's going to do. Tony Wright says, yeah, Colin Cowherd loves to hear himself talk. He's a former radio guy, and I think he's comical, like a comedic at a circus. Yeah, it's just recent years gone down to hell with him, that's for sure. Scooby Snacks, AB, how many more years does Pete have on his current contract? And do you think when it's up, he might consider retirement? Maybe when it's up, when he's at that point, because at that point too, Scooby Snacks, I think that the time when Pete Carroll goes is he's either got this team in a winning state and he's got us back on a place of being elite and he's going to be coaching into perpetuity, or he gets to the end, he gets to the new ownership, which is going to come along right at the beginning of 2024. And he may be fired in that 2024 offseason at that point, because the new ownership group will be willing to pay out whatever he has remaining on the contract, which should only be, I think, a remaining 1 year. So I think it's through 2025, I believe, is the current contract. Jamel Johnson, I wanted Russ to cook. I've wanted Russ to simmer down. I've wanted Drew Lock to resurrect. I've wanted Geno to get my trust. I'm all over the place with Seahawks quarterback emotions. That's fair enough, Jamel. That's fair enough. And probably rightfully so at the end of the day with that, you know? And I was in the same place with the Russ stuff. So we both landed on that same land together on that one. Remember the time Cowherd's worst idea would be trading for Aaron Rodgers? That would not work with the Seattle culture. The idea of him talking shot at a DK like he did with those rookies, that would be a disaster. Yeah, he's not a culture fit here. I mean, the Rodgers thing was just the absolute evidence of Cowherd just again, throw at the wall, let stick. You know, Rodgers and Carroll, huh? Carroll, Mr. Protect the team. You know, no, it's not going to work. Yeah, it was silly at the time. Even sillier in retrospect, probably. Delicky, will the Hawks wear a silver helmet in 2023? Yes. Seahawks, blue and green. I heard on the radio that both Purdy and Samuel got hurt. Purdy too, huh? That'd be big. They got Josh Johnson there, but they could have Purdy and Samuel go down this game. And yeah, Samuel looks like he's out for the year. Seahawks, blue and green. Blue and green, yeah. He was crying. He was they had him carted off. It didn't look good. It did not look good. Seahawks, blue and green, so if Purdy sits out, that helps our chances? I don't know. Johnson knows that offense. He's been with Shanahan before. I kind of feel like, I almost kind of feel like it doesn't matter. Maybe I should. Paul says, I don't know, man. A lot of people are sleeping on that Lions offense because of the same old Lions narrative. No, they're good. I like the Lions offense this year. And they just got that Williams kid back now, too. Cooper Reeds, I've been watching football for 24 years. I don't really see anybody beating France that's left on the plate. Beating France. Oh, soccer. Yeah, France probably got it. Lions man, Jared Goff is the franchise. I don't really want to draft quarterback guys. I've seen enough out of Goff to say he's it. He's the guy. All right. I like it, man. I like he's won you over. Jamel says, until we clear the Pete Carroll era, we will be stuck in mediocre mode. The best we can hope for while we have this stuck in this way is Pete is an exciting first round game. Could very well be true, man. Could be very well true. Mr. Kane, brother from another mother, how you doing? Let's go see in the chat. Not staying long, just saying hello to my fellow Hawk nesters. Go Hawks, man. Go Breeze. If Elon buys the Hawks, I'll denounce my fandom. I heard might buy the Hawks. That would be crazy. I hadn't even thought of him being a possibility. Jimenez, we need to re-sign Ryan Neal. I agree. I don't know what's going to cost, though, at this point. I don't know if you're going to get him back on a low-end contract like you brought him in this year. You might have to give him a little bit of money. It's going to be hard to do when you're already investing more into the safety position from a financial standpoint than anybody else. And he says, I'm already saving for my throwback jersey B. Hell yeah. I'm going to have to get like a throwback DK jersey or something. KPM says, really hoping we retain Steve Wilkes as head coach. The man has turned the team around since we fell 1-5. Can't deny that. He's been great for you guys. And the thing I'd argue too, KPM, is it tends to, you look at it out in the market for head coaches right now, there's not a lot of great candidates out there this year. If you are going to go look for a head coach, it's kind of a thin territory, so maybe that's one where you just feel good with what you have. Brando, sorry if this has already been asked, but for next season, which defensive lineman do you see not being on the team? No, it's all good, man. I don't see Poona Ford, Quentin Jefferson, or Brian Monet, or frankly, even Al Woods at this point, probably being retained on the team. I think all of those get turned over by next year. I think Shelby Harris and Miles Adams are the only two guys that will be on this roster on that defensive line in the next year. None of these guys are a fit for this scheme. Real Matrix says they said Debo didn't suffer a major injury. Really? Jeez, he was in tears on that cart. Jamel says, you don't understand, laughing out loud. I'm one of the 3 Seattle fans in my area. The years of abuse now I've gotten at all local sports pubs lately have been made me crying into beers, laughing out loud. Tough battles. I feel you on that. It can be bad in a bar, man. There is no refuge in a bar when it's going bad, especially for your team. ZZ, did Jonathan Abram play? No, he did not. Paul Thurtz's reports came out after Debo isn't out for the year. Scans must have shown it's just a bad sprain. That's good. I mean, I would think even if it's a high ankle sprain, though, that's a 4 to 6 weeker. That's right through the end of the year. I mean, maybe you get him back for the playoffs, I guess. Audie Bell, you could resurrect Billy Kilmer to play quarterback and the Niners would win. Exactly. Well said, Audie. Tony Wright, Sean Payton loves living in Los Angeles as he moved there and now works for Fox Sports. He's a good friend with his Sopranos family and who owns the LA Chargers and wants quarterback and wants to coach quarterback Justin Herbert. I understand it'd be a match made in heaven, wouldn't it, Tony? He's never had a quarterback that talented to work with, and you think that would be a real good fit for Payton. A lot to work with on that Charger team. Wu-Tang says he's not seeing anything on Purdy being injured. Shanny says Debo most likely has a high ankle sprain, so he's gone for a month or minimum. Yeah, 4 to 6 week or minimum on that. Still tough for them, but at least I guess they get him back if they can get in the playoffs. Certainly they can beat us without him at this point. Standard Champion, would you use any of the picks to trade for a player? Who? I mean, I would maybe be open to trading like the late first round pick for I think he's having a down year this year, but a player like a Quentin Nelson on the line, I guess. Maybe something like that. But probably not. At the end of the day, I'll probably just lean towards making my picks. I can't think of anybody else that jumps out to me that would be realistic of a person you would trade one of those picks for who would be open and available on the market. No, I don't think there's really any. I don't think there's really anybody out there, man, that jumps to mind. Just use the picks with it, Just use the picks. Scooby Snacks, hey, B, did you see the Seahawks are going to be bringing out the old uniforms for one game next season? I do, man. Wish we could see it for more than one game, but hypes me up nonetheless for that. I'm stoked. Am I related to Brendan Nelson? No, I'm not related to Brendan Nelson. Unfortunately. Robert, Walken, Pacino impressions, the Seahawks game day. I give it to you, man, but my voice is done. I'm 8.5 hours in. I can't bring out the impressions 8.5 hours. The voice is toast. You got to catch me at hour 5 on that, man. At least when I get to this point, I'm done. I'm down today, Robert. I'm down to try to get that up. I'm kind of bummed. I can't do it when I'm bummed like this at the moment. I'm just kind of annoyed. Rodney Pressure Brandon, I'm thinking about the game today, and I'm thinking that these bad losses are overshadowing the good wins. Just cannot understand how you can't stop the run. They're starting to get to that point a little bit here, Rodney. It is, and big part of this is what can be corrected this year and what's going to remain into the future. And right now, where you're at right now is a problem that can go into the future at this point. Because right now, it's not just a matter of a lack of talent; it's a matter of lack of schematics, ability to stop the run, and that is something that can perpetuate on into the future. And the teams show no willingness to adjust to it during the year. They've shown no willingness to do anything different defensively to stop the run up until this point. So why would we take for granted the fact that they're going to do it, after this season suddenly? I don't know. It's hard for me to make that leap as much. Brian Wilson, yeah, no Jonathan Abrams snaps. Ryan Neal's playing really good ball for you. If you're bringing Jonathan Abrams on the field to take Ryan Neal off. Ryan Neal made some plays in the ground game. Your inability to stop the ground game today was more built on the fact your defensive line couldn't do anything up front. That's what it was. You guys were getting blown out of their gaps. They're not keeping their gap integrity. It wasn't really on your strong safety coming up and making enough tackles in the running game. He's also new to this defense, coming along mid-year, so there's a little bit of needing to pick up the playbook, understand how they do things. It's probably something you're just not going to initially quickly be able to pull through like that. Barry Sotoro says $5 donation. Thank you, Barry. Says, dang dog, still streaming? Yeah, we're going to probably wrap it up here soon. Thank you for the $5 dono though, man. But yeah, just kind of get the last thing through here. Appreciate the $5 dono, Barry. Though. Welcome back on the chat, man. Megan, do we know what game the throwbacks will be in, Warren B? I don't. Probably won't get it announced till late in the process. Nick says Colin Cowherd was saying a third or a fourth for Jordan Love. Why would the Packers do that? Rodgers is going to retire after this year. So Rodgers retires after the year, and then they trade third, fourth round pick for Love and have no quarterbacks. That's the problem with Cowherd's takes on this, Nick, is that he doesn't think this through past the first step. And that's the stuff, as people know on this chat, that is the stuff that will drive me crazy from people on a take standpoint, is you haven't thought anything through. It's at the front of your head, so you just spit it on out. It's think it through. Go a couple steps down the line with it. So the Packers are going to offload Jordan Love, who's playing reasonably well this year when they put him into play, for a guy who's going to probably retire. It doesn't make any sense. But again, he's just trying to get clicks, Nick, as much as anything else. I don't think he even believes that's a possibility. It's just, hey, give me a click. What can give me a click? I'll give me a click. Taker610 with a $2 donation. Thank you for all the donos, Taker. Says, I still laugh at Geno's I ain't right back line. It's a good line, man. It's a good line. Real good line. ZZ, do I think that it's the defensive coordinator? No, I think it's Coach Carroll's defense, ZZ. It's not the defensive coordinator's defense. It's Coach Carroll's defense. We can't put the blame on the DC here. It's your coach. He runs the defensive show. We've got no more patsies, right? No more scapegoats. We put it on the person that's solely responsible here. And we've been through 3 defensive coordinators in the last half decade. It ain't the DCs. It's your HCs. Your HC. Paul Third says, that's not possible. The lowest grade of high ankle sprain recovery, as Brandon says, is 6 weeks, unless it's a high ankle sprain. Yeah, he's not coming back, and I don't see him back in 4 weeks. And if he is, he's going to be reduced. That's one of the ones you can try to play on, but we saw this with Russell Wilson when he tried to play on the high ankle sprain, I think in 17. You are highly, highly reduced if you try to play on it past giving it the time period to truly heal. It just is with that. Man, you guys are going hard in the chat here tonight. We're 8.5 hours on a loss. I got 130 people in on the chat. Woo, let's go. W, so did the Lions take the last playoff spot now? Their schedule is very easy, and I see us losing 49ers, KC, and maybe the Jets. Final record prediction, don't be down. Our future's still bright. No, I'm all right, man. I'm okay. It's 8.5 hours. I just can't do, impression-wise, it's tough for me 8.5 hours in. I see us losing to KC, and I see us losing to the 49ers. I don't see us losing to the Jets, and I don't see us losing to the Rams. So I think we go 2-2. I do believe that as I understand it with the Lions, they need us to lose out. I could be wrong on that. So no, I don't think that they overtake us for that spot. I think we do find 2 wins here somehow, some way the rest of the season. It ain't going to be pretty maybe, but I do think we'll find a way. Delikey, why did we switch to the 3-4 without the right personnel? I mean, that's kind of a question for Coach Carroll, right, Del? I think that they thought that they could run They run a 4-3 under defense before Delikey, and then they changed to a 3-4 under defense. So they thought, okay, we're running an underneath defense, an under defense in the way we run. We're running essentially to a strong side formation with the under defense. And since we're running from one under defense to the other under defense, then we don't have to change out the personnel. It doesn't make a lot of sense, though. It's kind of ridiculous. It's kind of stupid. It's kind of silly. I don't have a real good explanation for it. But that's really where I end up landing with a lot of this stuff with Coach Carroll, do I? I can't really explain much. You see something doesn't work for 5, 6, 7 straight years, yet you keep doing the same thing. I mean, who can have an explanation for that? Other than just absolute stubbornness or absolute, I remember the good old days at USC when my defense was the best in the nation. I remember them Legion of Boom days when we had 4 straight years as the top DVOA defense. What a time that was. Remember those days? Let's keep this defense so we can remember those days. And that's really all it is for me at this point. There's nothing intelligently that I've heard purported as to why Carroll continues to hold on to this defense for dear life with his little bit of fingertips. But because of the fact he can't be fired, because of the fact that no one will ever move him off his spot, because of the fact that he's a Teflon Don who slides through everything and there's never anything that falls back on him, I guess, then we just are going to continue to do in the future. And there's not a lot of hope for it to change anytime soon, unfortunately. Nick says, but I don't know why we would want a Jordan Love. Pretty sure his contract's coming up. Yeah, Colin didn't think that went through. Jamel Johnson, why punt down 10 and not getting stops? I'm so frustrated about today's game. We need it so badly. It's that same thing, Jamel, where he doesn't change his track. He still operates from the assumption like he's got a 2014 defense that can get him a stop when he needs to. He doesn't look how's the temperature? Huh? Is it hot? Is it cold? What's the He's not doing that. He could be sitting in an ice storm and he's trying to take his clothes off. He's going, boy, it's a little warm here. There's just no ability to take a measure or reading in the room right now from Carroll's standpoint with the team defensively. And I don't think he has an ability to really change what he wants to do defensively. I think he only knows one pathway and one way to getting to defensive success. And that's the only way he understands. And it doesn't matter what he does as far as to tell you, well, we got arrogant in our ways or whatever else. He's always going to slide back into those same old fixtures. I hope he changes in a year from now. I hope he can kind of figure it out. But boy, he doesn't give me a lot of confidence to believe that he will. And when it comes to going for it on 4th down, Jamel, he doesn't go for it on 4th down very often. It's got to be 4th and a half yard for us to do so. And that's the strange part to me with Coach Carroll, because when he was here early on, he was known as Big Balls Pete. I'll go for a 4th down. I'll go for it all the time. I'll go for it 24/7. I don't care. Let's go. But now we play football scared. Now we play not to lose. Now we play not to give up the big play. Now we play to prevent the horrible, horrific thing from happening. And it's the great irony of this year defensively the last 3 years, that in trying to prevent the very thing you are trying to prevent with all of these steps to remain safe, right? Like all these extra straps you're having on everything, all these extra steps you're trying to take to remain safe are the same things that are eventually causing you to completely fall apart. And you can't play defense not to lose. And your bend but don't break, soft ass defense plays not to lose. And Coach Carroll too often plays with a not to lose mentality things from his coaching standpoint. It drives me nuts, insane, but it ain't changing anytime soon. Carroll ain't getting fired anytime soon. We ain't moving on from this defensive coordinator anytime soon, nor would it make any kind of difference. We're not going to a pressure-based attack plan. We're not going to run the cover 2 Fangio scheme. We have for now, in the next 2 years, you're going to see cover 3, cover 4, and cover 3, cover 4, cover 2. That's what you get with no blitzing. Hopefully they can stack up the elite personnel, the Hall of Fame personnel like they once did once again to turn that defense into something decent once more. Because that's the only damn way that that's happening at this point. And even that, I think, is a pretty far cry from really having a possibility of occurring, quite frankly. Geez, Tiger, geez, I leave to go eat dinner and clean up a bit and you're still alive. What a real one. I can't quit you guys. I can't quit you guys. Yeah, when Brandon gives his long streams, we love it. We keep rocking the free chat. Beans Hardy, do you see any changes at all over the last few weeks? I don't think, Beans. I think if they were going to make changes, they would have done so at this point. If you needed any more proof prior to this week that the defense needed really true adjustments made and not just a little twist here and a little twist there, but actually trying something new, then they're not going to do it over the next couple of weeks, unfortunately. I wish I could say they would. Thank you, Adi. I appreciate you. Kind words. Says Brandon, you do good work, man. I appreciate you. Big country, we play pansy football. We do. I hate it. I hate playing scared football. I really do. I'd much rather get hit by big plays over the course of a game because I'm trying to go 100 miles an hour than keeping myself always in second gear, trotting backwards to try to prevent somebody from hitting me too hard. And boy, that's how our defense is with this. It's like, Lord have mercy. Mike Thon, no excuse. Seattle isn't good. Geno needs to go. Tyler Muir, bingo. Man, you hit the nail on the head. Thank you, Tyler. I'm glad I'm not the only one seeing it this way, brother. Brian, Vegas for me next week. Anybody got any hot tips? I haven't been to Vegas enough. Jamel says just beat Dallas in the first round. That'll be like a Super Bowl for me. Fair enough. That'd be cool. That would help. That'd make the season a little bit better to do that. Delakey says, scared money don't make money. This is Billy Napier. And Billy Napier's right, man. It don't. It don't. There was once a day this defense had its reign. There was once a day this defense made a lot of sense. This defense makes no sense anymore. Not in this modern NFL. It just doesn't. Not with the bubble screens and fly sweeps and everything about getting the ball in the guy's hands short so that then they can use their yak to get more after the catch. And that goes right up against this defense and what it allows. Cool Breeze says, Pete is the guy. I don't know what happened to today, but I stand on Pete being that guy. He has done this before, usually once, maybe twice a year, but I still love Pete. I love Pete too, man. He just drives me absolutely insane with this defense. We had a hell of a troll in the chat. Oh, jeez. Rockets, these open discussions are fun. Oh, thank you, man. I agree. I love that about this channel. We can go in any different direction. You never know which way it is going to go. King Bomber says, Pete hasn't understood that he's not that guy anymore. He can't be like McVay or Shanahan staying up 18 hours trying to break down a defense. Agreed. And I think he just thinks it's tried and true, King Bomber, and that it's worked in so many different places. It's worked for so many different decades. How could this decade be the one where it ends? How could this decade be the one where it stops? How can this now be that time when I've won my national titles and I've won my Super Bowls and I've gotten to back-to-back Super Bowls? How can this be the case? No, that can't be the case. It's merely the players. It's merely this adjustment. It's merely a new defensive coordinator. It's every answer he's looked for. Every single one except the one of evolve the effing defense. Update your defense. Update your scheme. Change your ways. Just won't do it, though. Just won't do it. BZ says, laughing out loud, you're so quick to turn on Pete as soon as things go sideways. Bedtime, bro. 8 hours is too long. No, it isn't. And again, oh, Lordy. Yeah, maybe it is a little bit. Time to go. I said at the start of this, BZ, he gets a lot of credit at the start of the stream. I'm mad about right now the defense. That's the biggest issue at play right now with the team. And I'm not against Carroll in the building of the culture and the building of the ability to get players to play hard for him, to create a winning culture. I think there's a lot of things that he brings as a coach. But I also think that the thing that's the bad part of his coaching degree, playing it safe, playing not to lose, still doubling back down on a defense that hasn't worked for a long period of time. I think that that does reduce his down capacity and his ability to get this team any further along towards getting towards a Super Bowl, because that will be the thing that holds them back. And the reason I'm mad about it, BZ, and the reason it goes beyond being 8 hours on a stream is because this is a problem that has carried from the past into this year and will probably carry on into the future. So I have to be aware of the fact that I get to watch 2 more years of football on the defensive side of the ball where you play with no aggressiveness, you slowly get bled apart, you have backup quarterbacks who pick you apart as though they're the best quarterbacks in the league. It gets frustrating for me. And after watching years of it, I'm kind of done with it on it. Kind of done with it. But it ain't going anywhere. DJ, Pete needs to focus on executive VP duties, and we need to hire Dennis Erickson back as head coach. Here we go. Here we go. Tyler Murr says, to be fair, everybody but Pete has been blamed in the past, from offensive coordinators to defensive coordinators. That's exactly right. And it's not to paint, again, I'm not trying to paint Pete with a broad brush to say that he isn't a head coach. It's a little bit funny. It's like Pete and Russ have so many echoes of the same kind of problems at play. Like the same, like leaning into positive at every turn, and that coming at the expense of taking responsibility and realizing where the holes are in your game. And it's always just about the positivity. It's always about what's going right or how we're just close to turning it all around. They have that same kind of thing at play. And it's the same thing that ends up hindering them and holding them back. It's like, it's the thing that it's the double-edged sword that works in their favor, but also cuts them on the other side of it. Dan W says, Seahawks playing the long game. Push Panthers out of the top quarterback range so they can trade a haul for 2 number 1 spots. Silver linings. I hope you're right. I hope you're right. D Nugget says, why won't Pete change this defense? I don't know. I think because it's what he knows and it's what he's comfortable with. Cool Breeze, where's the Rally Cat Pumpkin? She's sleeping somewhere. She's sleeping somewhere. Real Mate says you could throw 1 million slant routes. That's how soft this defense plays. Yep. Rocket says Pete thinks he can turn the defense magically into the Legion of Boom. He may well. That would at least explain why you're not changing. Cool Breeze says, I missed the second half today. I'm guessing because we lost. I wasn't here to spam Rally Cat. Probably. Probably. Delkey, Pete thinks he's still in Bud Grant's Vikings. Exactly. Well, if it worked in the 70s, worked in the 80s, worked in the 90s, worked in the early 2000s, worked in the early teens, it's got to keep working now. Not necessarily. King Bomber, it's obvious they come up with a new scheme and they make changes. It lasts 4 to 5 games. Teams figure it out and they don't make changes. Pete's coaching degree was an honorary one. Audie Bell, Brandon, it reminds me of watching the Bud Grant teams in the 70s. I didn't have a chance to watch those ones, so I have to kind of take your word for it. I mean, the one thing that stands out to me about the Purple People Eater defenses, and this is something that's remained a part of Coach Carroll's defense, amongst the lack of ability to really adapt and update schematically, it's been the fact that you've run with the front 4 that we've run with that can't get consistent pressure. And remember those Purple People Eaters back in the day, they had 4 legitimate guys on that defensive line, all who could get to the quarterback, all who were a threat in the running game as well. And you haven't done that here on this defense in quite a long period of time. We always have one, maybe a second guy who can kind of give you a little bit, but that's as much as you've had over about the last 5 or 6 years defensively. Another thing that just confuses me with Carroll. I want to blitz the least amount in the league. I don't want to send extra rushers. I'm very worried about the deep pass. So I'm going to go light on my pass rushers. Walk me through that one. Brian Myers, Brandon, you demand. Thanks again. Night all. Thank you, man. You have a good night. Jack says the team lacks talent up front. We can blame coaching, but we just don't have the ingredients. I mean, I think it's a little bit of a both, Jack. I don't think you're wrong in that there isn't certainly some talent depravity here, but you also are having issues coaching-wise. You're getting out-coached in addition to that. especially on the defensive side of the ball. They're attacking your weaknesses, and you don't have much of a counter at times. And that's how you end up as one of the worst defenses in the league. I think it's a bit of those both that lead you to landing there. BZ says, I just think we're just short on the tools on D. Pete has handed over the O once he has confidence in SW. Just needs a DC he can trust. Reverts back to what he knows when he doesn't, as anyone would. Yeah, I also think it's easier for him to relinquish a little bit of the offensive side of the ball than the defense, because that's his baby and that's his background, and the offense is not necessarily that. So it's a little easier from standpoint. That's maybe the only hope I can have in this, BC, is that somehow maybe better tools. But again, I don't think that changes the simplicity of your schematic stylings, which is part of, why has the defense gone wrong over the last 5 years? Is it just because of the talent deprived? Is it just because you're not strong enough in that aspect? Or is it also a big part of it, maybe just as an equal part of it, if not more than an equal part of it, the fact that you run one of the most simplified defenses in the entire NFL? If I run the most simplified defense and teams are easily attacking that without much complication, then I probably need to get a little more complicated, a little bit more exotic in my defense, so I'm not as easy to prepare for or destroy as has been the case so often. Wu-Tang says, what is old is the new. Win in the trenches and you win the game. Well said, man. Tyler, I'd like to say thanks to you, Brandon, as well, for actually being one of the few people on YouTube who understands football beyond just the stuff you see on the surface. It's hard to find nowadays. I think that's very kind of you to say, Tyler. I try to get into this as deep as I can. I'm not perfect. I'm definitely have my spots where I'm off on, but I do try to educate myself as well as I can get into this to understand this game as deep a territory as I can to better explain it on my end of it. So I try to strive for that, man, and I appreciate that it's showing up on that. Cool Breeze, Pete might have faked his credentials, but he made it count. Well, it's fake it till you make it, man, right? That's how you do it. Jamel Johnson, Pete could be a great coach, and the game has just evolved and passed him by. Almost everything B is saying is true. Two things can be true, people. That's it. Yeah, that's what I was kind of trying to say with B. Like, I'm not turning on Pete, and it's not to put Pete into a corner saying that he sucks as a coach. And as I draw the comparisons, a lot like Russell Wilson, as I draw these comparisons, like Russell could turn his career around. Russell's not necessarily done. A lot of Russell's fixes are the head up stuff, are things he can control between the ears, even after the shot he took today that rung his bell. With Pete Carroll, it's likewise. Pete Carroll has things that are so hard for coaches to develop in their game. The ability to set a culture, the ability to motivate men. I mean, getting guys to play at that 10 a.m. start time as consistently as he's been able to over the years, playing up on primetime games, getting them to lock in and week out. There's a lot that he's able to do and foster great play from. He's a great quarterback whisperer. There's a lot that he does bring to the table. But unfortunately, it's the one thing like with Russell, where it's like, Russell, get good pre-snap. Russell, get good at recognizing the blitz. Russell, wear the goddamn wristband so we can get the plays in. Stop being so egotistical about how it looks on your arm and start doing what's best for the team. And it's getting into that stage of things, I think, with Carroll's like, stop worrying about what it is that you did to get you here. This is my defense. This is how I got here. Ride the horse that brought you in here. You're riding the horse that brought you in here, but it's limping. Its front legs broke. It's half of its ears torn off, and it's missing part of its snout. So time to adjust. Time to find a new horse. There's still a lot you bring to bear, but you got to dump that old horse away, my man. And Pete's told you this himself. He told it to you this offseason. He told it to you with the quasi-change to the Vic Fangio defense. He knows it somewhere in his heart, but will he fully accept it? I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully. Please, God. Please. Please. Big Country Pete needs less control and just needs to be the head coach. Agreed there. Garth, now that I think about it, I can't imagine Bud Grant stomaching Pete for more than 5 minutes. Well, he was just a simple positional coach back then, Garth, so he had to be probably quiet sometimes. Daniel says it's embarrassing how we came out of a bye and our defense has been non-existent since. That's coaching issue. Yep. Scooby says, I think it's a combination of coaching, player, talent, scheme, while we have had this define us in the last 5 years. Yeah. It's not an easy answer. If it was an easy answer, would have been probably applied already, right? But I think a combination, yeah. Cool Breeze, I would love Pete to set trends, culture, and have experts do the X's and O's. Me too. That would be my ideal for him. And I think he could be successful like that, just like with Russell Wilson. If he came into an offseason and just completely bought in to the cerebral part of the game and mastering that part of the game, I think he could find himself another level to his career. But there's this pride front between both a Pete and a Russ that just something hinders them from being able to make that breakthrough. You know, like they can get right up to it, but just can't quite break it on through like you're hoping for him to do. Megan, you have a great night. I appreciate you. Peace out, my girl. Thank you for all your good hard work in here. Seahawks says, get the big talented defensive tackle, take up 2 blockers, free up our linebackers. That'd be good. Easy says, just trying to keep it real, bro. No offense intended. None taken, man. Keep up the good work. Good night. No, I get what you're coming from, bro. And let me make sure I'm, parsing my words right. I'd say I don't want stuff painted with a broad brush. I certainly don't want to be one of those broad brush painters. So, let me get out more of my exact brush with it and kind of expand a little bit into where I'm really trying to give those thoughts on it. But it's a really big concern with me, BZ, because I don't think it's just fixed with personnel. I think that's a little bit of the same trap we fall into if we say, well, it's just fixed with a new defensive coordinator. Some things might get fixed a little bit with more personnel here. But will the overriding major issue at hand with this defense throughout this year that has once again saw us now as one of the worst in the league, if not the worst in the league, that is once again going to see us in back-to-back years set franchise record for most yards given up in a season? That to me, there should be this warning sign going, warning, warning, warning. That to me goes beyond just a simple personnel matter at that point. Of just having a little bit of deficiencies as far as talent goes. That does go then a little bit more beyond. And that's why I'm as much up in arms with this, BZ, is I think it's a problem. I thought they could get kicked out in just the rest of these next 4 or 5 games. A good draft, a great free agency, and we'll be back to front like new. It's no problem. I'd be all board saying that's the path. That's the approach. Have faith. But the faith gets tested a little bit when it's this bad. Faith gets tested a little bit when you have a Carolina team coming in that like this, that just comes and runs the ball down your throat and you can't do anything about it. When a Raiders team's coming into your house, your home, runs the ball right down your throat, start to finish. And you just stand there like a little child taking it. It's tough. Garth Knight with the $5 dono says, thank you, Garth. I appreciate the donations, man. Says, can we please get a wife swap reality show with Meghan Markle and Sierra swapping to Russell Wilson and Prince Harry? I don't know if Merkel's a little bit too much for Harry already. What's Sierra going to be like? You know what I mean? Way too much. Way too much. Thank you for the dono though, man. Spaces, I hate to say it, but I think we should have kept Bobby Wagner. Yeah, me too. Ready? Should we stick with the 3-4, go back to the 4-3, keeping in mind the future draft haul? I think you should go back to the 4-3 defense because I don't think Carroll's going to completely buy into the 3-4 defense, which is a pressure-based defense. If you're not going to be pressure-based, if Carroll can't bring himself to do that, then just go back to the 4-3 under. Try to get to a middling state, and hopefully you can create a super offense. I think that's the only track to really go at this point. I don't think there's a Pete Carroll I'm going to suddenly start becoming Fangio-like in my cover 2 shell. Delikey, what's the difference between a right guard and a left guard as far as talent requirements? Left guard needs to be a little more dancing bear-like. Right guard needs to be a little more like a trash can and stout at the point of attack. Right guard's going to tend to play towards the strong side of the formation. He's also going to tend to have more often than not some help there with the center on those big 1 techs and 0 techs. So a little bit more of a people mover from the right guard standpoint. Left guards, they're going to be taking on the 3 techs and the pass rushers a little bit from that side of things. So they've got to be a little bit more able to dance in space and move a little bit. Rockets, our defense was okay at the start of the season. They weren't horrible, but they did something. But the past 5 weeks, it's been horrendous. Yeah, I mean, you started out the year in the same way, Rockets, a little bit. I mean, you had the Red Rifle, a backup quarterback to move the ball all over up on the football field on you. Jared Goff and the Lions put 45 points on your defense. You had Cordell Patterson run for 160 yards in that game at home against you with the Falcons. It's been kind of bad throughout. It was bad, got a little good for a 4-game stretch, and then went back to bad. It was a bit of a bingo bango there. Overnight, salute Brandon, and we got destroyed. Trades and players. Diggs, Brooks don't look good. No, not looking great there. That is for sure. Tyler, I don't know what's more shocking, Geno having one bad game out of over half a year or the Broncos scoring more than 16 points. Geno is trying his hardest, and you can tell he genuinely cares about this D, but this D is awful. Well said, Tyler. Very well said. All right. BZ, he was running the D differently in the first game, and it was not working, then reverted. Murphy Top Billing just broke down the game, telling fans to chill. Going to check that out next. Sounds good, man. Hurt was running the D differently in the first game, and it was not working. I think I understood that. All right. Well, we got through 9 hours here. It's good enough time, I think, as any to kind of wrap this on up. I'm definitely getting a little bit hungry on my side of it. So, tough day here for our Hawks. hard, tough loss. This season is a bonus year. It's overall to feel encouraged about where this franchise is versus where we thought they were going to be at the start of the year and how far uphill we thought we were going to have to climb to even start to get to a point of looking at a crack of daylight through the clouds. But indeed, there has been a lot of daylight this year. We've had a lot of good to be able to turn over on this team. We've got a lot of good young players to turn over on this team. And there's been some bad losses. There's been some good losses. Overall, you've been a good, solid team this year. I do still have hope for this future of this team with Coach Carroll at the helm. And indeed, he is not going anywhere. I do think that there's a lot on this team that puts you in a position to be successful going into the future. But make no two mistakes about it here with this. If Coach Carroll cannot get this defense right, if he cannot find himself a way to get an adjustment done here where schematically you don't find yourselves in the back end of the 20s or 30s every single year, where you don't find yourself on pace in given seasons to be historically bad year after year after year, I don't know how much we can hope, despite whatever assets we have in the future or whatever draft capital we have, or salary cap space we have in the future, to really think that this thing is going to be turned in the right direction. Because the smart team will come along, the good team will come along and take advantage of those schematic deficiencies. And you can maybe get the bad teams. Maybe you can go get those teams that you play, like a San Diego Chargers team that's even a good team this year, but then they're down this guy and that guy, and they don't have the receivers here. And then you're able to kind of get on top of that. They lose a cornerback in that game, right? You got a couple of those games. You might get through on those and get those wins. You might get yourself to a middling state as a team with that extra talent. But that type of team will never get itself to an elite state if you're going to lean back and run the same kind of defense we've always been running here for the last 10 years. The defense had its day. It had its day. It needs to move into a different direction of things. It needs to find a new gear. It needs to find some new creative approaches to apply. And those applications have not been brought to bear so far this year in total. It's been still a lot of the same. It still seems to be similar in this housed in this thought process of the old will work again new, once again, somehow, some way. And I really hope the trapping is not just simply, let's just get more talent in here, keep running the old, and then it will suddenly work. Because I don't see that light at the end of this particular tunnel myself. I think it's going to require an evolution and a modernization, much of like what we saw on the offensive side of the ball. To BZ's point there above, Carroll was certainly reticent to take on those offensive adjustments this last year. Not this year, but the year before, right? We ran still a lot of the same old stuff offensively we've been running the prior 10 years when that 1980 style offense. He adjusted it this year. You've run a more modernized offense this year. Carroll's shown a willingness to throw on first down, which he didn't used to want to do. He's run more up tempo, which he didn't used to want to do. He's passing at a much higher rate than he's running the ball, which he didn't want to do. So maybe I will hope and keep a little bit of hope here held aside that if he can change in one area, it's like the Rocky speech at the end of Rocky, what was it, 4 or whatever with the Russians? If I can change and you can change, then we can change. See, my Stallone's not going to go right now. But that's maybe the hope here is that does come out to be. It's going to be something we're going to be tracking here on the Hawks Nest throughout the rest of this year and into this offseason. But it's maybe one of the most important questions regarding this team and kind of hounding over the top of this team now as we go into the future and look to see where this team can rise to. a tough day all around. This was truly a team loss, I think, across the board. It's not simply on the defense. I am hammering the defense quite a bit. Geno Smith certainly did have his worst game of the year, and those interceptions and the time that they happened put the Seahawks behind an 8-ball very early on in this game and really bent you in towards Carolina and what they want to do in order to get this win today. So I don't want to let him off the hook on the other side of it like he played perfect. He did not. But it is his first bad game, I think, and throughout the whole course of this year so far to my eyes. And I don't expect him to be playing perfect, so I will give a little bit more of a room on that one. I think Geno is going to be a good player for us now and in the future if he does remain. The worry I come back to is the defense. The worry I come back to is, do they have the brain power? Does Carroll allow for those guys to take over things that need to be taken over for this to get right and back to front? We'll see. It'll be fun to monitor. One thing I don't have a question about, though, is that you guys are awesome in the chat. From the support I get in the chat to you guys hit the like button, to new subscribers hopping aboard, to just how awesome the chat was. Look, this is a tough loss, and a lot of fan bases are going to start to fall apart after these kind of losses, and you'll see a chat just devolve into nothing but toxicity. So I was probably the most toxic person of anybody in the chat here tonight. You guys have kept yourselves level-headed. I think everybody's looking through the right lens of this team and where to go forward into the future on this. And that's good to see. That's good to see that we're all kind of operating in that kind of standpoint of things. So tough loss today. Luckily, we get a nice short week, so we don't have to chew on this very long, but the season's going to come down to this. It's going to come down to Thursday night football. Lose, season's all really, but I think over at that point. Yeah, you could theoretically still come out of it 2-2 and backdoor slide your way into the playoffs. But it just kind of does feel like if you can't pull this off against Niners, you can't, where are you going to really go this year, right? But fun matchup, Thursday night football. It's going to be fun. I appreciate all of you guys in the chat. Thank you for all of you keeping this lively and going. I'm going to be back tomorrow night. We're going to be rocking with Last Second Sports. It's actually a 49er channel. He's coming over onto my side. I've gone to his side a couple times. I'm doing some game preview stuff, so he'll come over here. We'll be talking a little bit about these 49ers in this matchup tomorrow night, so do intend to that. I think I'm streaming every single night this week, so we'll be doing Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. So you guys are going to get a lot of Brandon this week, a lot of B this week. So thank you to guys. Thank you, Megan, again, for all your work on keeping the bots out and all that type of stuff. I appreciate you on that. You guys are awesome. You guys are amazing. Let's see if we can get this bounce back next week. But even in a loss, even we got some troubling signs in front of us, I don't want you to forget. I don't want you to ever forget. Keep your head up. Keep your eye on the prize. Don't you ever forget. Go Hawks.